From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Case of the Burmese Goddess.
Yes, Watson. This little jade goddess is an ancient relic of Burma, and its legend is as evil as its appearance.
Indeed? What is its legend, Holmes?
It's said that he who possesses this tiny goddess dies. But first he's forewarned by a strange death song, somewhat like the reedy melody used by snake charmers to...
Good Lord, Holmes! Listen!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. I presume you have one of your memoirs ready for us tonight?
Indeed I have. And this one, Mr. Harris, although taking place in our familiar haunts of London, had sinister and mysterious overtones from the Far East, which to a lesser man than Holmes might have defied analysis.
Well, what do you call this memoir, Dr. Watson?
Holmes and I always refer to it as the case of the Burmese goddess. And Mr. Harris, after our audience is properly informed about the merits of Clipper Craft clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this very unusual story.
One of the best investments you can make is a really fine suit of clothes. That's an investment that will help you socially, in business, and give you all-round lift. And you don't have to spend a fortune, because a Clipper Craft suit of finest material, designed and beautifully finished by master tailors, now costs you only $45. That's right, only $45. But don't let that moderate price fool you. Every Clipper Craft suit looks like it costs many, many dollars more. Here's the reason you get so much more in style, workmanship, and value in Clipper Craft clothes. More than 1,200 independent local merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clipper Craft values. But remember this, aside from the money you save, a new Clipper Craft suit will really do things for you. Put one on and see how it really hugs your neck, how it broadens your shoulders, slims your hips, gives you that keen, well-built look. So buy a nationally famous Clipper Craft suit. See what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the case of the Burmese goddess?
If my memory does not fail me, Mr. Harris, it took place in the summer of 1911. This was a time when England had consolidated her empire, and many of Britain roamed the far eastern domains in search of its ancient treasure. Among these was Sir John Brandywine, recently returned from Burma with a collection of priceless relics. He hadn't been in London an hour, however, when he received a strange visitor.
Sir John, my name is Daku. I have come a long way, indeed from my native land of Burma, for this interview.
Yes, and what is it you want, sir?
Some months ago, a sacred Burmese temple near Sitang was desecrated by vandals, robbed of its sacred relics. Among these was the jade goddess of Ema, the serpent goddess. Originally, there were two goddesses, the sisters of Ema, but one of them vanished centuries ago.
Yes, quite. And I have the only remaining goddess in my collection now.
Yes, Sir John. And I have come to purchase it from you and restore it to the temple.
I'm sorry, Adaku, but the goddess of Amar is not for sale.
I am prepared to offer you a handsome sum, enough to keep you in luxury for the rest of your life.
I have no need of money, sir. And I repeat, the goddess of Amar is not for sale at any price.
I see. Sir John, no doubt you are aware of the old Burmese legend that he who possesses the goddess dies, that he is first warned by the song of the serpent, and then...
Yes, I know the story. Pure nonsense and poppycock, of course. Doesn't frighten me.
In that case, there is nothing more I can say or do at the moment. Good night, Sir John.
Sir John Brandywine.
Yes?
My name is Bailey, Reginald Bailey. I am an art collector specializing in Oriental objects of art.
Well, Mr. Bailey...
A client of mine saw the goddess of Amar when you exhibited it briefly in Paris on your way to England here. He has commissioned me to purchase it for him.
My dear sir, you're the second prospective purchaser I've seen this evening. And I'll repeat to you what I said to the first. The goddess is not for sale.
My client is willing to pay £10,000, a generous offer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey.
Sir John, I'm afraid you're being stubborn. I've been a collector long enough to know that there is no such thing as a priceless item. Everything has its price, and if it is a question of money...
For the last time, sir, I shall try to make myself clear. I will not sell the idol at any price. And now, Mr. Bailey, good night. What's that devilish noise outside my window? No, it can't be. That confounded Burmese legend. It's absurd. Soon find out what this is all about. Who's down there in my garden? Good for you, speak up, or I'll... No!
Oh, so you think Sir John Brandywine was murdered because he possessed the serpent goddess of Amar, Holmes?
Obviously, Watson, his demise followed the legend to the letter. After he was lured to the window, he was struck by a blowgun missile soaked in deadly reptile venom, and he died almost instantly.
Oh, Joe, now all this makes it hard for a chap to believe he's living in the 20th century.
Yes, true, Watson, but Sir John's room was rifled in highly modern fashion. Fortunately, however, he had the foresight to lock the goddess and the remainder of his collection in a vault immediately after he arrived in London.
I wonder what became of the other goddess, Holmes, the one that vanished centuries ago.
I believe I can give you the answer to that, Watson.
You can? Who has it, Holmes?
I have.
What?
Yes, Watson. Oh, forgive me if it's one of the very few secrets I've kept from you these many years. Up to now, I saw no reason to mention it to anyone. You remember the adventure of the Rangoon Ruby?
Yes, indeed I do. That was some 10 years ago.
Yes. At the culmination of that affair, the Burmese potentate involved was very grateful for some slight service I'd rendered him, and he gave me the goddess. It seems that it had secretly been kept by his family for many generations.
But, Holmes, where is the goddess now?
Safely under lock and key in my tin box at Barclay's Bank. But the only other goddess of Amar in existence, that possessed by Sir John Brandywine, will soon see the light of day.
Eh? What do you mean?
Oh, I take it you haven't read the Morning Telegraph, Watson. It seems that Sir John's widow is auctioning off her deceased husband's entire Burmese collection tomorrow morning at Brandywine House on Berkeley Square.
Jove! Then in view of Sir John's strange death, it might be interesting to see who bids for the goddess of Amar.
Quite, Watson. And that is precisely why we shall attend the auction tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The next relic from the late Sir John Brandywine's famous Burmese collection is this tiny jade goddess, the famous serpent goddess of Amar, a rare collector's item indeed. I see a hand raised. Your name, sir?
Monsieur Pierre Levy.
And your bid, sir?
50 pounds.
Holmes, that thin-faced Frenchman is doing the bidding.
Quite. He's the only one. The others are obviously afraid of the legend. Watson, note the condition of the fellow's hair and hands.
What about them?
Interesting. Very.
Very well, I have 50 pounds. 50 pounds once.
100 pounds.
100 pounds. I am bid 100 pounds.
200 pounds.
300.
4.
5.
Holmes, what are you trying to do?
By the goddess, Watson, outbid this fellow Labille for reasons of my own.
Coming into her own. 500 pounds. Will someone offer 6?
6.
7.
700 pounds. Will the gentleman in the rear row give me 8?
800 pounds.
1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds. 1,000 I have bid.
Holmes, the other chap stopped bidding. He's leaving the auction.
Yes, he is indeed, Watson. But we have a new and late arrival. Note the high-born Burmese gentleman hurrying through the door.
I have the 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, sold for 1,000 pounds.
Mr. Auctioneer, wait. My name is Daku, and I wish to bid.
I'm sorry, sir, but the goddess of Amar has already been sold to the tall gentleman in the front row.
Someone's at the door, Watson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Reginald Bailey. I'm an art collector, Mr. Holmes, and a client of mine is interested in the goddess of Amar you purchased at the auction this morning.
Well?
My representative, Monsieur Laville, foolishly allowed you to outbid him, thinking the price was too high. Well, I am interested in buying it now and am prepared to offer you a generous price.
How generous?
10,000 pounds.
10,000? Holmes, that's 10 times what you paid for.
Yes, quite, Watson. But the goddess of Amar is not for sale.
Mr. Holmes, you don't realize what you're saying.
On the contrary, I know perfectly well what I'm saying. I repeat, the goddess is not for sale at any price. Now, Mr. Bailey, I bid you good night.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I can only say you'll regret your action. Good night.
Well, dash it, Holmes, you must be mad, turning down an offer like that.
Not at all, Watson. You recall the French gentleman who bid against me at the auction? You remember I referred to the condition of his hair and hands?
Yes.
The skin on the fellow's hands was desiccated and he'd lost his fingernails. Moreover, on certain areas of his head, he'd suffered a complete loss of hair.
Dash it, Holmes, what's all this got to do with the Burmese goddess?
It means, my dear fellow, that the jade figure I purchased is worth a fortune. It means that not one, but two mysterious parties want the goddess and will stop at nothing to get it. If I'm not mistaken, there may be a desperate attempt to kidnap the goddess tonight.
You choose your family doctor, lawyer, and banker because you have confidence in them. It's just as smart to choose the place where you buy your clothes for the same reason. Right now in your own city, a friendly, respected, independent merchant sells Clippercraft clothes. He believes and acts on the belief that you will appreciate the genuine savings he passes on to you. He doesn't sell dubious merchandise. His business is built four square on a firm foundation. Fine tailoring, outstanding style, value, and quality. Exceptional quality is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. That respected trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And Now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the case of the Burmese goddess.
So I was, Mr. Harris. Holmes did not explain his observations any further, and I did not press him. That night at Baker Street, I fell into a troubled and uneasy slumber, and my last recollection was of Holmes sitting in his easy chair, smoking his pipe, and facing the window. He seemed to be waiting for something, expecting something. And then...
Watson. Watson, wake up.
Holmes, what the deuce is there?
Listen.
Good Lord, Holmes, the warning song. The warning of death. That infernal legend, Holmes.
Right. We have a visitor in the yard.
Well, confound it, let's go to the window.
No, stay away from the window, Watson.
Eh?
To approach and open it means certain death. We shall wait here in the dark and elude the trap they've set.
Who are they?
Obvious, Watson. They...
2 shots from outside our window.
Yes, something's happened which I did not foresee. Watson, take your revolver and follow me down to the yard, quickly.
Holmes, there's a body of a man here in the yard. He's been shot.
Yes, and... Look, there's a man. He's just run out of the shrubbery.
Hello there! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Confound it, I missed him. He's right on the fence, Holmes. He's running down Baker Street.
Quick,
there.
after him.
The beggar was too fast for us, Holmes. He got away.
Yes, quite. But he's left us a souvenir in this corpse here. Right, let us examine the body. Aha!
What is it?
Identification papers, Watson. And note, they prove that this dead man is Inspector Paul Dubois of the French Sûreté.
Eh? What's a French police inspector got to do with a Burmese goddess, Holmes?
Everything, my dear fellow, everything. Remember, my competitive bidder at the auction was also French. Yes, the pieces of this remarkable puzzle are beginning to assemble themselves into a clear and precise pattern. And... One moment, Watson.
Yes?
Observe this slip of paper on the dead man's body. It seems to be a torn piece of rather expensive stationery.
What of it?
On it are written the words Room 322 in red ink.
Well, Holmes, what does it mean?
It means that very soon, Watson, I shall have the answer to this whole riddle. Suppose you find the nearest constable and inform him of this affair. For the moment, I shall return to our flat upstairs.
Well, the police will be here presently. Good Lord, the place is a shambles.
Yes, Watson, our flat was quickly rifled by someone lurking on the premises.
And the idol, it's gone, it's stolen.
Quite. From now on, we must move with all possible speed.
What do we do first, Holmes?
First, we must make a telephone call to the prefect of police in Paris.
And after that?
Find room 322. And there we may discover the goddess.
Yes, but how are we going to do that, Holmes?
Obvious. The room number Inspector Dubois wrote down means that this is a hotel rendezvous. And from the expensive quality of the stationery, we may deduce that Dubois wrote down this number in some first-class hotel.
But, Holmes, London is full of first-class hotels.
Yes, true, Watson, true. But here is the salient fact. The room number was scrawled in red ink, a highly unusual procedure. It can only mean that this particular hotel ran out of blue ink.
In other words, if we can find a first-class hotel using red ink...
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. But come, we are wasting too much time in talk. We must resolve this affair quickly before the night's over, or it'll be too late.
Hello?
Laville, this is Bailey. I'm down in the hotel lobby.
Ah, oui.
Did you get that goddess out of the Holmes flat?
Oui, well, he ran after you, Monsieur Bailey. I took it from his apartment. It is here on the table now. I have already broken the goddess from the lead base.
Be careful what you do, Laville.
Have no fear in these matters, monsieur. Am I not an expert?
Yes, but these Burmese devils are after that goddess too, Laville. They were outside Holmes' flat when I got rid of Inspector Dubois. I'll be right up and then we'll get out.
Oui, Monsieur Bailey. As for these Burmese natives, they do not know where we are. Monsieur Bailey.
What is it? What's the matter?
They are here. They've come for the goddess.
What?
The song, the death song. It is outside my window.
Laville, hide the lead base, you hear? Let them have the goddess. That's all they want.
Monsieur Bailey, there's someone at the window. On the fire escaping. No!
Laville! So, they got it. The Burmese devils, they got it. They took the goddess, but the base... Yes, it's still here on the table. Oh, the Oriental fools didn't know. They left me a fortune. Now to get out. Canada, perhaps Australia.
Or Newgate Prison, Mr. Bailey.
Holmes! Dr. Watson!
No, Bailey. Don't reach for that gun. As you see, I have my service revolver aimed straight at your head. I should not hesitate to use it at the slightest provocation.
Note, Watson, the dead man on the floor is Monsieur Laville, my competitor at the auction. And he suffered the same fate as Sir John Brandywine, the Burmese revenge.
So, yes. They've taken the goddess home.
Yes, and good riddance. Let them take it back to the sacred temple whence it was stolen. Our concern is with Mr. Bailey here.
How did you find me here?
A matter of routine investigation, my dear fellow. I shan't bore you with the details. And I wouldn't clutch that lead base so tightly if I were you. I believe you'll find it worthless.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's merely a solid block of lead. You see, my dear fellow, you purloined the wrong goddess.
What? Holmes, you mean you switched the figures? You took the goddess that you owned from the tin box at Barclays Bank and placed it in our flat?
Precisely, Watson. And the goddess I purchased at the auction now rests quite safely in the custody of Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
You cheated me. You cheated me out of a fortune.
Quite.
What's all this about? What fortune?
Fortune in radium, Watson.
Radium?
Exactly. A grain of radium stolen from the Curie laboratories in Paris, hidden in the base of the goddess of Amar, and thus smuggled into England.
Well, Holmes, now that we've delivered the smuggler Bailey to the authorities, would you mind telling me the course of your deduction? I must confess I'm confused.
Are you, Watson? Well, the whole affair is really quite obvious. The Burmese motive to recover the goddess was simple enough, a sacred and religious quest. But it was at the auction, after observing Laville, that a new element entered.
But how? How did you know?
The condition of the man's hands and hair. Loss of fingernails, desiccated appearance of skin, loss of patches of hair, symptomatic of work with radium. The fact that he was a Frenchman further heightened my suspicions.
Yes, but Holmes, I still don't see how...
Laville, as I learned from the Paris prefect of police, was a worker in the Curie laboratory. He entered a conspiracy with this international thief Bailey to steal a grain of radium. The next problem was to smuggle it out of the country.
And so they concealed it in the goddess of Amar, while Sir John Brandywine displayed his collection in Paris, eh?
Exactly. The lead base, of course, was a perfect carrier in which to hide the loot and get it past the customs and out of the country. They had planned to purchase the goddess from Sir John and then recover the radium. Their plans, however, went awry. Meanwhile, Inspector Dubois was hot on their trail, and they got rid of him.
And that, Holmes, closes this adventure.
Not quite, Watson. We are living in a new and dynamic age. I am a criminologist, not a seer, and yet I know that these radioactive substances hold the key to the future. And I cannot help but wonder if men will use them for good or evil.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite an adventure, sir.
Yes, indeed it was, Mr. Harris. It is, in fact, one of my favorite memoirs, and significant in the light of what is being done with radioactive substances today.
And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the golden pince-nez. It concerns an untidy rug, a box of Egyptian cigarettes, and a stab in the dark.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes, Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR, New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez.
Watson, keep your revolver at the ready.
But, Holmes, why?
The killer, my dear fellow, is here in this room with us.
What? Dash it, Holmes, what are you talking about?
Observe, Watson. The panel in this wall is loose. Suppose we open it to find what is revealed beyond.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Watson. I hope you have another one of your memoirs available for us tonight.
Indeed I have, Mr. Harris. Indeed I have. And it's a very singular adventure indeed. I might add here, it is one of my favorite memoirs, Mr. Harris, where the genius of my friend Holmes never shone more brilliantly.
And the name of this adventure, Doctor?
I shall always remember it as The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. And after you've taken a moment to remind our audience of the merits of Clippercraft Clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this amazing story.
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe you've heard someone say, well, if I had his money, I could be well dressed too. But that's not necessarily so, because the amount of money you spend doesn't make you well dressed. It's what you buy, where you buy it, and how well it suits you. You can prove it to yourself. It's as easy as this. Just try on a Clippercraft suit and see how well it looks on you. And you don't have to pay a fortune for Clippercraft. A fine new Clippercraft spring all-worsted suit costs you only $45. And at that moderate price of $45, you get the greatest dollar-for-dollar value in America because you benefit from the unique Clippercraft plan by which more than 1,200 independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clippercraft value, the finest materials, and the very latest in style and color made by master tailors. Yes, sir, a Clippercraft suit at $45 is a great, great investment. So treat yourself to a Clippercraft suit and see what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in the year 1894. And this time, Inspector Hopkins, Holmes's young protege at Scotland Yard, was involved. It began in Kent, at a great, gloomy house called Yoxley Old Place. Here lived a rheumatism-ridden scholar and professor named Coram, a strange and mysterious man. One night, the professor, hobbling about the house on his stick, surprised his secretary, Sergius, in his study.
Sergius.
Professor Coram.
What are you doing at that cabinet?
Why,
Trying to rob me, tampering with the lock when I came in, weren't you? I was a fool to trust you, you sneak thief.
Professor Coram, I'm sorry.
Get away from that cabinet before I bash your head in with this stick.
Yes,
Now
sir.
leave this house. You're no longer my secretary. I'm giving you the sack, you hear, and if you ever come back to Yoxley Old Place, I'll kill you.
So he threatened to kill you, Sergius.
Yes, Anna. He gave me the sack and took on a new secretary, a Mr. Willoughby Smith.
Sergius, I must get into that locked cabinet in the study. I must. I will stop at nothing. Do you understand? And you must help me.
No, Anna, not I. I've taken an impression of the cabinet lock, and here's a floor plan of the house. This is as far as I shall go.
I see. So you are afraid.
Yes, Anna. I am afraid. I will have nothing more to do with this affair. This Professor Corm is mad, dangerous. To get in his way means death.
Very well, Smith. That is all the dictation I shall give you this evening. You may go.
Yes, Professor Coram. But before I go, I've something to tell you.
What is it?
I was in Chatham this afternoon. The greengrocer told me a woman, a stranger, was inquiring the way to the house here.
A woman? What woman? Did he describe her?
Why, yes. The greengrocer said she was a foreign-looking woman, sir. Black hair, tall, glasses, a tiny scar on her chin.
Then it's she. She's found me at last. One moment, Smith.
Yes, sir?
How do you know so much about this woman? How were you able to describe her so well?
Well, I told you the greengrocer...
That's a lie. She sent you here.
What?
You want what I have in that cabinet, my study. You're spying on
Professor Coram, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Smith. I'm afraid I misjudged you. Lost my temper for a moment. Forgive me?
Of course. Good night, sir.
Good night, Smith.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith?
Yes, Susan?
Where are you going, sir, so late at night?
Into Professor Coram's study.
Oh, Mr. Smith, I wouldn't do that. Indeed, I wouldn't. I've been the professor's housemaid for more than a year, and I can tell you, he doesn't like anyone in his study after dark.
I'm just going in to get a book, and the professor's in bed.
Maybe he is, and maybe he isn't. But mark my words, Mr. Smith, don't go into the study.
Look here, Susan, suppose you go back to your room and stop giving me advice. I'm perfectly capable of managing my own affairs.
But, Mr.
Good
Smith...
night, Susan. Let's see, where is that lamp? If I remember... Who's that? Who's there by the cabinet? Professor Coram, is it you? No, don't...
Well, Mr. Holmes, that's the entire story. This Professor Coram's secretary, Willoughby Smith, was found dead in the study. A sealing wax knife in his neck.
Interesting, my dear Inspector Hopkins, very. And as you say, the presence of a knife a considerable distance from the body would indicate murder, not suicide. This sealing wax knife was part of the equipment in the study?
Yes, sir. It always lay on the desk.
I see.
And other than that, Inspector Hopkins, you found nothing?
Nothing to put a finger on, Dr. Watson. That's why I returned from Kent in this beastly weather to consult you both here at Baker Street. Mr. Holmes, I need your help.
Yes, quite people who come to the end of their wits usually do. Now then, Hopkins, a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You examined the grounds?
I did.
What did you find?
A few faint impressions on the garden path. It must have been the killer. It was the only way to enter the house, since the front door was locked and bolted.
These footprints, Hopkins, were they coming or going?
I couldn't say for sure, sir. They were so faint.
Were they large or small?
I couldn't distinguish, Mr. Holmes. As I said, they were...
Oh, rubbish.
Holmes, what the deuce?
Oh, Hopkins, I'm disappointed in you. The faintest impressions in the earth, when viewed with open eyes, are enormously revealing. Now, in this pouring rain, they've no doubt been obliterated entirely. Watson?
Yes, Holmes?
Get your waterproof and your hat.
You mean we're going to...
Yes, quite. We're going to Yoxley Old Place in Kent. I believe there's a train for Chatham leaving Charing Cross in an hour.
Holmes, look here, along the garden path. There's a narrow border of grass along it, some 6 inches in width.
There is indeed, Watson. What of it?
Well, the killer could have trod this strip of grass in order to conceal his footprints. Perhaps that is why Hopkins saw nothing.
Oh, nonsense.
Eh? Well,
Whoever entered the garden gate, Watson, and came along this path to enter the house had no intention of committing murder.
Well, how'd you know that?
Well, it's elementary, my dear fellow. A killer would have come armed with a weapon. But this assassin used a sealing wax knife snatched from the study desk. Hence, the murder was on the spur of the moment.
Yes, Joe Holmes, you're right.
Yes, quite. But now, Watson, let us join Hopkins in the study. My dear Hopkins, surely you're aware that the dead man, Willoughby Smith, has a pair of glasses clutched in his hands?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. They're his. He must have just taken them off when he was attacked.
Oh, that makes sense, Holmes. They're just the type a secretary would wear. Pince-nez, black thread.
Oh, poppycock.
Eh?
Give me the glasses, Watson. Let me examine them by the light of the window.
Very well. Here you are, Holmes. Holmes, why the deuce are you trying them on? What can you find by...
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
These glasses tell a story indeed.
What story?
They belong to a woman. She's of good circumstance, a person well-dressed and refined. She has a thick nose, eyes set close together, a puckered forehead, peering expression, and probably rounded shoulders.
Good Lord.
How the deuce do you know all that, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, it's obvious, Hopkins, obvious. The glasses are dainty and delicately constructed, hence a woman's. They're handsomely mounted in solid gold. Hence the owner is a woman of means and probably fastidious in the rest of her apparel. The width of the bridge is wide, hence a broad nose. And yet the eyes are close together, since I have a narrow face and yet cannot focus my eyes through the lenses.
Yes, but Holmes, how do you know this mysterious woman has a peering expression, a puckered forehead, and rounded shoulders,
The lenses, Watson, the lenses, they're extremely strong, and since the woman is myopic or nearsighted, it's reasonable to suppose she possesses these characteristics. But come, let's leave this room.
Where to now, Holmes?
The corridor, Watson. The corridor leading to this room and the professor's bedroom. You may find it extremely revealing.
Well, seems to be an ordinary corridor to me.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I'm of a mind with Dr. Watson. Nothing seems amiss here.
Indeed? Use your eyes, Hopkins, use your eyes. Observe. This corridor between the garden door and the study is covered with a kind of coconut matting. So, too, is the hall leading to Professor Corum's bedroom. They're exactly similar in nature.
Is that significant, Holmes?
Very. It means that the killer never left this house.
What, Holmes? You mean the killer's here at this moment? Hiding somewhere, perhaps?
Precisely, Watson. And now, suppose we have a few words with this mysterious Professor Corum.
Here's some good common sense about men's suits. When you buy your new spring suit, don't deal in unknowns. Be sure to buy that new suit from a merchant you know and respect. And also be sure that it carries a label that merits your complete confidence. And that's exactly the sensible practice of thousands and thousands of well-dressed American men. They buy Clippercraft worsted suits at $45 from friendly, respected, independent merchants who give you real value not once in a while, but always. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. The trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham & Straus. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the golden pince-nez.
Yes, Mr. Harris, so I was. Holmes asked Inspector Hopkins to go to the kitchen and wait there with Susan, the housemaid, whom he proposed to interview later. Then Holmes and I entered Professor Corum's bedroom. Professor was lying in bed in a stifling fog of cigarette smoke. We introduced ourselves, and Corum greeted us cordially. Then he held out a cigarette box to us.
Cigarette, Dr. Watson?
No, thank you, Professor. Never touched...
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, by all means. I'm an avid cigarette smoker, my dear Professor.
Holmes, what the devil...
Watson, a light, if you please.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
These seem to be an unusual brand.
Oh, yes. They are a rare blend, sir. Do you like them, Mr. Holmes?
I do indeed. They're very mild, Professor. Now, about the murder of your secretary, Willoughby Smith.
Oh, yes, Smith, a great catastrophe. A fine young man, able and intelligent. The loss is paralyzing to my household. I shall miss him indeed.
And you have no idea who killed him or why?
No, Dr. Watson, I have not. Unfortunately, I knew very little of the young man.
He had no enemies that you were aware of?
Mr. Holmes, I do not pry into the personal affairs of my employer.
Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
Do you mind if I wait for you in the corridor? This room's so heavy with smoke.
Oh, not at all, my dear fellow. I have but one or two more questions to ask Professor Coram here, and I shall be out presently.
There you are, Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
What the deuce has happened to you, Holmes? Why did you tell Professor Coram you were a heavy cigarette smoker? I happen to know you never smoked one of those things in your life. Yet you were in there, puffing away for all you were worth.
I was indeed, my dear fellow. I had not one cigarette, but two. I found them both very helpful.
In what way?
I have high hopes that my new tobacco habit will help me catch a killer.
What? Holmes, perhaps I'm obtuse, but dash it, what the deuce has smoking cigarettes got to do with finding a killer?
All in good time, my dear fellow, all in good time. Suppose we have a talk now with the housemaid, Susan. Now then, Susan, what happened after you heard the scream?
Why, sir, I ran to the study, and there he was, poor Mr. Smith, lying on the floor. When I got to him, he opened his eyes for a moment before he died, poor lad. And he said something very peculiar.
Indeed? What did he say?
Well, it sounded funny-like, sir. He said, "The professor, it was she."
The professor? It was she?
Susan, why didn't you tell me this when I first questioned you?
Because I was afraid you'd think me balmy, Inspector Hopkins.
The professor, it was she. I must say it makes no sense, the professor being a man and all.
On the contrary, my dear Hopkins, it's both a logical phrase and a legitimate observation. It is now clear...
Oh.
What's that bell, Susan?
Why, that's Professor Coram, sir, asking for his dinner. I'd better take it to him at once.
I see. By the cutlets you're bringing him on that tray, my dear Susan, I'd say the professor is a man of healthy appetite.
You're right there, Holmes. There's enough there for a longshoreman.
Susan, one more question. Is the professor a man of variable appetite?
Why, yes, sir. So it seems lately, sir. I must say his appetite has increased sharply.
Very good, Susan. You may take your tray in now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It's 1 o'clock now, Inspector Hopkins. We have only to wait an hour until 2.
Yes, Holmes? What will happen at 2?
Then, Watson, we shall talk to the professor again, and I shall produce the killer. Professor Coram, I hope that you don't resent this second intrusion, but there are 1 or 2 more questions I must ask.
Of course. Cigarette, Mr. Holmes.
No, thank you, not this time.
Now then, sir, what is it you wish to know? How can I help you solve this deplorable crime?
Oh, I've already solved it, sir. Indeed, I've already found the killer.
A remarkable statement, Mr. Holmes. A most remarkable statement. Just where is this killer?
Right here in this room.
Holmes, you mean the professor here?
I mean, Watson, that last night the professor here received a strange and unexpected visitor.
Oh, no, you don't, Mr. Holmes.
Holmes, he has a gun under his pillow there.
You'll never know the truth. Do you hear?
Give me that gun, Professor. Give it to me!
Holmes, thank heaven you managed to wrest the gun away and the shots went wild into the wall.
On the contrary, Watson, they almost reached their mark. You see, my dear fellow, the killer is in a recess behind that empty bookcase on the opposite wall.
What? That's a lie, you hear? A lie.
Is it? Then suppose we see for ourselves. Note, Watson, this bookcase swings outward from the wall.
Good Lord.
So, you have found me.
Holmes, it's a woman. Just as you described her.
Exactly. The woman who killed Willoughby Smith.
I didn't mean to do it. I wanted the papers in the cabinet. I came to get them, and he walked into the room. It was dark, and he heard me, and then I seized the knife and...
Allow me to complete your story, madam. You struck Smith in the neck, dropped the knife, and ran. In the struggle, your victim snatched off your glasses, these golden pince-nez here.
Oh, you don't know what it is like to be half blind, have searched and searched.
In your myopic condition, and because the corridors appeared similar, you made a mistake. You ran into the professor's room here, instead of through the garden door.
Yes, I came for the papers. I had to have them. I had to.
What papers?
Anna, you fool, be quiet.
No, I shall not be quiet. It is you who are responsible, Anatole. Mr. Holmes, you must know the truth, the whole truth. This man is my husband.
Your husband?
Proceed, madam.
He is a Russian, not an Englishman. We were married in Kiev many years ago, and we were nihilists.
Revolutionists?
Yes, then trouble came, the Tsarist police. My husband here betrayed me to save his own skin. I was sent to Siberia, and he...
Silence, Anna!
No, I will go on. I met a man in Siberia. I fell in love with him. He's still there. I needed papers to procure his release. But my husband had them in a cabinet in his study. And he would not give them to me out of malice and hatred.
Then why did he hide you when you came into the room here?
Because if I were found at large and arrested, he knew I would expose him. And I have friends who would cut his throat if they knew. That is why he hid me behind that bookcase, and for no other reason. But now what difference does it make? I have killed a man. And I
have... She has a vial in her hand. Stop her.
Give it to me, madam.
No,
give it to me. There. That's it.
Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me take the poison?
Madam, it is more to your advantage, believe me, to stand before an English court and be judged. Here in our country, unlike yours, we do not subscribe to tyranny or verdict by decree. We have certain rights, and one of them is trial by jury. And in view of the nature of your deed and the motive behind it, there are certain extenuating circumstances. I'm afraid I cannot say the same for Professor Coram here.
I have done nothing, and I am not subject to arrest.
On the contrary, my dear Professor, you've shielded a murderer, and a moment ago attempted murder yourself. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Suppose you admit Inspector Hopkins. He's waiting outside. Well, Watson, we shall be in London presently.
Holmes, how did you know this woman, Anna, hadn't escaped by the garden path?
Well, in order to do that, Watson, she would have had to run along the narrow border of grass to avoid leaving definite footprints. An impossible task, certainly, for a nearsighted person in the dead of night. Remember, Anna had lost her glasses.
Therefore, since Hopkins had reported no definite tracks, she had never left the house at all.
Exactly. And Professor Coram's voracious appetite indicated that two people were eating those cutlets, not one. Therefore, I suspected that she was hidden somewhere in his room. Then I noted that there was one section of bookcase built on hinges to swing loose.
But Holmes, what did the cigarettes you smoked have to do with it? You said they helped to find the woman.
They did indeed, Watson. I sprinkled the ashes on the carpet in front of the suspected bookcase. When we returned later, I noted that the pattern of the ashes on the carpet had been disturbed. That meant that our quarry had come out from her hiding place. You see, Watson, I may be a bachelor, but I know that any vain woman who has lost her glasses will go to almost any lengths to find them.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very interesting adventure indeed.
Yes, Mr. Harris. As I said, it is my opinion that Holmes rose to sheer heights of brilliance on this occasion. And of course he gave the credit to young Hopkins of Scotland Yard. Holmes was the soul of generosity in these matters, you know.
Yes, Dr. Watson, I do know. And now, Doctor, what about next week's adventure?
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the blood-soaked wagon. It concerns a grotesque bonfire, a breathtaking chase across the countryside, and one of the strangest crises ever faced by the Royal Mint.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear Bill Henry and the news, which follows in a moment.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Edmund O'Brien as
Johnny Dollar.
Are you the insurance detective?
That's right. Who's this?
Johnny Doe for now. Do you want to crack the Calgary job?
What?
Calgary Products down in Camden. 300,000 payroll robbery on the first of the month.
This isn't my kind of a gag. Try it on somebody else,
Wait a minute. This is no gag. Check the Alliance Bonding Company in New York. They've kept it out of the papers. If you're interested, be at this same phone tomorrow night at 10. I'll call you.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you Edmund O'Brien in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Alliance Bonding Company, New York City, New York. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the Calgary matter. Expense account item 1, $10.50 transportation from my Hartford apartment to Alliance's Manhattan office.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. I think Mr. Matthews is expecting me. The name is Dollar?
Oh, yes, Mr. Dollar. That door. Just go right in.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, Al. That'll be fine. The first bout starts at 8, but we don't care if we miss that. All right, I'll see you then. Sorry, but you can't hurry a son, you know.
That's all right. I'm Johnny Dollar, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, so I thought. Sit down, won't you?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir?
I don't want to be interrupted for the next hour, Miss Mills.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dollar, do you put any stock in that telephone call?
Oh, I haven't any idea. I don't know anything about it.
I've done a lot of thinking since you phoned me about it, and of course there's nothing for us to do except to follow it up. But I can't help wondering if this man isn't a crank of some kind.
Well, that's what I thought, too, until you bore him out by telling me there'd been a robbery that had been held from the press. Why has it been kept a secret?
Well, all concerned thought it was the best idea. There's a possibility that the group involved is the same one that carried off the Brink robbery. But any publicity would only give away our hunch that the same gang pulled both jobs.
What makes you think the Brink crowd might have pulled this one?
Because of the way it was executed. Simple perfection. The knowledge the criminals had of our operations. You see, one of our armored cars was to deliver a cash deposit to the Barton Bank in Camden to cover the Calgary Products payroll. The truck simply didn't arrive. It was found later, wrecked and empty.
The driver and the guards?
They were found 3 miles away, bound and gagged. Their descriptions matched those at Brink's, masks and so on. Yes, it was perfection. They knew exactly when and where.
What do you want me to do?
I've talked it over with the rest of the Alliance executives. We want you to follow that call through, but we must insist that you make every effort to maintain the security we have established. Here are the details.
Expense account item 2, same as item 1, transportation back to Hartford. At 9:45 that night, I was in my apartment waiting for the promised call from John Doe. At 10:05, my phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
Stanley, 3469.
Yes?
1 moment, please. Philadelphia's calling.
Philadelphia.
Your call to Hartford is ready. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Dollar,
Yeah?
what did you decide about the Calgary job?
Well, what happened to the man I talked with last night?
He didn't dare phone you tonight. He was afraid you'd be set up with the police to trace the call.
I haven't talked to the police.
Don't. If you do, it's all off. He doesn't want to be arrested. He wants to surrender to the New Jersey District Attorney's men.
The guy I talked with last night?
No, he wasn't involved with Calgary. It was a friend of his. You want to talk it over with him?
Where?
There's a room reserved in the name of Charles Randall at the Brantford Hotel in Bridgeport. Check into it between 7 and 8 tomorrow night. Sign the register, Charles Randall, 7458 Walnut Drive, Boston.
Look, why doesn't he just take my address and come over here?
He can't.
Why not?
Brantford Hotel, Bridgeport. If you're interested, be there.
Expense account item 3, $5, mileage to Bridgeport and the Brantford Hotel. It was a weathered frame building in the Harbor District. I felt conspicuous walking across the lobby to the desk because I was the only man in sight who was wearing a tie. I wondered, since I was so out of place, why that address had been picked for a meeting that I assumed was not supposed to attract attention. My room was in the rear on the ground floor. I'd no more than opened a single window to air the room of the traces left by its previous tenant when I was signaled to the door.
Dollar?
Yeah.
Let me come in. You got a driver's license or something?
Better than that. A private operative's license. Here you are.
Thanks. I recognized your voice, but I thought I'd better make sure. Come on, we're going someplace else.
Why?
Because I'm not sure you weren't followed here. But I'll be sure we aren't going to be followed where we're going.
I don't like it.
It must be this way. You've got to believe me. He has to be careful. He doesn't want to get killed.
What's the matter? The gang busting up?
Come on.
What started the trouble? Splitting the loot?
Dollar. Don't bother with me. I can't tell you anything, because I don't know anything. Believe me, I'm only doing this to help him out. You don't have to come if you don't want to.
Where do we go?
You won't be coming back here. Don't leave anything but the keys to your car. Somebody will drive it out.
Do you know where I parked it?
It's the green coupe, isn't it?
Yeah.
He knows. Not through the lobby. There's a rear door. My car is parked just outside.
We drove without speaking, crisscrossing town and backtracking until he was satisfied there were no followers, and then out of town in roughly an easterly direction, following the shore of Long Island Sound. I clocked 3 4/10 miles on the speedometer, starting at the city limits. Then he switched off the lights and turned right into a pair of ruts. Finally, we bounced to a stop in front of a cabin near the water.
Watch your step. There are a couple of roots in the path.
Did he come?
He's here.
Good. You wait in the car, will you? I don't think it'll take long.
The first thing that impressed me as I walked past her into the single room was her youth. She didn't look much over 20. In spite of rather nondescript short brown hair and a band of freckles across an Irish nose, she was attractive. She was very small, and her violet eyes were very frightened.
I'm glad you've come.
Where's the man I've come after?
He left. He decided at the last minute that it would be better if he didn't meet you tonight.
Look, I've had enough. I don't play this way. I don't like to be made a fool of.
But you aren't. Please be patient with us.
I've been patient, and all I've gotten for it is some vague phone calls, pointless instructions, and a meeting in a crummy hotel that's right out of Dime Detective. I've had enough.
Please help us.
How can I help you when you don't give me anything? I don't know anything. And how can I help somebody who runs away? As far as I know, he doesn't even exist.
I'll show you. Open it. His share of the Calgary money's in it. Suppose you can take the wrappers off.
I can take this with me?
Yes.
I don't get it.
Does it matter? He wants to give himself up.
Why this way?
I told you on the phone. He doesn't want to be arrested in this state. He wants to go directly to the district attorney's office in New Jersey where the robbery was committed.
He'll turn state's witness?
Yes. But he has a demand. Promise of immunity.
It won't work. Any promise like that destroys the value of testimony. Might even bar it from the trial.
It's been done.
It's never promised. You'll have to take his chances on that.
It doesn't have to be public. You can try, can't you?
Sure, I can try it, but I won't get it. Anything else?
Yes. He wants to be placed in protective custody until after the trial.
How many other men were in on the job?
He wouldn't tell me. I can't tell you anymore. Will you go to New Jersey?
I'll have to have 2 days. I may not be able to see anybody tomorrow.
All right. We'll call your Hartford number both nights at 10. You'll have to go now. Please do your best.
Don't be ridiculous, Dollar. That's one of the most impertinent requests I've heard since I took office.
Nothing personal, Mr. Kreider. I was asked to make it, and I did. Well, would you see that he's placed under protective custody until after the trial?
Why should I grant this criminal any favors?
Well, if it means breaking the Calgary matter, it seems to me a favor or two would be worthwhile.
We'll break it in due time. You know where he is?
No, but I've been close. I may be able to bring him in if I can get you a word on a few of these things.
Yeah, we'll see. Do you mind telling us where you've been operating?
You know I can't tell you that. These people are my clients now, more or less. I have to keep their confidences. Now, what's your answer?
Answer? Definitely no immunity.
Protective custody?
All right. Yes, we'll assign a couple of men to guard him.
Okay, Mr. Kreider. I'll see what I can do with that. You'll hear from me in a day or so. Expense account items 4 and 5, $40 traveled from New Haven to Trenton, New Jersey, and from Trenton back to Hartford. I reached home too late for the phone call that first night, but it came the next, promptly at 10, from Boston this time.
What happened, Dollar? How did you make out?
No worse than I expected to. Protection, but no immunity.
Oh, that's not so good.
They weren't too happy with the situation. I think because they want to make an arrest themselves.
Were you followed?
Yeah, 2 men. They're watching my building now. But I can lose them if you still want to negotiate.
Can you come to Boston?
Tonight?
Yes, if you're sure you can shake the New Jersey men.
Where do we meet?
You're sure your line isn't tapped?
They haven't had time, but they will if you don't quit stalling.
Drive up through Springfield and Worcester. Just outside Boston, you'll pass through Auburndale. On the other side of it, there are 2 bridges. After you've crossed the second one, pull off the road and wait.
All right, I'll be there. Well, let me tell you something. This is the last trip. Get your man off the dime. I can't spend the summer touring New England. I slipped out of Hartford, found the second bridge beyond Auburndale, pulled off the road, and sat there, listening to the night. I sat there for an hour before anything happened.
My name is Gannett, Mr. Dollar.
Oh? Are you the one?
Yes, I'm the one.
Get in.
Thank you.
Well, you've caused quite a stir, Gannett.
Yes, so I understand. I've heard that crime pays only those who write about it and those who investigate.
Are you armed?
No, but satisfy yourself.
The DA in Trenton?
Then, by all means, the DA and friends will be at the cottage by the sound side after you have delivered me.
It wasn't a silent trip, but the subject of our scattered conversation was always far removed from the Calgary matter. Gannett's only typically criminal attitude was one of fear. He was never satisfied that we weren't being followed. We weren't. I learned that at 9:30 the next morning when we pulled up in front of the State Building in Trenton. We hadn't been followed. They were waiting for him.
Al, no, don't.
Someone in the crowd, it was impossible to know who, shot Gannett to death and disappeared in the confusion. It was sudden and unexpected. More unexpected, I think, than learning after police identification that Gannett, admitted criminal, was also Arnold Gannett, LLD, professor of law at Russell University, New Haven, Connecticut.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. And now with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
A lot of answers died with Professor Arnold Gannett on the sidewalk in front of New Jersey State Building, but one had been born at the same time. They answered why the police of 6 states had made no progress in the Calgary case. They'd been following usual procedures, carrying out their investigations in criminal circles. There was nothing for me in Trenton except the possibility of a session of questioning by the district attorney's men, so I faded out of sight and started back towards the cottage on Long Island Sound.
Hello?
Hi.
Did it go all right?
No, it didn't. It blew up. Somebody was waiting for us in Trenton. He killed Gannett as he got out of the car.
I thought we were careful enough.
You were careful here and in Boston, but nobody was following you. They knew where he was going and waited for him. How did they find out?
I don't know. He never told me anything about it.
Where's the girl?
She's asleep. She stayed awake all night. I don't know what this is going to do to her. She's his wife.
She'll have to know.
You're right. It'll be in the papers tomorrow, won't it? She was going back to New Haven in the morning. But I can't do it. I don't want to go in.
I think you'd better. I don't know who you are, and so I don't want to lose track of you. Come on in with me.
Very well.
Mrs. Gannett? Mrs. Gannett?
Oh, what is it? There's been trouble.
Yes, there has.
Where's Arnold?
He's dead, Mrs. Gannett.
No,
He was killed before he could surrender. I want you to tell me who did it.
I don't know. I don't know.
I gave her an hour to get hold of herself. During that time, I learned that the other man at the cottage was Earl Becker of Bridgeport and a gardener at Arnold Gannett School. Enclosed, please find a copy of his statement.
I'd known Arnold Gannett since he was a student at Russell University. We got to be good friends when we started to fish the Sound together. We didn't have anything else in common, but that sort of thing draws men together. I didn't know anything about the robbery until he told me he was in on it. That's all he told me. Then he asked me to help him surrender. I said I would.
When I returned to the cottage, Mrs. Gannett was dry-eyed.
Mr. Dollar, I appreciate what you've done. You tried to help us, and I know that you're not to blame for anything.
Well, there was no way to stop it.
It's all finished now. And I want you to go back to Hartford.
Oh, it's not as simple as that. I've put myself out on a limb with the New Jersey District Attorney. I won't get off it until this is cleared up. Are you telling me the truth when you say you don't know who your husband was teamed up with?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me. He said it was safer if I didn't know.
What did he tell you?
Nothing until after it was all over. 2 weeks after. And I knew he was awake at night because something was troubling him. He couldn't lie to me.
Your husband was a brilliant man, a doctor of letters. How did he get mixed up in this thing?
On Tuesdays, he taught criminal psychology. Before the end of the semester, there was a lot of discussion on the Brink robbery in Boston. And he thought he had the best theory of all.
That the men who robbed Brinks had never been criminals before?
Yes. And were able to come back to their respectable lives and hide in them.
Did he offer that theory to his classes?
No. That's what started it. He couldn't get it out of his mind.
He told you this?
Not until afterwards. It grew into a challenge that he had to do something about. So he did it. And was successful. When he told me, I made him promise to give himself up. I made him do it.
I'm sorry I have to keep after you, but there are things I have to know. These classes of his, how many students?
It was a large enrollment this year. There were hundreds.
Did your husband ever mention a man named Al?
Oh, there were so many. I can't remember.
Well, he must have kept records. Where can I find a list of his students?
At our house in New Haven.
Well, then we'll have to go there. I'll be outside. Please let me know as soon as you feel able to leave. By now, the time element had become important. I knew that before long, the police would be swarming into Gannett's house and make my search impossible. I also knew I'd be dragged back to New Jersey for questioning. On the way into town, I tried to get some more information from Mrs. Gannett, but no luck. She apparently knew nothing of her husband's actions. It was 6 p.m. when she opened the door of Professor Gannett's office. Across one wall stretched a row of file cabinets, his records and lists of students. I never knew how many men's names start with the letters A and L. In an hour, Becker and I gathered from the 1949 and 50 enrollments some 100 names from Allen to Alvin.
There aren't any more here. What do you do with a list like this? They live all over the country. Here's one from Arizona, Nebraska, Florida.
I don't think we'll have to bother with them.
You're dropping it?
No. I think I've found it.
Which one?
Hey, that car. Check the window, will you? See if it's police.
Yes, it is.
I can't talk to them now. Show me the back way out of here, will you?
This leads to the hall. What shall we tell them?
Well, don't lie yourself into a trap. Tell them I just left. You don't know where I was going. Have you read the papers, Mr. Matthews?
Professor Gannett? Yes, it's hard to believe.
You knew him?
Yes, I'd met him.
I'm awfully sorry about this. But now you know how the robbery was carried off with such perfection, don't you?
What do you mean?
You mentioned it yourself. They knew exactly where the armored truck would be and when. Your son Albert was a student of Professor Gannett's.
What are you intimating? Well, there are thousands of students at Russell.
I don't know of any other who has connections with the company that was robbed.
I won't stand for
this. The crime was committed because of a fixation Professor Gannett had about the Brink robbery. He felt he had to prove that respectable people could commit a crime and get away with it. He did it. But he couldn't have without knowing where your truck was going and approximately when it left New York. Where is your son?
Strangely enough, this possibility had crossed my mind, too, but I just can't believe
Where
it.
is he?
He's in his room, packing for a canoe trip up in Vermont.
Which one is his room?
I'll show you. Come on, it's upstairs. Your suspicions are very strong, aren't they?
Yes, they are, Mr. Matthews.
What have you learned about my son?
That his name is Albert.
Then there is no proof.
I don't know. I want to find out.
But he would have no reason to do anything like this. I have always given him everything he wanted. But he's a brilliant boy, much too intelligent. Here's his room. Al?
Yes, Dad? What is it?
May we come in?
Well, I was just finishing... Oh, I'm sorry.
Al, this is Mr. Dollar.
I'm the investigator working on the Calgary matter.
Oh? Well, excuse the room. My stuff's all over the place. I'm going up north.
Where were you this morning at 9 o'clock?
Why, What is this?
Where were you?
I don't see that it makes any difference.
It does. Because I was with Professor Arnold Gannett at 9 o'clock. Before he was killed, he called to somebody named Al.
What does he mean, Dad? I don't understand.
Mind if I look over your room?
For what?
For a gun. A .38 from the sound of it. The police will be able to check the slugs that killed Gannett.
Dad.
Yes, Albert?
Dad, I did it. I don't know why. I don't... What'll I do?
I don't know.
Dad, it wasn't supposed to end like this. Dad.
I can't help you now, son.
All right. All right, then I'll get away.
No, you don't. It's no use.
Get away from me. Oh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, Mr. Dollar. I'm sorry, too.
Albert Matthews' statement, by the time he had finished, involved two other law students. They, too, were from families that should have not included criminals. And I wonder if Professor Gannett's unsuccessful experiment doesn't mean that the Brink robbery, $2 million, wasn't committed by persons now hiding behind respectable lives. Expense account total, $1,180. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role, and is written by Gil Dowd and David Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Edmund O'Brien can soon be seen starring in the Columbia Pictures production 711 Ocean Drive. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted Osborne, Florence Lake, Bill Boucher, Virginia Gregg, John Daner, and Terry Kilburn. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum every day. We invite you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, Edmund O'Brien returns in another adventure of
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Edmund O'Brien as
Johnny Dollar.
Your call to Blood River is ready, sir. 1 moment. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Deputy Gray?
Yeah, is this Mr. Dollar?
Yeah, right. I've been assigned to the Coburn shooting.
I got your telegram. When'll you be here?
Well, I have to ask you a favor. I got a plane space to Parkinson, and I understand there's a bus to a place called Divide, but I can't find any transportation into Blood River.
Well, there isn't any. I'll have to meet you in Parkinson.
Oh, good. I'm due to arrive at 4 tomorrow afternoon. Say, what about Coburn? Did he make a statement?
No, he hasn't come to yet. If you want one, you better show some speed. The doc says he may not last till tomorrow.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you Edmund O'Brien in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Tri-State Life and Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the Blood River matter. Expense account item 1, $240, transportation and incidentals between Hartford and Parkinson. I was paged at the airport and given a note that directed me to St. Paul's Hospital, where I was met by Deputy Sheriff Tom Gray.
I brought Coburn in here this morning, trying to pump some blood into him, I guess. Nothing like a hospital out in Blood River.
Any improvement?
Yeah, I don't think so. Slugs from a 45, 4 of them. If it was me, I'd have left him where he was. Moving him 40 miles didn't do him no good. What did this insurance company send you out for?
Just a routine check. When a policyholder gets shot up, they like to know why and by whom.
How much insurance do you have?
$50,000 worth.
Oh, I didn't know that. Who's it go to?
Frank Coburn, a son, and Mary Coburn, a daughter.
Oh.
Do you have any leads, Sheriff?
Leads? Oh, I got what the hired girl said.
What was that? I didn't hear about it.
Oh, she was a witness. She was in the kitchen that night. A man knocked on the door, asked for some grub. Old Coburn walked in, started to shoo him away, and the man shot him down.
Have you got him?
No, not yet, but a posse's out hunting him. We'll find him. Come on, operating room's down this way.
Tom, have you heard any news?
Not yet, Mary. Hello, Frank. I didn't know you two were here.
Yeah, we came in as fast as we could.
This is Dollar. He's from your pa's insurance company back east.
Miss Coburn, Frank.
Who sent for you, Dollar?
The insurance company was notified of the shooting. They asked me to come out.
Why?
I don't think this is the time to talk about it.
It's just the way they work, Frank. They like to look into things like this. Come on, Dollar, in here.
Oh, Tom, wait. Can't we go in, too? The doctor told us to wait here, but we've got a right to go in if anybody has.
Well, I guess you have, Mary, but the doctor probably thought it'd be easier for you this way if something went wrong, you know.
Well, it isn't. I want to be with him. I have a right to be.
All right, Mary, if that's the way you want it. You too, Frank?
I don't see how it'll do anybody any good, but I'll come. son, Frank, was a huge man, well over 6 feet in his high-heeled boots. But the figure on the operating table must have towered over him during better days. I learned later that Max Colburn was more than a man. He was already a legend in the Blood River section. But here, under the intense glare of a battery of overhead lights, and under the probing instruments of the surgeon, Colburn was a great deal less than a man. Through the concealing sheets, you could realize the disintegration of his body, and his massive head, skin now bloodless and drawn, had already taken on the aspects of a skull. I knew he'd never make a deathbed statement, but we stood there and waited 2 hours for him to die.
That's all, nurse. Jot down the time, please, and notify the coroner.
Yes, sir. 6:15.
Oh, now, Mary, don't do that. It won't do no good.
Oh, Tom, what'll I do? What'll I do?
You'll be all right, Mary. Frank, take her out of here, will you?
Come on, Mary. There's nothing anybody can do now.
If it had been me, Doc, I'd never brought him in. Old Bull might have made it in Blood River.
I'm sorry, Gray. He had to be moved. No facilities at all out there.
It's your business, I guess.
It was point-blank range, Gray. Multiple punctures of the stomach, single puncture of the right lung. He had to be moved. How do you do?
Johnny Dollar, Doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Fulton. Mr. Dollar is representing the insurance company.
How do you do? I'm sorry I couldn't save him, Dollar.
You did everything you could.
Yeah. Who was it that shot him, do you know?
Not yet.
I hope you'll find him. Max Colburn was a fine man.
Yeah, the best. What are you going to do now, Dollar?
Go to Blood River? I'm still not satisfied about this thing.
I'll put you up in my place. There's no hotel.
Oh, thanks. I'd appreciate it.
Well, nice to meet you, Dollar. Too bad it couldn't have been under better circumstances.
You should never have brought him in.
Well, he probably knew what he was doing. You think he shouldn't have been brought in? Why'd you let him? You're supposed to be the sheriff out here.
There's nothing I could do to stop him, Frank.
No, and there didn't seem to be anything you could do before to stop it either.
Oh, now, calm down, Frank.
The county don't pay you to run around with my sister. If you'd been spending half the time on your job that you do with her, this wouldn't have happened.
That's enough, Frank. Now shut up.
And if Mary don't know it's mostly your fault, I'm going to tell her.
He's a hot-headed buzzard.
Yeah, I noticed. Can we make it to Blood River tonight?
Yeah, we can make it all right. Look, Dollar, I want to tell you something. It's a funny little place, only about 300 people in it. They aren't going to like you butting in. They don't like strangers.
I'm used to that.
Okay, as long as I told you. My Jeep is out in the back in the parking lot.
It was only 40 miles to the village of Blood River. It took us until 9:30 to get there. But long before then, I had begun to feel the place. It was at the foot of a range of mountains that rose sheerly from a narrow, choked valley. And it was the mountains that gave the feeling of oppression. In the moonlight, they seemed to be leaning over the village, ready to destroy it at any moment. Gray had comfortable quarters in his cabin office. I slept fairly well. And the next morning, he drove me out to the village, to the Colburn Ranch.
Quite a layout. Only 400 acres now. Colburn used to own the whole valley. There's open range up in the hills there. Well, this is the best fattening range in the whole... Would you get away, Duke?
That dog dangerous?
Could be, I guess. He's the old man's dog. He knows something's wrong, but he don't know what. That's right, isn't it, Duke, boy? Yeah. Now, go away.
Go on, boy, go.
Well, come on, we'll go up to the house. Our girl will be in the kitchen, I suppose. Oh, cut it out, Duke. He's all right. Now, shut up, will you? He don't see many people dressed like you.
He's got nothing on me. I don't see many dogs like him.
Millie, it's Tom Gray.
I don't want to talk about it no more, Tom. I told you what I saw happen.
Here's a man from back east. He wants to talk to you.
Why? You tell him what I said.
I did, Millie, but he wants to hear it from you.
I see it all happen again. That's why I don't want to talk about it. But I will if I got to.
Well, thanks, Millie. I'll make it short as I can.
Go on, Duke. Now, you stay outside, boy. Go on, go on. There. Well, this is where it happened, Dollar. He's lying right there. This way with his head on the table. Two of the slugs hit the wall there. Hey, you see the marks?
Yeah. Was he lying face up?
That's right. Went over backwards. Shot from about here, I'd say.
Is that right, Millie?
I don't know. I went in the sitting room when I saw there was going to be trouble.
How much did you see?
I told Tom. It was after supper and I was cleaning up. A stranger come to the door and said he was hungry. I yelled to Mr. Colburn I have to ask him about things. And he started right away to run him out. I fed a lot of strangers. I never heard him act that way before.
Did it sound like he knew this stranger?
I couldn't tell. He started cussing at him, and I run in the sitting room and held my hands over my ears till the shooting. Then I screamed.
According to the description you gave Sheriff Gray, the man was short, stocky, with dark hair and heavy eyebrows. Now, can you remember anything else about him?
I can remember one thing more. He was wearing some kind of a coat and had a newspaper in one pocket.
Mm-hmm. Would you recognize him again if you saw him?
Oh, yes. I'll never forget him. Why haven't you caught him, Tom?
We'll get him. Did you see him after you heard the shots?
No. I run back in here and saw Mr. Colburn. Then I run outside screaming. Randy come out of the bunkhouse. I didn't see the man.
That's Randy Drew. He didn't see this stranger coming or going.
Colburn's son and daughter, where were they?
They wasn't here. I don't know where Miss Colburn was, but Mr. Colburn wasn't home yet from riding fence.
Millie.
What?
You telling the truth?
Yes.
You aren't protecting anybody.
Of course I ain't protecting anybody. Why should I do anything like that? Who would it be?
I only asked, Millie. That's all I want here, Sheriff.
Good enough.
Thanks for the help, Millie.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to storm.
How old is she?
Huh? No, about 20, I guess.
With a little work, she could be an attractive girl.
She's peculiar. She grew up outside, but never quite did inside.
How does she and Frankie get along?
Pretty good, I guess. What are you driving at?
Sometimes that stranger story sounds just a little too pat. Now, hold on. I take it that's the bunkhouse?
Yeah, that's it.
Now, how could somebody kill Coburn and then get across all this open yard before anyone ran out to check on the shooting?
I don't know. I guess shooting out here don't mean what it does where you come from. Folks here do a lot of shooting.
Well, Millie said she screamed.
Yeah, it's pretty dark here, too. Mountains cut off the sun about 4 o'clock.
Well, maybe so.
I told you we found a gun in a ditch near here. She said she had a newspaper in his pocket. The gun was wrapped in one when we found it.
Who's this?
What? That looks like Charlie Baxter. Oh, yeah, it is. He was in the posse. Wonder what he's steaming that horse about.
Hold it. Oh!
What's the matter, Baxter?
We got the killer. We found him a silver scar.
Oh, well, good. Where's he now?
We're bringing him to your place. It's Elmer Bryce.
He came back?
You better get in there.
Right. You stay here and bring Millie in. She'll have to identify him. Use the truck.
Okay.
Let's get on back to town, Dollar.
Who's Elmer Bryce?
There used to be a hand here, just flunky. Kept the range string watered. Choked a colt to death with a rope, and old man Colburn darn near killed him.
When was this?
Oh, 2 years ago. You know, in 35 years of ranching, Elmer Bryce was the first hand the old man ever had to fire. Folks around here ran him right out of the country.
A thunderstorm swept in over the mountains and began to drench the valley during the trip back to the village. A group of maybe a dozen curious were huddled in slickers outside Gray's office waiting for a look at the prisoner. He arrived by car, went through the formalities of arrest, and a few minutes later, Colburn's hired girl walked into the office and faced him.
That's him. He's the one.
You swear on the Bible, Millie?
Yes, I could never forget him.
Okay. You can go on back to the ranch. Thanks for coming in.
I'm glad they caught you.
Oh, Millie.
When they kill you, maybe I can sleep without seeing it happen all over again.
That's enough, Millie.
All right.
Hey, you want, Millie?
Well, Bryce, you're under arrest. Anything you say will be used against you.
I didn't kill him.
You deny being at the ranch?
I was at the ranch, but I didn't kill him.
Well, what did you do?
I was hungry. I thought I could get something to eat. He owes it to me. I can't get work no place because he talked about me so much, nobody'll hire me on account of the way he talks. It wasn't my fault that colt choked. He kept pulling and the rope jammed. Colburn, he told people I was crazy and I did it for fun. That ain't right.
What happened at the ranch?
Well, I asked the girl for something to eat. She called Mr. Colburn. He come and cussed me out and told me to get off his land. And I left.
Well, he says when he cussed you out, you killed him.
I don't care what she says.
What kind of a gun do you carry?
I ain't got no gun, and you can't prove I killed him. Of course, I never did.
Them two is Gray. We want Elmer Bryce.
Why did you go to his ranch instead of some other?
I told you. Because he owes me something for what he done to me.
Why don't you tell the truth so we can get on with this, huh?
I didn't kill him.
You hated him.
I hate a lot of people. Listen to them.
Who is it?
Let me come in.
Just a minute. All right, come in.
Gathered fast, Gray. Must be near to 100 out there now. They sent me in to say they wanted Bryce.
Well, they can't have him.
You know how they feel about old man Colburn? They want his killer for themselves.
I didn't kill him. Nobody can prove I did.
I think you've waited long enough, Sheriff. You better get this man into a car and get out of here.
All right. Come on, Bryce. On your feet. I ought to give you to him.
I don't care what
Give me a hand, Dollar.
Sure. The faster we move, the better.
Open the door, Baxter, and start out. We'll be right behind you. All right, let's go.
Move, Bryce. Come on, move. Get to the car, Bryce, quick.
Now go home, folks. Anderson there, you go home. And Phil, you know better than to do this. Now go on home, will you?
Roy, get away, Lego. We don't need no outsiders. Ben, take care of this outsider. I got the killer.
Use your head. This won't do any good.
This is Average, you crazy. You ain't gonna stop it. Oh!
There was no stopping them. I caught a last glimpse of Bryce's face as I went down into the mud of the street. Then there was nothing but hundreds of thrashing legs carrying the mob and their victim to a waiting truck. Blood River was in the process of living up to its name.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. And now, with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Deputy Sheriff Gray had fared worse than I. A boot heel had stunned him. So it was 15 minutes before we got underway in the Jeep. We found Elmer Bryce on the road to the Colburn Ranch, hanging from a bridge. We took his body back to the sheriff's office in the now silent village.
You got to understand how they felt about Colburn before you can begin to understand their actions.
I'll never understand. I've never been part of a mob.
And neither have I. Neither have they. But this is something special. The old man is going to break up the rest of his land and parcel it out. He's done it before. He was loyal to the Blood River folk, and it meant they could have the land of their own. They could never afford it except the way he sold it.
You're in a bad spot, aren't you? What are you going to do about this lynching?
I'd like to call back the last hour and a half. That's what I'd like to do about it. Should have kept Bryce out of Blood River, but I didn't know. These people are my friends. I'll have to go into Parkinson and name as many of them as I saw. That's what you pay for wearing a badge, I guess.
It's a lousy break. Is there anything I can do?
I think I better strap on a gun. For the first time since I got this job. See there on the desk the receipt I made out when I took Bryce's personal things? I better have that. Is it there?
Yeah, it's here. Sheriff?
What?
What's this? Who signed this?
Charlie Maxwell. He signed because Bryce couldn't write. That's his X just above there.
He couldn't write?
Well, no, he wasn't much for brains. You saw that.
He couldn't write his own name, but he carried a newspaper around with him? Why? Just to have it handy for wrapping guns? Or did he learn to read without learning to write?
Well,
it's going to be a strange kind of justice, Sheriff. If he was telling the truth and your village killed an innocent man, those that go free will live with that for the rest of their lives.
I'll leave the Jeep with you. I'll drive Maxwell's pickup into Parkinson.
Yeah, thanks.
There's some of my clothes and boots you can wear. Better get out of them wet ones. And just take this advice, will you? Don't go throwing your weight around. It's going to send them crazy. Be careful. I'll be back after supper.
The single street was still silent and empty when I left the Colburn Ranch. The mountains were closing in again. There should have been lights in the windows of the houses, but instead they were dark. And I could feel the eyes of the people who stood inside them, watching me pass. Finally, almost at the edge of town, a knot of men stepped from a doorway and waved me to a stop.
Where's Tom Gray?
He went into Parkinson.
What for?
To report the lynching.
Lynching? Hear that, boys? He says somebody strung up the killer.
I don't believe it. From what I hear, he hung himself. And good.
Why are you trying this out on me? I'm not here to arrest you. I couldn't if I wanted to.
What are you doing here?
I'm still looking for Max Colburn's murderer.
Bryce hung himself.
He shouldn't have, because he wasn't guilty.
Who says that?
Sheriff Gray and I. There was nothing against him but your personal feelings and some circumstantial evidence.
He's the one who done it. He even said so.
Said what?
That he went to the ranch first off. Why else would he do that?
He was hungry. Now, come on, get out of my way. If you people think the rest of the story will help your peace of mind any, I'll try to get it for you. But Bryce was innocent. Think about that for the time being. Come on, move it, Ben. I'm coming through.
Let him go, Ben. Come on, boys. He can't hurt us.
All right, boy, all right. It's all right. Come on. You're a good boy. Sure, it's all right. Yep, these clothes belong to a friend of yours.
Who is it?
Johnny Dollar, Miss Colburn.
Oh,
Who is it, Mary?
it's Mr. Dollar, Frank.
Oh, yeah. Come on in, Dollar.
Thanks.
We heard about Bryce. I'm sorry it went that way. Any man, I don't care what he is, has a right to a trial.
Yeah. Lynching is one of man's least pleasant habits. This one especially, it looks like Bryce was innocent.
No, he wasn't.
Millie said he was the one.
There could have been a lot of things wrong with her statement. She didn't see it happen. She only heard it. Somebody else could have taken advantage of Bryce's visit and done the shooting himself.
I don't follow you.
He did come out here. He admitted it, but I don't think he killed your father.
He hated him. Mary, stop that.
Sure, he hated him. Everybody knew it. With that and Millie's statement, who would bother to look any further than poor dim-witted Elmer Bryce?
Oh, Frank. Oh, Frank.
Shut up, Mary. Go on in the other room.
Wait a minute. What's the matter with her?
She's upset.
Frank, you killed him.
Shut up. You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you?
You said you would. You said you would, and you killed him. I'm going to the sheriff, Frank, and don't try to stop me.
She's off her head. Like everybody else in this blasted hole.
Yeah? Why should she have said that?
Because I lost my temper one night. Told the old man he better blow his own brains out before I did it for him. Because he forgot how to think with them.
When was that?
A couple of weeks back. Maybe I was hot enough to mean it at the time, but I cooled off. I wouldn't kill my own pa.
Well, there goes your sister, Frank. Sheriff Gray mentioned that he was going to sell the rest of his land. Was that the cause of the trouble?
Yeah. He didn't care what happened to his kids. I told him with all the war talk, this was the time to hang on to it, restock the herds, and get ready to make some money.
The ranch is yours now.
That's right. Mine and Mary's.
Where were you when your father was killed?
I was riding fences up by Red Knoll.
Do you have any way to prove that? Any witnesses?
You don't run into anybody up that way. That's our land. Folks stay off it.
What about it, Frank?
What about it?
There's a lot stacked up against you.
I know it. You can depend on my sister. You and anybody else who'd like to string me up for it.
What about Millie? Was she in it with you?
In it? Now, wait, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill my pa.
There's a lot stacked up against you.
Well, there are places to go. I don't like jails and courtrooms. I think I'll just fade until it blows over.
That's not the way. You won't make it.
You're going to stop me?
I'm being paid to see this thing cleaned up. I'll have to try.
Get out of my way, Dollar.
You sit down until the sheriff gets you.
Get away from the door. You're an outsider. It's none of your affair. Now get out of the way. I said get out of the way. What's this to you?
Stay where you are.
You can't make me. No, I don't want to have to kill you. So don't get up.
Frankie.
What do you want, Millie? What are you doing with that gun?
You've got to kill him, Frankie.
Get out of here.
You've got to. For me.
Why?
Because I lied. I lied to everybody.
What about?
About your pa. Elmer Bryce didn't kill him.
Millie.
Because I did. I killed him for you. You told me that night you wished he was dead. You remember that night?
I remember, Millie.
And I told you I'd do anything for you. Remember that? Anything.
Yeah, I remember.
I lied. Elmer Bryce came, but I stayed in the kitchen and heard everything he said. I knew he hated your pa, and after he ran away, I thought about it.
You're crazy, Millie.
I waited for a while, and when I knew nobody saw that man leave, I yelled to your pa again. And when he come in, I shot him. And that night, I threw away the gun.
What's the matter with you, Millie?
You know what's the matter. Now, you can't run off and leave me. You've got to help me.
I can't help you.
You've got to kill this man.
I won't do it, Millie.
Then you've got to take me away with you.
I'm not going away now. I don't have to. I didn't have anything to do with it. This is the end for you and me.
All right, Frankie.
Hey, get down.
Don't do it!
Kill her. Drop it. Let go.
All right. I did it for him. Now I don't care what happens to me.
As far as I was concerned, that was it. Frank Coburn lost a lot of blood, but not his life. And his sister still had to live at the ranch with her ill-tempered brother. The hired girl who brought all this about was taken by the sheriff. When I left Blood River, the state had moved in to see what it could do about the lynching. But what that is, I don't know. The entire village was guilty of murder, and what could anybody do about that? All I know is that the original murder was not committed with the idea of insurance fraud. And in spite of the mess I got into, that's what I was hired to learn. Expense account item 2, same as item 1. Expense account total, $740. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum and stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role, written by Gil Dowd with music composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Edmund O'Brien can now be seen starring in the Columbia Pictures production 711 Ocean Drive. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Bill Conrad, Junius Matthews, Sammy Hill, Clayton Post, Tyler McVeigh, Dave Light, and Howard Culver. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum every day. We invite you to join us again next week at the same time when, from Hollywood, Edmund O'Brien returns in another adventure of...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Joseph Cotton as star of Beyond Good and Evil, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glass full would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Mr. Joseph Cotton in Beyond Good and Evil by Ben Hecht and Douglas Whitney, in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Why, Dr. Pierce, good evening.
Good evening, Mary. Is Dr. McKillop still awake?
Oh, yes. We don't put him to bed until 8 or later. Is evening service over already?
A shame, Mary. A parson's housekeeper, and you forget we don't hold service on Wednesdays?
Why, it slipped my mind it was Wednesday, sir. Of course, you've come to read to Dr. McKillop. He'll be so pleased.
There's so little I can do. If he were able to let us know in some way.
I can tell by his eyes, sir. Whenever you're here, they fairly glow.
Well, I suppose that helpless as he is, not able to speak or even write, my visits are at least a diversion.
You? You're more than a diversion, sir. You're his hope, if I may say so.
No, Mary. The Lord is his hope.
Oh, yes, sir.
The Lord struck him down with paralysis, and in time the Lord will surely free him from it. Where is the doctor?
In his study, sir. We leave him there until bedtime.
Very well. I'll go in for an hour or so.
Stay as long as you like, Dr. Pierce. We won't disturb you. Dr. McKillop, it's Dr. Pierce come to read to you.
Good evening, Dr. McKillop. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. You're a most satisfying companion, McKillop. You hang on my every word, and you never talk back, never but once. And after tonight, you won't get the chance, so speak up, Doctor. Why don't you? No. Oh, of course, the cat's got your tongue. Well, I'll turn up the lights a bit so I can at least bask in your baleful stare. There, that's better, much better. Yes, tonight is your last chance, McKillop. Tonight is the consummation, the grand finale, the end, Act 3 curtain on a great play about death, redemption, about good and evil. And I won't shrink from your eyes tonight, McKillop. Your eyes can't kill, but I can kill. I have the mind and the will and the hands. I've killed one man that you know. And tonight, I'm going to kill again. No reading from the good book tonight, Doctor. No more metaphysics now. I'm going to tell you a story. Much of it is ancient history to you, but I think there's enough new to hold your interest. I know it will hold my interest because I enjoy talking about myself. Well, you already know I killed a man. You know who he was. And you even know who I was before I became Dr. Howard Pierce, pastor of this good and godly community. At least you know the name Philip Gentry. But you never knew the soul of Philip Gentry, Doctor. The contempt, the sum of evil that was in me that night it all began. That was 3 months ago. A stormy night, as you remember. And where was I? I was crouched in a swamp with a man named Mac. Because we had just escaped from prison, hiding like an animal in the deep mud and ooze, alien from the whole human race. Gentry, where you going? To the highway, fool. Gotta get out of this mud and make time.
But Pete's back there in the swamp. You can't leave him.
Why not?
Because he'll die. We all gotta stick together. He'll die back there.
Listen, we took equal chances when we made this break. I'm not gonna take extra chances for anyone. We have to make time before daylight, before the rain stops. They'll bring out dogs in the morning.
Dogs? Okay, you're the boss.
See, there's the highway now beyond the fence.
Yeah. So what do we do? Where do we go?
We split up.
But Gentry, shouldn't we stick together?
We split up. I go my way, you go yours. I'll meet you in Chicago later.
At Tony's place?
Tony's place.
Okay.
2 or 3 weeks. When the manhunt cools off.
Okay, we'll make a great team, you and me. We'll make them suckers scream. Chicago. And then maybe South America.
All right, Mac. Save the dreaming for later. Right now, you've got to get moving. Now go on, fast. He headed north. I walked a mile or more this way south. Then I saw the car. It was parked close to the edge of the road, its headlight almost blacked out by the driving rain. And by the glow of a flashlight, I saw a man bending into the rain, struggling to change a tire. He was alone, so I walked up to him.
Oh, you startled me. I didn't expect to see anyone out this late.
You picked a bad night for a flat.
Yes, and it's the second today. I'm going to be awfully late.
Here, let me...
Oh, no, but if you'd hold the light.
Oh, sure. Come a long way?
From Detroit. I'm on my way to Carlton. I'm supposed to get there this afternoon.
At your home, Carlton?
Well, it will be. I'm the new minister there. My name's Pierce.
Oh, of course. I didn't notice you were a preacher.
Do you know Carlton?
Well, pretty well.
I'm taking over for old Dr. McKillop at Grace Church.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
He's been in bad health, so I'm taking his place.
I
This bolt is stubborn. I can't seem to...
Yeah, let me try.
No, I'll manage.
Give me the wrench.
No, really, just hold the light.
I said give me the wrench.
Well, all right, it's awfully good of you.
But, wait, what are you doing?
I need your car, Dr. Pierce. You're going to be even later than you thought.
No, please don't hit me. No, oh.
Hey, let me see your license, buddy.
Huh? My license? Oh, yes, I have it here. Yeah, here it is.
Howard Pierce, occupation. Oh, a minister. I didn't notice.
Yes, but, what is it? Was I speeding?
No, we're checking all cars on this road. There's a bad break at the state pen.
Yeah.
3 men. They might come this way.
Say.
But I won't hold you any longer, Reverend. Going far?
Well, to, Carlton.
Oh, now I get it. Imagine me not catching on right away.
Catching on?
Sure. You must be the new preacher for Grace Church. You're taking Dr. McKillop's place.
Why, yes, I am.
You're going to the parsonage now?
Well, I was going,
Well,
but
I'm going into headquarters now, and I have to go right by Dr. McKillop's house. You follow me.
No, I couldn't.
Oh, that's not out of my way at all. Not more than a block. I'll go slow so you can't lose me, okay?
Oh, all right.
Well, that's the ticket. Really tickle old Dr. McKillop to have you delivered right to his door. Say, I bet you never counted on this kind of reception in Carlton, Reverend Pierce. Now, did you?
No, I certainly didn't. My son.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Joseph Cotton in Beyond Good and Evil by Ben Hecht and Douglas Whitney. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. As the savory aromas of a good dinner come sifting through from the kitchen, and the family impatiently waits for you to say, it's ready, make the first call for dinner a glass of delicious Roma California sherry. For as famed hostess Elsa Maxwell says, Roma sherry served cool is the perfect beginning to any meal. Glorious golden amber Roma sherry is a happy wine with natural fragrance and rich nut-like taste. I always serve Roma sherry before dinner And later in the evening, too, when friends drop in. Roma sherry, like all Roma wines, comes from luscious grapes, gathered at peak of flavor in California's choicest vineyards, gently pressed, then by a process as slow and as old as time, the carefully selected natural juices are brought to delicious liquid perfection under the gentle guidance of Roma's ancient winemaking skill. All Roma wines are true wines, unvaryingly good always, bottled at Roma's own famed wineries. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at reasonable cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. Always ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, now featured at new low prices.
And now Roma Wines brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Joseph Cotton as Philip Gentry in Beyond Good and Evil, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
So that was it, my arrival in your dull, pleasant town of Carlton, remember? Officer Owens and your very beautiful daughter escorted me to your study.
Father, Mr. Owens brought Dr. Pierce.
Dr. Pierce, come in, come in. You and Mr. Owen wait outside for a few minutes, Lucy.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, all right, Father.
Sit over here, Dr. Pierce. I can't tell you how relieved I am to see you.
I was relieved to finally be here, Dr. McKillop.
Yes, well, I really couldn't bring myself to sleep tonight without first talking to you. You see, the situation's serious.
Serious?
My health. I'm a sick man. I've had one stroke, as you know.
Oh, yes, you wrote.
Yes, well, I could have another one at any minute. The doctor says a worse one. And I feel it essential that the work of the parish is in firm hands. This parish needs a young man.
Well, I hope to be of service.
I've heard only good of you, Dr. Pierce, and you know, you're even younger than you looked.
And I look...
In the picture you sent, darker, too, your hair.
I'm afraid it wasn't a good likeness.
I have the picture here somewhere on my desk with your letter.
What did you want to talk to me about, Dr. McKillop?
All the work of the parish. Oh, yes, here's the photograph. It's Dr. Pierce.
Is there something wrong, Dr. McKillop?
It's not. Who are you? This isn't your picture. Who are you?
I don't think that would interest you, Dr. McKillop.
Something's happened to Dr. Pierce. What did you do to him? You're...
What do you think I did, Dr. McKillop? Go on. Guess.
Yes.
Guess. Don't play with me, you sanctimonious fool. Speak up. Speak. Oh, brother, don't tell me. You've had a stroke. You can't speak. Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll find out. I'll take that picture, Dr. McKillop. Now, if you don't mind.
Dr. Pierce, we thought we heard...
Yes, Miss Lucy, something's happened to your father. We were talking and all...
Say, he's sick. I'll call the doctor, Miss Lucy.
Oh, yes, please, Mr. Owen.
Yeah, it's another stroke. He can't speak. Apparently, he can't move.
Oh, Father. Father, what can we do?
We'll have to wait for the doctor, and maybe even then.
I know. The doctor said he could be paralyzed for months, years, but he mustn't die.
Oh, I'm sure the Lord will spare him if we have faith.
Oh, yes. Look, he can hear us, see his eyes.
I see.
It's a blessing you got here tonight, Dr. Pierce, a blessing. You are going to stay.
Well,
But you must.
Well, I wasn't sure, but since this has happened to your father, yes, I'll stay. I hope I prove worthy. Dear friends, you may wonder that I chose this subject for my first sermon to you, the agony of the thief. It is no wonder, for as I spoke to you of such a man, a thief beaten, outcast, and alone, I spoke at the same time of each of us, from the mighty to the fallen, of that substance which we all share, our human dignity, as beings made in the image of God. Remember, the agony of our Lord was shared by two thieves crucified beside him, that he might be numbered among the transgressors. And remember his words to one, verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. We will sing hymn 426. Oh, God, how help in ages past. My first sermon, Dr. McKillop, and it was duck soup for me. You couldn't understand how such a thing could be done without faith. Well, you didn't know I'd been a lawyer. I've done a lot without faith, McKillop. It doesn't take such a holy man to care for your sheep. From the first day until now, I've been the ideal parson. Even the day I got that call from young Hubbard, yes. I played the part. I forgot. This is all news to you. You didn't know about that, about the conversation I had with young Hubbard in the study in the church.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes?
I missed your first service Sunday, Doctor.
Oh.
I thought I'd pay you a call.
I'm glad you did. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. My name's Hubbard. I work at the bank, First National. I'm the chief teller.
Well, that's a very responsible job for a young man.
Oh, I don't know. I suppose it is, but I don't have much more responsibility than the other fellas, except at the end of the month. Then it's a strain.
The end of the month?
Oh, sure. Well, that's when you know, I've never told anyone about this. So
if it's confidential, Mr.
Oh,
Hubbard.
naturally, not so far as you're concerned, Dr. Pierce. You see, the 30th of the month, we move all our deposits to the Federal Reserve Bank. $50,000 or more.
Uh-huh.
Well, you can see how I wouldn't want some people to know that.
You mean you take the deposits alone?
Oh, no, that'd be even worse than it is. There's an armored truck comes to take the money. Comes by around 9:30 at night. But I'm alone on the bank until it gets there. Sometimes when I'm sitting there at my desk, I think how easy it would be. All someone would have to do is shoot me through the glass door. See what I mean?
Faith, McKillop. God never sent his mouth, but he sent his meat. Out of all this community's 35,000 souls, Hubbard chose me to share his secrets. I sent a letter that night to Mac, care of Tony's in Chicago. As you can see, Mac, the setup is simple and foolproof. If you do as I say, leave Tony's now, hide out until the 28th of June, then head this way. Case the job first, because you must be at the bank not later than 9 p.m. on the 30th. Yours, Gentry. That meant 2 months to wait. 2 months until the death of young Hubbard. 2 months until I had $50,000 and a clear getaway. 2 months until tonight. 2 pleasant months to play a saintly part, warmed by adulation, warmed by love. Because even you could see what was happening to your daughter, your very beautiful daughter, Lucy.
Dr. Pierce, do you ever think of anything besides your work?
I don't know, Lucy. What sort of things?
Well, do you ever think of yourself, of a full life for yourself?
Why, of course. That's why I work. My work gives me a full life.
Oh, you don't know what I mean.
Yes, I think I do.
You see, I have to tell you even if you don't want to hear.
Lucy, my dear.
I have to tell you that I love you, Howard. I know I can't expect that to mean much to you.
It means a great deal.
Not enough.
Lucy, dear, you told me once that you were engaged to someone.
Yes, I'm supposed to be. Oh, Tom's all right, but he's little and unimportant and afraid. He's afraid to dare anything or do anything. He's meek.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
You don't believe that, Howard Pierce. Even if you are a parson, you don't believe it.
What do I believe, Lucy?
I don't know exactly. But when I first saw you, I knew that you were like me. You have boldness and strength. You have an inward feeling about life.
I let it ride. Wasn't any harm in that, Doctor, so far as I could see. Lucy was a great help, blinded by what she called love. And what did I feel? Love? Doctor, a man who has mastered the use of words as I have no longer knows what they mean, but only what they do. With Lucy, so long as the word love served me, I used it. After a while, it became a source of danger. That was last week, Wednesday, when I came to the evening to read to you.
Howard, the most wonderful news, guess.
How can I guess?
Don't you know? The most wonderful thing that could ever happen to us.
No, what's that, Lucy?
Well, I never breathed a word to Father about us because you asked me not to, Howard. Not until he can talk to us and give his blessing.
Lucy, you didn't...
Oh, no, not yet. But the doctor was here today, and he told me Father will speak again soon, any day now.
No.
He doesn't know why he hasn't already. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is.
Howard, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
Oh, but there is. I can see it.
Sit down, Lucy.
All right, Howard.
I was going to tell you before, my dear. You see, well, I can't marry you, not ever.
You can't...
Please, you mustn't ask me why. It doesn't matter why. Do you understand?
Because you don't love me.
If you have to believe that, all right. Only you must go on and live your life as though you'd never met me.
As though I'd never met you.
Yes.
Do you know what that means?
Whatever it means.
It means I'll marry Tom. It means I'll have a little, quiet, secure life.
Best life for you, Lucy.
Tom in place of you. Well, maybe you're right. I won't ever have great happiness with him, but after this, I'll never have a greater unhappiness.
Mustn't be bitter, Lucy. If you hadn't known me, you would have married your Tom, and yes, you would have loved him.
All right. I will marry him. I'll marry him this week in church. And you'll perform the service, Howard. You'll be the one to make me Mrs. Tom Hubbard.
Who did you say?
Tom Hubbard. I'll be a banker's wife.
I never knew his name before. Well, no matter what you think, Lucy, I'm sure you'll be happy. Don't ask me why I didn't kill you, Dr. McKillop, when I heard that you might speak now at any time. I can still smother you with a pillow and no one would ever know. I suppose killing will always be distasteful to me, a job for cruder minds. It isn't because of any moral scruples, believe me. And don't you believe, Doctor, that ethics had any part in what I did about Lucy either. Not for 1 minute. It was just that I wanted my hands free this last week. It was just that I believe in leaving a place tidy, no loose ends. If it happens that my neat habits turn in a good deed now and then, that doesn't make me a Boy Scout. After all, if I were a higher being like you, I might be upset by thinking of things like killing Lucy's husband tonight, Tom Hubbard, as he sits at his desk at the bank. Here it is, the 30th, and I've got a very important date in half an hour. Well, Doctor, did it interest you? Now that you know the real Philip Gentry, do you understand? I doubt it. I doubt if you, with your good book and your hymnal, your years of tending the good sheep in the rich green pastures here, could ever understand 1/10 of what a man like me feels and is. But it doesn't matter. I don't need your understanding. Good night, Doctor. Sleep well.
Good night, Dr. Pierce. Will you drop in tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow? Well, we'll see about tomorrow. We'll see.
Who is it?
It's Dr. Pierce, Tom. Let me in.
Oh, Dr. Pierce.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
I wanted to make sure. You see, this is the night when the truck is...
Yes, I remembered. That's how I knew where to find you.
Did you want something?
Lucy's feeling sick. I came to send you home.
Lucy?
Yeah.
Oh, but I can't. I have to stay.
I can stay for you.
Gee, I don't know. I'm supposed to stay until...
Lucy is calling for you, Tom.
She's really sick? Well, all right. I guess with you here, it'll be all right.
Just tell me what to do.
Well, that's the money already in those sacks.
Yes. And I sit here?
Yes, right at this desk. Gee, I don't know what the directors will think.
Now, run along, Tom. They'll never know. Even if someone walks by from the outside, they'll never know if it's you or me sitting here. That got him right through the head. You ought to have the money ready somewhere near him. Mac. What? Who's there?
Mac. Come here, Mac.
What?
Or something screwy. You said in your letter
I
that...
know. I didn't have a chance to tell you. The plans are changed, Mac.
Gentry. Honest, Gentry, I didn't mean to shoot...
I know. You'd better go. I'm dying, Mac.
Nah, I ain't gonna leave you here. What do you think I am?
Yes, you are. They won't get me, Mac. I'm dying. You go on now. Only you won't be able to take the money.
Huh?
The plan is all changed.
Okay, that don't matter. The money is...
Remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom.
What? What are you talking about?
That's from the Bible, Mac. You wouldn't know it, I guess. It's from the Bible. It was said by a thief.
This, dear friends, was the man Philip Gentry, or Dr. Pierce, or what other name he may choose in eternity. The man whom we bury today. That night when he stood above my bed, pouring defiance and bitterness into my ears, thinking that I was paralyzed, I could both speak and write. My paralysis had been gone for many days, but I did not speak because I knew what Philip Gentry would do, what he had to do. I knew what he denied, that to accomplish work as he had in God's vineyard, a man must have faith, even though he deny that faith. That is why, in spite of all, he protected my daughter's happiness. That is why he could not kill me. For the work he did here had molded him, in spite of himself, into a man who was truly a servant of God. To such a man our Lord would say, Verily, I say unto you, today shalt thou be with me in paradise.
Roma Wines have brought you Joseph Cotton as star of Beyond Good and Evil. Tonight's study in Suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Autumn makes me think of ducks on the wing, says famed hostess Elsa Maxwell, and ducks make me think of Roma, California Burgundy. Roma Burgundy because it's a robust wine for a robust time of the year. So delicious with the savory foods of fall, ducks, stew, beef, or spaghetti. I find Roma Burgundy served cool makes food so much more enjoyable. Try Roma Burgundy with dinner tomorrow. You'll enjoy the tart piquancy and fruity taste of this vintner's masterpiece. Yes, like all Roma wines, this is wine at its best in uniform quality. For Manhattan Magic or a perfect martini, use Roma Vermouth, the better vermouth that makes better cocktails. Made and bottled in sunny California. Enjoy Roma wines of fine quality every day. Now featured at new low prices by leading wine merchants everywhere.
Joseph Cotton appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick, producer of Alfred Hitchcock's Spellbound. Next Thursday, you will hear Mr. Henry Fonda as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of course, when all's been said and done, the definitive statement about life has already been made. It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away. Yes, that's true. But sometimes, some of us vanish away without warning, without cause, without reason or motive, leaving behind a mystery that seems too difficult to understand. Or is it too simple?
How did you kill him?
Why would I want to kill him?
My dear lady, he spent all your money. He chased after other women. Do you need any other reasons?
I didn't kill him, Sheriff. I didn't kill him.
Then what happened to him?
I told you. He just vanished into thin air.
Oh, come now. You're an intelligent person. You can think of something better than that.
Our mystery drama, If a Body, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. Is truth stranger than fiction? Does art imitate life? Who can say for sure? Of one thing we are certain. Some of the deepest, most puzzling mysteries are not the ones that are spawned by a writer's imagination. For the truly inexplicable and insoluble, consult the police records of any large or small city. For instance, the McKibben case. Clarence McKibben was murdered, or he was kidnapped, or did he simply disappear? Take your pick. On July the 4th, 1899. He was last seen by his wife on his farm some 20 miles from Detroit, Michigan. To this day, no one really knows what happened or why. It's a classic among unsolved mysteries. Follows now the report of the case as recorded by Sheriff Joseph T. Boland.
1899, 10 minutes before 10. On the morning of July the 4th, 1899, 10 minutes before 10, Mrs. Mariah McKibben appeared at the door of her neighbor, Mr. Edmund Vale. He says she was distraught, excited, almost hysterical.
Edmund.
Mariah, what's wrong?
Edmund, it's Clarence. He's disappeared. He's gone.
But he can't be gone. He's supposed to make the 4th of July address. My goodness, it's less than an hour from now.
Edmund, please, listen. Come with me.
Where?
You were Clarence's best friend.
What do you mean? I was his best friend.
Because... Oh, come with me.
But Mariah...
Edmund, don't ask me any questions. I ran all the way. I'm so scared.
Of what?
I don't know. Come with me, please.
The McKibben farm is some 300 yards from the Vale property. Edmund Vale says that he and Mrs. McKibben walked the distance very quickly. When they arrived at the farmyard, she pointed toward the open field.
That's where Clarence disappeared.
Well, I don't understand, Mariah.
Well, he was about to harness Obadiah to the buckboard, and suddenly he stopped. See, Obadiah's still standing there between the shafts.
Mariah, please, I'm trying to get a hold of you.
I'm trying very hard. I'm trying to tell you exactly what happened.
All right.
Now, Clarence just stopped what he was doing, and he started to walk away.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, did you ask him?
Yes.
Well, what did he say?
Nothing. To leave for town. Then, without a word, without a single solitary word, he just started to walk out to the field. I called to him, Clarence, where are you going? But he paid me no mind. He just kept walking. And he was about 40, no more than 50 yards away when
When what?
When he was gone.
Mariah.
He disappeared.
How could he disappear?
Into thin air.
Oh, Mariah, such a thing simply cannot happen.
It can't.
Did you walk out to the spot where you think he disappeared?
Oh, no. No, I couldn't. I'm scared.
Well, just point out the place, then, as nearly as you can.
Well, now, do you see that little bush all by itself?
Yes.
Well, maybe 15, 20 feet in front of it, and about 5, 10 feet to the left.
Yeah, and you're sure?
I'm positive. Oh, where are you going?
Out there.
No.
Well, why not?
We don't know what's out there.
Well, we have to see.
It's something awful. He just vanished. 1 second he was there, and the next second he just wasn't.
Now, I better go and see.
Why? Do you want to disappear, too? Oh, come, let's get the sheriff. Oh, look, driving down the road, that's Perry Allen. He's got a telephone. Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
At 5 minutes after 10, Mr. Perry Allen reached me via the telephone. At 10:45, I arrived at the McKibben farm. I elicited from Mrs. Mariah McKibben the basic facts, the ones she had already imparted to Mr. Edmund Vale. You say you didn't personally walk out there to see what happened, Mrs. McKibben?
Oh, no.
Did anyone else? No sense making a mystery out of this. There's simply got to be a rational explanation. Mrs. McKibben, I'm going to start walking. When I reach the spot where you say you last saw Clarence, just yell.
There, Sheriff, right there.
Here?
That's the place, the exact place.
You're positive? There's nothing here. Nothing at all. No hole in the ground. No soft places. Nothing's been disturbed. Nowhere he could have gone. I examined practically every inch of ground within a radius of 25 yards. There was no sign of Mr. Clarence McKibben or of what could have happened to him. Then I questioned Mrs. McKibben further. Was your husband upset? Disturbed?
Clarence? Why? He was just back from the war. Got himself a medal. He was a hero. The whole town looked up to him.
Then there was nothing unusual about his conduct?
No. But there's something unusual about yours, Sheriff. What are you trying to imply?
Did he have any enemies?
No. And what if he did? Are you suggesting one of them could have murdered him or kidnapped him? How? There was no one here but Clarence and me. No one could have shot him, stabbed him, poisoned him, or taken him away. Why do you ask such ridiculous questions?
These are the usual questions, Mrs. McKibben.
But this isn't the usual situation. This is something absolutely and entirely different. Maybe it's supernatural.
Supernatural?
Or maybe some force, some power we simply can't understand made Clarence vanish. How else can you account for it?
Mrs. McKibben, I'm going to account for it through solid, sensible, proved police work procedures. You say you were about to leave for town.
Yes.
What time was this?
Oh, it was after 9 o'clock. We'd finished breakfast, and he went out to harness Obadiah. Then I heard him call me to come out. But I put on my hat, and I stepped into the yard.
Now, what time was that? Exactly.
Oh, 9:30.
You're positive? Did you have a watch? Did you look at the clock?
Oh, no, but Will Cassidy happened to be walking down the road, and he called out, you folks leaving for town so early? It can't be 9:30.
What did Clarence do yesterday?
He was home all morning. After dinner, about 1:30 in the afternoon, he drove into town.
Why?
Well, he said he had to go to the bank.
For what reason?
For what reason does anybody go to the bank? To take money out or to put money in?
And which one was he going to do?
I don't know. After all, he was the man of the house.
On July 6th, at 11 a.m., I spoke with Mr. Harry K. Tattersall, president of the Farmers and Merchants Trust Company.
Yes, Sheriff, we've got ourselves the makings of a first-class mystery here. Attracting attention from all over the state, the country as well.
I'd like to ask you some questions, Mr. Tattersall.
Yes?
Mr. Tattersall, Clarence McKibben was in here the afternoon of July the 3rd, wasn't he?
Yes.
Why?
Well, he came here to withdraw money.
How much money? I wouldn't ask if it might not have a bearing on the investigation.
$5,000.
The day before he disappears, he draws $5,000 from the bank. Did he say why?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him?
Sheriff, I may have told you too much already.
Mr. Tattersall, I respect your position. I know you're uncomfortable. But we may be dealing here with a murder.
Murder?
Or kidnapping. Or both. Or some other form of mayhem.
But his wife says that he just vanished into thin air.
And you believe it? Off the record. Tell me what you know about Clarence McKibben.
Well, he was a wild sort. I suppose it's the old story. If your name is Clarence, you grow up to be a sissy or a fighter. Well, he'd gone out west to fight the Indians. But that fighting was already over. So he came back and married Maria Pearson. She wasn't all that much to look at, but she did have some money.
I see.
Yes, they'd been married for 5 years. And he'd gone through practically all of it. $20,000. Nothing was left, just the farm.
And how did Maria react to all this?
Well, presumably she didn't know about it till after Clarence left for the Spanish-American War, when she became the one to pay the bills. The day Clarence went away to the army, there was $9 in the account. Yes. Funny. A war comes in handy for a lot of people. Gives them a chance to get out from under.
And that's why he enlisted?
Well, he met this Colonel Roosevelt from New York while he was out west. And when Roosevelt organized that volunteer cavalry outfit, Clarence joined up.
Now, getting back to Maria McKibben. Left alone, she has to run the farm. She comes to the bank and discovers she's broke. How did she take it?
Well, she wasn't happy. But what could she do about it?
You say there was a balance of $9 the day Clarence McKibben left for the war. Now, just 3 days ago, he withdrew $5,000. Where did that money come from?
I don't know. He brought it back with him.
A man who returns from the war with $5,000? He served for less than a year on second lieutenant's pay. Could he have saved that much? What do they make? $50 a month?
Yeah, thereabouts. And he didn't have the reputation of a thrifty man.
Did you ask him where and how he got the money?
Yes.
And what did he answer?
He just winked.
And now that money has disappeared with him. Or did it? Would Mrs. McKibben know about that $5,000?
Well, you'd have to ask her, Sheriff.
Yes, I would. I believe I have a whole new crop of questions to put to Mrs. Maria McKibben.
And we can probably guess at some of the most pointed ones, too. But right now, we shall take a short intermission. Don't worry. After all, this case has remained unsolved for over 80 years. It'll still be here when I return shortly with Act 2. Second Lieutenant Clarence McKibben made a slight stir in the year 1898 when, as a member of the Rough Rider Cavalry Regiment, he followed Colonel Teddy Roosevelt up San Juan Hill. The following year, as a civilian, he made an even greater stir when he disappeared suddenly and without a trace. Since 1899, there have been many explanations, but no solutions. This is the report of Sheriff Joseph T. Bolin.
On July 7th, at 9 a.m., I arrived at the McKibben farm for another interview with Mariah. You didn't tell me that relations between your husband and yourself were strained, Mrs. McKibben.
Who says they were?
He went through all of your money, didn't he?
Who told you?
It's true, isn't it?
What if it is?
It places another aspect on this case.
Just what are you implying?
Did you resent the fact that he squandered your money?
What would that have to do with anything?
It gives you a motive.
To do what?
Murder him.
Squandered money, spilt milk. What's the use crying over it? Maybe a lot of it wasn't his fault. We did have that panic in 93. Oh, why do I make excuses? He threw it away. And I'm sure a great deal of it even went for women. But what's to be done? It's gone.
There was a chance to get some of it back. $5,000.
$5,000?
You asked him for it. He said no. And so you decided to kill him.
But I didn't kill him.
What did you do with the $5,000?
What $5,000?
The $5,000 he withdrew from the bank the day before.
He couldn't withdraw $5,000 from the bank.
Why not?
Because we don't even have $50 in our name.
Mr. Tattersall says he did make that withdrawal.
But where would Clarence have gotten $5,000?
The fact is, he did get it. And that's why you killed him.
No.
How did you kill him?
I didn't.
What did you do with the body?
I didn't kill him.
I couldn't move her. That night, there was a new turn of events. Mr. Kenneth Arnold and his son, Arthur, were walking home from town. As they passed the McKibben house, they heard her screaming for help. They rushed inside and found her being attacked by a man. They subdued him and brought him to the jail. 9 p.m., July 7th. What's your name?
Frank Fluitt.
We've got you, Fluitt. Breaking and entering. I don't know if we can prove robbery, but we can put you away for attempted rape.
Sheriff, give me a chance.
Why?
I'm a war veteran.
That doesn't give you the right to break into houses and attack women.
Well, I wasn't trying to attack her. That is not that way.
No?
I knew Clarence McKibben in the Army. We was friends.
Yes?
He told me he had this fantastic proposition, and I believed him. I invested every cent I had in the world, $5,000. That was 8 months ago. Hadn't heard from him since.
And?
Well, I'd run into some other guys from the outfit. He'd taken them, too. And then I realized what kind of a person he was. I decided he wasn't going to get away with it. I made up my mind to get it back.
And so you killed him?
No, I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I got into town a few hours ago. I found out where his house was, and I just walked up to the front door. I wasn't going to make any bones about it.
Yes?
Is Clarence McKibben at home?
No.
Where is he?
Who are you?
An old friend of his, Frank Fluitt.
Mr. Fluitt, I don't know what to tell you. Clarence seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, I'll bet he did. I'll just step inside.
But he isn't home.
Clarence? Come on down here. I'm wise to you. I want my money.
But Clarence is gone.
Where?
I told you I don't know.
Where's the money?
What money?
Where did he hide the money?
Please.
Now, you're his wife. You're in on it with him.
I don't know about any money.
Look, I'm going to get my money.
Don't let go of me.
The money.
Oh, help!
I guess I just lost my head. And the next thing I knew, some men came into the house and one of them knocked me out.
That's your story.
It's the truth.
Of course, there could be another story. You killed him, but he didn't have the money on him. So later on, you went back to the house to find it, and she surprised you.
Oh, please believe me, Sheriff. You gotta believe me.
He was a suspect, and a good one. But if he did kill Clarence McKibben, What did he do with the body? And how could he have done it without Mariah McKibben's knowledge? Unless they were both in on it. On the following day, July 8th, at 11:30 p.m., a woman asked to see me.
My name is Juanita Vale, Mrs. Edmund Vale.
Yes, ma'am?
I've been visiting relatives in the East, and I've come back to inquire why neither that McKibben strumpet nor my dearly beloved husband has been charged with murder.
Why should we charge them?
Well, the McKibben slut and my dearly beloved husband have been committing adultery for the past 5 years.
That by itself doesn't prove that they conspired together to murder Clarence McKibben. We still have no proof.
A proof? All you need is to look at them while they're together. See the exchange of lascivious glances? Well, you can feel the depravity in the air.
I'm talking about legal proof, Mrs. Vale.
They had to kill him.
Why?
Because Clarence McKibben refused to give her a divorce.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Vale.
In other words, I'm being dismissed.
No. You've been very helpful. And that was the truth. Because she had just brought everything into perspective. July 8th, 2:30 p.m. I questioned Mr. Edmund Vale again. Sir, according to the record, you say that at 10 minutes to 10 a.m., Mrs. McKibben knocked on your door.
Yes.
And you said she was hysterical.
She seemed to be.
She told you that her husband seemed to have disappeared under very mysterious circumstances.
Yes.
And you went back to the McKibben farm with her.
I did.
So then, at 10 of 10, she tells you her story. You listen. You decide to go back there with her. It's a short walk to the place. So you arrive at 8, or even 7 minutes before 10. Certainly before 5 of.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose.
Then what happened?
Well, I told you she was hysterical, and we just stood there. I wanted to go out into the field to look for Clarence.
And why didn't you?
Well, I was afraid to leave her.
Let's say you returned to the scene at 5 of 10. How long did you stand there?
Oh, it could have been 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. The two of you were alone?
Yes. And then we noticed Perry Allen coming down the road on his horse. We told him to telephone you. That must have been 10 o'clock. Well, a few minutes later, the Easterlys drove by, and the Andersons and Soames, and by this time a whole crowd had gathered.
Then that means we have 1/2 hour of critical time to consider. At 9:30, Will Cassidy saw Clarence and Mariah McKibben standing in the farmyard. At 10 o'clock, Perry Allen saw you and Mrs. McKibben standing in the farmyard, and Clarence McKibben was gone. So, what happened during that half hour?
Well, I can only account for the last 10 minutes of it.
Are you sure? Only you and Mariah McKibben, between you, know the full story of that half hour. The two of you, alone and separately, are the only witnesses we have for that time period. Well?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that you and Mariah McKibben are in love with each other?
A fact?
Do you deny it?
I'm in love with her, yes.
And is she in love with you?
Yes.
And therefore, did the two of you decide to murder Clarence McKibben?
No.
But you admit you're in love?
Yes.
And wasn't Clarence McKibben in the way?
Sure, he was in the way, but we wouldn't kill him.
No? Dick, take the key to number 6 and bring that fellow Frank Fluid in here. And then harness the team. July 8th, 5 p.m. Deputies Rowbottom, Schmidt, myself, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluid drove out to the McKibben farmhouse. Now, Mrs. McKibben, You recognize this man here?
Well, he's the one who tried to do...
Don't worry about anything, Mrs. McKibben. You're perfectly safe. From him, anyhow. Mrs. McKibben, you claim last night was the first time you ever saw him?
Yes, sir. I do.
And you, Mr. Vale, did you ever see this man, Frank Fluitt, before?
No, never.
And you, Mr. Fluitt, when was the first time you met Mrs. McKibben and Mr. Vale here?
I saw Mrs. McKibben for the first time in my life last night and Mr. Vale today.
Here we have Mr. Vale and Mrs. McKibben. Each of you has a motive to murder Clarence McKibben, but neither of you can bring yourself to actually do it. But here comes Mr. Frank Fluitt. He's looking for Clarence McKibben.
You won't rope me into this.
Rope? Not a bad word. If you want to escape it, you'd better think about cooperating with us.
But I didn't do anything.
Mr. Fluitt wants his $5,000. He confronts Mr. McKibben. Clarence turns him down. You, Mrs. McKibben, probably witnessed the scene. You see a potential ally.
Sheriff.
So, you and Mr. Vale tell Mr. Fluitt that the way to get his money is to dispose of Mr. McKibben.
I never told anyone any such thing.
Finally, at 9:30, the morning of July 4th, the coast was clear. Mr. Clarence McKibben was harnessing his horse to the buckboard, and Mr. Fluitt surprised and killed him.
No, I didn't.
But there was a hitch. Either you, Mrs. McKibben, had decided to keep the money for yourself, or perhaps you couldn't find it. Maybe Mr. McKibben had hidden it too well. Therefore, you had to make some excuse to Mr. Fluitt. You told him he had to wait. That's why you came back a few nights later, wasn't it, Mr. Fluitt? You weren't going to be swindled out of that $5,000 twice.
I didn't kill nobody.
I don't know anything about that $5,000.
Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, Frank Fluitt, you are under arrest for the murder of Clarence McKibben. And anything you say can be used against you.
You're under arrest for murder, and anything you say can be used against you. These may not be the saddest words of tongue or pen, but they're probably the most frightening. Sheriff Joseph T. Boland seems quite sure of himself. You think he has a case? Go ahead. You're qualified to voice an opinion. After all, you've been exposed to all the evidence there is. Well, we'll check it out in Act 3. When you're puzzled by the actions or the motivations of human beings, remember, you can usually solve the problem by looking at it from the perspective of either love or money, or both. The desire for love, the lust for money, can account for anything and everything. But does either one explain what happened to Clarence McKibben on the morning of July 4th, 1899? Sheriff Joseph T. Boland is convinced of it.
July 8th, 7 p.m. I've just booked Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluitt for the murder of Clarence McKibben. I thought the Commonwealth attorney would buy me a cigar. Turns out he's not very happy about it.
I don't think we have a case, Sheriff. I need a body. I need Clarence McKibben's dead body. I need the corpus delicti.
I'll find it.
Yes, well, you haven't found it so far.
Well, it has to exist.
Does it?
We are rational human beings. A man just doesn't dematerialize.
Well, then why haven't you found him?
Because the two of them, or the three of them, were able to hide the body.
Well, what makes you think you can never find it?
Because they simply can't hide it where it can't be found, if we search diligently enough. Understand, they only had a half hour in which to kill him and dispose of his body. Now, you can kill a man in a split second, but you can't get rid of him without leaving a trace. Yeah. Bury him? Where? The earth always gives a clue.
Well, there are many ways of getting rid of a body, Sheriff.
Sure, but they all need time and a place in which to work.
We need that body.
We'll find it.
How?
Let's consider the farmyard. 9:30, the morning of July 4th. Mariah and Clarence ready to leave for town. They are seen by Perry Allen. Perry Allen leaves. Now is the moment. So Mariah kills him. Or Edmund Dale kills him. Or Frank Fluid kills him.
How?
What's the difference? Hit him over the head, stab him. Maybe she poisoned him at the breakfast table. But he's dead. Now, what do they do with the body? They have to take it somewhere. Carry it somewhere. Physically dispose of it somewhere. We really haven't subjected the place to the search it deserves. We've got to tear up the cellars of both the McKibben and the Vale houses. And then we have to check every foot of ground within a radius of about 5 miles.
All right, Sheriff, all right. But remember, if you want to get a conviction, you have to get me the body.
July 9th, 11:30 a.m. I have just unleashed, I guess that's the word, the most intensive search in the history of the county. Within a 5-mile radius of the McKibben household, not so much as a single blade of grass remains unturned. And there is absolutely no sign of anything at all. No sign of a body, or any part of a body, or of any activity that might be involved in disposing of a body. Is it possible that Clarence McKibben did, indeed, simply vanish into the air? I refuse to believe it. And yet, after 3 solid, intensive days, what can I believe? Then, I received some information from the War Department. It helps me see the case more clearly. July 12, 8 a.m. I talked to Frank Fluid in his cell.
I keep telling you, Sheriff, I had nothing to do with any murder.
I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah?
You're the one who's really stuck. Even if we can't make the murder charges stand up against the 3 of you, we still have you for attempted rape.
But I wasn't trying to do anything like that.
The charge is open and shut. There were witnesses.
But what's the use? Who's going to believe me?
Nobody. Especially with your record.
What do you mean, my record?
You did a few years for assault and robbery in 1889.
I was framed.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, all right. I was a stupid kid. I didn't know anything.
In the past 10 years, you didn't learn anything either. You have a dishonorable discharge from the Army.
Who told you that? Oh, all right. Sheriff, you got to give me a break.
Tell us how McKibben was murdered.
I don't know how he was murdered.
I can only tell you that you have to give if you want to get.
But I don't know how.
Where did you hide the body?
I don't know. Look, I don't know because I wasn't in on it. I mean, not in on that part of it.
Oh, go ahead. Don't stop now.
Well, they said to me, we'll get you your $5,000 back, provided you help us. Help you do what, I asked. Help us kill him. So that's what I did. I helped him. Clarence was getting a horse harnessed. And this Edmund Vale came up and said hello, and then Vale hit him with a hammer. But not hard enough. This McKibben, he was pretty strong. And Vale yelled to me to help him.
And did you?
Well, I said to McKibben, I'll save you from these 2 if you hand me my money. And he swore he didn't have it, that he'd given it to his wife. And she yelled that he was lying. Well, I had to believe one of them. So I decided to believe her. And I helped them kill him. It didn't take more than a minute.
Then what happened?
Well, they said to me, you better go inside and hide in the house. We'll take care of the body.
And you did it?
Yeah. I didn't want to know anything about the rest of it.
You can't tell me what they did with the body?
No, Sheriff. I can't.
But you are prepared to testify that you and Edmund Vale murdered Clarence McKibben and that Mariah McKibben was a conspirator to that homicide?
Yes, sir.
They'll throw it out of court.
What?
And they should. Now, what have you got anyhow, huh?
I've got the sworn statement of one of the perpetrators.
You have got the most obvious piece of perjury I've heard in 20 years at the bar.
Why is it perjury?
Because he's clearly making a deal for himself.
Prisoners make deals all the time.
Oh, but nothing as blatant as this one. Oh, no, you can't get away with it.
What do you mean I can't get away with it? Why are you making it something personal?
Now, from the very beginning, you were out to hang Mariah McKibben for this. Now, why? What is this vendetta?
She's lying. Can't you see it?
I can't take it into court.
Why not?
How many times do we have to go through this? There is no body, no corpus delicti. Now, I am not going into that courtroom to make a fool of myself.
Oh. So, now we get down to the meat of it. You're afraid you'll lose the case.
Oh, that isn't true.
You're thinking about your record, your reputation. Sure. You'll want to run for governor next year.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, this case has attracted publicity from all over the country. It'll be covered by the national newspapers. And you can't afford to be the loser. All right. If that's how things are done around here, you can have my job. Here's my star. I quit. July 12th, 11 a.m. This is the last notation I intend to make in the case of Clarence McKibben. I am no longer sheriff of this county. I am convinced that Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluitt are guilty. But I am the only one. I am keeping a copy of this report for my personal records.
Morning, Sheriff. May I come in?
Good morning, Mr. Tattersall. I'm cleaning out my desk and things. I agreed to stay to the end of the month.
I've never seen Main Street so crowded. Both hotels jam-packed. Can't get a room anywhere for miles around. Restaurants, why, must be like it is up in the Klondike where they struck gold.
What's on your mind, Mr. Tattersall?
Reconsider your resignation.
Why?
Because you're a good sheriff. The best we've ever had.
I'm being blocked. Deliberately.
Their case should probably get thrown out of court.
They're obviously guilty. But nothing is ever 100% certain. You have to go to trial with what you believe in.
Let's go back to the crowds all over town. Do you realize what McKibben's disappearance is doing for business?
I can imagine.
How did he disappear?
They hid the body.
What can be hidden can also be found. Why haven't you found it? Maybe they didn't hide it. Maybe they didn't kill him. You know, right around the McKibben farm was the medicine ground of the old Chippewa tribe. Now, there are those who believe that the spirits of the ancient Chippewa medicine men spirited him away.
That's nonsense.
Well, I think it's dangerous to characterize other people's beliefs as nonsense. There are scientists, physical scientists, who believe that another world coexists with ours, and that if you step into an opening between them, you can be swept away.
Do you believe in this?
You're going to say nonsense, aren't you? Well, at any rate, all sorts of people have come here to see the spot. They will continue to do so.
And that will be good for business.
It's a bonus.
On the other hand, if Mariah McKibben and her two accomplices are found guilty of murder, That removes the mystery, and we go back to being a sleepy village. Which is why we don't want a trial.
Well, now, you are free to hold that opinion, Sheriff.
I say they murdered him.
What did they do with the body?
I don't know.
Then isn't that also as mysterious as any of the other interpretations? One way or another, he simply vanished into thin air. Sheriff, we don't want to lose a man like you.
Mr. Tattersall, I want your word and the word of honor of every leading citizen in this town that if I ever find that body, we go to court, regardless of how it will affect business.
If you can find that body, Sheriff, we'll have no choice.
I'm going to find the body of Clarence McKibben. I'll keep looking till the day I die.
And he did. Sheriff Joseph T. Boland died in 1925, and he hadn't found it. No one ever found it. The other principals? Frank Fluitt served several years for assault and disappeared from view. In 1904, Juanita Vale died, and everyone thought Mariah and Edmund Vale would get married. But Mariah married James Tattersall, the banker. It was a very long time ago, and all of them are dead and forgotten. But I won't forget you. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Either way, it's a mystery. If they killed him, how did they dispose of the body? If they didn't, who or what made him disappear? Given the time, the place, the opportunity, there is absolutely no way they could have gotten rid of him without a trace. Unless they knew some secret method, which seems impossible. On the other hand, the only other answer seems impossible too. But that's life, isn't it? Aren't we always being challenged to choose from among the impossible, the imponderable, and the unthinkable? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You are speeding through the Turkish night on the Taurus Express. You are alone and unarmed, and somewhere on the train is a calm killer from whom you must escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to Turkey and the Taurus Express, which carries a shipment of death. As Harold Lamb told it in his exciting story, 3 Good Witnesses.
I took the Taurus Express that night because I was going home, back to the United States, back to California, and my routine job at the oil company. 2 days before, I'd given my final report to our State Department man in Istanbul, a negative report.
And Mr. Ward, your considered opinion is that there is no oil in this area?
Not enough to be worth drilling for, not at this late date. War'd be over before we could get out 10,000 barrels.
You're being optimistic, Mr. Ward. War isn't over yet. Who can say when it will be?
Well, that's true, but...
What does Aardvark say?
He agrees with me completely. So does Wyndham, the British engineer. We're all agreed.
3 good witnesses, huh? Well, then that settles it.
What do you mean, 3 good witnesses?
Oh, that's an old saying out here in the Middle East. Come from the Arabs, I think. In their old law, the testimony of 3 independent and trustworthy witnesses was enough to establish the guilt or innocence of an accused person.
But why 3?
I suppose 2 witnesses to a crime might tell the same lie. But if 3 fellas tell the same story, well, it must be true.
Maybe. I suppose the odds against 3 making up the same story would be high, but I don't know whether I'd like to trust my neck with that kind of justice.
Yeah, it is a little different from the justice back home in Chattahoochee County. I imagine you'll be wanting to get back to the States as soon as possible.
Indeed I do.
Well, I can put you on the Taurus Express Wednesday. You'll be in Cairo by Saturday. Get an ATC plane that'll have you in Washington 3 days later.
Istanbul to Washington in less than a week. It's a small world, isn't it? So I was booked on the Taurus Express, leaving Istanbul on Wednesday night. I got to the station late, and as I walked down the long platform toward the first-class carriages, I sensed a tenseness in the crowd. First, I couldn't explain it. Then I noticed that the platform was alive with police. They stood at the door of every car, motionless, solemn-faced, carefully scrutinizing everyone who got aboard. And it seemed that everyone on that bustling platform was aware of them. I found my car near the front of the train. A policeman stood at the open door. I paused to verify the car number, and suddenly I heard a voice at my elbow.
I thought I had missed you.
A pair of arms twined around my neck. A pair of lips were kissing me. Pushed her away to try to see her face, but she clung to me. Tried to say something, but she kept talking so fast I couldn't get a word in.
How could you do this to me? To run off without even saying goodbye? I must be with you right up to the last minute, my darling.
Last I could see her. She was beautiful. Very young and very beautiful. Turkish or Greek, I couldn't tell which, but lovely.
Why? You must let me go on the train with you. See you safely to your compartment. I cannot bear it.
Madame, I'm afraid you're making a mistake.
Please, you must help me. I will explain.
But
Come, you will miss the train. I will see you safely on board. Come, hurry, so we may say our last goodbye in privacy.
This last was thrown over her shoulder to the policeman standing there. She pulled me up the steps into the car. He stared at us, but he said nothing. In a moment, we were standing in the deserted corridor.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, look here, young lady. What is all this?
It is the fault of those police standing out there. I could not get into the car alone.
But why not?
This is a first-class car. Only rich foreigners ride in first-class compartment. I could see by your clothes you were American. I knew you would help me.
But why did you want to get into this car, especially?
Because I...
Suddenly she stopped, and her eyes were riveted on something behind my back. I turned to see a swarthy young man staring at us from the other end of the car. He was dressed in the uniform of a train conductor. Slid open a compartment door. There was an almost imperceptible jerk of his head, and then the girl slipped past me and into the open room. The conductor slid the door shut after her.
Your number, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, 12.
Yes, the next one. Here. If there is anything I can do for you, I shall be pleased. If you care to leave your ticket and passport with me, I shall be able to attend to Syrian customs without disturbing you later.
As he talked, his eyes were not on me. He was watching the slow progress of a policeman through the car. The officer was walking by, glancing into each compartment. When he came opposite us, he spoke to the conductor.
Polikala.
Conductor was standing squarely in front of the door of the girl's compartment, hiding her from view. Policeman walked on. In a moment, he had disappeared.
Thank you, sir. I shall not disturb you.
I went into my compartment. My bags were already there. The train was about to leave. Everything was in order. But I couldn't help wondering about the incident I just witnessed. About the girl I'd involuntarily hemped and the conductor. Wondered about all those police out there. Obviously, something was going on. Then I remembered. This was Istanbul, the gateway to the Middle East. It was supposed to be alive with Axis spies. Could that girl be... Then I laughed. Just my overage, stay-at-home mind imagining things. Then suddenly I heard a voice in the corridor outside.
What's the big idea?
The voice was unmistakably American and music to my ears. I jumped to my feet and stepped into the corridor. There outside the next compartment was a young man, in civilian clothes, carrying a small bag and a briefcase. The swarthy conductor was approaching him with a worried look.
How about this, huh? There's a dame in my compartment.
Beg pardon, sir. There must be a mistake. This is compartment number 10.
Naturally. You think I can't read? Number 10, that's mine.
But number 10 is not sold. It is not marked on my list.
The heck it isn't. I've got the ticket right here. What's with the dame?
Please, not so loud.
I don't get this.
I beg your pardon. Can I be of any help?
Oh, you're an American, too.
Yep. Humphrey Ward, Los Angeles.
Tom Hatfield.
Glad to know you.
Look, what's with the dame? Do you know?
No, I'm afraid
Please, gentlemen, step into the compartment, please.
But the girl...
Please. In. Yes?
Okay.
Well,
Please, sir.
Oh, all right.
Ti epides ti ina.
Pasaria. Apisema natukamo.
Hey, wait a minute. Talk English. What's all this about, anyway?
It is... I am embarrassed, sir.
You're embarrassed. I buy a ticket and find a dame in my compartment. Of course, on closer inspection, maybe I'm not so mad after all. She looks like a good deal.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you do speak English, huh?
Sir, the policeman will come by, maybe look in. I must ask of you a favor.
Yeah?
If she could stay here just until the train has started, she will not bother you after that.
Why can't she stay in her own compartment?
Please, sir, I have no place else to put her. All the other places are taken.
Oh, she's a deadhead, huh?
Deadhead?
No ticket. Stowaway.
It is something like that.
Oh, what's the setup? She your girlfriend?
No, it is not like that. It is... You see, we are both Macedonian. She is escaping from the Nazis. She wants to go to Cairo to join the nurse corps.
Oh?
She has been for 2 years in Greece, under the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
She is a real patriot. If you will help her...
Well, maybe if we introduced us and let her speak for herself.
She is called Maradalas.
Well, let's make it Mary for short. Mary the Deadhead. Hi, Mary.
Hi. You're okay.
Get her. She talks American.
I spent 2 years at the American school at Thessalonica. I work with Red Cross in Greece during the fighting.
Right so?
I like Americans. I want to go to United States.
Who doesn't?
I want to learn to be a real nurse. You will help me. Americans are always kind.
Mm-hmm.
This gentleman here, he helped me get on the train.
Naturally.
Now you will help me. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, I must go before the policeman gets suspicious.
Gee, this may turn out to be a pleasure.
Looks like you don't need me. I'm in the next compartment. Maybe we'll get together later.
Sure. I'd offer you a seat, but we're sort of crowded already. Mary and me.
I went back to my seat laughing mostly at the silly idea I'd had that maybe Mary the Deadhead and her conductor friend were spies of some sort. Obviously, they were harmless. As harmless as I was. And that was completely harmless, confound it. I looked out the window as the train slid out of the station, leaving Turkey, leaving the war, going home. Back to complacent safety. Men were out here fighting and dying. They'd get no help from me. Me, overage and useless. I felt pretty sorry for myself. It wasn't until the next day that I began to get acquainted with my fellow passengers. Mary the Deadhead was riding on the conductor's jump seat at the end of the car. The Ruvians, an Armenian couple, were in 14, the compartment next to mine. Young Tom Hatfield was on the other side of me. And 2 Greek refugees, a Mr. Chiniara and a Mr. Dvikar, were next to him in 8. Hatfield kept pretty much out of sight all day, and it was Mr. Chiniara who shared a table with me at dinner that night. I didn't much care for him, but he was somebody to talk to.
You Americans, you do not realize how lucky you are.
No, I suppose not.
You do not know what it is to be safe. Just look around you. Almost all the passengers on this express are refugees. All of them would pay much to be going to the United States as you are.
Yeah, I suppose so.
But yes, where else is there any security for us? But you, sir, and your young friend are already secure. Wherever you go, you are always safe. But it is not so for us.
Yeah, I suppose we do take a lot for granted, and... Oh, here's Mr. Hatfield now. Hatfield, won't you join us?
Thanks, no. I'll just sit over
no,
there.
I insist. I was just leaving. You must join your friend.
Oh, really? There's no need?
I insist, please.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chiniara. It's been a pleasure.
And for me, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Take it easy.
Well, I haven't seen much of you today. Been resting, eh?
Something like that. You ordered?
Yes, I'll call the waiter.
Never mind, he'll be back. Who's your slick-haired friend?
Oh, Mr. Chiniara? He's a Greek refugee, just escaped from the Nazis.
Everybody out here just escaped from the Nazis.
He was saying how lucky we are to be Americans. Guess they don't see many of us in Turkey these days.
I guess not.
Haven't seen many of us myself. Funny, I didn't run into you in Istanbul.
I wasn't there, just passing through.
Oh. Yeah, I thought I'd have met you at the American mission or somewhere.
No.
Well, I'm out here for the State Department. Oil. But I didn't have much luck. I'm going home now.
Too bad.
Plenty of things for us Americans to do out here, though. Like, oil and other things, you know? Of course, they give the unimportant stuff to has-beens like me. Leave the good stuff for young fellas like you.
Okay, Mr. Ward.
Huh? What?
Okay. I'm Tom Hatfield, Frankfort, Kentucky. White, Protestant, 26, unmarried. No, I'm not a draft dodger, and no, I'm not AWOL. And yes, I'm here on business, which is none of yours. I'm a captain Air Force. 2 years overseas. You might say officially I'm on a holiday. The fact is, I'm taking this train to Adana, where I get off at 5 tomorrow morning, cross the border, and catch a plane that's waiting to take me to Cairo. Anything else you want to know?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Sit down. I'm sorry. I guess I'm getting on my own nerves. Forget it, will you?
Oh, it's nothing. You needn't think that...
Riding on trains is kind of bad for a flyer. Makes me jumpy.
I understand. But you must have already been through a lot. I do understand. I was in France in 1918. I know what it's like.
Maybe you know better than I do.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, but I envy you. I'd give anything to be in it.
You're lucky you're not.
Oh, I know. It's no fun being old and useless like me either. I envy you. I can tell you're doing something important.
You can? How?
By the way you're so careful with that briefcase. Carry it around with you all the time. You got it on your lap now. Probably got something important in it. Dispatches or something.
So you noticed that, did you? Well, I hope nobody else on this train is so observant, Mr. Ward.
Oh, you're pulling my leg. What difference would it make anyway?
You can never tell. On a train like this, out here, you never know.
Oh, you mean spies?
Well,
But why? I haven't seen anyone who looks suspicious.
Spies are never suspicious looking, Mr. Ward. They're anybody. Anybody who wants to make a quick buck and doesn't care how he does it. This train is alive with people like that.
Oh, yeah, but who?
Well, just take, for instance, Mary, the deadhead. She's young and pretty, yes. But she's broke. And her shifty-eyed boyfriend, the conductor.
Oh, but they're Greeks. She's a refugee.
So she says. But didn't it seem strange to you that he put her in my compartment by mistake? My name wasn't on the list, so he said. Were you satisfied with her story?
Well, for a moment I was suspicious, but...
You can't take too much for granted. Now, for instance, the story I just told you. I might be a spy, mightn't I? That whole thing might be hogwash.
Well, no. You're American. I know that. Who else would say hogwash?
No matter. I could be an American traitor. There are such things.
Oh, but that...
Or you might be the spy. Yeah, they even look like you. Meek and mild. Casper Milquetoast. And their cover stories are pips. Like telling you they're out here looking for oil. They strike up a conversation, ask questions, and notice briefcases.
Oh, but look here. Surely you don't think...
No, I don't think anything. I only say, you never can tell, Mr. Ward.
Of course he was kidding me, pulling my leg. But I didn't really mind. I liked him. And he had a right to be cocky and flip. He was doing something for the war effort. Even though I knew he was kidding me, I went to bed thinking about spies and fell asleep dreaming of them. Then very suddenly, I woke with a terrible sense of urgency. There was something that I must do. I looked at my watch. It was 10 minutes to 5. The train was dark. Everything was quiet. And yet, I felt I had to get up. I started to put on my clothes. Didn't make sense, but then I remembered. It was Tom Hatfield, not me, who had to get up at 5, leave the train at Adana to cross the border into Syria and take his plane. Those dispatches must be important. if he had to change to a fast plane as soon as he got out of neutral Turkey. When I stepped out into the dimly lit corridor, it was deserted. I knocked on Hatfield's door. No answer. I tried the handle. The door slid open into darkness. Something was wrong. I switched on the light and went in. Tom Hatfield lay there in the bunk asleep. "Hey, Hatfield! Rise and shine! We're coming into Adana. You've got to get off." I shook him. He didn't move. Then I saw blood on his pillow and on his head. I looked around quickly. The briefcase was gone. "Kevorkian! Kevorkian!"
Is something wrong, sir?
Did either of you see anybody go into number 10?
No, nobody. Who should go?
Look, do you have keys to the doors?
But no, there are no keys. They lock from the inside, a sliding bolt and chain. Nobody can get in once they are locked.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew Tom Hatfield would have locked that door. Somebody must have gotten in some other way and left that corridor door open as a false clue. But how? Then I noticed the door which connected to number 8. I tried it. It was locked. This didn't make sense. But through my mind was racing one thought. American dispatches have been stolen. Tom Hatfield is out. It's up to me. I searched the room. I found an automatic under the mattress, but no briefcase. I heard the train start up again. We were leaving Adana. I looked again at the connecting door. Then I got it. The bolt was fastened on the other side of that door, but on this side it was not. That meant that someone could have come in through number 8. I knocked on the door. I heard a movement, and then the bolt slid back and the door swung open. I was face to face with Mr. Chiniara, and he was staring at the gun in my hand.
What is it? What is that for?
The briefcase. The bag of my friend. Is it here?
Briefcase? Bag? We have here only our valises.
This door has been opened. Something is missing.
Oh, if you have lost something, I pray you to look. I know nothing of it. Come in, please, and look.
All right, I will. I'm not accusing anyone, but I just want to be sure that... Oh! The next thing I felt was a stinging coldness on my face, rushing of wind. I realized that I was hanging half out of the window of the car. It was shoving me out of the train. Savagely, I kicked. Felt something give. And I pushed myself back and slid down onto the floor. I felt something hard under me. The gun. In the dim compartment, I saw them coming at me. Chiniara and Drika. I raised the gun.
What is it? What has happened?
Oh, look! On the floor.
Shut the door quickly.
Are they...
Wait, let me look. Yes. Both of them. Finish.
They took the briefcase. I'm sure they did.
Hey, who's shooting up the place?
Hatfield.
Holy cow, will you look at that? What's happened?
Well, the briefcase, it's here someplace. I'm sure it is.
Hey, wait a minute, fella. You're all banged up here. Looks like we both got bumped. Here, sit down. You'll need a drink. Mary, you'll find a pint in my bag. Bring it in here, will you?
But they got the papers. We ought to look.
They did?
Yeah, the briefcase isn't here. I don't see it.
Oh, there wasn't anything in that briefcase except some old Istanbul newspapers. They probably threw it out the window. Back at Hyder Pasha, a Britisher I know warned me to be careful on this trip. I put my classified material someplace else.
Oh, but then that means I killed 2 men without any cause. Without a shred of evidence to back up my story.
How we waste time. Quick, the Syrian border police got on the train at Adana. They might be here any minute. Now, who is dead here?
Mary, the deadhead, took me into Hatfield's room and carefully administered first aid to my cuts and bruises. But Kevorkian and Hatfield were busy in number 8. What are they doing?
Never mind. Pay no attention.
But they're throwing the bodies out of the window.
Think not of it, please. Kevorkian is a Macedonian. When he fought the Germans at Thessalonica, he threw bodies over the cliffs. He knows what he is doing.
Oh,
But you are a brave man, too. Even if you are not Macedonian. You would be judgment tried for 2-3 years in spite of your age and your innocence. It is better to have no bodies.
What's that?
Be quiet now. The border police.
Well, we got the room cleaned up just in time.
She has their passport. I forgot.
No, they are not here.
I can tell you about Chiniara and Ricard. This man here, Mr. Ward, he is American general in disguise, Secret Service. He put Chiniara and Ricard off at Adana with pistol. They were spies.
Good heavens, you'll never believe that.
Never mind. This man is a Syrian. He does not care what happens in Turkey. But do you have any Syrian money?
Oh, yes. Here, in my wallet.
Good. Give it to me. Thank you. Now, come with me, Sergeant.
Do not worry now, Mr. Ward. In a moment, Haye Kevorkian will have those passports. We will throw them out the window, and there will be no trace.
And to think, Mary, I thought you might be drawing down an Axis paycheck.
It is no matter. Now we are out of Turkey. And before long, I can go to United States.
Baby, that might not be so easy. You've got no money, no passport, no transportation through the combat zones.
Never mind. I shall do it. I walk to here from Macedonia. I can walk all the way. Like St. Paul in the Bible walked to Rome.
Well, I wish you luck, but you'll have a time getting by British control at Aleppo. You can't smuggle a pack of cigarettes past them.
Oh, but what about me? What about a murderer?
I don't know. We'll see.
It was morning when the train pulled into Aleppo, the station where British control came on. Trip had been pretty awful, with Tom trying to act as if nothing had happened, and with me staring into that empty room, imagining Chiniara and Ricard sitting there staring back at me. Maybe they had been spies, maybe not. Now they were dead, and I was in trouble. We knew that the minute the train stopped. A soldier stood outside our windows and said,
"Look here! Everyone remains in his place in this car."
We waited silently for many minutes. Then a British major in khaki shorts stepped in. Behind him I saw Kevorkian and Mary the Deadhead standing in the doorway.
Good morning, I'm Radcliffe. I'm looking for two missing passengers identified as Greeks, Chiniara and Ricard by name. Oh, come now, they seem to have been in the next compartment. And here. What became of them?
Were there two?
Young lady.
Yes, sir?
You weren't in number 8, were you? You don't seem to have any other place. Nor a Syrian entrance visa.
Please. I sat down in the corridor.
It's quite. Conductor, don't you remember two passengers booked through to Aleppo? One was a stout man, bookseller, who escaped from Greece 10 days ago. The other
those. They descended from the car at Adana. One was fat with slick hair, and the other... yes.
Really? I say, isn't that a bullet hole in the wall up there? And you, sir, Mr. Ward, isn't it? How did you hurt your forehead?
An accident. I bumped into
Oh, yes, quite. I should tell you that the Armenian couple in number 14 heard shots just after passing Adana. They were so frightened they locked themselves in until now.
It's no use. I shot them. Both of them. They hit me first.
Please realize that I'm not joking. My orders are to find those two pseudo-Greeks wherever they may be.
Wait a minute. You said pseudo-Greeks?
You mean, Major, you want to find them?
And how, as you Americans say.
But why?
Because we're advised by Istanbul that certain Axis agents have been working out of the Balkans with identification as refugees. These two, Chiniara and Ricard, were on this train. Our man on the train saw them throw something out at Adana. They hardly threw themselves out.
No, we did that. Your man at Haida Pasha tipped me off to expect trouble.
Really?
So they were agents.
Certainly they were spies. I knew that. No Greek would be fat like Chiniara after only 1 week escape from the Germans.
And no Greek would have hair oil from Paris.
Well, that being the case, will somebody start telling the truth?
I will. This mild little gentleman, knowing nothing of the war and fighting, he killed you two men in a gunfight. How you say, like nobody business. And now, please, he is still suffering from shock. So will you please give him a plane direct to Cairo where he can rest? And this American courier, he is late with dispatches. He must have a place in the plane too. And since I cannot enter Syria without a passport, will you please put me also on the plane? Because in Cairo, I can get a job as a nurse with the Ella Greeks from Macedonia who are there. And maybe God will then give me a way to go to America. Like he passed St. Paul through the Taurus Gate. Is it a deal, Major? 3 places on the first plane, and you have your men like the Royal Canadian Hoosies, only dead.
The plane could be arranged, of course, if...
All right, Mr. Ward. Tell him. Tell him.
With the eyes of that amazing girl on me, my courage came back. I told him my story, completely, in every detail. He listened carefully and took it all down on his pad, and afterwards he said...
That story, Mr. Ward, is not one bit of evidence to support it. By your own statement, the evidence is buried in the snow on the slopes of the Taurus Mountains.
Nuts. I tell you, I helped check it out.
And I examined the 2 men. I am a trained nurse, and I said they were dead.
And for identification, I, a soldier of Macedonia, can swear that their passports were the men you say.
Very well. I'll ring the airdrome. The evidence of 3 good witnesses is sufficient.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you 3 Good Witnesses by Harold Lamb. Adapted for radio by John Dunkel, with Morgan Farley as Humphrey Ward, Jack Webb as Tom Hatfield, Jeanette Nolan as Mary the Deadhead, and Harry Bartell as Kevorkian. Music was conceived and conducted by Cy Fure. Beginning next Sunday night, Escape will be heard at a new hour, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Next Sunday night, we escape with another exciting adventure story, created for you by one of the world's great authors.
Good night, then, until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Sunday night, when again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, The Man Called X. North of India, in the shadow of the great range of the Himalayas, lies the tiny forbidden land of Shalakar, its narrow streets swarming with men of 100 tongues and races, holy men from Lhasa, firewalkers from the Ganges, and beggars, jugglers, and yogis from the plains of Bengali to the south. Dark pagodas hide away the idols of gods long forgotten in the world outside, little known beyond its borders. Such is the last land of mystery, Shalakar.
In regard to the charges of fraud and false dealing made against you, Mr. Norris, and against your American Eastern Export Company, the High Court of Shalakar finds you guilty.
Now, wait a minute, Panchine.
You are therefore ordered to leave Shalakar within 5 days and never to return.
Look, I got permission to prospect here in Shalakar from the old Maharaja himself before he died last year. And if you
Mr.
think for
Norris, the permission is hereby revoked.
Okay, I'll take this whole thing to the Ranee herself.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Norris. The order is signed by the Ranee.
But I tell you I'm innocent. I don't even know what this is all about. I don't even know yet what it's all about, but gentlemen, there's one thing certain. I'm innocent of those charges.
Yeah, I think you are, Fred. Too bad, Chief.
Yes, it is, Ken.
What about the American consul, Fred? Did you take it up with him?
Well, we don't have a consul there, Ken. I was the only American in Shalakar.
And you say the RANEE refused to talk to you?
Wouldn't even see me. As a matter of fact, she seldom does receive visitors. I've only seen her twice since her father died last year, and she took over the throne. Oh, boy.
Huh?
Gentlemen, I think the RANEE of Shalakar is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Which is, of course, beside the point.
Oh, of course, sure.
Yeah. But one fact remains. Somebody falsified the business records that were entered at my trial. Who, I don't know. That's what I hoped you could find out.
Well, I sympathize with your position, Mr. Norris, but this kind of problem isn't really the concern of the Bureau.
I don't know, Chief. I think maybe it is. Fred has discovered more new oil lands in remote parts of the world than any other man alive.
Oil? Well, Ken, why didn't you...
As the only American in Shalakar, Fred Norris represented America to those people. As far as they're concerned, he is America.
Yes, I see what you mean. But there's not a thing the Bureau can do about it, Ken. Officially.
That's right, Chief. We can't touch it. Officially.
No, simply out of the question.
Yeah. By the way, that vacation I was going to take, I suppose I might as well start it today.
Why, sure, Ken. There's nothing much doing right now. 2 weeks be enough?
Oh, plenty. All right. Guess I better let Miss Brooks know about it.
Yeah. Have a good time, Ken. Forget all about your official duties.
Thanks, Chief. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Oh, yes? Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, Pagon, what are you doing here?
I was only waiting to see if you needed my services.
I don't. I'm going on a vacation.
Oh.
Mr. Zellschmidt was talking about my new dress. Do you like it, Mr. Thurston?
Gives it that new look.
Yeah, it's quite a dress.
Well, when it comes to a new fashion, I'm just like every other woman. Maybe it's silly, but I simply can't resist spending my money.
Just a minute. Pagon, go on home and pack.
Huh?
I got a job for you. Sales representative for a New York designer.
Well, that's a traveling salesman. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. Hey, by the way, what am I selling?
Ladies' underwear.
Huh? Mr. Thurston, no!
I will be most happily pleased to publish your advertisement in the Royal Palace Bulletin, Sahib. But since you are American, perhaps you will pay in advance.
Anybody think I was a crook? Here.
Thank you. Now, is this the correct wording? Monsieur Le Zellschmidt, New York designer, will stop for 3 days in Shalakar before continuing to Burma.
Yeah.
Exclusive models of the newest feminine fashions will be shown to a select clientele by appointment only. Call at Suite 27, House of the Golden Eye.
Don't look at me like that. Wasn't my idea. Look at them, Mr. X. Snake charmers, acrobats, guys sitting on boards full of nails. This town must be getting ready for a circus.
No, Pagon, this goes on here all the time.
Hey, look.
You mean that pit with the fire burning in it?
Sure. It's full of red-hot boulders. Hey, maybe they're going to have a barbecue.
It's a ceremony. Fire walking. The true believers walk through it.
Huh? Oh, they get cooked like chicken.
No. Some of them really do it.
Oh, but how? It's that same beggar, Mr. X. The one you already gave money to twice.
Yeah, so I see.
Sahib, you will help a poor beggar, please.
Sorry. You can't make a good thing last forever.
You will give nothing to the chosen of heaven.
Not this time.
You hear him, my brothers? The dog has insulted me.
Yeah, now, take it easy.
He is American. He has come to steal from us.
All right, calm down now.
Mr. Thurston's got a knife.
Yeah. Okay, you asked for it.
Uh-oh. Now they're all mad at us. What are we going to do, Mr. Thurston?
Back against the wall there. Easy, Pagon. I don't want to shoot unless I have to.
They got knives, too. Oh, I should have stayed in New York.
All right, now. You have to fight it. Hold it out. Now, you murdered idiots.
Look, we got help.
hollering about it, eh? All right, then. That'll do it every time, sir. All it takes, a couple of shots over their heads.
Yeah. Looks as if you're right. Thanks. My name's Ken Thurston.
Colonel Blake, sir, retired 25 years with His Majesty's service in India.
How are you?
Mr. Thurston, that beggar you knocked down, he's gone.
Yeah, you really should have done the blighter in, you know. Saved yourself a lot of trouble later.
Well, pretty rough treatment for a beggar who only lost his temper.
Beggar? I hardly think so, Mr. Thurston. That fellow was a dacoit.
A dacoit?
Yes, a member of the cult of professional murderers. Somebody hired him to kill you.
Oh, 3 hours now we'll wait up here in this room, Mr. X. If somebody's going to answer that screw advertisement, then why don't they?
Give them time, Pagan.
Anyway, who's interested in new fashions in a place like this?
Or maybe the RANEE. At least I hope she is.
Bet she's an old battle axe with a double chin.
Fred Norris said she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen.
Oh, well, that case no, she won't answer.
Maybe not. But one thing's certain. With the feeling that's got started around here, she's not going to let any American into the palace unless she's tricked into it.
Do you think maybe she really will, Mr. X? Who's that?
Come in.
Good evening, Sahib. I am from the royal palace of Shalakar. I am searching for a Monsieur le Zelschmidt.
That's me!
Her Royal Highness the Ranee wishes an audience with you, monsieur. You will come with me, please?
But I mean, yes. I'm as good as gone. So long, Mr. Thurston.
Good luck, Pagan. And before you pass out with ecstasy, don't forget to give her that letter.
Letter? Oh, sure, I'll remember. My good man, to the harem, and don't spare the horses.
All right, come on in. Now, Pagan, I thought... Oh, Colonel Blake.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Sit down. Thought Pagan had forgotten something. He only left here 5 minutes ago.
I know, I saw him in the street.
He's, on his way to the palace of the RANEE.
Mr. Thurston, I think you may be playing a much more dangerous game here than you realize.
What makes you think so, Colonel?
When a man spends his life in this part of the world, he learns to recognize danger.
Yeah, I suppose he does.
It was a mistake to hire a band of dacoits, you know. They're treacherous.
What gave you the idea that I hired in dacoits?
The evidence of my own eyes. When I saw Mr. Zelschmidt in the street a while ago, he was accompanied by 6 of them.
What? Colonel Blake.
You mean you didn't hire them?
No. Somebody did. And there's only one reason for hiring dacoits. Of course you knew that, though. Didn't you, Colonel?
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. An American company is convicted of fraud in the High Court of Shalakar, and 140 million Americans thereby stand accused with no chance of defending themselves. On a 2-week leave of absence from the Bureau, Ken Thurston has gone to the mysterious little country to look into the matter unofficially. An hour ago, Pagan fell into the hands of a gang of dacoits, a cult of professional killers. And right now, Ken stands in a room of the RANEE's palace.
So sorry to keep you waiting. Is there something I can do for you?
So it's you. Yes, there is. Where's Pagan?
I do not know of any Pagan.
Well, Monsieur Zelschmidt, then. He left to come here about an hour ago. With you. What happened to him?
You are mistaken, Mr. Thurston. I have never seen you before, nor the man you speak of.
Like that, eh? All right. I'd like to talk to the RANEE.
Certainly. If you would care to send her a letter stating your reasons, perhaps it might be arranged in a few months.
Her Royal Highness, the Ranee of Shalakar.
Your Highness.
I have just seen the most interesting... Oh, Panjin.
Who is this man?
Hardly one deserving your attention, Highness.
Suppose I decide that for myself.
But your
That will do. You will wait at the other side of the room.
Very well, Highness.
Panchine is sometimes an almost too faithful guardian. Guardian? Who are you?
My name's Ken Thurston.
Thurston, nice. What did you wish to see me about?
About a friend of mine. Apparently, Panshin kidnapped him.
Panchine, is this true?
The statement is false, Highness.
Oh?
He is American.
Oh, I see. Mr. Thurston, I presume you have lodgings in the city?
Yep. The House of the Golden Eye.
May I suggest you return there immediately? And as soon as possible, get out of Shalakar? Otherwise, who knows? Perhaps you too might disappear.
Maybe you're jumping to conclusions, Colonel Blake. I didn't say anything about going out looking for trouble.
Well, after all, Mr. Thurston, when a man cleans and oils an automatic pistol, he usually has something on his mind.
Yeah, I suppose he does at that.
Be glad to go along and help, you know. I'm still a pretty fair shot.
Wouldn't think of it. No point in you getting mixed up in this.
Exactly what are your plans, Mr. Thurston?
I don't know for sure. One way or another, I'm going to find Pig or find out what happened to him.
I'd be a lot of help, know the country and all that, and I'd rather enjoy a bit of excitement, you know. It gets frightfully dull sometimes, being retired.
Well, this will be anything but dull.
Eh?
Sit still. Well.
Let me in, please, quickly.
Well, by George, it's the run.
Oh, Colonel Blake.
I'm highly honored.
Never mind that now, please. Maybe... I thought you would be alone, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, I say, it's getting late. I hope you won't think it rude if I say good night.
Not a bit, Colonel. Good night. Well, I suppose you dropped in to make sure I got out of town.
No, please forget anything I said earlier tonight. None of us can be sure when it is safe to speak the truth.
You think it is safe with me?
Yes. Please, come back to the palace with me. To my own quarters. We can be fairly safe there.
Why? Why the palace?
Because I have the papers from the trial of Mr. Norris there.
Well, all right, let's go. Well, that's that. If these business records were used as evidence in the Norris trial, they show one thing pretty clearly. The trial was a fake.
There was pressure put on the court. Ken, I suspected
As far as I'm concerned, they proved definitely who was behind it. That's all I've been waiting for. Proof.
Apparently, he's stolen nearly $500,000 during the last year, then thrown the blame on the American Export Company to cover up the fraud.
Yeah, but there's more than that back of it, Your Highness. We both know that.
Yes. It is all a part of the plan to discredit the American company, keep out foreign ideas, hold the people in ignorance.
And that doesn't fit in with your plans?
Mine are the same as my father's were. He realized there were benefits in the outside world that could be given to our people. He knew it would take time. And I've tried to carry that on, but he would never dare if my father was still alive. But in the Orient, Ken, the throne with a woman on it is fair game for any man.
Well, I don't see much of any way around that.
It is a fabulous land lying out there in the moonlight, Ken. A land to challenge the will of a great man. It waits to be molded into something finer. That would be the work of a lifetime.
And a pretty important work, too.
By the customs of my people, a man who marries the RANEE becomes the Maharaja of Shalakar.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you know what I'm saying? These are my private quarters of the palace, Ken. No man has ever been in this room before.
Not even behind those curtains?
Ken, there's a knife!
Stand back, Sonny, look out.
Ken, aren't you? Ken! Gone. He got away.
Yeah. I was afraid of hitting you.
It was a decoy.
I know. Same one I met earlier.
What shall we do, Ken? He will know now we have found out about him.
Where do you think he might be? Got any idea?
Yes. Probably go to the Black Pagoda.
Black Pagoda?
It is the temple of the dacoits. I think he has managed to get control over them.
All right. Our best bet is to rush him before he gets organized. Come on. Let's head for the Black Pagoda.
see. Mm-hmm. The Black Pagoda, eh? All right. I'll be there right away. Play 'em close to the table and be careful. Right. Goodbye. So it's out in the open now. This lad Thurston works pretty fast once he gets started.
Lord, does that crowd live here in the street? Don't they ever go to bed?
They've been here all night, Ken. It is the Dakisha, the ceremony of walking through a pit of fire. It begins at the first sign of dawn.
Well, we've got to shove through them some way to get over there to the pagoda. Go on, Your Highness.
Ken, wait. There he is now.
The dacoit?
No, he...
On his way to the pagoda.
You've seen us?
Yeah, take it easy.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Your Highness, looks like a bit of excitement, eh?
That's right, Colonel. You got a gun?
Yes. Found him out yet?
Over there. He's trying to sneak through the mob. Circle the crowd around the firewalkers. Head him off from getting inside the temple. I'll go for him here.
Right. And thanks for calling me. Wouldn't have missed this for anything.
I'm going with you, Ken.
Oh, no, you're not. Panshin would kill you just as soon as he would me. You wait here.
Be careful, Ken, please. Be careful.
I'll stand aside, please. Sorry, pardon me. Panshin! Excuse me, please. Panshin, stop! You haven't got a chance. Out of my way with you. Wait, you fool! Look out! Good Lord, he slipped and fell right into the fire. Yeah, let me through. Let me through. One side, please. Oh, no.
Ken, is he?
Yeah.
Oh.
In that pit of fire.
Oh.
He lived about 3 seconds. Come on. Let's get away from here.
He tried to jump across. I saw him fall.
Well, forgive him. Forget him. I've still got to find Pagan.
No, wait. There he comes now with Colonel Blake.
Yeah. Seems to be in pretty good shape.
Ken, before they get here. I mean, Norris can come back and go on with his work, of course, but... Well, we were talking about...
About what?
About the throne of Shalakar. And about other things.
This is a fine kind of a vacation, Mr. Thurston. I get knocked on the head, tied with ropes, and maybe even they were going to cut me in pieces.
I saw from the temple steps what happened to Panshin, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, pretty rough ending, Colonel. Have any trouble with the guards?
No. They took to their heels when they saw their leader was dead.
Mr. Thurston, I told you anybody would get cooked in that fire pit. You said they walked right through it.
Only the true believers, Pagan. Panshin didn't believe in anything except power and all the bad that goes with it. He kindled a fire in the ignorance of the people he wanted to exploit. Isn't it strange how often men with their own hands light the fire that finally destroys them?
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story bears a strange title. It's called Carbon-14, which is the name of a substance known to science that may affect the destiny of the whole world. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you 2 popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, May Whitty, as star of My Dear Niece, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
My dear niece, I'm writing you this letter in explanation of certain recent actions of mine, about which you're probably curious. As you know, since that day 4 years ago when your dear uncle died, may he rest in peace, I've been living a busy, if lonely, life. Fortunately, in a city as small as Hilton, one has many friends, but they in no way could make up for the loneliness I felt. As you recall, you were continually urging me to try to get some sort of a position. And so finally I took your advice and placed an advertisement in our local paper. It was 6 weeks ago, this next Friday, that I inserted the ad. I'm sure you must have chuckled when you read it.
Widowed woman, genteel, some secretarial experience, drives own car, desires position of interest with reliable business house. Address Miss Emily Rogers, Box 2B, or phone Hilton 22412.
I was somewhat surprised to receive a reply the next morning. I'd finished my breakfast. Yes, you're right. I still drink a cup of hot water upon arising each morning. I'd finished at all events when the phone rang. Hello?
Mrs. Emily Rogers, please.
This is she speaking.
I'm calling about the ad you ran in the evening paper yesterday.
Oh, yes.
I think I can offer you a position you'd be interested in, Mrs. Rogers. My name is Bruce.
How do you do, Mr. Bruce?
We have a very small publishing house, Mrs. Rogers, and need someone to take care of any of the contacts we might wish to make in your part of the country.
Aren't you from Hilton, then?
No, our offices are in Los Angeles, and we'd pay you $50 a week, providing you could use your home as an office, although there wouldn't be much office work required. As I say, the position primarily would be one of establishing contacts.
Why, it sounds fine, Mr.
Bruce.
Oh, it sounds fine, Mr. Bruce.
Good. Then consider yourself under salary beginning immediately, Mrs. Rogers. I'll phone you again as soon as there's something more definite for you to do.
And that's how I got the job. I assumed naturally that I would immediately receive instructions from Mr. Bruce as to how I should go about establishing contacts. The first word I had after the telephone conversation was when the postman arrived the next Saturday with an envelope for me containing a check for $50. There was no return address on the envelope, and the check was a personal one, bearing no company name. It was signed R.L. Bruce. Three weeks went by in this fashion. Each Saturday I would receive the $50 check in the mail, but always the envelope was without a return address, and the check was a personal check. All the envelopes were postmarked Los Angeles, but other than that I hadn't the smallest clue as to the identity of the company by which I was employed. I've always believed that money is very precious, and as your uncle, may his soul rest in peace, used to say, no self-respecting person would accept it without doing a lick of work for it. I was dissatisfied with the arrangement, and I'd tell this to Mr. Bruce when he phoned, that I wished to resign my position with his small publishing house. It was on the Wednesday, after the arrival of the third check, that I again received a telephone call from Mr. Bruce. He was charming, as he'd been on the first call, and before I had the chance to tell him of my wish to resign...
Well, I have your first assignment for you, Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you about that, Mr. Bruce.
Oh, getting impatient, were you? Well, this will keep you busy for a while.
Really?
Yes. Mr. Paul Stevens will arrive in Hilton this afternoon. Now, he's one of our most promising new authors, and I'm going to have to ask a big favor of you, Mrs. Rogers.
What sort of a favor, Mr. Bruce?
Well, Mr. Stevens has some rewriting on a novel we plan publishing in a few months, and too many people interrupt him here in Los Angeles, so I wonder, could you put him up at your home until he finishes?
Why, I don't know.
Oh, he'll be no bother, Mrs. Rogers, and of course all expenses will be covered. He has an awful lot of work to do.
Well, yes, I suppose I could.
Oh, that's fine. It's just a place for him to get away. Oh, and one more favor.
Yes?
Just so we're sure he's not bothered. Don't tell anyone he's staying with you.
And that's all I knew of the job, my dear niece. Well, at last I'd be doing something for my pay, which to me was very important. I waited around the house all day, afraid to leave, even to do my shopping, for fear I'd miss the telephone call from Mr. Stevens. It was quite late in the afternoon, almost 5 o'clock, when the telephone rang. Hello?
Mrs. Rogers?
This is Mrs. Rogers.
This is Paul Stevens, Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stevens. I've been expecting your call. Where are you? I'll come and pick you up.
Oh, that's very kind of you. I'm at the corner of... Just a minute. The corner of Brookside and Sierra Madre.
The corner of Brookside and Sierra Madre. Fine. I'll be driving a black Buick convertible, and the right fender is dented. A parking station attendant did it.
Black Buick convertible. I'll be waiting. Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stevens. Oh, Mr. Stevens. Oh. I remembered I hadn't asked Mr. Stevens what he looked like, so that I'd be able to recognize him. But then I thought that Brookside and Sierra Madre is not a busy intersection, and that the chances of there being more than one stranger at the corner were slight. I left the house immediately and drove through town to where Brookside crosses Sierra Madre. The first nervousness I felt was when arriving at the corner, I found myself faced with this problem of identification. There were many cars there, and a rather large and excited crowd gathered at the corner.
All right, now, come on, stand back, everybody. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Rogers.
Officer, what's happened?
A hit-and-run accident a few minutes ago.
How dreadful. Who was hit?
Oh, a man about 35. No one I know.
Was he badly hurt?
He's dead.
Oh, that's... Oh.
Yeah.
Officer, I was supposed to meet someone. A gentleman here. A Mr. Paul Stevens. I don't suppose that this poor gentleman could be...
Well, the ambulance will be here in a few minutes, Mrs. Rogers. I'll call you when we find out who it is, if you like.
Would you? I'd be very grateful.
I'll call you later. All right, now, come on. Stand back here, kid.
Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers?
Yes?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Paul Stevens.
Mr. Stevens? Oh, I'm so relieved. Oh, of course. Please get in. The accident upset me. I was afraid for a moment it was you.
No, it wasn't me.
Won't you get in?
Thank you.
Have you had your dinner?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to go to your house if you don't mind.
Of course, Mr. Stevens. It won't take long. I was really terribly relieved, and I thought what a worrier I was, because for a few minutes I really had been sure that Paul Stevens was dead. But now everything was fine. I tried making conversation with Mr. Stevens on the drive home, but he seemed tired, not inclined to talk. So we drove quietly back through town and to my house. We went inside, and I showed Mr. Stevens to his room, then went into the living room to tidy up. The telephone rang as I was setting out some ashtrays. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Rogers. This is Officer Barnes.
Oh, yes, officer. I'm glad you called. I wanted to tell you that I
checked
met...
that identification for you.
Yes, well, that's what I wanted to tell you, officer.
The name was Paul Stevens, all right. We had a handbill on him, is how we knew. He was wanted for a payroll robbery in L.A. And he wasn't hit by a car. He was thrown from a car. He was murdered. Hello?
I couldn't answer. I stood there, frozen with the telephone receiver in my hand, looking at the door to the hallway, where the man who called himself Paul Stevens stood smiling tightly, holding a gun in his hand. A gun that was pointed right at me. My mouth felt frozen, my throat dry. I stared fascinated down the barrel of the gun pointing at me.
Mrs. Rogers? You there, Mrs. Rogers? Hello? Hello?
Thank him and hang up.
Hello, Mrs. Rogers. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right, officer. I was...
Thank him and hang up.
I was... Thank you, officer. He walked away from me then and sat across the room where he could watch me and also see anyone who might come to the front door. The gun rested in his lap. I stood and stared at him. My mind raced. I tried to think what to do. I was surprised when he spoke.
Sit down if you like.
Who are you? Why did you tell me you were Mr. Stevens?
Sit down.
Who are you? How dare you pretend to be Mr. Stevens?
I'm stupid.
What?
I didn't think they'd find out who he was. I didn't know he was hot.
You killed?
Yes. I killed Paul Stevens.
That's all he would say. I tried to find out who he was and why he'd chosen me and why he'd killed Mr. Stevens and what he was going to do next. But he wouldn't answer me. He wouldn't say anything. He looked over at me occasionally and smiled. It was beginning to get dark. I got up to turn on the lights.
What are you doing?
It's dark. I thought
I like it dark.
My house doesn't look well in the dark.
We'll be going out in a few minutes, Mrs. Rogers.
Where are we going?
We're going out for dinner, Mrs. Rogers. You're going to be my dinner guest. Why did the cop call you?
How did you know who called me?
The phone upstairs. I was expecting a call. Why did he call you?
I thought you were dead. I thought Mr. Stevens was dead.
All right. All right. Get your face on, Mrs. Rogers. I have a very important engagement.
We left the house then, got in the car, and drove to a restaurant I'd never been in before. It's on the highway out past the other side of town, and has quite a bad reputation. The man didn't know where it was, but he knew the name. All the while, I was trying to remember who he was. I say remember because there was something familiar about him. But what that something was, my dear niece, I couldn't for the life of me think. An attendant took the car when we arrived at the roadhouse, and we went inside. We just sat down at a table when a small and very thin, dark-complexioned man slid into the seat next to the man who wasn't Mr. Stevens.
What are you doing here? I had to come. It didn't work. They found out who he was. Why didn't you stay hidden? She knows I'm not Stevens. The cop told her.
You could stay at her house anyway, couldn't you? You have to come out where people can pick you up?
Take it easy, Al.
Nuts easy. What's the matter with you? Mary figures out a foolproof way for you to get rid of a guy and hide out right under the cops' noses, and then you go and louse up the whole deal.
It's not loused up yet.
It will be if you don't get away quick.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, I don't think you've met Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers, this is Mr. Al Newholt, who owns this restaurant.
Oh, yes.
How are you? Look, you better get back to L.A.
What good would it do? Have you got any contacts in that part of the country?
Suddenly, I knew. I knew who the man was. Because as he talked to Al, I remembered that voice.
We need someone to take care of any contacts we might wish to make in your part of the country.
It was Mr. Bruce. The same Mr. Bruce who'd given me my job and sent me the checks, and who called me that morning and told me to expect Mr. Stevens that afternoon, and to put up Mr. Stevens at my home for a while.
How did they find out?
What?
You said they found out who he was. How?
He was hot. They had pictures and prints on him. I dumped him at the corner just before I met her.
You're Mr. Bruce.
He did that payroll job. What did you say?
He's Mr. Bruce.
That's very good, Mrs. Rogers. How did you know?
I just remembered your voice.
Well, it don't make any difference. You know too much about this anyway.
Doesn't make any difference.
You want me to take her with me, Al?
I don't want her around here. Somebody might see her car drive in. They'd look.
I think we'll go back to her house and start fresh. That way it'll be harder checking where she went.
Whatever you do it now. The crowd starts coming for dinner soon. Someone will see you.
Yeah. Shall we leave now, Mrs. Rogers?
Where are we going?
We're going to your house, Mrs. Rogers. After that, I'm not sure, but I think I'll have to kill you.
We left then. I can't describe my fright, but it all seemed so hopeless. I suppose I was more resigned than frightened. We drove back through town, Mr. Bruce sitting very quietly next to me in the front seat. My car's not new, as you know, and although I've often trouble with it, I never before had the horn stick. But that night, it stuck. Right on the corner of Brookside and Sierra Madre.
Stop blowing your horn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce. I'm not blowing my horn. It's gotten stuck.
Stop the car. Stop the car. Now, there we are. And don't try to drive away, see?
Yes, I see.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Oh, you got the horn fixed, Mrs. Rogers?
What's that?
Evening, Mrs. Rogers.
Tell him everything's okay.
Want me to fix that horn for you?
Mr. Mayers? No, thank you. It's all right.
It'll only take me a second to fix it so you can use it.
Oh, well, never mind. Mr. Mayers, This is Mr. Paul Stevens.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Yeah.
I see you pulled them wires to stop the horn. I usually take care of Mrs. Rogers' car myself. Makes me feel funny when something goes wrong with it.
Well, of course.
I'll bring it in the morning, Mr. Mayers.
Oh, no sense you're bothering Mrs. Rogers. I'll go along with you now if you like and take you home. Not safe driving without a horn.
Oh, I think that's an excellent idea.
I believe you said you wanted to show me the town this evening, Mrs. Rogers. Wouldn't you need the car?
Oh, well, I suppose...
I was looking forward to the drive.
No.
You don't mind?
Of course. You'll pick up the car, though, in the morning, Mr. Mayers. I had promised Mr. Stevens I'd take him for a ride.
Sure, of course.
Thanks for your trouble, Mr. Mayers.
Oh, glad to help. This is such a little town. We all know each other and like to help each other. That's so, Mrs. Rogers?
Yes.
Yes. Good night, Mrs. Rogers. I'm glad to have met you, Mr. Stevens.
The rest of the drive was uneventful. The street lights were on now, and flashes of light from them darted into the car and lighted up the sullen face of the man who sat tensely by my side. I tried to remember all the conversations I'd had with him, to find the reason for his choosing me out of all the people who must have placed advertisements that day as the person with whom he would hide out. For now, my dear niece, I was convinced that Mr. Bruce had deliberately set out to murder Mr. Stevens for some reason and hide out in my house where the police would be most unlikely to look for him. But why my house? Why had he chosen me? When we got to my house, Mr. Bruce directed me to leave my car on the street, and we went up the dark pathway to the front door. Mr. Bruce a few steps behind me, all the way. It's quite dark tonight, isn't it?
Yes.
Why are we going inside?
I have to make a phone call.
Oh, I see.
Open the door. Douse that light.
Pardon me?
Turn off the light.
Oh, sorry.
Pull the blinds down on that window.
Yes.
All right, now the light. Now get the telephone. Ask long distance for Crestview 9177 in Los Angeles.
Operator.
I'd like long distance, please. Crestview 9177 in Los Angeles.
Crestview 9177. One moment, please. Los Angeles. Hilton calling Crestview 9177. Crestview 9177. One moment, please. Hello?
All right, give it to me. Mary, look. Meet me at ours as soon as you can get here. Something's wrong. No, I'm all right. I'll tell you later. Get here fast. Well, you got any pets you want to feed before we leave?
Where are we going?
A little trip. You ready to go? Don't answer that.
It might be the operator calling back. She'll wonder.
Well, okay, answer it. But I'm right here.
Hello?
Mrs. Rogers, this is Officer Barnes. Say, oh, yes, operator.
Oh, yes, operator.
Is he still there? Say, yes or no, operator.
Yes, operator.
Well, stall him a little. We're coming after him.
Thank you, operator. Dear Mr. Mayers, he'd understood me, and he told the police, and they were going to save me. But you just can't imagine. I felt exactly like the heroine in a motion picture. I simply had to prevent Mr. Bruce from leaving the house. Just a few minutes, the officer said. Just time enough for them to get here.
All right, let's get going.
I wish I knew where we were going. Do I have to take anything with me? Will we be gone long?
Yeah. A long time.
Oh, then I need several changes of clothes. Now, let me think. My brown suit? Would the grey be better? It's older.
Come on. You won't need anything.
Oh!
Huh?
The heater.
What?
I left the heater on in the other room. I'd better turn it off. I wouldn't like anything to catch on fire while we're gone.
Fire? You mean those heaters could set the house on fire?
No, not really. I meant that, well, I'd rather not pay a gas bill that's been run up against me because I'd neglected to turn the heater off.
Yeah. All right, but fast. Well? What's the trouble?
This thing always sticks. I never can fix it. I remember it did it last fall. I was just starting off to meet my niece, Mary. And...
Here, let me do it. There.
Oh, thank you. Oh, now I feel better about it. I'm sure there must be something I've forgotten. Now let me think.
Come on. You ready?
Yes. I'm ready. It was quiet on my street, peaceful and dark. All the neighbors' lights were out, except for the Gaineses across the way. One light was on upstairs in the back of their house. It threw a diffused pattern diagonally across the pavement, and I thought for a minute that I saw a figure move suddenly towards us. Mr. Bruce motioned me to go ahead, and I walked slowly down the path towards the car. I could feel Mr. Bruce a few steps behind me. Suddenly, it happened.
Oh, hi, Bruce. Get down, Mrs. Rogers. What? Oh, there you are.
Mrs. Rogers, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Thank you. I'm all right. And there it is, Mary, the explanation I promised you. I feel as your aunt that I should tell you how you happened to be in the penitentiary. When Mr. Al in the roadhouse first mentioned your name, I was suspicious. But not until Mr. Bruce made the phone call to you did I begin to piece the story together. You had suggested the advertisement. Your husband answered it and employed me. If only you told me, my dear, that you'd gotten married when you were in Los Angeles. After all, I'm your only living relative, and I could have come to your wedding. Then this whole thing wouldn't have happened, would it, dear? Because I would have known Mr. Bruce all the time. Let me know after the trial what your new address is to be, and I will continue writing. As always, Aunt Emily.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Now is the time to tell of the unaccountable, of apparitions by night and phantoms in shadow. Time to tell strange tales of fantasy and the supernatural. Mystery Theater presents The Kitchen Table by Alan King.
I'm ashamed. Absolutely ashamed to offer you this property at the ridiculous price of $2,500. Only 15 miles from the city. 2 acres of land. Why, with prices the way they are today, it's a steal, an absolute steal.
What I want to know, Mr. Jenkins, is why we're allowed to steal it.
Why look a gift horse in the mouth, Mr. Keel? But I'll tell you. This whole property of 100 acres is being sold off. The owner died a couple of months ago. He kept this house for his help. It used to be the farmhouse itself many years ago.
It's going to need some work done on it, Mr. Jenkins.
Yes.
I mean, it hasn't been kept in good repair.
Oh, so it needs a few repairs. Do them yourself. Young couple like you got lots of energy. I'll tell you, Mrs. Keel, you can't afford not to buy this place.
We didn't admit it to Mr. Jenkins, the real estate agent, but we felt the same way. Have you ever gone looking for a house to buy, and then one day you come to an old, untidy, neglected place that has character, and you know that when you start working on it, it'll come alive again under your hands? Well, Sally and I felt, as Mr. Jenkins said, we couldn't afford not to buy it. So we raised what we could, took a mortgage for the rest, and bought it.
We couldn't begin to tell you of all the things we stripped off that house. The coats of paint, the layers of awful wallpaper. We found that the floors were of lovely old pine. Wide boards hidden beneath coats of varnish and then linoleum. The outside walls were coated with some kind of stucco, but when the electrician came to drill for wiring, he ran into square timbers nearly 2 feet thick. And the kitchen. Oh, there was the greatest discovery of them all. Under the wallpaper on one of the walls, we noticed an irregularity, and we began to poke around.
Honey, where's the flashlight?
Oh, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Let's see what we... Sally, there's a great big hall behind here.
What is it?
Yeah, there's a great big space behind here. It's all blackened.
What is it?
Oh, I know. It's one of those great kitchen fireplaces. You know the kind.
Where they have a spit
How?
and a hook for holding kettles and... Oh, Jim, it's so exciting. Oh, let's pull the rest of the stuff away. Come on.
Watch it. Be careful.
Oh, what's that? Oh, Jim. I can hardly believe it. It's a real pioneer fireplace. Big oven and everything. Oh, it's beautiful.
And look at the size of it. You know, you could almost sit in it.
Well, that's what they used to do.
I know.
They had seats at each side so everybody could get close to the fire.
Boy.
Jim?
What?
We've got to restore this kitchen just as it was. We'll furnish it just right. The kind of table and chairs they would have used in those days. We'll get the rest of this paper off the walls, and then
Hey, wait a minute. How are we going to get the proper furniture?
Oh, we'll find it somewhere. Oh, I can see the kitchen already. Just as it'll be, and just as it must have been then.
As we talked, standing in front of that great fireplace we'd uncovered, the room seemed to take on a softer, mellower atmosphere. There was a feeling of life about the room which I found hard to describe. It was very exciting. We hardly took the time to stop for supper, and then we were at it again, scraping and tearing away. All the time we were working, a wind had been springing up. A storm was on its way, and before long it broke. While the thunder and lightning raged and the rain drove against the outside of the house, we worked on, feeling strangely snug and secure against the violence of the storm. With a start, I realized that someone was pounding on the back door. Sally, did you hear that?
What, darling?
Well, it sounded like somebody knocking on the door.
I can't hear a thing with this storm going on.
Yeah, there it is again.
I heard that all right.
Must be somebody looking for shelter. It's the back door out of the kitchen here, I think. Well, I'll go and see. Is there somebody there?
Oh. Can I trouble you for shelter? Just till the storm stops.
Of course. Come on in.
Thank you. Sorry to intrude on you, but it's a wild night. Evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Well, come along and sit down. I'm sorry we haven't a fire going, but we just discovered that there was a fireplace in that wall.
Didn't take you long. Some folks lived here for years, never found it.
You mean you knew it was there?
Good fireplace. Draws good.
Who are you?
Name's Dan Sharp. Know a lot of things about this house.
You mean you used to live here or work here or something?
This kitchen now. It's different. Used to be a table in the center. Big table. Solid. Ain't far away.
A table? You mean the original table is still in existence?
Had an auction. Walt Bender bid on the table. Got it. Walt's dead now. Son still has it. There was 2 rockers. Sam Harris got them. Sam's dead, too. And a gun. There was a gun over the fireplace. A muzzle loader. He and Bryce bought it. Don't know why. Somebody else in the Bryce place now. Still got the gun, though.
Well, are you trying to tell us that all the furniture out of this kitchen is around somewhere?
Way far away.
Could we buy those things from them? Get them back where they came from?
We ought to. Ought to be back. Long here.
Oh, won't you tell us something more about this house, Mr. Sharp? Did you live here yourself? Is that it?
Jonathan lived here. Died here, too. Night like this. Went out to the barn. Wind blew a branch off the big elm. Fell on Jonathan. Killed him.
How terrible.
Wind stopped right after. It's dropping now.
Who was Jonathan? I mean, how do you know about all this?
Rain's stopping, too. It's time to go.
Oh, you can't go yet. We want to know more about what...
Time to go. Maybe someday Jonathan will tell you what he done. Happened in this room. Jonathan was buried in the churchyard.
Well, what are you talking about?
Thank you for your hospitality, ma'am. Oh, don't get up, Sam. I'll let myself out. And don't forget you're doing right. Mighty fine fireplace it was. You're doing right.
Jim? Who was he?
I don't know.
It was the strangest sort of...
Sally, what's the matter?
Jimmy, look. Where he was sitting.
Yeah? What about it?
He came in out of the rain. He must have been soaked, but with that chair and the floor, they're bone dry.
Sally was right. There wasn't a drop of water anywhere near where the old man had been sitting. We were faced with the fact that a ghost had sat in our kitchen and talked to us. And Sally and I didn't believe in ghosts, so we were left with only one thing to do.
Pretend he was a ghost and then go on from there.
Well, what do you suggest we do then?
Go and visit all these people he mentioned. Look, if all he said was true, we can furnish this kitchen as it was before. I can remember the names. Bender, Harris and Bryce. Oh, Jim, we've got to do it. It worked out very well. Everything was where the old man said it was. We found the old muzzle loader at the Bryce place and got it very cheap. At the Harris farm, they had the 2 rockers and a wonderful old pine dresser that the ghost hadn't even mentioned. Took some haggling to get that, and we paid more than we wanted to, but, it was worth it to see it sitting there in our kitchen. It was actually 2 weeks before we found all the articles. We went to the Bender farm last, place where the table was supposed to be.
That old table? Oh, I threw it out.
You got rid of it? Why?
It was too big and clumsy. Didn't fit into this kitchen when we fixed it over.
Where is it now?
Oh, it's out in the drive shed somewhere. I just told Hi to get it out of here. You want to look at it?
Oh, we'd like to. Which way is the drive shed?
Well, you can go out this door here. It's on the right as you go out to the barn.
Oh, thanks.
Well, you can't miss the table. It's so big.
That's it, all right, Jim?
Yep.
Oh, can we lift some of this stuff off it?
Sure.
Oh, Lord.
They certainly pile up a lot of junk on this farm. Hey, honey, look at this. Bits of old chairs, broken garden tools, old wrenches.
You never know what you're going to find in a place like this.
Oh, boy. There, that's all of it. Hey, that sure is a big table.
Enormous.
Oh, yeah. Heavy, too.
I wonder why they put that dreadful varnish on everything. There's coats of it.
You want me to scrape some of it away?
Oh, no. Oh, it's bound to be good wood underneath. Let's go back and tell her we'll take it. Hi Bender brought it down one Friday evening, and Jim and I spent the weekend working on it with scrapers and paint remover. By Sunday night, we were tired out.
It's a solid-looking table.
Looks so right in here. There's such an atmosphere to this kitchen now. Everything seems to belong.
You know, I can't help wondering what it was that happened here.
Happened?
Remember what the old man said when Jonathan done what he did?
Oh, yes, I've forgotten.
And who was Jonathan? I don't suppose there's any way of finding out.
If anything did happen? Funny about that old man, isn't it? We're beginning to accept him, quite casually. And yet, actually, he couldn't have been real. You're as tired as we are. You can imagine all kinds of strange things.
I wish I could imagine myself in bed and asleep this minute. I would have to get to work early tomorrow morning.
Oh, do you, darling?
Yeah, 8:30. You better call me at 7. If you have breakfast at 7:30, I can make it.
Jim?
Yeah?
Jim, come here, quickly.
Well, what is it?
It's something... Oh, Jim, hurry.
Well, what is it? A skunk in the stove?
No. Look, the kitchen table.
Huh?
There, at that end. Looks like a great big stain.
Yeah. Now, where in hell did that come from?
I don't know. Only I'm quite certain it wasn't there last night when we went to bed.
No, wait a minute. Something leaking from the ceiling?
I don't think so. Funny thing is, the stain seems to be absolutely dry.
More than that, it looks old. Very old.
Jim, I know this sounds silly, but I just can't help feeling that it's blood.
Oh, no, Sally, that's ridiculous. How could it be blood?
Well, how could it be there at all? We sanded that right down last night. It was as clean as we could get it.
Well, maybe we didn't notice it in the evening light.
Oh, you know very well it wasn't there last night.
Yeah. Now, what's going on in this house? First of all, an old man who comes in out of the rain and doesn't leave a wet mark anywhere. And now a table that comes up with a blood stain overnight.
There, you said it too.
Huh.
A blood stain. Just as if you knew.
Oh, well, it just slipped out. Now, look, honey, give me a piece of sandpaper. While you get the breakfast, I'm going to sand that mark off. There, that's going. Here, see? I haven't got time to work on it anymore, but I think with some more elbow grease we can get it out.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll keep working on it today while you're out, and by the time you're back, it'll be all gone.
That's what I thought. When I left for work, I was convinced that we'd taken the whole affair too seriously, that somehow the wood had absorbed some color from one of the layers of paint under the varnish, and that perhaps exposure to the air had brought it to the surface. But when I came home that night, I threw that theory overboard.
No, Jimmy, no. It's no good. This is something beyond our understanding.
But the stain responded to sanding this morning before I left.
I know, and I went on sanding. I had it very nearly out, and then the phone rang. It was Mother, and she kept me talking for 20 minutes. When I got back, the stain was there, as clear as ever. Jim, I don't know what it is, but I'm afraid of it.
We worked on the stain with sandpaper, but it always came back. We even tried to bleach it with oxalic acid, but that was no good. I suggested painting it over, but Sally wouldn't hear of it. Rather than spoil the pine surface, she'd cover up the stain with a tablecloth for the time being. We thought then, if we could get some information about the history of our house, it might help. So we called on Mr. Tyson, the publisher of the local 4-page newspaper. He was a twinkling man of 75 with a long and retentive memory.
So you're the people that bought that place, eh? Heard you got a bargain on it.
Well, that's what we're not quite sure about, Mr. Tyson. The price is low enough, but we've got a mystery on our hands.
Mystery, eh?
Well, we thought perhaps you could give us some information that would help to clear it up.
What kind of mystery?
We don't like to tell you because it's hard to believe, but if we can clear it up, then we'll tell you all about it.
Well, it might make a good story for your paper.
I can always use a good story. What's the information you want?
Well, first of all, who was Jonathan Sharp? He used to live in our house.
Yes, I remember Jonathan Sharp. I was just a young fellow when he died.
Wasn't he killed in a storm? Hit by a branch of a tree or something?
Yes. How did you know?
Oh, someone told us.
Yeah.
Well, that's how it happened, anyway. He's a big fella, Jonathan. A bad temper. Got him into trouble many a time. Good farmer, though. Made a deal of money, but he never spent much.
Was there ever anyone called Dan Sharp?
Dan Sharp? Oh, yes. Now I'd forgotten about him. Yeah, Dan Sharp. He was a cousin of Jonathan's, I believe. Yeah, that's right, a cousin. Their dads were brothers, and they owned that farm together, yeah.
Did Jonathan and Dan work it together?
No, I don't believe they did. Well, they may have for a while. I couldn't say exactly.
What happened to Dan, Mr. Tyson?
I never did know. Went away somewhere, I guess. I can just remember him as a little fella, wiry, but, I didn't see Dan Sharp after I was out of my teens.
Is he buried in the churchyard?
No, I wouldn't know that either. I know Jonathan is because I remember the funeral. First one I was ever at. But you could go over there and see if there's a stone for Dad.
We might do that. And thanks, Mr. Tyson. We got a few things straight anyway.
Afraid I haven't been much help. Hey, but don't forget me when you solve that mystery.
We found Jonathan's grave. Died April 14th, 1898. And there were the graves of other Sharps, but of Dan Sharp there wasn't a trace. The matter rested there for a few days. We felt that sometime we'd find the explanation. Sally kept busy about the house, making curtains, doing more sanding, waxing other pieces of the old furniture. In spite of the mystery, we were coming to love our old house. And then, one night, many things were made clear. I'd been working late. I got home about 11. When I opened the door, to my amazement, Sally ran flying into my arms, half sobbing with pure terror.
Jim, thank God you're home. It's been awful. I was terrified.
Oh, darling, what's happened?
Oh, that terrible man.
A man? Did somebody come here? Sally, are you all right?
Oh, it's not anybody that came. Nobody's been here. It's what I saw.
What you saw?
Well, I didn't mind being alone here. You know I don't get frightened.
Well, sure, I know.
I'd been very busy all day. The time wasn't dragging at all. I was sewing with the machine in the afternoon, and then I went out and did some gardening until it was dusk. After that, I came in and made myself some supper. I was pretty sleepy after supper, but I kept on working for a while. Mm-hmm. And then I just had to sit down. I sat in one of the rockers in the kitchen in front of the fire. There was a little chill in the air, and I'd put a few bits of wood on. I was sitting there, relaxing, and perhaps I dozed off. I don't know. I can't be sure. Anyway, I suddenly seemed not to be in the chair anymore, but standing by the door. I was conscious of a different atmosphere in the room. It was menacing. I know I was afraid. And no matter what was happening in that room, I couldn't move.
Happening? How do you mean, Sally?
The table was there in the center.
Yeah.
At one end of it, there were two men standing. They were having an argument. One was a big man. He was angry, and the other man was...
Who?
A little old man. Dan Sharp.
What?
I could see his face. There was no doubt. They were arguing. I couldn't hear distinctly. It was something about property, about the farm, it seemed. The little man said something about being cheated out of something, and then...
Yes?
And then... The big man. He got the other man by the throat. He forced him back over the table. The little man tried to fight back. He hit the big man in the face, and then the big man went on, holding the little man down with one hand, and then with his right hand, he reached back and pulled out a knife and he plunged it right into the little man's chest.
Oh, no. There, darling. Honey, it's all right. It's only a dream.
But I saw it so plainly. He drew the knife out. He stood there breathing heavily.
Yeah.
And then the body of the little man, it sort of crumbled and fell sideways. And I could see the table, Jim. I could see it. Right there on the end was a spreading pool of blood.
It was an awful experience for Sally. I tried to persuade her it was a dream, something that had stemmed from her imagination, but she wouldn't accept it. It was too real, she said, and she felt sure something else was going to happen.
I knew that wasn't the end of our mystery, and I was right. It was some time before the end came. We had decided we wanted a root cellar, and we hired a man with a power shovel to excavate it for us, close to the house. Halfway through, he came to us with something in his hands.
Turned up this box. Yeah, don't know what it is.
Box?
Yep, looks kind of old. All nailed down, too. Thought I'd better bring it in.
Thank you. I wonder what it can be.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe some money got buried there. Never can tell.
What a hope.
Well, it's yours anyway. I'll get back outside. Think I can finish up in half an hour.
Well, thanks for bringing it in.
Okay.
What do you think it is, Jim?
Well, we'll soon find out. I had a big screwdriver here somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Exciting, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a musty sort of smell to it.
I hope it's gold pieces. Did they have gold pieces in those days?
Oh, we'd never have the luck to... Sally.
What is it?
It's not gold pieces. It isn't money. It's bones. And they look like human bones. They were human bones, all right. And then, as we stood there gazing at them, an idea came filtering into our minds. Sally's dream. Perhaps it wasn't a dream at all, but a revelation. Dan Sharp had been killed. In that night of vision, Sally had seen him stabbed by someone who was obviously Jonathan. And Jonathan had disposed of the little man's body by burning it in the fireplace and then sealing it up. But just in case it might be discovered, he took the bones, which wouldn't burn, put them in a box, and buried them deep near the house. That was it. That must be it. And in that moment of inspiration, I turned back the cloth on the big kitchen table. The stain seemed more vivid than ever.
Jim, I know what to do.
What?
Remember the night Dan Sharp came? He spoke of Jonathan. He said, Jonathan was buried in the churchyard. As if to say, but I wasn't.
And you think that...
To put that poor old man at rest, we must bury him in the churchyard. It was like a burden falling from our shoulders. We took the box with the bones to Mr. Clark, the minister, and explained something of the story. He was very nice about it and arranged everything. There was a very short, quiet service. Only Mr. Tyson from the newspaper and Jim and I were there. And then the bones of Dan Sharp were returned to the earth. As we returned to our house, we both shared the feeling that we'd done the right thing. And Mr. Tyson, who came with us, agreed. He was most anxious to see the table with the bloodstain.
Mighty big table, Mr. Keel.
Yes, it's a good piece of pine.
Turn the cloth back so you can see the stain. Oh, Jim, look.
Good Lord.
It's gone. The stain is gone.
But I don't understand. Honestly, Mr. Tyson, this morning it was... Well, it was plainer than day.
It was, eh? Well, now it seems to me it's one of two things.
What do you mean?
Well, either you two young folks are making up a good story, or you've put the ghost of old Dan Sharp to rest. I don't mind which it is. Either way, it's a good story. If not the best my paper's had in 30 years.
The Kitchen Table by Alan King was item 2 in a brief series of tales of the supernatural written for presentation on the Mystery Theater with Arch MacDonald as Jim, Sandra Scott as Sally, and Tommy Tweed as Sharp. Joe Austin was heard as Old Man Jenkins, Alan King as Mr. Tyson, the newspaper editor, and Jim Barron as the excavation contractor, with Eleanor Beecroft as Mrs. Bender. Sound effects were by Alex Sheridan. Technical operation by John Skillen. This is Bill Lorne speaking.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
For your enjoyment, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum brings you Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Face to Forget.
All right, wise guy. I told you once you couldn't come up here to this room, Marlowe.
That's right, landlord, but I found all I needed.
Well, you won't be able to use it after I teach you some manners. Snooper! Oh! I'll teach you to break into a respectable room in house.
Not leading with your right, you won't. Now get up. Come on, get up. Okay. I'll teach you something about cooperation, landlord. All I wanted to do was look this room over, and I was nice about asking.
Cut it out. I got my rules.
Yeah, and I got a job to do. I've been looking for Dave SHROUD for a solid week, and his trail finally led me here.
I got to look out for my roomer's privacy.
Sure. Only Dave SHROUD checked out of here this afternoon. He's no longer your guest. Anyway, I found enough in here to know SHROUD's taking the train tonight for San Francisco. So that winds up my lecture, and I'm happy to say my business with you and your charming establishment. Good night, landlord. When I stepped out of the cheap, musty rooming house into the warm night, I felt for the first time in a week that I wasn't wasting my time. That by tomorrow I'd know why a quiet young guy named Dave SHROUD had suddenly dropped everything that gave life some sense. Everything from a lovely girl to a fine job and vanished. Completely. I stopped in a phone booth, called my client, and told her to meet me in an hour at the Leopard Spot, the bar in her hotel. Then I made a reservation on the 10 o'clock train for San Francisco. Went home and threw a toothbrush and shirt into a bag, and when I walked into the Leopard Spot, I was right on time. I found my client, Ellen Wyatt, in a booth near the back. The soft rose lights touching her face made me wonder all over again what kind of pressure it could possibly have been to drive Dave SHROUD away from a girl like this.
I tried to wait in my apartment upstairs, Phil, but I just couldn't. Is it good news?
I hope so, Ellen. That broken-down rooming house over in East L.A. paid off all right.
Dave was staying there?
Yeah, he had been, under the name of Donald Stranigan.
But why would he take a place like that? He must have plenty of money with him.
Oh, well, the city's cluttered with those joints. They're as common as tin cans. He figured you can't look into all of them. We were just lucky.
Then he knows what he's doing. There's nothing wrong with him like amnesia.
No, it's something else, Ellen.
Good evening, Miss Wyatt. Martini?
Yes, please.
For you, sir?
Martini sounds fine.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Marlowe, maybe that hunch I had about gambling, maybe it was right after all. Couldn't some kind of terrible jam with gamblers do this to Dave?
Yeah, that might. But I checked that and drew a blank. Say, listen, Ellen, the description of Dave I got at that rooming house isn't too complete. That snapshot I asked you about, you bring it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good.
It's in my purse. Here.
Ah.
That was taken on our first date 4 years ago.
4 years ago, huh? Those years made quite a change in both of you.
Yes. Dave and I are good for each other, Phil.
Oh, sure.
I only hope that the next 4
Here we
years...
are. Martini, very dry.
Oh.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, I wish we had the kind of news we could toast.
Maybe we will. Sooner than you think.
You've got a new lead? You know where Dave is?
Well, close enough to be pretty sure he's taking the 10 o'clock to San Francisco.
San Francisco?
Yeah, and so am I.
Phil.
How about coming down to the station with me, huh?
Me? But do you think that's wise? What if he saw me first?
Well, it's worth a chance for you to point him out to me. What do you say, baby? Got something to drink to now?
Yes, and I'd better do it fast before I start to bawl. Tears would be awful in a martini. No luck, Phil. I still haven't seen him.
Wait a minute. How about that one, Ellen? Over there at the cigar counter.
Oh, the fellow in the T-shirt?
Yeah.
Dave couldn't look that sloppy, and besides, he's taller.
Oh.
Well, that's it, Phil.
Yeah. Well, I guess we missed him. I better get aboard, huh?
This kind of scares me. You don't think Dave just pretended to be leaving, that he tricked you?
No. Those leads weren't planted. They weren't that good. Don't worry, baby. Dave will be on this train when it pulls out. I'll bet my last buck on it.
Find him for me, Phil.
Sure. You just keep that chin up.
I will.
Okay.
And call me the very first chance you get.
Right.
For train 61.
Pardon me, lady. I'm sorry.
Hey, you with that brown bag.
Me?
Yeah, just a short minute, my friend. Unless you happen to favor dirty shirt size 17, you're in for a big disappointment.
What are you talking about?
Well, I think you made a small mistake there. Isn't that my bag?
I'm afraid not, mister. CP is in Philip, M is in Marlowe.
Well, how do you like that? I saw you pick it up back there at the information booth. That's where I left mine. I could have sworn it belonged to me. I'm sure sorry.
It's all right. Happens to everybody sooner or later.
Yeah, well, now that's mighty big of you, friend. Say, you're going to be on old 61 for Frisco, too, aren't you?
Afraid so, yeah.
Well, let's call this an introduction. Arback's my handle. Manny Arback, on the road for Pfeiffer Plumbing Fixtures. Yes, sir. I'll see you on board, friend.
Not much doubt about that.
No, we might get up a little game. Fun, huh?
Oh, fine.
Yeah, well, I better shake a leg and get my bag. I'll find you all right. I never forget a face.
Maybe I ought to cut my head off. I stopped off in my compartment just long enough to drop my suitcase. And as we pulled out, I moved through the train to the dining car and picked a seat where I could keep an eye on the rest of the tables for Dave Stroud, who, even if I didn't recognize his face, I knew from his fiancée would handle a knife and fork European style. He likely to order liver and bacon and drink tea without sugar, and would probably be dressed in wilted tweeds with the shirt collar open. Well, as soon as I sat down, the car began to fill. My table companion, a quiet tab collar type, had his own business and knew how to mind it. Almost 100%. Which he did for the 15 minutes it took him to eat.
Well, I don't know why food always tastes better on a train, but it does. Thanks for letting me share the table with you.
Oh, not at all.
Perhaps I'll see you later in the club car. We might have a nightcap.
Yeah, it's a deal.
Fine. So long.
So long.
So there you are,
Oh,
Marlowe.
fine.
Say, I've been looking high and low for you, my friend. What you doing in here? They serve nothing but food in this car, you know. Say, who's your pal?
I don't know. He was here 15 minutes and we didn't get that far.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
You do?
Yeah, those quiet birds give me the willies, too. You know, friend, I've seen him someplace before, and I never forget a face. You didn't catch his name, huh?
He didn't throw it.
He didn't throw. Oh.
You like that, huh?
Yes, sir, you're right on, my friend. Well, it'll come to me. Faces are kind of a hobby with me. I meet a lot of people, but I never forget a... Hey, have you lost somebody in here the way you keep looking around?
Yeah, but I think I found him again.
Hey, what's up? Where are you going?
Clay, follow the lead. I'll see you, Owlback.
Hey, Marlowe, come back. You dropped something here. In spite of the fog kicked up by the traveling typhoon who never forgot a face,
I'd managed to catch a glimpse at the door of a bunch of tweeds and an open collar on a bill that exactly fit the 4-year-old snapshot in my wallet. I bucked a huddle of undecided dowagers blocking the aisle, but managed to keep them inside all the way back to car 16 without being seen. There I watched them unlock compartment L and go inside. I was convinced it was Dave Shroud, but at this point I had to be sure. I went to look for the conductor and finally found him tucked away at a lonely table back in the club car, as intent on his ticket count as a cheat at solitaire. I figured I could afford the time now, so I decided to wait. I headed back for the seat, and I ran into my dinner partner, the Tad Collar.
Well, hello again. You're a little early for that nightcap, but sit down anyway.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, I'm Roy Tarney.
Oh, mine's Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Philip Marlowe. Why, I've
Yeah.
read that name many times. You're the famous private detective.
Well, private detective anyway. Glad to know you, Tony.
Privilege for me. Oh, are you looking for a match here?
Yeah.
Oh, keep them. Keep them. I have others.
Oh, thanks. Thanks again.
Are you on a case now, Marlowe, or should I ask?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Hey, Marlowe.
Yo.
Marlowe, man, are you hard to hang on to. But you're mighty lucky I'm honest, my friend. You see this?
Yeah, I see. It's my wallet.
Yeah. When you bolted out of the dining car, you dropped it on the seat. I found it for you.
Oh.
Nothing fell out but this picture here. And is she all right, man? Oh, man. Who is she, boy? The name, I mean, huh?
Don't tell me. I bet you've seen her before.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
I thought
And
so.
I never forget her face.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks. Now, if you let me have it, I'm very grateful.
Yeah, sure. Glad to be of service, my friend.
Oh.
Anytime I can... Well, speaking of familiar faces, this is the gentleman that you had dinner with, huh?
That's right, Auerbach. This is the gentleman. Mr. Auerbach, Mr. Tarney, for better or worse, till your destination do you part.
How do you do?
Tarney? Tarney. Now, that's funny. You know, I was just telling Marlowe here that I recognized you from someplace.
It's very unlikely. I have a fair memory myself. I don't remember you.
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty good. But hey, wait a minute. I'm getting it. Sure. Oh, this is silly. Why, I saw you tonight in the railroad station.
No, that's impossible. I was so late I nearly missed the train.
Me too. Only you had a good reason. Oh, yes, sir, my friend. You were kissing the little woman goodbye. I couldn't see her too well, but she was quite a looker. And judging from the way you were going at it, you... Yeah. Well, now, wait a minute, friend. I didn't mean any offense. I was just kidding you along. Yeah, well, I guess I'll go by my way into a little poker. Excuse me.
I suppose there has to be one on every train.
Yeah. They help the ride like a square wheel.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll go read a while, Marlowe. Good luck on your case.
Conductor climbed out of his pile of tickets to stretch. I went over, introduced myself, and asked the $64 question.
Car 16, compartment L, huh? Well, let's see. Oh, here it is, Mr. Marlowe. That room's occupied by one Daniel Stacy.
Daniel Stacy? Yeah, sure. Same initials as Dave Shroud.
But we're not carrying any Dave Shroud tonight.
Don't bet on that, conductor. It was that simple. I walked up through the train to car 16, and when I got to the door of compartment L, I'd already decided on how to handle Dave. Convince him that he had to go back to Ellen Wyatt regardless of what had happened to him. Yeah, I had it all figured until I heard it. It had come from inside. The door was unlocked, but the lights were out. When I got them on again, I realized that nothing was simple. Ever. Stretched out on the floor of Dave's room was Manny Auerbach, staring straight up as he rocked with the pitch of the train, the side of his head against the sharp steel corner, his eyes already beginning to glaze.
He said he knew I'd remember sometime.
Remember what? Why did you come here, Manny?
He said I'd remember...
Manny! Manny! Well, Marlowe, it's your move again. Let's see you tell this to Ellen Wyatt. Who's that? What? Ooh!
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Face to Forget.
Either it had been the flat of the pistol crashing against the side of my head, or my head crashing against the stone-hard floor of the compartment, that had turned light into dark and left me with a welt behind one ear the size and shape of a cue ball. I couldn't tell which. When I had both my eyes open, I knew that it didn't matter. That nothing mattered really, except that I was staring into Manny Auerbach's dead face, while only inches away a pair of feet were moving. Feet that belonged to Dave SHROUD, whose suitcase in tow was on his way out, one hand already on the doorknob. I went for him, around the knees.
What? Let go! Let go, I say! Oh.
By the time I was off the floor and after him, he was well out in front. But wrestling with a heavy steel door at the end of the empty passageway slowed him down. When we reached the platform between the cars, he was almost mine. But then suddenly a hand shot out of the dark, grabbed a fistful of shirt front, and spun me hard against the opposite door.
No!
A hand that belonged to a man in a tab collar. Mr. Roy Tawney, plus a shiny .22 automatic, and minus his club car velvet voice.
Get up, Marlowe. We've got a little talk coming.
At this stage, it'll be a pleasure. Believe me.
We'll see. What do you want with Dave SHROUD?
I'm a census taker who's real...
Cut it. Time is running short, Marlowe. When you get off at this stop coming up, you stay off.
Yeah? What's your angle?
Dave. He still needs my help, and he's still gonna have it.
No matter who he kills?
Kills? What's that supposed to mean?
Manny Auerbach, the chummy one who couldn't forget faces. He's very dead back in Dave's compartment.
Well, then that loudmouth wasn't just a blowhard salesman after all. He was what Dave's been running from, one of those lousy card shop...
Slips, huh, Tony?
Yeah, but they don't count, Mr. Detective. Nothing counts anymore but Dave getting out of a jam that can cost him his hide. Just for the record, that game back in L.A. 3 months ago that cost Dave every cent he had plus 10 grand he didn't was about as level as the rest of that knee-pants town ever gets.
Which makes you what?
Two things, smart Alec. First, a guy from Detroit, a real town, who doesn't like a lousy fix. And second, I like a fix even less when the sucker on tap is my own brother. Now, Peeper, get back away from that door. The station's on that side. I wouldn't want you to run for it and get shot before you got to say a few words. Back over here, Marlowe.
Take it easy with that gun, huh? They go off, you know.
All right, the pitch. Let's have it now. What's Dave to you?
Ellen Wyatt. Mean anything?
Not very much. But Dave is sorry about that. So when you get back to your client, you tell it... Hold it. Just like you are and stay cheerful.
This stop, Carter. Carter, gentlemen.
Conductor, this train wait here a while? I mean, is there any time to get off and stretch?
No, sir. Just stop long enough to pick up a little mail, leave a little mail, once in a while take on a passenger. Hardly ever, though. Carter folks aren't much on traveling. Oh, by the way, aren't you the gentleman who was looking for Mr. Stacy?
Yeah, I found him, thanks.
Oh, don't mention it. Glad to be of service. Say, don't get too close to the edge here, gentlemen. Carter, California.
We were talking about Ellen Wyatt, Tony. Why didn't Precious brother Dave ever let her know that he had to lay low, that he was in a jam with gamblers? A bunch of roses with card enclosed could have gone a long way, or again, there's the telephone.
Oh, button it up, Marlowe. I don't know any of the details. Maybe the kid didn't want her to know he couldn't stay away from the pasteboards. Maybe he just didn't want her to worry. Anyway, that's not the point.
Then what is?
That a broken heart beats a broken skull 7 times a week. You should know that much, Peeper.
So?
So I don't want you, the girl, or anyone else to know where Dave is heading. At least not until I get back to L.A. by my lonesome and call a few spades just that.
Like they do in Detroit, maybe, huh?
Like they do in Detroit, no, maybe. You tell the Wyatt babe I'll look her up then. Now you get over there at the door and you take your choice.
Jump or get pushed?
Jump, pushed, or shot. Go on, Marlowe. This is where you get off. Go on, the longer you wait, the harder it's gonna be. Name it. Jump, push, or shot.
I couldn't say much for the alternatives. But one look back over my shoulder at the gaping .22 automatic leveled at my head and Tawny's ice-cold gray eyes above made up my mind for me. Jump it had to be. I would always remember one thing about Carter, California. The right-of-way was more sand than stone. I was grateful.
Carter Station, Willis Hensett speaking. The Limited left 10 minutes ago. No package for you, Miss Lillisman. I'm sure I'm sure. Huh? Me snapping at you? Now listen, Miss Lily. The brass of some people. Say, what happened to you, son?
I tripped. Dad, this is important. Can you tell me where the Limited stops next?
Well, is anybody getting on at Murdoch Corner?
No. The first real stop. A good-sized town.
Let's see. Smoke cigars, son?
No. Look, Dad, this counts. Now, come on, tell me, will you?
Yeah, sure. Well, now, there's Fulton. That's a half-hour wait.
Oh.
You got a match, please, son?
Oh, yeah, here. Here's a whole bookkeeping. Now, tell me, how far is Fulton?
Oh, 40, maybe 50 miles. Upgrade
50
on the
miles.
road.
How can I get there in a hurry? I got to catch that train.
Well, if you got a car, you can...
Where can I rent a car or get a cab?
It is our not a chance, sonny. Oh, excuse me, Jake's calling from Bakersfield. He's expecting a grandchild.
Hooray for Jake. Now listen to me, Dad. There's a dead man on the Limited and his killer as well, and I was tossed off a train. Now let's take the business.
What? Well, in that case, let's call ahead and get the police.
No, I don't want that.
Well, why not, son?
Because for one thing, the killer may have been justified. Self-defense and the sight of the law will toss him into a lot of panic. He'll only end up in more gunplay. And for another, I have a very personal axe to grind.
Getting tossed off the train, huh?
Yeah, among other things. Now, will you tell me that coupe out there, is it yours?
Yeah, but I can't
for
let
$50
you take my car. You're cash?
Cash. Here. Also, here's my credentials. I'm a private detective out of L.A. I'll get your car back to you as soon as possible. I'll pay you another $50 when I do. Now, give me the keys, will you? Quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Here. It's the one in the middle.
Thanks, Dad, and don't worry. I'll drive real
What's the matter, son? Well, you're staring like you don't feel so good. What is it? Your head, maybe?
Yeah, my head, maybe. I ought to have it examined. Sometimes it's real slow coming up with the truth.
The truth? What do you mean, son?
I mean, I got a big fat hunch, a hunch that may be able to stop a second murder. If I make it to Fulton in time. So long, Dad. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help. My apologies and congratulations to Jake. Like the station agent himself, Willard Hansen's coupe was a little less than spry. But with the accelerator jammed hard to the floor and only a straight, empty highway ahead, I managed to keep it at a straining 70 most of the way. And 50 minutes later, when I tore into Fulton and followed the street markers to the station, a long, low, welcome sound in the night told me I was on time. The train was just getting underway again. I slammed to a stop at the end of the depot, piled out of the coupe and started to run for the last car. But I changed my mind. The train could chug on its merry way without me. After all, it was going without Dave SHROUD and his big brother. The two men were walking down the deserted platform toward me. I slid back into the shadows of a pile of crates and waited, my hand tight on the .38 in my pocket, suddenly positive that my hunch was now a sure thing. Roy Tawney was not Dave's brother, but he was the one who had murdered Manny back in car 16, compartment L. And he was ready to try murder again.
All right, Stroud, that's far enough. Hold it there.
Tawney, you're out of your mind. You've got no reason to kill me. I'll never say anything. Ellen knows that. That's why I ran. I could never turn Ellen over to the police. I love her.
Oh, yeah, sure, you're nuts about it. You got lots of reasons to be, haven't you? Reasons like Ellen crossing you up for me and a tall stack of dough. Reasons like knowing that we're both responsible for knocking off our ex-boss to come into that dough. Sure, kid, you got lots of reasons to love her.
But, Tony, I tell you I do. I ran away, didn't I?
Oh, but of course, Mr. Stroud, of course, you ran so that you could wait for a smart time in the smart place to try blackmail.
No, that's not it. I ran because I love Ellen. Because whatever she's done has been your fault.
Oh, no, kid, you got it all wrong. The lady was the pilot all the way. Even to hiring a lousy peeper named Marlowe to tag you so that I'd know where to get my hands on you.
The man on the floor in my compartment? The dead man?
That was a loudmouth salesman with a memory for faces. He would have spoiled everything if he'd remembered that he saw me with Ellen in the railroad station and passed it on to Marlowe. I had to shut him up and then give the peeper a big cock and bull story about you being my brother and in hot water with gamblers.
And Marlowe was the other one, the one who grabbed for me.
That's right, Stroud. That was Marlowe. Too bad he didn't grab better, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect shame,
What?
Tony.
Will you turn your loud? Stop! He's got a gun!
Makes two of us.
Rotten pig!
Is he dead, Marlowe?
Yeah, Dave. Even in Detroit, he'd be called dead. Come on, Dave. We got some telephone calls to make. The police, for one.
All right. Marlowe, is all this really true?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Dave. The girl you wouldn't turn in for murder wanted to murder you. Believe it, kid, all at once. It'll be easier later on that way.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Marlowe, for getting here when you did. You saved my life.
Well, not exactly. A guy named Willis Hansard gets part credit for that. Guy who runs a railroad station at Carter, California, and also smokes cigars and sometimes runs out of matches.
What does that have to do with it?
Everything, Dave. See, Hansard needed a light, and I gave him a book of matches that Roy Tony had given me earlier in the club car. I hadn't noticed them then, but I did when Hansard used them. They came from the Leopard Spot, Dave.
The Leopard Spot?
Yeah.
The cocktail lounge at Ellen's hotel?
That's right. And I couldn't buy Tony's having them as just coincidence. It tied him into Ellen too tight. A hunch said so. Wait here, will you, kid? I'll only be a couple of minutes. I've got a long-distance call to make before we get in touch with the police.
To Ellen? But what are you going to tell her, Marlowe?
Anything, Dave. Anything that'll keep her right where she is, ready and waiting for what's going to turn out to be the L.A. police. I won't be long, kid. After the telephone call, Dave and I spent a long hour with the Fulton police, explaining why a man named Roy Tawney was lying in their quiet railroad station, face down in a pool of his own blood. And it was a long hour again with the railroad officials who arrived with their own set of questions. Well, it was 4 o'clock in the morning before we were finally aboard a train, heading back for L.A. Dave Stroud and I sat opposite each other in silence through that bleak, empty hour when you can almost feel the day that's coming up nudge the one that's just gone by. I was real glad to see it go. I sat there looking at Stroud and wondered if he'd ever heard the lyrics of a song a train whistle always makes me think of. My mammy done told me. When I was in knee pants, my mammy done told me, son, a woman's a two-face. A worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Sammy Hill, Roy Rowan, Parley Bear, Larry Dobkin, Elliott Reed, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I tangled with 3 snakes. The first was made of gold, the second wore a mustache, and the third was in the bag. And each in its own way, poison.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you A Shroud for Sarah, starring Miss Lucille Ball, soon to be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Ziegfeld Follies.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Miss Lucille Ball in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Oh, Sarah? Sarah?
Come in, George. How did it go, darling? George, you're trembling. Something went wrong.
No, nothing went wrong.
You got it then?
Yeah, I got it stuffed in all my pockets. Here, I'll dump it on the bed. Here you are, Sarah. 17 grand.
17,000? It's more than we expected.
Yeah.
George, you're acting queerly. Did everything work out all right?
Sure it did. It was duck soup, just like old times, Sarah. Remember how every job clicked? Sure fire when we used to plan them together.
George.
Yeah?
You're lying, aren't you?
Sarah, you really love me, don't you?
Do you have to ask? Would I have come back otherwise?
10 years is a long time. I thought you'd be changed. I never thought you'd come back like this out of nowhere. I don't even know what you've been doing, where you've been living, what name you're using. You haven't told me a thing about yourself.
I will, George. I will, as soon as we get out of this apartment. As soon as we're really together, darling.
That's the way you want it, isn't it, Sarah?
Of course. Why do you think I never got a divorce? I didn't, you know. I didn't even consider it.
No, you didn't. And you could have. You certainly had a right with me up for 5 years on a felony. I'm glad you waited, Sarah. You won't regret it.
I'm sure I won't, George. But let's not talk about that now. We have a train to make.
You know, Sarah, you're as good to look at as you were 10 years ago.
Oh, you're just making talk, George, and you haven't answered my question. I want to know what went wrong.
I'd given up hope, Sarah. I didn't expect to see you again.
But I came back.
I've done 2 stretches, Sarah, 9 years in jail out of 10. I wouldn't have pulled another job if you hadn't shown up. You won't go away again, will you?
Only with you, George.
Sarah, the scent of your hair. I used to dream of it. Those long nights in jail. Now it's real. Holding you like this. With your hair in my face.
George, you're hurting me. Your arms.
I'm sorry. Just that I'm so afraid it isn't true having you again. I want to hold you tight forever.
George, what happened? What went wrong?
Sarah, I had to kill a man. Well, have you got anything to say?
Only the obvious. It's murder, then. That changes my plans.
Your plans?
My plans for us.
You're going to stick with me, aren't you?
Of course. I didn't come back after 10 years only to run right out again. And we must think this out carefully. Are you sure you left no clues?
Only the gun. I wiped it off clean and left it there. It's a gun I picked up years ago. No way to tack it on me.
Fingerprints?
Gloves.
Then there's nothing to worry about.
Only if they happen to pick me up on suspicion.
I see. Are they after you now, George?
Of course not. Nobody heard the shot. There was nobody in the building but that bald-headed bookkeeper. He hadn't gone home. Must have stayed to get his books in shape for the morning. My luck.
And you weren't followed or chased?
You don't think I'd have come here if they were after me?
I'm sorry, George. I know you wouldn't.
You're not sore at me, then? We can go ahead just as we planned? Our train leaves in an hour. We'll pick up the tickets at the station. Sarah, it's hard to believe in an hour we'll be on the way to Florida, you and I.
Yes, George.
Just the two of us. In the warm sun. It's a dream I've had for 10 years in and out of jail. I figured it would always be a dream. You know, it's funny.
What's funny?
There's a bald-headed man lying dead over there at the finance company. He's finished. And we're just beginning. I never killed a man, Sarah. Never before.
You'll do all right from now on, George. You'll forget about that thing. I'll help you forget it.
Yeah.
But we've got to hurry now. Put your hat on. Now go over and pick up the tickets.
Well, I thought we'd go to the station together.
Silly, I've got to dress.
Yeah, well, the Sunset Limited leaves at 8 o'clock. There's only an hour.
I know. I'll dress and pack and meet you in 30 minutes at the train gate. Have you any money? Here, take some of this. I'll put the rest in the valise and bring it in a cab so it won't be found on you if anything happens.
Why didn't you come back before, Sarah? I didn't realize it till this minute. I've been like an orphan for 10 years. Kiss me?
Now, that's all, George. You've got to hurry now.
Yeah. Remember, the Sunset Limited at the gate.
I'll remember.
And don't forget to clean out the desk.
I'll take care of everything, George. Now, hurry. Hello? Police headquarters? A man was killed a few minutes ago at the Vanda Finance Company on Dexter Avenue. Please don't interrupt. If you go to the LaSalle station, you'll catch the murderer at the Sunset Limited train gate. His name is Monk. George Monk.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Miss Lucille Ball in A Shroud for Sarah by Emil C. Tepperman. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Saturday is Navy Day. On this day, all America gives honor to the returning veterans of the fleet. To these men, all America lifts its voice to say, well done. This weekend, too, millions of Americans will be entertaining family and friends. To them, here's a hospitality word from famed hostess Elsa Maxwell. My guests compliment me when I make delicious Roma California sherry first call for dinner. It's the perfect appetizer before the meal, served cool. Yes, Miss Maxwell, Roma sherry is most delightful later in the evening, too, when friends drop in, especially when served with tasty snacks. For glorious gold and amber, Roma sherry is a happy, mellow wine with natural fragrance and cream-rich, nut-like taste. So good because Roma sherry, like all Roma wines, is born of luscious grapes gathered at peak of flavor in California's choicest vineyards. Gently pressed, then unhurriedly guided to delicious perfection by Roma's ancient winemaking skill, bottled at Roma's own famed wineries. That's why all Roma wines are true wines, unvaryingly good always. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at reasonable cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Lucille Ball as Sarah Martell in A Shroud for Sarah, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Coming. I'm coming. Oh, I knew it was you, Sarah. Only you would ring so insistently when you know I'm handicapped by this infernal crutch.
Good evening, Peter. How's our next governor? Aren't you going to kiss me?
I've been away 3 days.
Is it necessary, my dear?
Peter, are you going to let the neighbors see me standing out here with this valise? Kiss me, you idiot. You can stand it if I can.
Very well. Satisfied, my dear? Now that we've performed for the neighbors, shall we go in?
The city's underworld, it appears, has broken out again with a new wave of violence, robbery, and potential gang
I see you've moved the radio again.
I moved it nearer the easy chair. This crutch makes it hard for me to get around. I hope you don't mind, my dear. I mean, it's being more convenient for me.
Is that the news? I want to hear it.
Police are seeking George Monk, an ex-convict who shot and killed the finance company bookkeeper and escaped with $17,000 in cash.
What do you want to turn that up for?
Bookkeeper had
It's
evidently
nothing
been
but a
surprised
sordid
by the
murder.
Oh, shut up.
and shot without warning. But there's a mystery angle here which sets this case apart from the ordinary holdup. Police are seeking an unidentified woman who tipped them off a few minutes after the murder, naming George Monk, and telling them just where he could be picked up. Unfortunately, one of the officers sent to apprehend the murder was recognized by Monk, who made his escape in the crowded railroad station.
What's the matter, my dear? Why did you turn the radio off? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Leave me alone, Peter.
Well, what sort of villainy were you up to in Chicago? Sarah, come back here. Where are you going?
I'm going up to my room. I want to unpack. Good night, Peter.
Burglary in Chicago. Mysterious woman who tipped off the police. Just a moment, Sarah.
I said good night, Peter.
$17,000. Sarah, I want to know what's in that valise. Why are you hanging on to it like that?
Stay where you are, Peter. Don't come up these stairs.
What's wrong? Are you afraid to let me see what's in that valise?
No, I'm not afraid. Just don't come up any closer.
Well, that same little pistol of yours. Would you shoot me with it again, my dear?
If you come a step further.
Drop the gun. You're not going to shoot me now, just before election. You want to be the governor's lady, don't you?
Stand still, Peter.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I've got to know what's in there.
Take another step, I'll shoot.
You're a fool, Sarah. Clever and ruthless, yes, but nevertheless a fool. Look at all the terrible things you've done to satisfy your ambition. Even murder now. And it's all been a waste of time.
What do you mean?
Did you know that the results of the popular poll were published today?
Well?
It gives Stephen Archer a 15% edge over me. And not only that, but the incumbent governor, the man we're both trying to beat, ran ahead of the two of us in the poll.
You're not lying about that?
Of course not, my dear. How did you expect to beat Stephen Archer and his money? We're broke.
No, Peter, we're not broke.
Oh? You mean you have $17,000 in that bag?
I'm going to be the governor's wife, I tell you. There's nothing that could stop me, nothing.
I believe you, Sarah. Why, I believe you'd even murder Archer if you had to. Let me have that valise.
You can't seem to understand, Peter. You're not going to open it.
Then shoot me, my dear. You do it so well. It comes so natural to you. Maybe you can shoot me in the other leg this time.
Oh, will you never stop throwing it up to me? That was an accident.
A very fortunate accident, wasn't it, Sarah? Just when I was ready to accept a commission in the Army. You didn't want to be the wife of an Army captain. Your ambition ran higher than that. You wanted to be the governor's lady. Now, Sarah, I'm going to see what you have there. And you're not going to do anything about it.
Get away from me, Peter!
No, Sarah, you're going to give them to me. There's the gun. And now that black... Sarah, don't the stairs... Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
Please go straight into the bedroom, Doctor. Peter fell again and hurt his leg in the same place.
Now, look here, Mrs. Martell. What's the use of keeping up this deception between ourselves? You know and I know that your husband didn't fall the last time. That was a bullet wound in his leg.
Dr. Varney, you promised never to mention that bullet wound.
And you promised to pay me, remember? $10,000. Where's the money?
Don't worry, I have it.
Oh, well, that's different. Where is it? I'll take it now.
Later. Please go in now and take care of Peter.
Did you shoot him again?
Of course not. That was an accident the last time. I was examining the pistol and it went off.
Yes, of course. That's the story, Mrs. Martell. And for $10,000, I'll gladly subscribe to it. But I must have that money. I need it. I won't touch that leg till I get the money.
All right. I have it here.
Oh.
There. That's $10,000. Now hurry in there and take care of Peter. Afterwards, I'll want to see you in here. There may be another matter that I'll want you to handle for me.
Yes, that's $10,000. Another matter?
You are also the physician for Stephen Archer, aren't you?
Yes.
You've been attending him every day during the campaign.
I understand his heart needs attention.
Look here, Mrs. Martell. Stephen Archer's running against your husband for governor. I wonder when you originally called me in, did you know I was Archer's physician?
Could be.
Huh. Well, I'm sorry I can't discuss Archer with you.
The ethics of your profession. Please, Dr. Varney. If your fellow practitioners knew what I know about you, you wouldn't have any profession.
I won't listen to any more from you. I'll take care of that leg of your husband's, but more than that, no.
Oh, but I'm sure you'll change your mind, Doctor.
Whatever your proposition is, the answer is no.
Even if I were to offer $50,000.
$50,000?
There, now, I knew you'd be interested. Now run inside like a nice fellow and tend to Peter. I'll go out for a few minutes, but please wait for me. There's an appointment I must keep. I won't be long.
Martell, park is rather a dark place to meet, isn't it?
I thought it would be best this week. Great deal of money?
Just what is your proposition?
You're a wealthy man. Would $100,000 be too much to pay for the governorship?
$100,000? I've spent several times that much on the campaign already. But I don't see how you could deliver the election.
Listen to me closely, Mr. Archer.
Yeah?
I learned that in yesterday's poll figures, you ran 15% ahead of my husband.
That's quite true.
But neither you or Peter will win. You're both taking strength from each other, and the governor will be reelected.
So your solution is for Peter Martell to withdraw at the price of $100,000.
Exactly. If one of you withdraws, the other will surely win.
That's absolutely true. But I happen to know that Peter Martell would never make such a deal.
No, he wouldn't, the fool. But for $100,000, I will put him out of the race.
You?
Would you believe it if I told you I hated that man's very shadow?
I have heard rumors here and there.
I want to leave him. I want to be rid of him forever. Where could I go without money? What could I do? He's so disgustingly honest that we're always broke. He couldn't even pay me enough alimony. I've got to think for myself.
I begin to see...
Now, suppose that tomorrow, 2 days before the election, I were to file suit for divorce. I could leave for Reno tonight. It would be in every newspaper tomorrow.
It would certainly eliminate your husband.
You'd pick up all the votes Peter would lose. Enough to swing the election.
And your price is $100,000.
You agree?
I'd be a fool not to. Of course I agree. The moment you file your divorce papers in Reno, I'll have $100,000 credited to your account wherever you specify.
No, I must have it in advance.
No, my dear Mrs. Martell.
In advance.
It's out of the question. How do I know you'll go through with it after I pay you?
And how do I know you'll pay me after I go through with it?
Don't you trust me?
Do I have to answer that?
It looks like a deadlock.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll take half now and the other half in Reno after I've filed the papers.
$50,000 tonight, eh?
It must be tonight. I'll leave in the midnight plane. Surely you have the cash available in a campaign like this.
Yes, of course I have the cash. That seems to be the only solution. It's a deal, Mrs. Martell.
You'll get the money now?
At once. Wait here. My home is just across the park. I'll be back in 5 minutes. But just as a precaution, I'm going to note down the serial numbers of the bills I give you. If you aren't in Reno tomorrow morning, I shall report the money stolen.
Don't worry, Mr. Archer. I promise you. After tonight, there won't be anything to worry about. Still waiting for me, I see, Dr. Varney.
Well, it took a long time. I was just deciding to leave.
You took care of Peter all right?
Yes, the wound opened up again. It was painful, but not as bad as it looked. He'll be up again by tomorrow.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, you said you wanted to talk to me.
Yes, I have a little proposition for you.
You mentioned $50,000.
Yes. Yes, I have the money in my handbag. Here. Go on, take it. Now count it.
Yes. What do you want me to do?
Doctor, have you ever murdered anyone?
What?
I said, have you ever murdered anyone?
Why, you're joking.
You'd hardly call murder a joke.
What are you suggesting?
You are Stephen Archer's physician. You stop at his home every night and check his heart. And you give him a sedative.
No. I'm going out of this house, Mrs. Martell, and I'm never coming back.
Before you go, Doctor, I'll take that money back. $50,000, Doctor. It's a lot of money.
Yes,
I know just how deep you are in the red. $50,000 will put you on your feet again.
Well,
And you'll have the friendship of the wife of the next governor.
You want me to give Archer an overdose of sedative, huh?
I knew you'd be reasonable, Barney.
morning, my dear. I see you're at the radio already. Aren't you up early today? I thought all the Borgias slept late.
I wanted to hear the news.
Indeed. Could it be a person by the name of George Monk that you're so anxious to hear about?
What do you mean? Why do you mention that name?
The black valise, my dear. Remember, I'm still anxious to know if it contains $17,000.
3 guests and 1 fireman were injured and damages are assessed at...
Have you taken the newspaper in yet?
$5,000.
No? Well, I'll get it. There'll be something in this morning's paper that I'd like you to see, my dear.
Stephen Archer, candidate in the 3-cornered race for governor, was found dead in his bed, apparently from an overdose of sedative. All indications point to accidental death, except for the fact that a large sum of money was missing from the safe. However, if the money was stolen, it'll do the thief no good, for the serial numbers were carefully noted down on the desk pad on Mr. Archer's desk.
What was that? Archer dead?
Yes.
Sarah, I read the signs of your fine Italian hand. Did you have a hand in it?
Peter.
So now Archer's votes will drop in my lap, huh?
You'll be governor, Peter.
Sarah, I think I'm going to kill you.
Put that crutch down.
No, my dear. You needn't run away. I was just rehearsing. I'm not ready to kill you yet. Perhaps someone else will do it first. I'm going to wait for the result of my experiment.
Experiment? What do you mean?
See? Here.
What? What is it, Peter?
Just an ad in the personal column. I had it inserted in every newspaper between here and Chicago.
Let me see that.
It's the first ad in the column with display space around it. I wanted to make sure it was seen by the right person. Read it, Sarah, read it.
All right, if it makes you happy, I will read it. George, was her name Sarah? Or did she use another name? I mean the one who left with the little black valise and all the money in it. If you have at least 17,000 reasons to find her, and if the traveling isn't too difficult under the circumstances, I suggest you come to Capital City. The address is... Peter, you didn't!
Isn't it cleverly worded, my dear? I had to phrase it so that only George Monk and no one else would catch its meaning.
You put this ad in all the papers?
Exactly. You see, my dear, if that little black valise did not contain $17,000, you have nothing to fear. But if it did, well, then I may be spared the chore of killing you. I'll let George do it.
Hello?
Mrs. Martell?
Who is this?
Dr. Varney.
Oh.
What do you think it was?
I thought... Never mind. What do you want, Barney?
Don't you know? Think you're pretty clever, don't you?
What do you mean?
That was Archer's own money you gave me last night, that $50,000.
Barney, are you insane? Don't you realize you're talking over an open phone?
I only realize I murdered Archer for you for nothing. That $50,000 I can't use. The serial numbers have been broadcast.
My dear Barney, I haven't the faintest notion what you're talking about.
How clever you are, Sarah Martell. How clever. And how dangerous. Yes, too dangerous to live.
The medical examiner's all through with the body, Inspector.
All right, O'Connor, all right. Then I guess we're finished, too. Tell Mike to be careful with the body. And put down in your report, dead on arrival, murdered by person or persons unknown. I'll sign it when I get downtown. She was a beautiful woman, O'Connor. It's a tough way to die.
A tough way indeed, Inspector.
How's Mr. Martell taking it?
Like a trooper, sir. Here he comes now with his doctor.
All right, O'Connor. I'll see you downtown.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Inspector.
Are you pretty near through, Inspector?
Yes, Mr. Martell. The boys are taking the body away now. May I say, Mr. Martell, that you have my deepest sympathy in this bereavement of yours.
Thank you, Inspector. Oh, by the way, do you know Dr. Varney?
Oh, how do you do that?
How do you do? A ghastly business, Inspector.
Yes, indeed, and we'll do everything in our power to lay that murderer by the heels.
Inspector.
Yes, Dr. Varney?
Have you any clues, anything definite to go on?
Well, if you don't mind my talking about it now, Mr. Martell.
Oh, it's all right, Inspector. I'm afraid I'm going to have to listen to a good deal of talking about it. Might as well get used to it.
A very wise and courageous way to look at it, Mr. Martell. Well, as I was saying, I believe it was a maniac. That's my firm conviction.
A maniac?
Right. Who but a maniac would have stayed in there to torment that poor dead body? Can you imagine a sane man first choking her to death with his hands, then stabbing her with some keen instrument? Then bashing her head in with a blunt instrument?
Well, Varney, that was quite an ordeal.
It was terrible.
Varney.
Yes?
You hated her very much, didn't you?
No more than you did, Mr. Martell.
I won't deny it. It's true.
You haven't been using your crutch this morning.
No? What made you think of the crutch?
Oh, nothing.
A blunt instrument, huh? That's all right, Varney. I don't mind your asking. I was thinking along the same lines myself, only it was the keen instrument I had in mind, say a scalpel.
Now, look here.
Skip it, Varney. I was just making conversation.
Oh. You know, there's something I don't understand.
Yes, Varney?
Yes? Nothing at all, nothing.
I know what you want to ask. You want to know who was the third man.
Well,
I'll show you, Varney. Well, my keys. Here.
Huh? What do you got in that closet?
A guest, Varney. Shall I say an invited guest? You can come out now, George. The coast is clear.
Thought you meant to bury me alive in there.
Tell, who's this man?
Dr. Varney, George Monk. Shake hands, gentlemen. Oh, no? Very well. I thought it would be right for all three of us to be together for a moment.
What are you talking about, Martell?
Listen carefully, Varney, and you, George. Each one of us was in her room last night. The cumulative effect of our individual deeds has convinced the inspector that a maniac murdered my wife. But we three know better. However, there is one of us who knows more than the other two. One of us killed her first. I say first because the other two were not one whit less murderers for the fact that she was already dead.
The three of us. We all did it.
Yes, George. And I suppose that by checking each other and comparing notes, we could determine to the satisfaction of all of us just who took precedence. For instance, when I heard you move about in the closet this morning and turn the key on you, I had no way of telling how long you'd been in the house. And I don't want to know.
Then two of us will always be in doubt.
Exactly, Varney. Do you agree to it?
Yes.
And you, George?
Yes.
Then, goodbye, gentlemen.
Roma Wines have brought you Lucille Ball, a star of A Shroud for Sarah. Tonight's study in Suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. When unexpected guests make a mealtime call, well, anything can happen. Famed hostess Elsa Maxwell makes this timely suggestion. Invite them to stay for potluck and make the dinner exciting by serving Roma California Burgundy. For no matter what the dish, the fruity fragrance and piquant taste of robust red Roma Burgundy makes the food so much more enjoyable, adds friendliness to the table talk. That's right. Glassfuls of good Roma Burgundy served cool makes any simple meal more exciting, more delicious. But don't wait for unexpected guests. Try Roma Burgundy with dinner tomorrow. You'll enjoy this vintner's masterpiece. Like all Roma wines, this is wine at its best in uniform quality, yet costs only pennies a glass. Always insist on Roma wines. No other wine offers you so much for so little.
Next Thursday, you will hear Ronald Coleman in Suspense, radio's outstanding theater thrill.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. There is an immediate need in most hospitals for auxiliary non-nursing personnel. Approximately 90,000 men and women must be recruited if hospitals are to provide patients with even minimum services. The present critical lack of hospital workers of all kinds is substantially reducing the amount of nursing care per patient because nurses must spend so much of their time on non-professional tasks. Although the need varies in different sections of the country, there is an overall need for orderlies, laundrymen, chefs, electricians, plumbers, janitors, and so forth. Men and women, both skilled and unskilled, who want to work in a hospital in any capacity, can now get secure, well-paid jobs with a post-war future. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Edmund O'Brien as...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Bob Case, Dollar, Piedmont Mutual. I've got to see you right away.
What's the rush?
The girl was pulled out of the East River. Turned out to be a policyholder.
What am I, a private eye? Why don't you go to the police to find your killers?
Oh, we know the killer. He's being executed right after midnight. What we want to know about is the victim.
Edmund O'Brien in another transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office Piedmont Mutual Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my search for the beneficiary of policyholder Pearl CARRASA. Expense account, item 1, $4.50, mileage, Hartford to Sing Sing Prison, last place of residence of the girl's convicted murderer, Marty Pruitt. He was sitting in his cell playing solitaire.
Hey, what time is it?
About 11, Marty.
An hour more. How much you say the policy was for?
$5,000.
5,000. That's funny. Just what I got paid for the job. Who'd she leave it to, the old lady?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew she would.
You know where I can find the beneficiary?
The beneficiary? You didn't know the beneficiary, did you?
Never had the pleasure.
And if you'd known her, you wouldn't be looking for her.
Mrs. CARRASA's virtues are none of my business, Marty. The company has $5,000, and I've got to help them get rid of it. What good are you doing yourself by not telling me where she is, if you know?
What time is it now?
A little after 11.
Boy, did that money look good. You know all the things you can do with $5,000? This girl back home. I was going to get married. Nah. I wasn't going to get married. I'd have put it in roulette like all them other times.
You never did say who hired you.
Nah, that's right. I never did.
Marty, I know you've been through this before, but you got to admit it's a good point. You're going to die, and the real murderer is getting off free. Does that make sense to you?
What's your business, mister?
Insurance.
Stick to it.
I think I will.
You know what I'd do if I was you? I'd take that $5,000 and put it in flowers.
Thanks, anyway.
Hey, Dollar, let me give you some last-minute advice. Leave it alone. It's the most unnatural mess you ever got yourself into in all your life.
Expense account, item 2, $3.56, mileage, Ossining, New York to police headquarters, New York City, where the next morning Lieutenant Bernard Goldberg offered me photographs of the dead girl, a cigar, and what little information he had.
A body. We got the name off the wallet in her hip pocket.
What?
Slacks.
Oh.
A patrolman down at the docks picked up Marty Pruitt right at the scene. The trial was cut and dry.
Sergeant Riley.
But it's funny about these guys.
Yeah.
It's crazy loyalty to somebody who maybe wouldn't think twice about slitting his own... Yeah?
2 M's and remit.
Dollar. 2 M's and remit.
No.
No.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
You don't have any idea where I can start looking for the mother.
Most I can do for you is to give you the girl's last known address. But we've been over the ground 100 times. It's a rooming house. Nice but stupid old couple that don't know nothing.
This Seattle address on the policy.
1941. Then San Diego, then to Cairo, maybe. Who can know? But we're still working on it.
Hey, Lieutenant, how do you spell parasitical?
Dollar. Parasitical.
Tell him to look it up.
Look it up, Sergeant. What am I, a Webster?
Expense account, item 3, $1.50 cab fare to a stack of dirty bricks on the Lower East Side.
business being up here in the first place, and especially with your husband in that condition. Looking for somebody, mister?
Yeah, the manager.
Third door to your right.
Thanks.
Now, don't tell me it's none of my business. Not when I bring soup down there every single day. Why, I never heard the like of you.
Oh, come in. Howard, why don't you sit down?
Thanks. You the manager?
I am the manager. Howard's the manager.
Well, my name is Johnny Dollar. I'm with the...
It's all right. We don't ask for references, do we, Howard?
Except under special circumstances.
I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm not looking for an apartment. I'm an investigator with an insurance company, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
We never had a fire in this building that was next door.
They keep rubbish in the basement.
The company's warned them time and time again.
Never does any good.
I'd like some information about a girl who I understand was a tenant here. A Miss Pearl CARRASA.
The police were already here, Mr. Dollar.
4 times.
Lieutenant Goldberg thanked us for our cooperation.
She was such a nice girl.
Quiet.
Home-like.
And generous.
Oh, yes, terribly.
How long was she with you?
How long was it, Howard?
Just 2 weeks.
Just 2 weeks. But we got to know her so well. She was such a lonely girl. She used to come down after dinner sometimes and talk about music and all the places she'd been.
Well, where'd she come from originally?
She never said, but she'd been everywhere.
In Florida?
Everywhere.
Did she have any visitors?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, one of the first things she told us was no visitors. If anybody asked for her, she wasn't home. Such a lonely girl. So pretty, too. You think she'd have boyfriends?
No, Mr. Dollar, no visitors.
Did she act as if she were frightened of something?
That's just what the police asked us, and we told them before, and we told them at the trial that we thought she was frightened.
Yes, we had her luggage here for a while, but the police took it.
I've been through it, thanks.
Did you notice all the labels from all over everywhere? Wonder what they're going to do with all those lovely dresses and shoes.
Look, I know the police asked all these questions, but did you happen to notice if she got any mail?
Yes, we did. She didn't.
No, not a single letter, no.
Did she spend much time away from her apartment?
Very little, only.
Twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, but she always came back within an hour.
I don't suppose you have any idea where she went.
That's right, we don't.
What'd you say you were again?
Insurance investigation. Thanks for your time. Expense account item 4, $50 in cab fares. It took me the rest of that day and half of the next visiting neighborhood postal substations. It looked like a beautiful way to waste time, but I was betting on the impossibility that her daily excursions had been for mail. This kind of foot padding taught me very little other than the fact that there are a good number of substations in any given half-hour area. The second afternoon, I dragged into a fruit store which advertised Postal Station 324 along with a special on honeydew melon. I walked up to the little cage. Anything for CARRASA today?
Who?
CARRASA, general delivery.
Just a minute. Grant?
CARRASA. CARRASA.
Just
CARRASA.
a minute. Yes, here we are. 3 cents postage due, Las Vegas, Nevada.
I looked at the envelope. Pearl CARRASA, all right. It had been forwarded from Las Vegas 3 days before. I said something to myself about hard work, patience, and fool's luck, then headed for a phone. This is Dollar, Bob. On the CARRASA thing, I'm still cold on the beneficiary, but we've got the girl traced as far as Las Vegas.
Well, that's a long haul for a $5,000 policy. You have a final address on her there?
A letter was forwarded to General Delivery here in New York that was originally addressed to the Rambo Club. I got a permit and had it opened. It's nothing but a dressmaker's bill. I guess the Las Vegas Postal Authority sent it on. That's all I got. You want me to follow it up?
Nothing else we can do. You hereby have authorization. Get going.
Expense account, item 6, $200 air travel and expenses to Las Vegas, Nevada. Specifically, the Rambo Club. It's always the same when I hit Las Vegas. I expect to find tuxedos and evening gowns playing the games, but I never do. A bootblack comes in off the street with the last quarter he made and plunks it down on 21. A grandmother with a California pension. A red-headed kid with Oscar's Super Service tattooed on his overalls. I always ask myself, where's all the big money? The answer is they're getting rid of it in the back room.
Jackpot on the nickel one. How do you like that?
Come on.
I told him I really, if I had to go powder my nose, what I really wanted was a drink.
Sly, real sly.
Is this taken?
No, sit down.
What do you have, mister?
A good bourbon, soda.
Oh, thanks for your confidence in me. I'll fix you up.
You worked here long?
Have I?
You like Nevada? What's your hometown?
Las Vegas, there I head in the summer.
Yeah, I guess you know a lot of people here, huh?
By sight, mostly. Very few by name. Everybody's a stranger.
Say, maybe you know a friend of mine. I went to school with her. What was her name again? CARRASA. Pearl CARRASA.
Save me my drink, Eddie. I gotta get back to work. Take it easy, mister.
Best bourbon in the house.
Thanks.
That's $1.50. This is a real clip joint.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
Thanks.
Say, wait a second. You know where I can find Mrs. Henrietta CARRASA? She's the mother of a girl that used to hang around here, Pearl. Well?
Yeah. I think I can help you. Harry, take over. Here's your $1.50. Come on.
$60.
Oh, I'm sure going to win it this time. I'll tell you, boys. Wait a minute.
That's all.
Grace, will you quit? Grace, will you? Will you quit, Grace? Grace, I'm telling you, quit. Listen to me, Grace. Will you quit? Grace, quit!
Shut up!
The stairway led to the mezzanine. I followed the bartender along the thickly carpeted hall to a door labeled Peter Barron. My benefactor knocked, a shadow loomed on the frosted glass, and just like that, there he was. A long red gash of a scar ran across the left side of his face, twisting it into a humorless smile. The barkeep was dismissed with a nod. We sat down.
Cigar?
Thanks, no.
What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Henrietta CARRASA.
Why?
I got business with her.
What kind of business?
Insurance?
She don't need no insurance.
Where can I find her?
She don't need no insurance.
Well, thanks anyhow.
Sit down.
What for?
You see this mark across my face? You know how I got this? Asking foolish questions and not giving the right answers. Suppose you tell me what you want with Mrs. Henrietta CARRASA.
I'll tell Mrs. CARRASA you were interested.
Oh, look. This is no way to talk to me. Now, I got a lot of respect for your business ethics and all that, but you know how it is sometimes. Now, come on, Mr. Insurance. What do you want with Mrs. CARRASA?
Are you a pretty good shot with that thing?
38's my specialty.
In that case, I've got a check.
What kind of a check?
A $5,000 kind of a check.
From whom?
A daughter.
Pearl?
Pearl. She left her mother $5,000.
How did you trace Pearl to Las Vegas? Never mind. You know what you look like to me? You look like a city official.
It's the pinstripe. Now, how do I find Mrs. CARRASA?
It's very simple.
Mike,
this is Mr. What's your name, Insurance?
Dollar, Johnny.
Take Mr. Dollar to see Mrs. Henrietta CARRASA. Treat him gentle. He's got some money for her.
The place looked and sounded the same on the way out, but something was different. Maybe it was the 4 6-footers standing at the door. As they fell in behind me, I thought maybe I'd asked one question too many. At the alley, I found out how right I was.
He was a tough one. Would have been easier to slip him a Mickey.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, you hear them all on CBS, and some of the funniest parts of that all comes from the bird brain of a woman, Miss Gracie Allen of Burns & Allen. Top troopers on the American stage for years, top radio stars after that. George and Gracie are now playing a big part in CBS's great Wednesday night lineup. Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, George and Gracie, and Dr. Christian. Join George Burns and Gracie Allen this Wednesday night
on most of these same CBS stations. And now, with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
There was a lot more to this case than a $5,000 insurance payoff. I'd sensed that from the beginning. A hired killer with a still unknown employer had searched out the girl in her New York hideaway and done a thorough, if not profitable, job. His warnings, which a man of my profession is bound to ignore, were beginning to materialize. As I woke up, I could hear voices.
Could have brought another wallet with him and left it at the hotel,
He took him in the alley and Joe and Harry...
Now, wait a minute.
were there.
Wait a minute. I think he's waking up. Hold his head.
Okay. Hey, you ought to get a doctor for him, maybe.
Nah, doctor.
He looks terrible.
Dollar. Dollar, can you hear me?
Dollar. Huh?
Where you from?
Yeah, what's this insurance stuff?
Who you really working for?
Is it the New York Police Department?
Where did you get these cards in your wallet?
Come on, Dollar.
Answer me, Dollar.
Give me some water.
Get him some water.
Hey, get some water, Joe.
Now, sit up. Come on, sit up. Here, I'll help you. There.
All right, now what's the idea?
That's what we'd like to know. Where do you know Pearl CARRASA from?
Oh, that name.
Come on.
I'm looking for her mother.
What do you want with her mother?
She left an insurance policy. Girl, $5,000.
Hey, here's the water.
Thanks. Who are you?
Pete Barron.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the face is familiar.
You mustn't be bitter, Dollar.
Why?
Why questions?
Look, I'm just a working man. It's so simple. There's a company in Hartford, an insurance company. They sold a policy. The girl that bought it is dead. Policy is for $5,000. The money goes to her mother. All I want to know is, where is mother?
No kidding. Are you really an insurance man?
No kidding.
Well, why didn't you say so? Why didn't you come right out with it? Why do you go sneaking into bars asking funny questions?
Mister, do you know a Mrs. Henrietta CARRASA?
Here in Las Vegas?
Here in Las Vegas.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll look it up for you.
Thanks. Now, lay me back down again. Expense account, item 7. $20, doctor bills. Nothing serious, but I couldn't go out in the street looking like that. I stayed in my hotel room for 2 days until the swelling went down. On the third morning, I had a visitor. It was the girl who gave me the brush-off in Rambo's bar. She had an overnight bag with her. There was a label. Bloomington, Indiana.
You're in trouble, you know that?
3 days ago, that information would have done me some good.
I'm in real trouble. You don't think Pete Barron let you out of there because he believed your story.
No more than you think you weren't followed here.
I know. She'd never come here. But Pearl, get a message to her, will you? Tell her never to show up here again.
She won't.
What do you mean she won't?
She's dead.
I got to her.
Do you know why?
I gotta get out of here.
Wait a minute. Why did Pete Barron hire Pruitt to kill her?
Let go. I gotta get out of here.
He came up here for a purpose.
Yeah, but I didn't know she was dead.
You're gonna let him get away with it?
It's narcotics. The gambling place is up front. They fly it up from Mexico at night and get out by morning. Pearl found out about it, and that's why they did it.
Does Barron know Pearl told you all this?
I don't think so, but I'm not taking any chances. I got a bus ticket. It leaves from across the street. I only got a minute.
Good luck, honey. After she left, I went to the window and watched her leave the hotel and cross the street. A nice girl, I thought. And I wondered how she got mixed up with Barron's crowd. The bus door opened, and she put one foot on the step. She crumpled to the sidewalk. The little overnight bag tumbled into the gutter. I got downstairs just ahead of the deputy sheriff, just after the bus had left. The people were still standing around. She was a nice kid.
You knew her?
Not for long.
Did you see this happen?
Yeah.
Step over here for a second, will you, please? May I have your name, please?
Yeah, sure. Here, here's my ID card.
Insurance investigation. Something about her?
No, a friend of hers. pulled out of the East River. Pearl CARRASA, shot to death.
CARRASA?
Yeah, you didn't know?
Oh, we heard she left town. That was about all. She got mixed up with Pete Barron and her family disowned her. Well, did you see what happened to this girl?
She was just getting on the bus. Sounded like a rifle. She was working for Pete Barron, too.
Yeah, I thought I recognized her.
She just come up to see me. Had quite a story to tell. Barron's running narcotics up from Mexico by plane.
Yeah, so I've heard. We've had our eye on him for months, but we aren't ready to pick him up yet. Why would she tell you that?
She had to tell somebody. She had a message she wanted me to deliver. Pearl.
Well, this is beginning to tie up. But what's insurance got to do with it?
CARRASA girl left a policy, $5,000 to her mother.
Her conscience must have bothered her. Comes from one of the finest families in this part of the country and starts downhill with a crowd like that. Now, her mother needs $5,000 like I need 2 haircuts. And, mister, if I were you, I'd take that check out to CARRASA's and catch the next plane out of town.
You know something, Sheriff? That's just what I'm going to do. And that's just what I tried to do. Expense account item 8, 50 cents cab fare to the CARRASA estate on Juniper Drive. They should have charged admission. There was an ivied stone wall running all around it, and a mile drive through a cactus rock garden to the mansion. I felt a little like a grocery boy delivering a check for a measly $5,000. I was met at the door by a butler in a business suit and was toured around an indoor swimming pool and potted palms to the library. Buried in a large leather chair, reading a 25-cent version of How to Be Your Own Gardener, was the man of the house. I was introduced and left alone with him.
Insurance?
Investigation. How long since you've heard from your daughter?
Oh, such a long time, such a long time. Is she in more trouble?
She's dead, Mr. CARRASA.
Dead? Pearl dead? Can't be. What happened?
She was killed.
An accident?
No, it wasn't.
Not an accident.
Someone hired a killer.
Oh. It's my fault. I knew, and I did nothing.
Gregory, I've been looking all over for you. Have you watered the palms today?
No.
You didn't water the palms. Now, Gregory, the leaves will get all yellow and fall all over the floor, and it'll take simply minutes to clean up the mess around the pool. And I told you specifically that the music club had changed from Wednesday to Monday, and Monday is tonight.
This is a man from the insurance company.
How do you do? Now, Gregory, please do this one thing for me. You know how much I have to do.
Henrietta, it's Pearl.
I told you never to speak that name in my presence.
She's dead.
Dead?
She was murdered, Mrs. CARRASA, in New York.
I'm not sorry. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. Not in the least. She's never done anything but bring shame to me and to her father. She brought these awful people to the house. To this house, mind you. Humiliating me in front of my friends. She even wanted to marry one of them.
Henrietta, please, not now, Henrietta.
I'm not adept at putting on false grief like you are, Gregory. She was no good. When she brought this man in, I told her right there and then, you're not my daughter. Go to the people that you fit in with. Well, this is the way it had to end. I'm going upstairs.
Mrs. CARRASA, just one thing more. If you'll sign this paper, my job will be over. I have a check for you.
A check? What kind of a check?
She left you $5,000.
Me? She left me $5,000?
I remember. The policy she took out in high school. She never canceled it. Even when you sent her away.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Tell me, do you know who killed my daughter?
Well, the man that did the actual killing has already been executed in New York State. The man who hired him, it's only a suspicion. I'd rather not say.
Barron.
What about this check?
I don't think she wants the money. You can tell your company that.
Look, Mr. CARRASA, I've come a long way. I'll leave it here. You can sign the form and mail it. Would you mind calling me a cab? Expense account item 9, 50 cents cab fare. Just as we pulled out of the driveway, somebody else pulled in. I don't know if he saw me, but I saw him. It was Pete Barron.
Are you sure, Dahmer?
Positive. Sheriff, I woke up looking at that face.
What would Barron be doing at CARRASA's place?
Could be a connection you didn't know about.
Yeah, this could be the tie-up we've been looking for. Somebody who supplied the dough. It's a big operation. I'm sure Barron didn't have enough dough to start it.
Well, what are we waiting for? I rode down with the sheriff. We bypassed the butler by taking him into custody. We heard voices coming from the library and stopped outside the door.
Business, I had to do it. She threatened to go to the police. She may have been your daughter, but she wasn't mine. Now, why did you tell her? I didn't. She found out. She knew about us? Sure, she knew about you. She knew about everything. She would have turned you and your wife in a long time ago if you hadn't been her parents, but she was willing to turn me in, and I did what I had to. Wasn't my idea, you coming into this thing, but now that you're in it, you gotta learn that things like this happen. Yes, and things like this happen, too.
Come on. Drop it, CARRASA. And look who's here. Hello, Mrs. CARRASA.
Let's go, CARRASA.
No, wait. I want you to know about this woman. I want you to know what she is. All respectability and shine. Chamber music and non-objective paintings in high society. And where did the money come from, Henrietta? From narcotics. From the same people you hated so much.
Gregory, stop
it. I had a tile business before the war, but it wasn't good enough for her. She wanted this place, Italian marble, tapestries. She met Barron in back rooms and arranged to have me buy into his gambling casino. That was the first thing.
Don't you dare put the blame on me.
Whose idea was it to have the narcotics flown in? How many times did I beg you to stop? But you never listened to me. You couldn't keep from impressing the ladies and gentlemen. And when Pearl wanted to marry a decent young man, you insulted him right out of this house. This is the woman who sent her daughter away because her friends were not good enough.
I don't think you need me anymore, Sheriff. I'll just take that check and go home. Expense account, item 10, $200. Transportation back to Hartford. I don't know what you can do with the check. If it were up to me, well, I'd use it to clean up the respectable slums. But that's not my problem. Expense account total, $712.55. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd and David Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Edmund O'Brien can currently be seen starring in the Harry M. Popkin United Artists production, D.O.A. Featured in our cast were Hy Averback, Joseph Kern, Bill Johnstone, Bill Conrad, Martha Wentworth, Sarah Selby, Howard McNair, and Virginia Gregg. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, Edmund O'Brien returns in another transcribed adventure of...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
There is no more pitiful sound in the world than that of a hungry child. And it's a sound which can be easily heard in Europe and Israel, Korea, and the islands to the east. You can do much to help alleviate this condition through your continued purchases of care packages. Help banish the sound of hunger through your donations of care packages now. There's a man with a little black bag turns up on most of these CBS stations every Wednesday night. And out of it comes some of the most light-hearted and most moving stories on the air. The man, why, it's Dr. Christian, of course. And tomorrow night's the night for another of his famous visits. Be sure to hear Dr. Christian starring Gene Hirschholt as the beloved small-town physician every Wednesday night. Now stay tuned for the adventures of Philip Marlowe, which follow immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Wednesday night is Bing Crosby night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today, when we say the United States, we mean 50 of them, all the way from Florida to Alaska, from Maine to Hawaii. It's hard to remember that a little over a century ago, there were only 35 states, most of them east of the Mississippi River. Even our most devastating war, the Civil War, or the war between the states, was fought in only half of our land area. The rest was still wilderness, split into territories like the Northwest, the Louisiana, and the one where our story takes place, the Colorado Territory.
Bring them back, driver! This is a holdup! What's going on? Which side is it on? My side, Mr. Randall. But I missed him. Both barrels. Watch out, you clumsy fool! You're in my way! It's too late, Mr. Randall. He's got us dead to rights. You might as well give up or get your head shot off.
Our mystery drama, The Finger of God, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Christopher Tabori. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Don't look for the town of Brush Mound, Colorado on the map. You won't find it. It's long since gone, erased by an interstate highway. But although there wasn't all that much of it to begin with, in 1860, it was pretty important to the cowhands, the cattlemen, and a scattering of local farmers. All the commerce of the region was conducted there because J.B. Randall owned everything you could see from horseback in any direction. He also owned the local store, the bank, and what's more important, everyone who traded there. J.B. Randall was an emperor. And next to his town, his proudest possession was his daughter, Carrie.
Quiet, Midnight. I'm listening for something. Chad? Chad? You hear him too, Midnight? All right, Chad, I'm here. Paul, help.
Bear to your right a piece. I'm right over here in this little clearing. Oh, Carrie. I thought you were never coming.
I shouldn't have, and I can only stay a minute. I said I was just going for a short canter. Once I got behind the tree line, I lit out for this place.
All that matters is you're here.
No, Chad, don't. That's over.
What do you mean, over?
I mean you and me.
Well, then why did you send for me to meet you here today?
To tell you, and to ask you not to make any trouble.
Carrie, I mean, now, you ain't afraid of me.
I'm afraid for you.
You mean your father?
He'd have you gunned down if you tried to stop it.
Oh, I'm not afraid of J.B. Randall. Well, what do you mean, tried to stop it?
I'm going to be married.
When?
This Saturday.
Who? Oh, now, darn it, Carrie, to who?
Abe Pullen.
Abe Pullen? That fat old horn toad? He's old enough to be your father, Carrie. Now, you can't.
Chad, I got to. On promise.
By your father. It isn't you, Carrie. Now, you couldn't do that.
What difference does it make? It's the way it's going to be.
No, I won't let it happen.
You can't stop it.
Well, you could run away with me.
Where?
My brother Rusty and me. Now, we've been talking about pulling up stakes anyways.
How far do you think we'd get? My daddy'd just have us hunted down, kill you and Rusty, and drag me home.
Don't you love me enough to take a chance?
I love you too much to take a chance on your life.
What life am I ever going to have without you? There's got to be a way, Carrie.
No, darling, it just ain't meant for us.
No, I'm never going to let you get away from me.
No way. You can hold on to me the way things are. I love you. But like I said in the beginning, that's over.
Well, you never really had a chance, little brother. You knew her pappy would never let her hitch up with no small-account trash like us.
We're not small-account trash, Rusty.
On J.B. Randall's spread we are. Don't you ever forget it.
Our family's just as good as his.
Maybe. Whole trouble is we ain't as rich. So far.
What does that mean?
I've been studying something about us, little brother. Now, we got some cash money put by, but it ain't more'n could buy us a pokey little homesteader's land. What we want to get us is at least a section and enough cattle to stock it.
We ain't got that kind of money.
No, but old J.B. has. And I figure he owes us a little of it.
What for?
Lots of reasons. First off, you're too young maybe to remember, but he squeezed our pappy off his own land right here in Brush Mound. More than that, I'll never believe it was Injuns, Bushwhack Paul. It was J.B.'s hired hands. Now he's cut his daughter off from you. Enough reasons to believe he owes us a little something, don't you think?
The only thing we get free out of him is a bullet in the back.
The only thing we get. But how's about what we just take? Shouldn't every gal come with a dowry?
What are you talking?
Well, you know what I'm talking. Now, J.B. foreclosed on poor old Piedmont and is buying them out. Now, you're riding into Leadville tomorrow by coach so you can sit shotgun on the way back.
We're bringing back Strongbox?
Cash on the barrelhead to pay off all the Piedmont ranch hands and all the other debts. You're riding shotgun, so when I turn up with my mask and haul you down, you make sure the driver don't reach for his gun.
We're going to rob the stage? It's too risky. We can't get away with it in his territory.
Don't be too sure.
He'll follow us.
If he's able. It's a big country out there on to the west.
Yeah, but there's so few ways we can pass over the mountains.
That's my ace in the hole.
What?
It's like our luck was running right. Know who I just run into when I was picking you up from town? Lone Beaver. He brought in a pack of pelts and unloaded them. He's headed back up north again. Chad, boy, he is just what we need.
I know you and he are old friends, but
Chad, that old Injun is one man knows this country like the back of your hand. Now, he's got trails through the forests and up over the mountains no white man knows about. And he owes me one favor he's got to repay. His life. He's our passport to safety. With J.B.'s money and his daughter.
I just don't know about robbing a stage.
Now, look. You want Carrie Randall for your wife, don't you?
Hey, Chad. Chad, you up there, boy? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Mr. Randall.
I hope you see better than you hear. Now, you keep your eyes peeled good on that shotgun cock. This stage is going right on through. Anyone tries to stop it, you give him both barrels before you ask why.
Yes, sir. You carrying the gun, Mr. Randall?
Of course I am. You know I never go anywhere unarmed. Why?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure, sir. You know. Hold her up! Hold her up! This is a hold-up!
Yeah. What's going on? Which side is he on?
My side. And I missed him. Both barrels.
Well, what are you climbing down for? Get away from the door, boy. I can't get a shot at him.
Look out, sir. I'm coming in before he shoots me.
Watch out, you clumsy fool. You're in the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my foot.
You knocked the gun out of my hand. Where is it?
I think it went under the seat.
All right, driver. Climb on down. Just leave your gun where it is. You, inside. Listen close, you hear? I got a can of powder in my hand with a short fuse. Now, y'all climb out empty-handed before I count to 3, or I'm lighting the fuse and tossing it in there.
Better do as he says.
I had my gun.
Yeah, I think when we come to a full stop, it fell out the door.
1, 2.
Take it easy. We're coming out.
That's right. Now, keep your hands up. Anyone else in there?
No.
Look, I don't know who you are, but if you know who I am, you know you can't get away with this.
Oh, I know who you are, all right, Mr. Randall. That's the reason I stopped you. You got a strong box inside there that I want, after I've tied you up. Now, come on, let's all of us just mosey over to that tree there.
Touch that money and I'll have a posse after your hide will lynch you for sure. I own this town. I own the sheriff,
And you have a big mouth. If you don't shut it for yourself, I will. Now, move. Yes, sir. I got all the money snug as you please in my saddlebags. Wasn't much of a lock on the box. Blew it off the first shot.
You won't get far with that money.
No, I don't know. It's coming on dark already. It might be quite a piece before anyone comes across you. Just wanted to say thanks. And, so long. Yay-ho!
I'll catch up with you. Ted, can you get your hands loose?
Not yet, but I'm working on it.
What about the driver?
Oh, he's still out, sir.
Dead?
Oh, no, sir. Just a lump on his head. Russ, I mean, the rustler. The rustler must have knocked him out.
Would you tell me just what in the Sam Hill happened?
Well, a fellow came out of the trees behind us. I took a shot at him. But he came around the other side of the stage, so my second shot missed him, too.
How come the driver didn't fire?
When I reached over him to take my second shot, I reckon I must have knocked the gun out of his hand.
Same as you did with me. Whose side are you on?
Oh, I'm yours, sir. Yours.
Why in tarnation did you have to come down off the box?
Well, that fellow was shooting at me, and I thought if I could get your gun, we might have a chance to get him.
All right, you clumsy young fool. I'll take care of you later. First off, let's get loose and get after that thief.
Yes? Who is it?
It's Chad's brother, Miss Randall. Rusty.
What do you want?
I got to talk to you. Something mighty important. Could you come on out a minute?
What's so important?
I can't tell you here. It's about Chad.
I'll meet you down by the barn. But I can't run away with Chad.
You don't love him enough?
Of course I do. That's why I can't. My daddy wouldn't stand still for it.
Well, nobody's asking him. He wouldn't be here.
He'd track us down.
Not the way we're going.
If I run, I can't even bring Chad a dowry.
Well, supposing I was to tell you, you already have.
What? How?
Miss Randall, Carrie, I'm going to put everything right in your hands. Less than an hour ago, I robbed the stage your pa was on, and I got the money he was carrying in my saddlebags. I talked Chad into going along with it because it was the only chance he could have to have you. That's all he wants in this world.
That's what you meant by my dowry?
Well, that's about it, ma'am.
But now, more than ever, J.B. will be after us.
Not more than ever, Carrie. J.B. Randall's got two things rules his life. You and money. Whether we got one or both, he's still going to be after us. I'm just asking you which side you want to be on. The hunted or the hunter? Or to put it another way, how much do you love my little brother Chad?
The girl faces the intense young man before her, her pupils wide in the dark stable, not only against the light, but the enormity of her decision. Does she dare feed her father's fury? Or have Rusty and Chad already driven J.B. Randall so far that the die is cast anyway, and she might as well risk all for love? I shall return shortly with Act 2. In the steadily darkening night, her ears attuned to the familiar sounds of the stable and her home, Carrie Randall is wrestling in her mind with an enormous decision. To hang on to her protected and sheltered life, or to run with the man she loves, knowing that he, at least in the eyes of the law, is an outlaw. Worst of all, that circumstances dictate she cannot make the decision directly. She must make it secondhand.
Why isn't Chad here to ask me himself?
Oh, it's the way I told you, Carrie. We had to have some protection when we robbed the stage. He's out there tied up with your daddy and the driver.
Then how do we go together?
Well, whatever you decide, I take off from here to a meeting place. Chad's going to join me there, I hope.
Then I'm coming with you, Rusty, no matter what. How do we manage it?
Chad can get out of the ropes any time he wants. We figured he'd wait till dusk anyways, unless someone comes across him. And that could make it a little tight. Soon as your pa gets back here, you know he's going to round up a posse to go track the robber.
He doesn't know it was you?
No, I had a gunny sack over my head and a horse cut from the range. Chances are he wouldn't know who I am.
So how's he going to track you?
Soft or hard underfoot, clear prairies or thick woods. Anyone on horseback leaves some kind of trail.
But once Daddy is freed, how can we get away?
That's when we got our chance. Now, I laid a straight trail from where I left them tied up to the southwest until I got to hard trail and could circle back. You, me, and Chad are going northwest.
But you can't. You'd have to go straight up over Old Baldy.
That's right.
There's no way anyone can pick his way across there above the tree line.
There's an old Injun way, Carrie, and I got the man who's going to lead us over it. We make it, we're going to get lost eventually in Nevada territory. And when we do, there ain't nobody, not even your pappy's going to find us there.
Where do I meet you? When? And what do I bring?
Well, you be ready from here in. Chad knows where to rendezvous with me. You can't bring much more than a good horse, gear, and yourself.
Not even a wedding gown?
If it can fit in your saddlebags.
Oh, Rusty, am I doing the right thing?
Carrie, you are Chad's whole world.
I just hope I don't bring it tumbling about his ears.
No, my hands are tied for sure. I can't budge this rawhide. Can you, Chad?
Yes, sir, Mr. Randall. I think I just about got my hands free.
Then work at it, boy. I don't want that no good thieving polecat to cold trail us. I want his hide. Hey, Chad.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything familiar about that gunman?
Familiar, Mr. Randall?
You think he might have been someone you ever saw before?
Well, he had a sack over his head. How could I tell?
His shape, his voice, the way he moved around. Couldn't you tell if you might have known him?
No, sir, Mr. Randall. I sure couldn't tell. No way.
The more I think on that, he had to be someone from around here. Someone who knew I was bringing in that cash money today.
Well, there, I'm loose. You don't have to study on that anymore. Let me untie you, sir.
Yeah, come on, boy. Just get me my hands free so I can get them on that thief. Sheriff, I want you to round up about 20 good guns. The hardest boys you got to shoot first and talk later.
You got him, J.B.
I want this guy, and I want him bad.
We'll get him for you. You gonna ride with us?
Sure am. Just as soon as I see my daughter and tell her what's up.
Rusty. That you, Chad? You alone? Where's Carrie? Don't you worry none. She's right here. Oh, Carrie.
Oh, Chad, my darling.
Okay, lovebirds. Now, there's no time for that. We got to hit the trail.
Now, wait. First off, let me make sure. You know what you're getting into, Carrie?
You know what you're getting into? Stealing me away from my daddy?
It ain't the first thing we've stolen from him.
You forget that money. It's as much mine as his.
And you?
I'm all yours. I always have been, and always will be.
Well, then, come on. Let's ride on out. Now, where do we meet Lone Beaver, Rusty?
By Blue Rock, right at the approach to the divide.
You sure now we can make it up over Old Baldy?
Oh, if Lone Beaver says we can, we'll make it.
How much lead time you figure we have?
Take the posse a good hour to get back to where I held up the stage. Picking up the trail by dark won't be so easy. And if they follow the false one I left, it'll be another hour till they figure they've been skunked. After that, it's only a matter of time till J.B. finds Carrie missing. Then the fat'll really be in the fire.
Jason. Sheriff?
Yes, sir, J.B. Got the posse all ready to take after your hold-up man.
Oh, forget him right now. My daughter is missing, and so's that no-good ranch hand of mine, Chad Roberts, and his brother, Rusty.
I got a hunch I'm being sidewinded here.
Well, how come, sir?
How come? Because only someone here on the spread knew I was bringing in that money today. And how come Chad missed 2 shots at the robber and knocked the gun out of the driver's hand, to say nothing of the gun out of mine? How come Carrie's been taken on so about a good marriage I arranged for her? I won't tell you I can see the whole thing right now. I've been taken.
Taken?
For a sucker. I knew there was something familiar about that hold-up man. I'd swear now on a stack of Bibles it was Rusty Roberts. And he and his no-count brother have taken off with not only my money, but my Carrie.
Well, then we better get after him, sir.
Yes, but where? Sheriff, I don't care where they went, north, south, east, or west. I want them Roberts brothers tracked down and spread-eagled in the desert, or hanged from the nearest tree.
Come on, Chad. We got to keep moving to make our rendezvous with Lone Beaver.
We got to stop a minute. Water the horses. And Carrie's horse here is pulled up lame.
I hope he didn't throw a shoe.
I don't think so. He probably just picked up a pebble. Hold it a minute till I climb off the seat.
Now, don't you waste any time, Chad. We ain't got that much of it.
Oh, I won't. I just want to... Oh!
What is it, Chad?
He's right feisty. Must be hurting him. Knocked me right...
A rattler. Where is he? Can you see him?
I'm right on top of him. Don't anyone move till I'm out of range. I don't want to... Oh, damn. He struck me.
Where is that son of a...
No. You can't see to shoot. It's too late, Rusty. He got me. Oh, he got me, but good.
Chad.
Where?
It's bad. In the thigh. Get your knife, Rusty. We got to get that poison out of me.
You still got his trail, Jason?
Petered out on the shale. Could have gone any which way.
Yeah, and I know which. That was a false scent, Sheriff. He must have doubled back to kidnap my daughter, and then him and Chad met up later.
Where do you reckon they're headed for?
Well, sir, my spread covers east, north, and south. If they didn't go southwest, it's got to be northwest.
Well, that's a dead end. No way through the range or over old Baldy.
My hunch still is that's the way they went. And if they ever get across the mountains, we'll never find them. We got to make all the time we can.
All right, Chad, darling, all right. Rusty got all the poison out.
I gotta get on my horse. Move out.
You just rest a minute, Chad. We got time. Carrie.
What is it?
Come over here where I can talk to you.
What is it, Rusty? He's not going to...
Now, look. I ain't going to beat around the bush. That rattler stuck him but good.
Didn't you get all the poison?
Carrie, I cut him. I sucked out all I could, but that old diamondback bit straight into the big artery. We got to get him help right soon. If anyone can help Chad, it's Lone Beaver.
Then let's get Chad on his horse and get to him.
He's in too much pain to ride, and the trip could kill him. Now, look, I'm going to hide you two back among the rocks, cover up any trail we leave. Then I'm going on with all 3 horses, so if your pappy gets here with his hired guns, he won't think to stop.
Leave us here alone?
Only long enough to get Lone Beaver and bring him on back to fix Chad. Now, someone's got to stay with him. Keep cold compresses on that leg. And I'll make better time alone, even leading the horses.
Is there nothing I can do?
Just keep that wound as cold as you can so the poison doesn't spread. And, Carrie, pray. Most of all, just let him see you to give him the best reason he has for living.
What you got there, Jason?
The scout found his cut on a scrub oak by the trail. Recognize it?
Yeah, give it here. That's a piece of a saddle blanket I gave Carrie last Christmas. We're on the trail, all right. Come on, let's keep moving. Greetings, my brother.
Lone Beaver, where are you?
Where my back is safe from white man and my enemy.
Well, I'm no enemy. I'm your brother. I come in peace.
Lone Beaver, trust Rusty. But where are your companions?
A diamondback bit my brother Chad. He's in bad shape. The girl stayed on to tend him. Where are you?
If the other are not with you, do you still wish to cross mountain?
We can't till my brother Chad's ready to travel.
Are you followed?
Not yet. Sooner or later.
The white man have no medicine to cool rattler poison. You think Lone Beaver can do that?
I know there are Indian remedies for it. I'm asking you to use them.
You ask much, my brother in blood. I owe you my life. In the Indian way, that means you own mine. But how to save your brother is not easy.
We gotta make the try. Is there some medicine?
Only the mudstone. But first, it must be found.
Where?
The mudstone grow only in Forbidden Valley.
Well, let's go get it.
Only if Great Spirit say it may be allowed.
Well, why wouldn't it be?
That is not for Lone Beaver to say. Your brother, my brother, with all his heart, Lone Beaver wish to save him.
Well, where is this valley?
The sun rises now. 1 hour from here. We must pray for all sign to be right. Or else your brother will be beyond our reach in the great hunting ground.
The Mad Stone. It is no fiction. The stone exists. Whether whole or ground down to a powder, placed on the site of a snake bite, its astringent action tends to restrict the spread of the poison. Even President Lincoln believed in its efficacy enough so that he took his son Robert to be treated with it for a dog bite. But the question here is a little more complicated. It is not only will it heal Chad Roberts, but can it be found? And if found, in time. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Hidden in a natural rock formation, half cave, half hollow, screened by heavy undergrowth, Carrie tries to assuage the agony of the man she loves. Chad is running a high fever, racked by the rattler's poison in his veins. Ahead of them, Rusty and Lone Beaver are attempting to find something to save Chad's life. Behind them, J.B. Randall and his gunmen are on the trail to end it more suddenly and simply. And the morning sun is rising.
I can't figure where they're heading for, Sheriff. Can you?
No, Sheriff. It's got me puzzled.
Once we get up beyond the tree line, there's nowhere to go but straight up over Old Baldy. I don't know any place even a mountain goat could cross that. Only other way to go is Stone Valley. And that's a pure dead end, isn't it?
Once you pass in by the Sentinel Rocks, ain't no ways out, unless you can fly.
Why would anyone want to head for there?
You got me, Mr. Randall. The place always give me the willies, like it was a tomb. All them echoes every time you even so much as whisper.
Yeah, maybe it's a good sign if we can bottle them up there. That's just when I'm going to make it for those Robert brothers once we catch up with them. A tomb. Now, come on, let's travel.
Oh, Chad. Chad, honey, what is it?
It's hot. Burning up. You got some water?
It isn't good for you to drink it. Gotta keep it for the compresses.
Where's Rusty?
He's gone to get Lone Beaver.
Why'd he leave us behind? We gotta press on.
We can't.
Why not?
Hush now. Don't you remember you're hurting?
Oh, I'm hurting all right, but what it was... Oh, yes. Now I remember. The rattler. I had no right...
Hush, Chad. Can't you hear them?
Ah, looky here, J.B. They stopped here by the stream to water the horses. They're actually pretty fresh.
Think they're still here?
Yeah, they took off before dawn. Yeah, you can see where the mud's starting to kick up with the sun beating on it. They crossed the stream, all right. Tracks on the other side. 3 horses. We're out on the trail, all right.
All right, then move. I want those two boys so bad I can taste it.
Did you hear Chad?
Yeah, I heard. Oh, Carrie, what have I done to you? We should have called out. Stop them.
Are you crazy?
No. I was the one was crazy. I don't deserve you. No way. And now, what's going to happen to us?
We're here?
Yes. The Two Bear Rock there, our entrance to Forbidden Valley.
Oh, come on, then. Let's go.
I go no further.
But I've got to find the Mad Stone for my brother. Now, how can
I will tell you. But you must search alone.
Why?
This is my God. I must not anger him. I will pray that he smile on you.
But how can I find this stone?
You will hunt. It is gray and crumbled easily to powder. If you break part of it on hard rock and put it in your mouth, it will cling there, drawing blood. You will know it if you find it.
Beaver, I haven't time to spend hunting. My brother is dying. You have to help me find it.
We could both die if we enter.
Why?
Way in is only way out. We could be trapped.
Well, we'll take that chance. Come on.
From now on, better hold to talk.
Why?
We are not alone.
Who else is here?
The dead. We must not disturb the ancestors.
This is a burial ground?
Here lie the ashes of my tribe.
Lone Beaver, now you can't wake the dead. The dead.
I warn you. Let the dead sleep.
We shouldn't have left the horses. If J.B. and his posse catch up with us, we're dead men.
Dead or alive, we are only men.
Now, where is this Mad Stone?
Patience, my brother. If it were easy to find, why would it have magic? Sheriff, you're certain sure they went into this valley?
Yes, sir, J.B. Anywhere else it turned, they'd have left tracks.
All right, then, let's go get them.
Ain't no need, Mr. Randall. All as we got to do is wait for them to come out.
Now, what does that mean?
Well, this here valley's sheer rock. Ain't a mite of shade or water. Under this sun, how long could a man last? The Indians call it the Forbidden Valley. We got a better name. We call it the Stone Bottle. Because once you get in it, there's only one way out.
But they could hold up there till after dark and maybe slip by us.
No way. It's maybe 120 degrees in this sun. They can't afford to wait for dark.
I have it.
The Mad Stone?
You see, the god smile on us.
Well, then let's get back to the horses and get out of here.
Chad Roberts! Rusty! We have you trapped! Wherever you are, give up!
Oh, Beaver, what are we going to do? Are you sure there's no other way out?
No other way. This is judgment of Great Spirit.
He is a kind God. Why should he move against us?
How can I say?
There's no other way out?
Not unless he can help us or send us...
What is it?
Maybe a sign, because I pray to him with all my heart. What happens to sun?
What? I don't know. Is that a cloud?
A cloud, only shadow, son. This is... my ancestor tell of this.
What?
Of the coming of the great bear who swallow the sun. Look how he has bitten at it already.
Well, you're right. It's like something was eating it.
The Great Spirit punish me because I violated taboo.
No, he's not punishing you. Or us. He's helping.
How?
Don't you see? Now, I've read about this. We call it an eclipse or something. And it's total. The sun will be covered so it'll look like night. That way we can slip by him and get back and save my brother.
Sheriff, what the Sam Hill's going on here?
Where's the posse, J.B.? They done took off.
Oh, what for?
You see what's happening to the sun. They don't like it.
Well, they better like it, or by Harry, they'll find out they should have.
You can't blame them. Some are just downright superstitious. Nobody likes this here valley. And the others, nobody wants much to be caught on this mountain after dark.
Well, you said we wouldn't have to wait till then.
But look what's happening to the sun.
Oh, that'll pass. It's only the moon getting in front of it or something. They call it an eclipse.
I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Randall. You can call it what you want, but in my book, it's a judgment of God. I ain't never seen anything like it. And don't tell me you have.
Well, of course not, but I've read about it.
Well, I don't live by no books, just by hard horse sense. I'm joining the rest of the boys.
Why, you fool, where are you going?
Away from you. I got enough to answer for without staying by you and riding my way straight down into hell.
Come back here!
Carrie?
I'm right here, honey.
Oh, it's hard to see you. I must be real bad off.
It's not you, Chad, darling.
But it's like twilight and getting darker.
I know.
What's happening? Don't feel like a storm.
I don't know for sure, Chad. I think it's an eclipse.
What?
It's where the moon gets in front of the sun and blots it out.
How can that happen?
I can't explain it scientifically. Anyways, it's not how I read it.
I don't follow.
I think this is a sign from God. And I don't think my daddy, cruel and vindictive as he is, can stand against it.
Are we nearly there?
Yes. We are ready to leave Forbidden Valley.
Well, then hurry. The sun's about ready to come out again.
Just hold it right there, Indian. And you, Rusty, I got you in my sights. You make one move, and I promise one dead man, if not the both of you. You go, Rusty. I cover and follow.
But
I said I owe you my life. Go. Save your brother, Chad. Go.
We're two against one.
But he is hidden, and we are in open. Go.
Chad? Carrie? It's me, Rusty.
Oh, thank the Lord you're here. With the sun blotted out like that, it's been a crazy time. First and last eclipse I ever hope to live through.
It's over by now. How's Chad?
Not so good. Where's Lone Beaver?
I don't know. All I do know is I got the Mad Stone. I gotta find me a rock to powder it. Get it on Chad's wound fast as we can. How you feeling now, Chad?
Tolerable, Brother Rusty. I'm weak. But that old Mad Stone just sucked the fever right out. Just like the Lone Beaver said.
Where is he? Oh, I don't know. It's getting close on to real dark. He ought to be back by now. Unless what? Nothing for you to worry about. Main thing is you licked that rattler sting. Now, what is it? Listen.
Lone Beaver!
Yes, Miss Randall.
Who's that in your saddle horn? Oh, it's Daddy.
Lone Beaver, sorry, Miss Carey. It was his life, or Rusty, or mine. The Great Spirit, read in the sand. It must be his.
He's dead?
Yes, ma'am. Rusty, help me lift him down.
Oh, okay. What happened?
He stepped out. He had clean shot at you. There must be one dead man. Better hit him.
I'm sorry, Carrie.
I'm not. He's been asking for it all his life. What happened to the posse?
Well, maybe the eclipse scared him off. Don't reckon most of them had much heart for this chase anyway.
Now what?
Yeah, J.B. gone, no reason anymore for any of us to take out. Oh, Beaver, I want to thank you for my life. And Chad's. Your debt sure is paid.
Between us, there is no debt, my brother. We are still blood, brother. I will help you make Trevor so you can bring J.B. home. Then we say goodbye.
Why must you say goodbye?
We go different paths.
Maybe not. Maybe our path is yours.
Now, what are you saying, Carrie? You own the whole spread now.
I don't want to live on what was stolen from others. Why can't I just take what you took from Daddy as my fair share? And once we bury him, the three of us can take out across the hills with Lone Beaver and start a new life. Chad, would you like that?
I'm just so grateful to be alive again. It's anything you say, Carrie.
Just so long as you'd marry me the same.
You know what, Dom?
No, Chad. What?
I don't think it was any old moon that got in front of the sun and blacked it out at just the right moment. I think it was God. And he just took time to reach out a finger and blot it out long enough to see us all home safe.
The rattler, the viper, the diamondback, call him what you will, is seldom urged to action. And even then, his poison is not as deadly as legend would allow. Even without the mad stone, Chad probably would have recovered, as indeed he did. The moral of this story, if it must have one, is that people are far more lethal than any animal. I'll be back shortly. If you like things wrapped up neatly, the marriage of Chad Roberts and Carrie Randall was the event of the season. The matter of the robbery was lost entirely since complete restitution was made, and the money belonged to the bride. Anyway, Sheriff Jason left the county precipitously, and the rest of J.B.'s guns for hire dispersed easily, since there was no price for their services. The total eclipse of the sun, in this instance, reflected the finger of God. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Russell Horton, Catherine Byers, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Young man, there is no other way.
Ah, so. You are all blind.
Give me your hand. I will guide it to the edge of a post of wood that has always been in the center of this cave. Can you feel it?
Yes, I can.
Now, as you move your hand, count the cuts in the wood. Go on.
2, 4, 5, 7.
Go on.
12, 13, 14.
14 generations have left their mark there. 14 generations have kept together, farming, weaving, building, all by sound and by touch. There is nothing else.
Good Lord. This is the country of the blind.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Here's adventure. Here's romance. Here's the famous Robin Hood of the Old West.
Cisco, the sheriff is getting closer.
This way, Pancho. Vámonos. The Cisco Kid. the CISCO Kid in our exciting story, The Phantom Bandits. In many cases in the Old West, outlaws and bandits were sometimes tipped off as to the whereabouts of law enforcement officers. So it was with the two bank robbers and killers, Leo Claney and Mel Pollard. As our story opens, it's mid-afternoon in a secluded canyon some miles out of the town of Rocky Creek. Claney and Pollard are sitting out in front of the shack, which is their temporary hideout.
Hey, listen, Claney. Rider's coming up the trail.
All right, put down that rifle, Pollard. That's Dolly Cass riding up here.
Oh, yeah, so it is.
Whoa, boy!
Howdy, ma'am.
Hello, Pollard.
Did you bring any grub, Dolly?
Yeah, sure I did. Don't I always? There's bacon and flour and coffee in the saddlebags.
Good. You got it, will you, Pollard?
Yeah.
I wouldn't stop to eat if I was you, Leo. The sheriff and a posse are on their way out here.
Blast it.
I'd have been here before, except I had to ride the long trail.
Yeah.
How do you know they're on the way out, Miss Dolly?
How do I know? I make it my business to know. What do you suppose my cafe's right next to the sheriff's office for?
You know, one of these fine days, I'm going to get that sheriff. He's been pushing us too hard lately.
Yeah, but right now, Leo, you better saddle up your horses and push on away from here. I gotta be getting back to town. So long, boys.
So long, Miss Dolly.
So long.
Get up, boy.
Sure is a mighty pretty woman, that Miss Dolly. Mighty pretty.
Don't get to thinking she's too pretty, Pollard. Don't forget, she's my wife. All right, now, come on. Let's get out of here.
Keep your guns handy, boys, just in case. We're coming up to the shack.
Hey, hadn't we ought to spread out a little more, Sheriff? Kind of surround the place?
Maybe so, Deputy. Take a couple of men and work through the brush up at the shed.
Right. Pete, you and Eddie, come on here with me, will you?
All right, sure.
All right, this is far enough. Woo! Woo! Claney! Pollard! Come on out of there with your hands up. We got you surrounded. Hey, you in the shack!
Hey, their horses ain't in the corral, Sheriff. Looks like they bamboozed again.
Yes, by thunder. Get up there!
Get up! They sure enough had bamboo, Sheriff. See? Fresh tracks leading up the trail.
Whoa! Never saw such will-o'-the-wisps as those two buzzards. You'd almost think they were getting tipped off that we was coming after them.
Yeah. Well, I figure they are.
You're probably right, Deputy. This makes the fourth time they've given us the slip.
Yeah, 4 different places, Sheriff.
Fire going in the stove here. They must have pulled out right ahead of us, blast it all.
Hey, careful, Sheriff. That's an old rickety stove. You most knocked it over there.
Yeah, I wish I had. Say, that's an idea, Deputy.
Huh?
Leo Claney's a mighty hot-headed hombre. If he was to come back here and find this shack burned down, he might ride back into town looking for me. Then we can nab him.
Sure. He might ride in tonight.
That's what I'll do. Stand back away from that stove, Deputy.
Yep.
I'm gonna kick it over.
Let her go. Once more and you'll have it, Sheriff.
There, that does it.
Look at them sparks fly. She's gonna catch, Sheriff. Hey, she is catching.
Yeah, dry as tinder in here. Now we'll see what Claney and Pollard do about this.
How far to Rocky Creek Cafe, Cisco?
Oh, it's several miles yet, Pancho. You hold out until we get there.
Oh, see, Pancho hold out, Cisco, but Pancho not know if Pancho's stomach hold out.
Oh, I think it will, Chico.
Uh-huh.
However, I will tell you another riddle to help you pass the time.
See, Cisco. Pancho like riddles.
All right, then here is one. Why are soldiers always tired on the 1st of April?
Why soldiers always tired? Oh, because it's April Fool.
Because it is April Fool.
Huh?
No, there is no connection there.
No connection?
Now listen, I will tell you the answer.
Tell.
Soldiers are tired on the 1st of April because they have just had a march of 31 days.
Oh, see. April Fool, March of 30. Good riddle, Cisco. Pancho, hope you remember that riddle.
Well, you should be able to, Chico. It's very simple.
March is 31.
Now, if that will occupy your mind until... Madre mia, hold it up. Hold.
What?
Look, over there, Pancho. The place is on fire.
Huh?
Come on, amigo. Up there.
Go, look, the place on fire. How the place get on fire, Cisco?
I have no idea, Pancho. But I do know from the way it is burning that there is little chance of saving it.
Nobody around, Cisco.
No, there's not.
Hold.
No. There's no use even trying to put out that fire.
It's a hot fire. Pancho, feel it from here.
Well, we'd better not go any closer.
That dirty coyote of a sheriff. I'm going to get him for this.
Yeah, sure help you, Claney.
Oh, they're tough hombres, Cisco.
I would say they are tough, amigo.
Yeah. Hey, who are you two? What are you doing here?
Mi compañero and I were riding to town on the trail, senor. When we saw this fire, we rode over here.
You have anything to do with setting it? Did you help anybody set it?
We did not, hombre.
We not go around setting fires to places, hombre. Not Cisco and Pancho.
By thunder, I've got a great
Wait a minute,
mind.
brother. Cisco. Would you be the Cisco kid?
That is what I am called, senor.
Ah. What are you two doing in this part of the country? I thought your hangout was south of here.
Oh, we are just riding through this country. Since we cannot help these hombres, Pancho, let us ride on to town.
Yeah, we ride on.
Yeah, and keep on riding, right on through. We don't like too many strangers around here. Not like you two.
Hombre, I am beginning to like you less and less.
And Pancho not like you more and more. And Pancho bet you do not even know why soldiers march on the 1st of April.
What?
What's he talking about?
Come on, Pancho. Let us be going. Up, diablo.
Oh, look, going now. Well, Pancho tells you. Because they're tired.
Claney, that fat one's crazy.
No, never mind him. Cisco was the one to watch out for. Maybe he is just riding through like he said, but I ain't so sure. If he gets in our way tonight, when we go to town, we'll blast him down. Because that hombre's dangerous.
We going to town tonight?
We sure are, Pollard. As soon as it's dark. We'll be in about half an hour. I'm gunning down that sheriff. If it's the last thing I do.
Pancho, there, the lights of the town ahead of us.
It get dark quick, Cisco.
See, it does get dark quick. Wait.
Huh?
Someone is in the road ahead of us.
All right, you. That's near enough.
Oh, diablo. Ho.
Oh, look, it's near enough.
Just stay where you are till we look you over.
Si, senor.
A lot of people want to look us over, Cisco.
Light up a match, deputy.
All right. There you are, Sheriff.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun if it ain't the Cisco kid.
And I be a son of a gun if I not Pancho.
You have the advantage of me, senor sheriff.
We've never met, Cisco. But maybe you've heard Sheriff Williams of Lincoln County speak of Frank Thomas?
Oh, see. You are Sheriff Thomas?
That's right. This is my deputy, Cisco.
Senor?
I'm glad to know you.
Glad to know you, too.
Me and my boys are looking for a couple of coyotes to come into town tonight. That's why we stopped you. We're stopping everybody.
We do not mind. We understand.
Kind of like to talk to you later on, Cisco. I got a problem I figure you could help me with.
Well, I'd be glad to talk with you, senor sheriff. After Pancho and I go to the cafe and have some supper.
Yeah, and Pancho hungry.
Well, come on back then after you've eaten, huh?
Si, sheriff. Up, diablo.
Up, logo. They look for bandidos, Cisco, no?
Si, I presume so, amigo. But we do not have to concern ourselves with that.
Nah.
At least not for the time being.
What all that racket mean?
Better ride back and see.
Pancho, hope those hombres know where they're shooting.
Come on, Pancho. Up, diablo. Oh, diablo. Ho, ho.
Ho.
That's you, Cisco?
Si, senor.
Pancho, too, senor.
I'm the deputy. I better look at the sheriff. I guess they killed him.
I would also say they got you, senor deputy.
Yeah, in the shoulder. The sheriff lit a cigar, and then they fired.
There's no chance of finding them skunks in the dark. Are you all right, deputy?
Yeah, I guess so, Joe. I sure am mighty glad you're here, Cisco. Kind of looks as if you're going to have to take over.
The sheriff was dead, Cisco.
See, and with that wound, the deputy can do little or nothing.
Tell us the story, Cisco?
See. He told us that the two bandidos, Claney and Pollard, have been at large for months, right around this town. He said they are being tipped off each time the sheriff's posse starts out after them.
Who tipped them off, Cisco?
Well, that is what we must find out.
Cisco say he be the acting sheriff till the deputy gets better, no?
Well, I could not very well refuse, amigo, when they are in trouble like this.
That make Pancho the acting deputy, Cisco.
See, it does, Chico.
And that make everything all right, too. Cisco catch those bandidos very soon.
A fine chance we have of catching them. Here we are in a strange town. We do not know the people.
No.
We do not know the country. It's a pitch dark night. Madre mia.
Well, we feel better after we eat.
I hope so. At least there's nothing we can do until morning. Well, let us go into the cafe, Pancho.
This is the sheriff's office right next to the cafe, Cisco?
So the deputy told us. We'll go there later and see what the office is like. There's a table over here, Pancho. You know, Pancho, I have never been in a situation like this before in my life.
What do you have, gents?
Oh, I do not care, senorita. Bring me anything you have to eat. What are you doing, Pancho?
Pancho sniffing, Cisco. Pancho smell enchiladas. Pancho smell roast beef. Pancho smell gooseberry pie. Bring Pancho everything, senorita.
Strangers here, huh?
See?
Then, what are you doing with that star on?
It seems I'm the acting sheriff of this town for the time being, senorita. Would you please bring our food?
Acting sheriff, huh?
Cisco, look. 2 hombres we see at the fire.
Pancho, those are the hombres we want. Claney and Pollard, the ones the deputy told us about.
We take them now, Cisco?
See you right now. Un momento, you hombres.
Look out, Pollard. It's Cisco. Yeah, and he's wearing a star. Shoot out them lights.
Do not go for that gun.
Hombres over this way, Cisco.
See, Pancho.
Santos is dark in here.
I'll teach you coyotes to start trouble in my cafe.
Be careful of that chair, senorita.
Careful nothing, I'll show you.
Oh! Cisco, over here, quick. Cisco! Cisco! Why do you not answer me?
But Cisco, struck down from behind, does not answer. In just a moment, we'll return to the Cisco Kid. Now, back to the Cisco Kid and our exciting story, The Phantom Bandits. When Cisco, as acting sheriff of Rocky Creek, started to arrest the bandits Claney and Pollard in the cafe, one of them shot out the lights, plunging the room into darkness. At once, Cisco was struck down from behind by a chair in the hands of the waitress, Dolly, who in reality is Claney's wife.
Cisco! Cisco!
Oh, see, Pancho. Get a light going.
See.
Oh.
Cisco, you on the floor?
I'm all right, Pancho. Madre mia, how that senorita can swing a chair. Oh, there's a spare lamp, Pancho. Light that.
Pancho, light the lamp. Now we see something.
I see those banditos left in a hurry.
Pancho, hear them get on their horses and ride away very fast.
So we lost that chance to arrest them. Where's that senorita? I'd like to talk to her.
Senorita! Senorita!
Just who do you two galoos think you are, coming in here and starting a riot like that?
We started no riot.
Not even start a fight.
Sure you started it, trying to make an arrest in my place. Now go on, get out of here.
Just one moment, senorita. Are you in the habit of hitting your customers over the head with chairs?
I wish I'd have hit you harder. Now get out of here.
Very well, senorita. Come, Pancho.
Pancho hungry than ever now, Cisco.
Well, you are not starving to death, Pancho.
Not starving to death, just starving.
Well, we'll find a place to eat later on. Right now, I want to go and talk with the deputy about that senorita. She knows very well we did not start that fight in the cafe.
Then why she hit you?
It may be she wanted those banditos to get away. We will see if we can find out, Pancho.
Maybe we hadn't ought to have come back, Claney.
Nobody will be looking for us here at the back door of the cafe. Ooh, oh boy.
Sheriff's office is right next door.
Yeah, well, what of it? It's dark in this alley. Dolly. Dolly, you in there?
Yeah. Are you crazy, Leo? You hadn't ought to be here. This town's popping tonight.
Shut that door. The light comes right out here in the alley.
He wanted to talk to you, Miss Dolly.
Yeah, sure do. I want you to find out all you can about that Cisco kid. He had a sheriff's star on.
Well, somebody's got to wear it. Now you killed the sheriff and wounded the deputy. What'd you have to do that for?
I said I'd get him, and I did.
Yeah, he set fire to our shack and burned it down.
The sheriff did?
Sure.
Oh, I didn't know that. But you got another shack you could hide out in up in Mountain Creek Canyon.
Well, that's where we're going when we leave here. Now, you find out how long Cisco's going to be around this town.
And if he's starting out after us.
Yeah. And tomorrow morning, ride out to Mountain Creek Canyon and tell us. I'm taking no chances with that hombre.
Yeah, but Leo...
Hey. Here go a couple of hombres into the sheriff's office now.
Wait. That's them. That's Cisco and the other one.
Well, get going. I'll try to find out all I can from Cisco.
Don't just try. Find out. All right, come on, Pollard.
Why we come here to the sheriff's office, Cisco?
Because I want to look over the sheriff's file on those hombres, Claney and Pollard.
Oh?
The deputy said the file was in the second desk drawer.
Look over the file about the senorita, too, Cisco?
There's no file about her, Pancho.
No.
The deputy could tell us little about her, except that she runs the cafe and apparently minds her own business.
Uh-huh.
Here's the file we are looking for.
Bueno.
Now, let us see what we have here.
Somebody's at the door, Cisco. Maybe the bandidos.
I doubt that, Pancho. Most of the bandidos I know have not the manners to knock on doors. Come in. Well, is the senorita?
Yes, Cisco. I came here to talk to you.
Very well. Have a chair, senorita.
Sit down in the chair, senorita, and not swing the chair.
Thanks. I'm mighty sorry about that, Cisco. I just plain lost my temper. But if you and your friend will come over to the cafe now, I'll get you up the best meal you ever ate.
Bueno. Now everybody feed us.
Gracias, senorita, but we have now made other plans.
But Pancho, we eat 2 meals, Cisco.
Yeah, come on over.
Perhaps we will call around later in the evening, senorita. Meanwhile, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know the 2 bandidos, Claney and Pollard?
Why, yeah. I know who they are. Everybody around here knows who they are. Why do you ask that, Cisco?
Because I am trying to get as much information about those bandidos as possible.
I see. Then you're going to take this job as acting sheriff seriously, huh?
Well, of course, senorita. I am going to take it so seriously that I plan to stay right here in this town until I catch those bandidos.
Oh. Well, good. Fine, Cisco. When are you starting out after them?
Nah, senorita. Cisco not tells you his plans.
I have no objection to telling the senorita my plans, Pancho. I'm going to start out after them shortly after daylight tomorrow morning.
Any idea where you'll find them?
I think it will not be too hard to track them down.
Well, I wish you luck, Cisco. I'll be going now. I'll expect to see you later on at the cafe.
Gracias, senorita.
Gracias, senorita. Cisco, where'd you tell the
Quieto,
senorita?
Pancho.
Where'd you go, Cisco?
Over to the window. I think I will put up this window. It's warm in this office, and Oh, senorita, I thought you had gone.
I was just going through this alley, Cisco, to go back in the back door of the cafe. I'll see you later.
Sí.
Why she stand there at the window, Cisco?
She meant to listen to what else we had to say.
Oh.
Pancho, I'm almost certain now that she is the one who has been tipping off those bandidos. Mm-hmm. From now on, we will watch her every move. And when she starts for the hills, we will follow her.
Bro, it's cold here in this grove, Cisco.
See, it is cold, Pancho. Oh. But from here, we can watch the cafe and tell if the senorita leaves.
It's getting daylight now, Cisco. And the senorita stay in the cafe all night?
I think she has a room over the cafe.
Pancho not know, Cisco, but Pancho know. Pancho cold. Cisco, tell Pancho a riddle, huh? Make Pancho forget about the cold.
Pancho, this is no time for riddles.
Come.
Right now, we are trying to solve a much more important riddle.
See. And the soldiers not march in April.
Quieto, Pancho, quieto.
What?
Hey, look. Someone is just coming out the back door of that cafe.
The senorita, Cisco.
See, and she is walking out to the stable behind the cafe. Probably to saddle her horse. Pancho, she is going to lead us straight to those bandidos.
Leo, you awake? Leo, it's me, Dolly.
Just a minute. All right, come in.
Morning, Dolly.
Hello, Pollard. You got any drinking water in here, Leo? Riding all the way up that trail made me thirsty.
Yeah, we'll have some in a minute. Pollard, take the bucket and go bring some in from the spring, will you?
Yeah, you bet.
Well, what'd you find out about Cisco?
He says he's going to stay around here till he gets you, Leo.
He is, eh? What that hombre will get will be a bullet.
You know, if I was you, I'd get out of here, Leo. I wouldn't take any chances with that Cisco kid.
You want me to get out of here, huh?
I would until he leaves town.
Listen, you ain't falling for this Cisco kid, are you?
Me falling for him? Don't be crazy. Why would I fall for him?
Well, he ain't bad looking. Besides that, they tell me he's got away with women. Listen, if you're falling for him,
Honest, you got the worst temper the first thing in the morning. You always did have.
All right. Just remember what I say. I ain't fooling. You're my wife, see?
How could I forget it?
Hey, Clenny.
Hey?
Clenny, come out here quick.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Come out here, I tell you. Look.
Huh?
Coming up the trail, up the canyon. Ain't that the Cisco kid?
By thunder, it sure is.
Oh, good Lord.
And now how in blazes did he... Oh. So you crossed us up, did you, Dolly?
What are you talking about?
You tipped Cisco off you was coming up here this morning so he could follow you.
Why, you big-head. After me breaking my neck for months to keep you posted to what's going on.
You tipped off Cisco.
I did not.
Come on, Leo. We got to get out of here fast.
Sure, after I settle with this little double...
Great jump on snakes. Cisco's right here.
Don't worry. I'll settle him with this gun.
Look out, Cisco. I'm going to shoot.
No, you don't.
Oh, why, you...
Gracias, señorita, for hurting his arm. Now I will take over from here.
Get the fat one, Leo.
No, now get the fat one, hombre. And Pancho butt you with his head. How'd you like that for a hard head, no?
And I will settle with you as quickly as possible. By that I mean, like this minute. There.
Oh, look like it all over, Cisco.
I hope you are not hurt, señorita.
No, I'm all right.
I'm glad. Nevertheless, I'm afraid we are going to have to take you in with these bandidos.
Yeah, I expected that.
But you did perhaps save my life when you spoiled Claney's aim. So I will do all I can to help you.
I ain't asking help from you, Cisco, or anybody else. Leo Claney's my husband, and if he goes to jail, I go with him. Come on, let's get going. Get up on your feet, Leo, and march.
Si, bandido, march. And then you'll be tired on the 1st of April, you fool. Cisco.
Si, Pancho.
The senorita turned out to be a senora, huh?
Si, she did, Pancho.
The judge not send the senora to the jail?
No, amigo. The jury decided the senora had committed no crime. So, as before, she's running the cafe.
Someday we go back there and get the meal, no?
It's a good idea, Pancho.
Yeah,
we will. Since the senora is now more friendly with us than she was before, you know, someday we will sit down and have a tete-a-tete with her.
A tete what, Cisco?
Tete-a-tete.
Tete-a-tete? What that mean?
Well, in this case, it means a quiet little talk with her, Pancho.
Oh, that's what a tete what means.
Si.
Oh, then no wonder Big Maria look at Pancho funny last time Pancho take Big Maria to a cafe.
You took Big Maria to the cafe, si.
We had a big meal. And then we dance.
Then you dance, huh?
See, and then Big Maria said to Pancho, she say, if you tired of dancing, we sit down and have a little tete-to-tete.
And what did you say to that, Pancho?
Pancho said, gracias, no, Big Maria. After such a big meal, Pancho not could eat another thing.
Oh, Pancho!
Oh, Cisco!
And so ends another exciting adventure with O. Henry's famous Robin Hood of the West, the Cisco Kid. be sure to listen again for another thrilling adventure of the Cisco Kid. Cisco Kid was played by Jack Mather. Poncho by Harry Lang.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with a native bandit giving me a big break by heaving a knife at me. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. And don't bother to sit down. Your plane leaves for Malaya in 1 hour.
Malaya? Look, I just got out of one jungle. Don't tell me you're sending me back into another one.
That's just what I am telling you, Steve.
Aren't you sort of stretching my luck a little?
That's the right word for it, all right.
Stretching?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Rubber.
A jokester yet? Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, take any list of vital war materials. Rubber's near the top.
So, what am I supposed to do? Go over to Malaya and tap a few rubber trees?
You don't have to. They've quite a few thousand natives on the job already over there. No, it's what's happening after the rubber is harvested that we're interested in.
Just what is happening?
A gang of so-called bandits has been raiding the various plantations, Steve. They're organized and equipped like a small army. They've been setting fire to buildings, terrorizing the natives, and in general interfering seriously with the entire operation over there.
I see. Look, isn't this a matter for the British?
Well, they've asked our cooperation in the matter, Steve, and I think the main reason is there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
What?
To our knowledge, nobody's ever gotten a good look at this leader, or at least lived to tell about it. Steve, it's vital to both countries that we smash this gang.
Whom do I work with?
A British intelligence agent named Willoughby. He's waiting for you in Singapore right now. Steve, get over there. Work with Willoughby, and then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to put these bandits out of business for keeps. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of scouring the Malayan jungle to find out who's been burning up a few assorted rubber plantations. And I've got an uneasy hunch that whoever it is has a king-size hotfoot reserved for me. It's Friday when my plane lands in Singapore, and I head for the office of the British agent Willoughby.
Thoroughly nasty mess, Mitchell.
I understand there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
Yes, that's the rumor. What it's worth, I don't know.
None of the bandits has ever been captured, huh?
Not one of the blighters, no. We've set several traps for them, but they've avoided them very skillfully.
What sort of traps, Willoughby?
Well, we've doubled our patrols in the whole area. We've also converted several of the plantations which haven't yet been attacked into miniature fortresses. Concealed machine gun emplacements, troops hidden in foxholes, and so on. But they always seem to know which plantations are guarded and which aren't. As I said, their information appears to be amazingly accurate.
Yeah. Has anybody ever gotten a good look at this bandit leader?
I'm not sure, Mitchell. There's one person who may have.
What do you mean, may have?
It's a little chap in the next room. Mr. Perkins, would you step in here a moment, please?
All right.
This is Steve Mitchell, agent from the United States, Mr. Perkins. Steve, Mr. Perkins, an importer.
How you do?
Mr. Perkins?
Would you mind repeating your story to Mr. Mitchell, Perkins?
Very well.
As Mr. Willoughby told you just now, I'm an importer, Mr. Mitchell. And in the course of my business, I make frequent trips into the jungles to the north of here.
I see.
Now, last week I was staying at a friend's plantation deep in the interior, and suddenly this gang of bandits attacked the plantation about midnight, as I remember.
Go on.
My friend ran out of the house as soon as he heard the shots. He was killed on the spot. Well, apparently the bandits didn't expect there would be anyone else in the house, so they didn't enter immediately. They set fire to the outbuildings, and during the excitement, I was able to crawl out of the window and into the jungle.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your experience and the loss of your friend, Perkins, but I don't quite see what connection this has with...
Well, it was after my return here to Singapore that my real troubles began, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
Well, 2 days ago, I was almost run down in the streets. Well, I'm convinced it was a deliberate attempt on my life. Well, last night I was fired upon.
What?
Yes, it appears that someone is quite anxious to put Mr. Perkins out of the way, Mitchell.
But why?
Well, it's my theory that Perkins may have seen the bandit leader in action.
But how did they know you were there at the plantation during the raid, Perkins?
Well, my coat. In my haste to escape, I left my coat in my room. You see, it had my name in it.
I get it. They found the coat and figured out you must have been there and must have seen them. Perkins, did you see any of them?
Yes. Well, there was a lot of confusion, of course, but after I slipped into the jungle, I saw several figures in the clearing.
Well, now, don't panic about it. Did you get a good look at them?
Only a brief one.
Was one of them an American?
Well, I really couldn't say. Remember, it was in the middle of the night, and the only illumination came from the fires they'd set.
You think you'd recognize any of them if you saw them again?
Well, that's the same question Mr. Willoughby asked me. And all I can say is that I might. I don't know.
You know, Willoughby, it's pretty obvious to me that this bandit leader is somebody who's known in the interior.
It's my notion, too, old boy.
Yeah, he could figure that Perkins would be making other trips into that country and might spot him, all of which gives me the idea what our one chance of finding him is.
You have in mind a trip into the interior for the three of us?
Yep.
Yes, I've already broached the subject to Mr. Perkins, but he doesn't seem to think very highly of it.
Oh?
Gentlemen, I'm sure you understand my position. Frankly, I'm not a particularly courageous man. There have already been 2 attempts on my life right here in Singapore because of this. And to return to those jungles, it seems to me I'd be inviting my own murder.
Yeah, we understand your position perfectly, Mr. Perkins, but I hope that you understand just how important this deal is.
Well, I
These
do.
bandits are seriously interfering with the production of a raw material that's vital to both of our countries.
I know that, Mr. Mitchell. It's just that
Right now, you're apparently the one man who can put the finger on their leader.
I don't know.
Willoughby and I'll give you all the protection that's humanly possible if you make this trip with us.
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I'll second that. How soon can you be ready?
Oh, it shouldn't take me long to pack my suitcase. Not more than an hour, I'd say.
Very well. We'll leave in an hour, then.
We go part way by train, take a jeep as far as we can, and then start out on foot through the jungle. It's hot and damp, and Willoughby's in front, Perkins in the middle, and I'm bringing up in the rear, and all 3 of us are trying to look in every direction at once.
These bandits could be hiding anywhere around us.
That's a possibility, of course, but I rather doubt it. It seems more likely that their main camp is farther in the interior.
Oh, but they may have scouts watching this very trail. Look, why can't we take a boat up the river?
We get out in the middle of that river? We'd really be making targets of ourselves. No, it's safer here in the jungle.
Oh, dear. What was that?
Oh, bird or an animal sounded like.
Oh, it sounded like somebody getting killed.
Take it easy, Perkins. How much farther to the first plantation on our list, Willoughby?
Oh, it can't be more than a mile or so.
Another mile of this jungle? Oh, I wish I'd never agreed to make this trip. I can't get rid of the feeling that I'm walking into a death trap.
What an optimist. Perkins, 5 will get you 10. We'll make it to the plantation safe and sound.
You will pardon me if I do not accept your wager, Mitchell, but I certainly hope you are right.
Hey, watch out.
What is it?
Up in that tree. I got him. Mitchell.
Oh, I told you to have scouts watching.
Get your head up out of the dirt and take a look, Perkins. That was no scout, unless they're wearing snakeskins these days.
What? Oh, dear. Python.
15 feet if he's an inch. Thanks, old chap. Looks like the rascal had zeroed in on me.
Great. We've not only got bandits to watch out for, now it's snakes yet. Come on, let's speed it up a little, huh?
Well, here's our first plantation.
Well, we made it after all.
Yeah. Hey, quite a spread. Who owns it?
Absentee Corporation, old boy. The resident manager's a chap named Hartford. He's standing there by the checking shed.
British?
No, American.
Oh?
Hello, Willoughby.
Afternoon, Hartford.
Still poking around the bushes looking for the bandits?
Quite. Hartford, I'd like you to meet Mr. Mitchell, a newspaper correspondent.
Pleased to meet you, Hartford.
A little off your beat up in this neck of the woods, aren't you, Mitchell?
Oh, I don't know. My beat's where there's news, Hartford. And these attacks on the plantations come under that heading, I think.
Troops arrived yet, Hartford?
Yeah, they're dug in around the edge of the plantation. Say, according to that meeting all of us had 2 weeks ago, you were going to put some extra patrols in this area.
That's right.
Any of them around here?
Oh, here and there, old boy.
Okay if I nose around the plantation a little, Hartford?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Brown.
I'll tag along with you, Mitchell. Yeah, make sure you don't get lost.
Okay.
We'll check for you before we leave, Hartford.
Okay.
Willoughby.
Huh?
What's this meeting Hartford was talking about?
Oh, it was 2 weeks ago, Mitchell. We called in all the plantation owners and managers to outline and set up plans for the defense of the plantation against these attacks by the bandits.
Then Hartford or any other plantation owner or manager knows the defense plans for all the plantations?
That's right.
Perkins, you recognize Hartford?
I couldn't be sure.
Say, Mitchell, do you think that Hartford could be involved in this?
Right now, I don't think anything, Willoughby. I'm just trying to find out. Brother, look at those machine gun emplacements.
Oh, the bandits would surely not attack a place as heavily armed as this.
Maybe they would, if they knew just where the machine guns were located. Perkins, any of those workers over there look familiar to you?
No, I've been looking at all of them very closely, but I don't recognize a single one.
How far to the next plantation, Willoughby?
Oh, it's 2 hours easy travel. There's a native village between here and there and a well-marked trail.
Who owns it?
A Dutchman, Van Voorhees.
Okay, we better get started. I've got no hankering to be caught in the jungle after dark.
Welcome to my plantation, gentlemen.
Thanks, Van Voorhees.
After you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
You arrived just in time. Another hour, and it will be quite dark. And in these times, it is not wise to be out after dark.
I hardly agree with that.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Well.
My wife, Sukala, gentlemen.
Hello.
I am honored.
Or I should say, my bride. 3 months now.
Yes.
The 3 of you will, of course, spend the night here.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
You, from this part of the country, Sukala?
No, I am not. If you excuse me, gentlemen, I will give the necessary orders to our cook.
Would you care for a drink, gentlemen?
Oh, a little later, maybe. Right now, I'd like to take a look around your plantation, if I might.
But, of course, I will be glad to show you around. I will tell Sukala that we will be back shortly.
Willoughby. She must be at least 20 years younger than he is.
The wife?
Yeah, and she's not from this part of the country either. How long ago did these raids start?
Oh, they've been going on for, between 2 and 3 months now.
Uh-huh. And 3 months ago, she married Van Voorhees and moved into this area. Interesting thought, isn't it? We nose around the plantation. It's fortified just like the other one, but Perkins doesn't recognize any of the workers. We have a late dinner and turn in. Perkins' room is between Willoughby's and mine. I don't know how long I've been asleep when all of a sudden... The racket jerks me out of bed to the window. Tongues of flame are licking at the outbuildings. In the light of the fires, I can see guys running around shooting up the place. So here we've been breaking our backs to find the bandits. But the way it's turned out, the bandits have found us.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I run to Perkins' room and jerk open the door.
The bandits, Mitchell, they'll kill me.
Not if you stay under cover, Perkins. I'm going outside and see if I can lend a hand.
Over here, Mitchell! Okay. You got your gun?
Yeah. Where's Van Voorhees?
Right here. Sukala, get back inside the house at once.
Very well.
Every
buildings on fire except the house.
How could they have gotten through the defenses, Willoughby?
They must have known exactly where they were and infiltrated between them. They've already blown up 2 machine gun emplacements with hand grenades, and they've killed the troops at the 3rd over there.
Okay. Round up what troops are left, Willoughby. I'm going to make a try for that machine gun. I start circling towards the machine gun. Suddenly a native looms up in front of me, an ugly scar on his cheek, and in his hand, a long knife that's even uglier. I drop to one knee. The knife whistles over my head. I dive for him, but he scrambles into the bushes. I throw a shot at him. I don't know whether it takes effect. Then I spot another bandit drawing a bead on me. This time I don't miss. I finally get to the machine gun, and I swing it around. The rest of the bandits melt away into the jungle, but by now the damage has been done. I join Willoughby and Van Voorhees on the front porch of the house.
The house itself is untouched, but that is the only thing that is. The plantation itself is a complete loss.
Well, it was an infernally well-organized attack, Mitchell. They got right into the machine.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Perkins, come on. I want to make sure he's okay.
Well, where was he during the shooting?
I went into his room, told him to stay undercover, but those bandits seem to know everything else. They could have known he was on the plantation, too. Well, here we are. Perkins, Hey, where is he?
Wait, now we're in sight.
Perkins! Oh, great. If they've gotten him, we're licked.
Well, he might have done what he did during that attack before, escaped through the window.
It's closed. I'll try this closet, then we better... Perkins.
Is it all over?
Yeah, it's all over, Perkins. You can climb down off that closet shelf.
Well, you told me to stay undercover, Mitchell.
Yeah, you sure took me literally. And I guess it's just as well. Come on, Willoughby. Let's go talk to Van Voorhees.
Right.
Mitchell, isn't there someplace else where we can stay the rest of the night? I don't...
Look, this plantation is probably the safest place in the world right now for you, Perkins. The bandits have already done their job here.
And quite completely, too. I'd give a year's pay to know how those blighters are getting their information.
Yeah.
There, my dear. The plantation is a complete loss, but we are still unharmed. And that is the important thing. Oh, gentlemen, my wife is quite upset over this. I've been trying to tell her that...
Gentlemen, if you will excuse me, please.
What are you going to do, Van Voorhees?
I think the only thing to do is to get out of here. I've been trying to talk my wife into leaving, but she thinks we should stay and try to rebuild.
Oh? Tell me, Van Voorhees, had you known your wife long before you married her?
Why, no. Only a short time. Why do you ask?
She came here to live about 3 months ago, and it was shortly after that these raids started. Raids that are obviously based upon inside information.
Hey, Mitchell, I have extended to you the hospitality of my house, but I have not extended to you the right to make accusations against my wife.
I'm not making accusations, Van Voorhees. I'm just trying to find out who's heading up this gang of bandits.
I would stake my life that my wife is not involved in such a thing.
I see. What would you stake on your neighbor, then, Van Voorhees?
Neighbor?
The American, Hartford, manager of the next plantation back.
Hey, Mitchell, the only thing I know about this Hartford is that I do not trust him.
Why not?
I do not know. I simply do not trust the man.
Mitchell, you pointed out earlier that Hartford had complete information on the defenses of these plantations.
Yeah.
Hartford also knew we were coming to this plantation. Perhaps he recognized me, and that is why...
Visitor at this time of night? Hartford.
Well, speak of the devil, Willoughby.
Quite.
I heard the shooting and saw the flames on Voorhees, so I headed for your plantation here to see what the trouble is. Well, looks like I got here a little too late. Sure made a mess of the plantation, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did, Hartford. Amazing how they knew just where the defenses were located, isn't it?
Sure is. It must be pretty smart, all right.
Either that or somebody's giving them pretty smart information.
Yeah, could be. Got anybody in mind, Mitchell?
Yeah, could be.
You know, you seem to be taking quite an interest in this deal for a newspaper correspondent. Funny thing about a newspaper correspondent, they do a lot of traveling around, visiting plantations.
Sometimes it's a pretty neat cover to accuse somebody else, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning skip it. For now.
Well, gentlemen, I, for one, have had quite enough excitement for one night. And if you don't mind, I'm going back to bed.
Okay, one thing, though.
What is it?
Might be a good idea to lock your door, just in case. Perkins heads for his room, and I go to mine next door. I stretch out on the bed and light a cigarette. At this point, Hartford is high up on my suspect list. He's in a perfect spot to have engineered the raids, but I can't forget Van Voorhees' wife, Sakala, either. She could fit into the deal somehow, too. Finally, I guess I doze off. A faint sound starts pecking at my brain. At first, I think I'm dreaming, but finally it pulls me awake, like a rustle of papers or a faint crackle of flames. Then it stops. I head for Perkins' room in a hurry. Perkins, you all right? Perkins! Locked. Perkins!
What is it?
Mitchell, open up.
Oh, very well. What's the matter?
Hey, you okay?
Oh, why, yes. Sleeping like a baby, as a matter of fact. Why?
Did you hear a sound a moment ago?
Sound?
A faint crackling-like sound.
Why, yes, but I thought I was dreaming.
Let's take a look out the window.
Huh?
Hey, look down there on the ground just below the window.
Oh, a cigarette. Still burning. Mitchell, that crackling sound you heard, it must have been the rustling of these bushes outside my window. Somebody was trying to get into my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look out the window. Over there across the clearing.
Oh, two people. Why, it's Hartford talking to Van Voorhees' wife.
Yeah, comparing notes, maybe. Or setting up the next raid. Okay, throw your things in your suitcase, Perkins.
What? But why?
We're leaving.
Now?
Yeah, right now. Come on, get packed.
Oh, dear.
I go back to the living room. Van Voorhees and Willoughby are sitting there drinking cognac.
I have finally persuaded my wife that we should leave the plantation, Mitchell.
Where is your wife?
She went to bed half an hour ago.
I see. Willoughby, any of your roving patrols in this area?
Yes, one of them arrived here just a few minutes ago, Mitchell.
Good. Let's have them escort us back to Hartford's plantation.
Now?
Yeah.
But it'll be light in just a couple of hours.
And it may be too late. I'll explain later, Willoughby. Right now, I want to get started.
Very well, old boy.
Hey, Mitchell, as long as Sakala and I have decided to leave the plantation, we may as well accompany you. That way we will be sure of protection.
Okay, Van Voorhees. You and your wife pack up, and let's get going. Half an hour later, we shove off. Van Voorhees and his wife, Hartford, Perkins, Willoughby, the patrol, and myself. A little after dawn, we reach the native village that's halfway between the two plantations and start walking through it.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
You told me that you saw Hartford and Van Voorhees' wife talking together.
That's right. They could have been cooking up another raid.
Well, is that why you want to get us and the patrol back to Hartford's plantation? I mean, you think the raid is scheduled for there?
Could be.
Why, what's the matter?
Keep walking. He doesn't see me.
Who doesn't see you?
Over there in that bunch of natives, the gent with a scar on his face. That's one of the bandits. He chucked a knife at me last night.
What?
Go on without me. I'll join you later at Hartford's plantation, and don't let anything happen to Perkins. The rest of the party moves on. I drop out of sight in the bushes where I can keep my eye on the village and the native with the scar on his cheek. After a while, he eases away from the village. I tail him through the jungle, keeping well back so he won't spot me. An hour later, he reaches a small clearing, and I know I've found the bandits' main camp. There must be 24 of them lying around, and in the center, there's a guy trying to raise someone on a walkie-talkie.
Hello. 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 Hello.
He's not having any luck, but I am, because a lot of things have suddenly fallen into place. I turn and start to leave. Then I freeze. One of the bandits is coming along the trail to the clearing. He'll pass right by me and be sure to see me. I've got to get the jump on him. I wait until he's right up to me. Then I dive for his neck. He drops his gun. Claws at his throat. I know if he lets out one peep, I'm a dead duck. I increase the pressure. Tighter. Tighter. Finally, his knees buckle, and he slumps to the ground. I drag him under the bushes and take off. It's the middle of the afternoon before I get to Hartford's plantation.
And I was getting worried about you, Mitchell. About to send the patrol back to find you.
I'm glad you didn't. Where are the others?
Oh, they're all inside the plantation house.
Good. That patrol leader around anywhere?
Yes, he's right over there. Lieutenant Sheffield.
Yes? What is it, Willoughby?
Mitchell wants a word with you.
I've located the bandits' main camp.
What's that? Mitchell.
Yeah. Let's see. It's 3 p.m. That ought to give us time enough.
Time enough for what?
We're going to cook up a little gag, Willoughby. If it works, we're not only going to get the whole gang, we'll also nab their leader.
Not that I mind furnishing the liquor, Mitchell, but I don't quite see the reason for suddenly having a cocktail party.
Oh, just felt like a little celebration, Hartford.
I do not think there is cause for any of us to be celebrating right now. My husband and I have just lost our plantation.
My dear, you must reconcile yourself.
I, for one, will feel more like celebrating when I'm safely back in Singapore, Mitchell.
Oh, cheer up, Perkins. The worst is over. That's why I want to celebrate.
But celebrate what?
Let's see. It's exactly 5:30 p.m. right now. In just 10 minutes, those bandits will all be captured.
What are you talking about,
It's
Mitchell?
very simple. You see, I located their main camp.
You found their camp?
That's right, Mrs. Van Voorhees. Lieutenant Sheffield and his patrol are closing in on them right now.
Mitchell, my heartiest congratulations.
Thanks, Van Voorhees. Well, come on, Willoughby. Let's go outside and tell the rest of the troops they can knock off.
Right.
Okay, Willoughby. Around to the back.
Yes. You think it'll work, Mitchell?
I don't know. It's our only chance of pegging the leader.
But I still don't see how you intend to find out just who it is.
Okay. Hold it here. Now we'll just listen for a while.
But listen for what?
Quiet. There it is. Coming from that corner room. Come on, in the back door. Now, down the hall. And keep it quiet. Here we are. Door is undoubtedly locked, but it's flimsy. One push ought to do it. Come on. We'll rush it together.
Sort of get back for a running start, huh?
Yeah, come on. Ready?
Right.
Let's go. Perkins! Complete with walkie-talkie. Trying to warn your boys. Perkins, he's going for his gun. You'll never make it, Perkins.
Let go of me!
Sit down, Perkins. I said sit down.
I got his gun, Mitchell.
Hey, what's going on?
Very simple, Hartford. We just grabbed the bandit leader.
What?
This man?
Yeah, Perkins.
I do not understand.
Posing as an importer gave Perkins a good excuse to travel this area, picking up information, but when the plantations were fortified, he realized he needed more accurate information.
So he rigged up his story about being an eyewitness and the attempts on his life to give him an excuse to be brought to these plantations.
Yeah, put him in a perfect spot to transmit information about the defense to his boys by means of that walkie-talkie he kept in his suitcase. You see, Perkins, I heard one of your boys using a walkie-talkie in the jungle, probably trying to get in touch with you. It made a faint crackling sound, just like the one I heard last night.
Why,
and speaking of last night, Hartford, what were you talking to Mrs. Van Voorhees about?
What's that? Relax, Van Voorhees. I knew you didn't like me, so I decided to talk to your wife instead to warn her about Mitchell.
Me? Oh, now look, I'm not that big a wolf.
I don't mean that. You didn't sound like a newspaper correspondent to me, so I was getting a little suspicious of your connection with this.
Well, that's the switch.
Sheffield to Mitchell. Over.
Oh, the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, let's have it. Thanks. Mitchell to Sheffield. Go ahead.
3 bandits captured 10 minutes ago.
What? Only 3? What happened to the rest of them?
Dead, you know.
Okay. Good work, Sheffield. Over and out. Well, I guess that's the crop. And, Perkins, after you face the court of law for the various murders you're responsible for, I don't think you'll have much time left. Yep, you had a pretty neat scheme going, but I guess you forgot the ancient Malayan proverb.
What are you talking about?
Man who tried to do bad things with walkie-talkie, when law gets through with him, will do neither one.
Neither one?
No walkie, no talkie.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, enjoy The Man Called X and your hit parade on NBC tonight.
You are alone in Paris, unable to speak the language, unable to cope with a gigantic conspiracy which seeks to convince you that you are mad. And you know you are the victim of a plot from which there is no escape.
Escape. Produced and today written by William N. Robeson and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Today we escape to Paris at the time of the Great Paris Exposition and one of the recurring legends of the 20th century in Alexander Woollcott's version of the story of the Vanishing Lady.
Another cup of tea, Bruce?
No, thank you, my dear. I'll just light up my pipe now and have a look at the Evening Standard.
I'd like another, please, Mother.
All right, Alice. Only one sugar, dear. We must watch our figures, you know.
Oh, what nonsense. A growing girl like Alice needs plenty of sugar.
See, Mother, Daddy approves.
Perhaps. But Mother is still boss.
Yes, Mother.
There's a dear.
Mother.
Yes, dear.
I've been thinking.
Yes, dear.
I've been thinking about my grandparents.
Oh.
I know all about Daddy's parents. How Grandfather Stanley commanded a dreadnought at the Battle of Jutland.
It was not a dreadnought, Alice. It was a heavy cruiser.
Yes, heavy cruiser. He got the VC, and how Grandmother Stanley was a volunteer nurse at Westall Arch when the Zeppelins came over. And I know about your father, too, and how he died in India from his wounds and how gallant he was at the Khyber Pass. But, Mother...
Yes, dear.
You've never told me anything about Grandmother Winship.
Haven't I?
No, and I'd like to know something.
Bruce.
The child's 16. I think it's time she knew.
But, Bruce...
And you'd probably feel better to get it off your chest.
What, Mother? What is it?
Well, my dear, I've never talked about your grandmother because I've always half believed that someday, somehow, she'd come down our garden walk and... Oh, I know it sounds silly. And explain where she's been for the last 20 years.
Why? What happened to her?
I don't know, and I don't suppose I ever will.
Cynthia, darling, if it's going to upset
No,
you...
Bruce, you're quite right. It would be best to get it off my chest, as you put it. As you know, Alice, I was born and brought up in India. And I was about your age when my father was killed in the Khyber campaign. Mother decided to leave India for good and return to her old home in Warwickshire. However, since it was necessary for her to go to Paris to attend to some details of my father's estate, she decided we should leave the P&O boat in Marseille and proceed by train. You may imagine the timidity with which we two unescorted ladies traveled across France, without the slightest knowledge of the language, and without, indeed, assurance we could find a hotel room in Paris, though we had telegraphed for reservations from Marseille. You see, dear, the Great Paris Exposition had just opened, and the city was jammed with visitors from all over the world. You may imagine our relief when we arrived at the Grand Hotel Universel and heard the clerk speak in quite understandable English.
Mademoiselle Winship, welcome, welcome. You will please to sign the register here and here.
You have our reservation.
Oh, indeed, yes. Oh, most fortunate, madame, that you telegraphed. I reserved for you the last room in the house.
Oh, I'm so relieved. Here, Cynthia. You may as well learn now to sign a register for yourself.
Oh, yes, Mamma. Where do I write?
There, in that line.
Oh, yes, I see.
Voila. You are fatigué from your journey, no? I shall have the boy show you to your rooms at once. Chasseur? Chasseur!
Oui, monsieur.
L'appartement 342 pour madame et mademoiselle Winship, tout de suite.
Bien, monsieur.
This is your baggage, madame?
Yes, these 6.
Là, voilà le bagage. Il y a 6 pièces.
Entendu.
You'd best carry the little one with the medicine in it.
Yes, Mamma.
Permettez-moi, mademoiselle.
Thank you. I'll take that one. The little red one?
Très bien. This way, ladies.
Keep your eye on that porter, Cynthia. I don't trust this Frenchman.
Oh, Mamma. I don't think he'll make off with our things. Oh, here's the lift.
Troisième étage.
Troisième.
I do wish we could have gone straight on to Southampton. But you'd only have had to come back across the channel to see the solicitor, Mama. We really saved time this way. I suppose I wish we hadn't come to Paris at all. Such a sinister place. Oh, Mama.
Voilà, le troisième.
This way, ladies, to the right. Attendez.
C'est bien.
338, 343, 340... Oh, voilà. Entrez, ladies.
Thank you. Oh, what a lovely big room. And look, Mama. French windows. Oh, and the park out there. And that square with the statues.
The ladies did
No, thank you. Yeah.
Merci.
Oh,
Thank you,
those
ladies.
beautiful, beautiful bridges. Oh, Mama, it's like something out of a book. Yes, my dear. That's the trouble with Paris. It's so attractive. But underneath it's evil. Oh, and Mama, the furniture, the gilt clock, and this lovely marble-top table. Oh, Mama, everything is so French. I'll be very glad to be on my way to where everything's English by this time tomorrow. Now, come away from that window and help me get into something comfortable. There's a dear. Yes, Mama, of course. I don't know when I've been so tired. I just can't seem to catch my... Mama. Mama, what's the matter? Mama, speak to me. Oh, here, I'll get you up into bed. There. Now, let me loosen your corset. Here, Mama, here are the smelling salts. Breathe deeply, darling. Mama. The telephone. I've got to get a doctor.
À votre service?
Hello, operator. Will you please send a doctor up to room number... let me see. Number 342.
Pardon? Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle désire?
Will you please send a doctor to room number 342?
Je ne comprends pas. Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle
désire? A doctor, please.
Ah, oui, un docteur. Oui, mademoiselle, tout de suite.
While I waited for the doctor, I did everything I could think of to bring my mother back to consciousness. I massaged her fingers and toes. I put wet cloths on her forehead. I waved the smelling salts under her nose. But she lay silent and white and unmoving, like one dead. Only the quick, shallow movement of her breast assured me she was not. And all the time another anxiety possessed me. What if this doctor could not speak English? How should I tell him the circumstances of Mother's unexpected fainting? How should I understand his instructions for treatment? I'm sure it was not long, although it seemed like an eternity before he arrived, accompanied by the manager of the hotel. And to my great relief, they both spoke English. The doctor felt Mother's pulse, took her temperature, and did the usual things that doctors do. And then he turned to the tail-coated hotel manager.
La jeune femme parle-t-elle français? Pas un mot. Vous en êtes sûr? Tout à fait. Alors, je peux parler à mon aise. Monsieur, ceci, c'est une affaire très sérieuse. N'ayez pas l'air alarmé lorsque je vous mets au courant. Cette femme est atteinte de la peste. La peste? Elle n'a qu'une heure à vivre. Je n'ai pas besoin de vous dire que si ceci se connaît, votre hôtel perdra tous ses clients. Et mon Dieu, pas seulement l'hôtel.
While they talked in this language I couldn't understand, I looked from one face to the other, trying to read from their expressions how serious my mother's illness was. But they were as casual as though they were ordering dinner. And finally I could stand it no longer. Oh, you must tell me. What is the matter with her?
Mademoiselle, your mother is ill, yes. Seriously ill. It is a collapse, due perhaps to the strain of traveling. However, a week or two of absolute rest will work wonders.
A week or two? Well, we were to go on to England tomorrow.
That would be out of the question, mademoiselle. She cannot be moved for at least several days. Right now, she must have complete rest. The next 24 hours will be critical.
Oh, Mama. Poor Mama.
No, mademoiselle, you must not break down, too. I need your help.
Yes, doctor.
Immediately, I need some medicine. Will you fetch it for me?
Why?
I must not leave your mother for a moment during these critical hours. Here, I will write down this address and a little message to my wife.
Your wife?
Yes. I have the medicine already prepared at home. It will be faster to go there for it than to a pharmacy. There are very few chemists who have the ingredient.
But couldn't you telephone?
Hélas, I have no telephone.
Well, a messenger, perhaps.
Mademoiselle does not know Paris en fête. With the exposition opening, nowhere can you find a reliable messenger. They are all selling souvenirs.
But,
Oh, no, mademoiselle. You will accomplish here and more rapidly yourself.
Here is the address. 24 bis Rue Val-de-Grâce. And here is the message to give to my wife.
But I don't know Paris at all. I'm a total stranger here.
I am sure the manager here will give the necessary instructions to the cabby.
Indeed, I will. Now, if mademoiselle is ready...
Before I quite knew what was happening, I was seated in a rickety taxicab outside the hotel with the doctor's message clutched in my hand, while the hotel manager gave valuable directions to the cabby.
En plus, vous toucherez un pourboire assez grand pour remplacer cette vieille bagnole avec une belle voiture. Allez au petit pas. Prenez la piste la plus circuiteuse et surtout, ne soyez pas de retour en moins de 2 heures. Entendu?
Entendu.
Bon. It is arranged, mademoiselle. Jacques is one of our most trusted cabbies. He will get you to the doctor's house and back in safety.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. And you will look after Mother, won't you?
Indeed, I will. Of that, you may be sure.
When we left the hotel, we crossed a huge square with statues around it and turned into a wide avenue which led up a gentle incline, at the top of which was a huge arch. But before long, we turned off to the right into narrower streets. It must have been 20 minutes later when we turned into another wide boulevard and I saw another huge arch up ahead. Or was it the same arch? Driver?
Mademoiselle?
Haven't we passed that arch before?
Regardez, mademoiselle. Voici l'Arc de Triomphe. Là-bas, la Tour Eiffel.
Driver, I don't want a sightseeing tour. I want to go to this address directly. Don't you understand? Now, please, take me there at once.
Eh ben, on fait de son mieux. De la patience, mademoiselle. Paris, c'est une grande ville, voyons.
At last, we turned into a narrow street and pulled up before a grim grey house. The blue enamel sign on the wall read number 24 bis. I jumped out of the cab almost before it stopped, rushed up the 3 stone steps and pulled at the brass bell knob. Oh, hurry. Hurry, hurry, please. Oui? Oh, the doctor sent me for some medicine. Here, read this, please.
Retenez cette jeune femme aussi longtemps possible. C'est de la plus grande importance pour l'avenir de Paris et même de la France. Oh, entrez, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
Quand vous ne pouvez plus la faire attendre, donnez-lui une bouteille de pastilles.
The doctor's wife stood there reading and rereading the note as though she didn't understand it. And until I thought I would scream. Please, please hurry. Get me the medicine. It's my mother. She may be dying. I must get back to her. Please hurry.
Asseyez-vous.
She pointed to a chair.
Attendez.
And slowly walked down the hall and closed the door behind her. I waited and waited. And I wondered. Wondered about the time the taxi had taken to get here. About that arch that looked so familiar. And I was torn by the 100 nameless anxieties that torture you when your nearest and dearest is ill. And then I heard something that froze my blood. A telephone. A telephone clearly ringing somewhere in the house. But the doctor had said he had no telephone. That was the reason I must come all this way for the medicine. Oh, no, it couldn't be in this house. It must be next door or across the street. Of course, that's where the sound was coming from.
Allô?
But no. It was the voice of the doctor's wife answering the phone. Oh, no. No, what monstrous plot was this? I felt my scalp crawl with terror. My brain pounded and my head felt as though it would burst. I wanted to scream, to run out of this awful house, to run all the way across Paris to the bedside of my mother.
Voilà, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Now, driver, please, please, in the name of your own mother, hurry back to the hotel as fast as possible, please.
Ah oui. On fait de son mieux, mademoiselle. Roulons.
But my pleading was of no use. Either it was misunderstood or ignored. We crawled across Paris, just as slowly as we had come. And I was certain I saw that same white arch 3 times. But at last we crossed the great square with the statues. And I knew we were close to the hotel. Oh, please, please, hurry.
Zut, on fait de son mieux, mademoiselle, voyons.
Just beyond the great square, we turned up a narrow street which shortly entered a wide circle, in the middle of which was a tall, slender monument. The driver swung around the monument and pulled up before the entrance of the hotel, reached back and opened the door.
Voilà, mademoiselle.
I jumped out of the cab. And then I saw the sign over the entrance. It said, Hotel Ritz. Driver? Driver, you've taken me to the wrong hotel. I'm staying at the Grand Hotel Universal.
Mais non, mademoiselle. Je vous ai pris au Ritz. Et je vous dépose au Ritz.
No, I don't understand what you're saying, but will you please take me to the Grand Hotel Universal?
C'est ici que je vous ai pris en charge et c'est ici que je vous dépose.
Oh, you stupid man, can't you understand? My mother is sick. You've taken more than 2 hours to get me to the doctor's house and back. Can't you understand? My mother is sick, perhaps dying.
Les affaires de mademoiselle ne me regardent pas.
I looked around me. A small group of passers-by had stopped and were listening curiously to the argument. And then they joined in, taking sides. Everywhere I looked were foreign faces. Strangers, enemies. And then, shouldering through the crowd, I saw a bare-headed young man in tweeds with a pipe clamped in his teeth. And before he had a chance to speak, I knew help had come.
I say, having some trouble.
Oh, thank heavens, you're English.
Right you are. Now, what seems to be the matter?
I told him as rapidly as I could. And he paid the mulish cabbie. He popped me into another cab. 5 minutes later, we walked up into the lobby of the Grand Hotel Universal. The manager was behind the desk. My mother, is she all right?
I beg your pardon, mademoiselle.
My mother, Mrs. Winship in 342, is she all right?
There is no Madame Winship in 3242.
What?
342 is occupied by Monsieur Auguste Noailles, a permanent guest.
But don't you remember me? I'm Cynthia Winship. 2 hours ago, you put me into a taxi to go to the doctor's house for some medicine for my mother.
I am afraid that mademoiselle is mistaken. I have never seen her before in my life.
Well, look here, what is this?
No, listen, I swear to you. It's just as I say. We signed the register less than 3 hours ago. We got in on the train from Marseille.
Well, let's have a look at the register.
Yes. I'll show you I'm in 342. Where is the register?
It is there, mademoiselle. You may see it for yourself. See today's date. 14 guests registered, but I do not see any mademoiselle or Madame Winship. Do you?
No. What have you done with my mother?
Please,
what have you done with my mother? I demand you answer me
please,
this minute.
Mademoiselle,
what have you done?
I should not like to ask you to leave.
Switcher, please. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Perhaps mademoiselle is mistaken. Perhaps she is registered at some other hotel.
No. This is the hotel. The Grand Universal. You were standing there when we arrived. You handed my mother the pen with which she registered. You came to the door with a doctor. You put me in a taxi.
But I assure you, mademoiselle, these are fantastic.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
That bellboy there. He carried our baggage. He'll remember.
Garçon.
Oui, monsieur.
Vous souvenez d'avoir porté les bagages de madame numéro 342 cet après-midi?
No, monsieur.
There were 6 pieces, don't you remember? You wanted to take them all, and I insisted on carrying the little jewel case. It was a little red one.
Oh, non, mademoiselle. C'est la première fois de ma vie que je vois mademoiselle.
He says he never saw you in his life before.
But this is monstrous. It's impossible. My mother is somewhere in this hotel. What have you done with her? What have you done with her?
Feeling better now, Miss Winship?
A little, thank you.
Care for something else?
No, thank you. Another cup of tea, perhaps?
Certainly. Garçon?
Monsieur?
Une tasse de thé pour mademoiselle.
Tout de suite, monsieur.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. You realize I don't even know your name?
Oh, it's Bruce. Bruce Stanley.
I'm very glad to meet you, Mr. Stanley.
It's a pleasure, Miss Winship.
Mr. Stanley, you believe me, don't you?
Of course I do, Miss
We did
Winship.
register at that hotel. We were in room 342. Wait, I can even describe the furnishings. There was a big window that went from the ceiling to the floor.
Well, every hotel room in Paris has windows like that, Miss Winship.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Well, in this room, the draperies were plum-colored, and there was a marble-top table, black marble it was, and a gilt clock. It had run down. The hands had stopped, I remember, at 20 minutes past 3. The walls were covered in rose brocade, and the bedspread was a washed-out yellow. Oh, if I could only get into that room, you'd see that I'm not making this up.
I'm sure you aren't. Perhaps I can find a way to make them let you in the room.
Can you?
Yes. I'm with the embassy, you know, undersecretary sort of thing. I believe the British Empire has enough influence to change the mind of an obstinate Paris innkeeper.
Well, then let's do it. Right away.
Well, I'm afraid the might of Britain can't move that fast. It's past dinner time. But tomorrow we shall see.
Tomorrow? But I must get into that room tonight. I have no money. Nowhere to sleep.
Well, we can do nothing with the people at the hotel. You saw that. We'll just have to be patient until tomorrow. I'm sure I can find a room for you tonight in a pension near the embassy.
You're so very kind. How can I ever thank you, Mr. Stanley?
Well, you might begin by calling me Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Oh.
What is it?
I just thought of something. The doctor.
The doctor?
Yes, the one the hotel manager brought in to look after Mother. I still have his address somewhere here in my purse. Yes, here it is. Now, we must go there immediately. He can tell us about Mother.
Now, let me see. 24 bis Rue Val de Grace. Well, that's not far. Just off Boulevard Raspail near the Luxembourg.
Well, how long would it take to get there by taxi?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
But it took over an hour this afternoon.
Voilà, monsieur. 24 bis, Rue Val de Grace.
So here we are.
Yes, this is the place.
Attendez, mon vieux.
Très bien, monsieur.
The house is dark.
Well, it's quite late.
Well, I don't care. We've got to find out tonight.
Qui est là? Qui sonne?
Where is he?
There, at the upstairs window. Monsieur le docteur, c'est Mademoiselle Winship. Elle veut vous questionner à propos de sa mère.
Winship? Je ne connais pas Mademoiselle Winship.
He says he doesn't know you.
But he must. He must. Doctor, don't you remember this afternoon? You sent me here to your house for medicine for my mother.
Je ne comprends pas l'anglais.
He says he doesn't understand English.
Oh, the liar. The dreadful liar. He does. He speaks perfect English.
Et vous, jeune homme, je vous conseille de ne pas déranger le repos des gens comme il faut et de vous en aller avant que je n'appelle la police.
I'm sorry, Cynthia.
Oh, Bruce. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? If it hadn't been for Bruce, I'm certain I should have gone out of my mind. He found a room for me at a pension near the embassy, where I spent a sleepless night of anxiety, almost beyond endurance. Bruce called for me at 10:30 the next morning and took me back to the hotel. To my surprise, the attitude of the manager had changed completely.
But of course, mademoiselle may inspect room 342. We are only too glad to convince mademoiselle that her mother is not and never was in the Grand Hotel Universel.
Why,
I personally will escort you to the room. This way, please, to the ascenseur.
Oh, Bruce, that terrible man. That horrible, horrible...
Cynthia, don't let him upset you.
Monsieur, au troisième. Troisième, monsieur.
Now, remember what I told you last night, Bruce. You'll see. Plum-colored draperies, black marble-top table, rose walls, and a gilt clock with hands stopped at 20 minutes past 3. You'll see.
Yes, Cynthia.
Voilà, le troisième. This way, please. It was room 342 that you wished to see, mademoiselle?
Yes, that's right. Third door to the right.
Parfait.
You see, Bruce? I know where it is.
Yes, my dear.
Here we are. Voilà. Enter, please.
Now, Bruce, you'll see. The yellow bedspread... Oh.
Not quite the room you just described in the elevator, mademoiselle. The drapes are royal blue.
Oh.
A little dusty, I fear. I must have this room renovated. You see, there is no marble top table.
No.
The clock, as you notice, is running. And right on time, it seems. And the walls are not rose bouquets, but yellow-flowered wallpaper. Now, my dear mademoiselle, you see how thoroughly mistaken you are.
No! They had tried to make me think I was mad. They succeeded. I remembered nothing until I awoke in my aunt's house in England 2 weeks later, thanks to Bruce, who never left my side during those terrible days when my sanity hung in the balance. Well, that's the story, Alice. And that's why I've never been able to talk about your grandmother Winship.
Oh, Mother, how horrible.
Because all these years I've clung to the foolish hope that somehow she'd come back and tell us herself what happened.
You poor dear.
You may as well dispel that hope forever, Cynthia.
What?
Since you at last brought yourself to discuss your mother's disappearance, I think it's time you knew the true fact.
Bruce.
Your mother died 20 minutes after you left the hotel on that fool's errand for the doctor.
Oh, no.
She died of the bubonic plague.
She had caught it in India before she sailed. The doctor recognized the symptoms the moment he examined her. He told the hotel manager in French in your presence. They agreed that the matter must be kept completely secret. If the news leaked out that there was a case of plague in Paris, the city would have been emptied of visitors, and the exposition would have been a failure.
Oh, Bruce.
The conspiracy of silence began in the hotel. The bellboy was paid to claim he never saw you. The taxi driver was paid well to take you to the doctor's house by the most roundabout route. The note to the doctor's wife advised her to detain you as long as she could. The taxi driver added his own imaginative touch by returning you to the Ritz instead of the Universal. I shudder to think what might have happened if I hadn't come through the Place Vendôme just then.
But you didn't know?
Not then.
When did you find out?
Next morning. By then, the conspiracy had grown to international proportions. The embassy had been advised. If the exposition was a failure, the franc would fall and the pound sterling would be affected, that sort of thing. I knew when we went back to the hotel you would not find your plum drapes and rose-colored walls and black marble-top table.
And you let me go through with it?
What could I do? I was acting under orders. I knew that the hotel had completely fumigated and redecorated the room overnight, and everything was in readiness to repudiate your story. I had to let the last act of the dreadful farce play to its dreadful end.
What did they do with my mother?
Her body was removed from the room less than 30 minutes after you left it. It immediately burned.
Why? Why didn't you tell me all this years ago? Why did you let me go on all this time?
This is the first time you've ever mentioned your mother since then, my dear.
Alice?
Yes, Mother?
There's a new issue of the Tetler in the library. Wouldn't you like to look at it?
Mother, I won't...
Now, dear, there's a good girl. I want to have a talk with your father.
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and directed by Norman MacDonald, has brought you The Vanishing Lady by Alexander Woollcott, freely adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson. The part of Cynthia was played by Joan Banks. Bruce was played by Hy Averback. The hotel manager and driver by Ramsey Hill. Musical score was conceived by Cy Fewer with Eddie Dunstetter at the console. Next week...
You are deathly afraid of snakes. And between you and a fortune, between you and escape, you're on the white jaws of a deadly cotton mouth.
Next week, we escape with Irvin S. Cobb's famous story, Snake Doctor. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when we again offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Steele, reporting on Adventure. Zanzibar is a small island 25 miles off the east coast of Africa. Gin is still something you can drink there. But spelled the other way, gin means demon. But the demon I ran into there was a dame. I call this transcribed yarn The Sweetheart of MCKEE. You can divide Zanzibar into 3 sections. Stone Town, the Victoria Gardens, and the British Residency occupy the nice section. Then you walk across a bridge that spans what remains of an old creek, and you get to the other side. That's the common name for Nagambo. Nagambo might be called the Kasbah of Zanzibar, a confusion of twisting alleyways, small shops, mud houses, and a wide assortment of dives. It's not as bad as it used to be. There's a place there they call Rahaleo, a sort of civic center. They even have a movie house there and a radio studio. One of these days, the Kasbah of Nagambo will have vanished. But as of today, for the most part, it's still there. Oh, I forgot to mention the third area. That's the jungle. A great place for wild pigs and leopards. I landed in Zanzibar in the late monsoon season, February. On my first night there, I walked across the bridge into Nagambo. The only American I ran into was a guy named MCKEE. His first name was Sigmund. He was in the spice imports business.
John Steele, how are you, boy?
Hey, you're a long way from home.
Well, I sold my dad the idea of sending me here this time.
Buying up spices?
Yeah.
Not in this neighborhood.
Oh, no, this is strictly fun.
It can be.
Well, I might see you around, John, huh?
Oh, I can take a hint.
Yeah, I just spotted something I like very much.
Watch your pocketbook.
If I seem rude, it's because I am.
Call me in the morning. I'll buy you breakfast, and you can tell me all about it.
I will. I certainly will.
The object of Sig's interest was a girl. She had creamy white skin and raven black hair. She wore a pale green sari and golden sandals. This dame didn't play hard to get, and Sig made real fast time. It was like she'd been waiting for him all her life, waiting in a bar.
What's your name?
Marie.
Marie?
No, Marie.
Sounds the same to me.
What is your name?
Sig.
Sig.
Tell me something.
Of course.
What are you doing in a place like this?
If they see me, perhaps they will let me sing or dance.
Oh, you're an entertainer.
I must earn money.
Well, I guess so.
My father, my mother, my little sister, my little brother, they must be cared for.
You mean you support your family?
You seem surprised.
Well, no, not exactly, only
I could have married a very rich man. My family would have been cared for properly, but...
But you didn't marry him?
No.
Why not?
I was stupid. I didn't love him.
Oh, like that, huh? Hey, that's all right.
I am my father's daughter. He's American. He understands.
American?
Yes.
Well, that makes you an American.
Does it?
Of course it does.
Oh. My father is very sick. He cannot work.
Look, maybe...
Yes?
Maybe I could help him.
Help him? Oh, no, he would not take money from a stranger.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
A position?
Well, I don't know. Something, anyhow. I'm buying spices. Does he know anything about spices?
He was in the spice business himself a long time ago.
Well, what do you know?
But he is so sick.
He may be just the guy I'm looking for.
I would be ashamed to take you to him.
Ashamed?
We live so poorly.
Oh, look.
But if you can help
Certainly
him...
I can.
Then I cannot refuse to take you to him.
It's lonely down here.
You are not used to it.
All these alleyways.
I know all of them.
You walk through here all alone at night?
I am safe.
Safe down here?
I am. But you are not.
What's going on?
There are no police down here. My gun is very small. It hardly makes any noise at all.
Oh, this is funny.
Give me all your money.
Yeah, sure. Here.
The money. Only the money. Take it all out.
Oy. And I fell for your little evil routine.
The money. Don't try to follow me.
More coffee, Sig?
No, thanks.
You got off cheap.
Yeah, I could have been really mugged.
You could have been knifed down there.
It's a funny thing, though.
Yeah. You've got the dame under your skin.
That's right.
Put her out of your mind fast. Her kind is dangerous. And your kind is high on the sucker list.
John, look.
Oh, the lady herself.
Coming right into this restaurant.
Looking for you.
Yeah.
You better stay here.
She wants me to go over there.
And you're going.
I must. I've got to see what she wants.
Tell me all about it when you come back.
Yeah, I will. Now, don't tell me. But didn't we meet somewhere last night? Oh, we must have. I never forget a face.
Turn me over to the police.
What?
I am terrified. Please have me arrested.
Look, what is the gimmick this time?
I had to rob you last night. They've been forcing me to do things like that.
Forcing
Even
you?
the lies I told you about an American father. My father is not American.
Well, Hannah, wait a minute.
I have run away from them, but I must have protection. If you will have me arrested, the police will protect me.
Look.
Please do what I ask. Have me arrested.
I think you'd better talk a little more. Let's go up to my room.
Zanzibar is Afro-Indian with a few more influences thrown in for good measure. It's colorful. The Swahili women in their gaudy congas, Muslim women in their shapeless purdas, Hindu women in their brilliant saris, and every known form of religion is practiced there. Every known form of voodoo and pagan worship. Add a few local prejudices, and anything can happen. And happen for reasons that don't make sense to you or me. But they happen. Period. The girl Mari was a product of Zanzibar. Her mind, her thinking, was a lot different from the thinking of my pal Sig McKee. But underneath whatever she was on the surface, she was a woman. And a very beautiful one. Sig was conscious of that while she sat with him in his hotel room.
Who are these people who force you to mug guys like me?
If I tell you...
Well, there's a law here.
The police would never catch them, and I would be killed.
This is fantastic.
Is it?
What happened to the money you took from me?
They took it all.
Why'd you run away from them?
You would not understand.
I could try.
Do you see yourself?
Yeah, when I shave.
The looking glass does not show you what I see when I look at you.
No?
I see something I have never known. Something very clean, wholesome, good, honest.
Well, look, I may not be so wholesome.
When I left you last night, I could see only the look in your face when I turned on you. All I could see was the hurt, the disappointment.
That's okay, Mari.
It was all I could see, except what I suddenly felt in my heart.
You mean that, baby?
No. You must not touch me. But I do mean it.
I didn't hate you, Mari. I don't know what I felt. But I'm glad you came here this morning.
Oh, kiss me. But only once. They said I would never meet you.
Who said so?
My people.
Oh.
My sisters laughed at me when I said I would come to the coast and wait for you.
Yeah?
And now when I go back, I can laugh at them. Only they will not believe me.
Go back? Where?
I come from the interior, near Dunga.
Oh, baby, listen to me. If I could think that you loved me...
Oh, my darling.
Will you marry me?
Oh, no.
Why not?
No, I couldn't.
Aren't you free to marry me?
The temple would not consent.
The temple?
I would not be allowed to marry a Christian.
Oh, Mommy, look.
Oh, no, darling. We must not even talk about it.
Oh, what is this about you going back to Dunga?
Unless you have me arrested.
Don't be crazy.
Then I must go back to my people. I would never be safe here.
Look, suppose we got special permission from the temple. Would you marry me then?
Oh, yes.
All right, how do we go to this place?
To my people?
Yeah.
There is a road. We can hire a motor car.
You bet we can, sweetheart. So we're leaving in the morning, John.
Bully for you.
Oh, sure, I know.
Oh, I could be wrong, Sig.
Well, you are this time, boy.
Where'd you say this place is?
Near Dunga, the interior.
That's jungle country.
I don't know.
Watch out for leopards. Better take a gun.
All right, I will.
I couldn't talk you out of this jaunt?
Not a chance.
I was afraid of that.
John, I have just met the girl I want to marry.
Like I always say, tell me all about it when you get back.
But don't you think I will get back?
You might. There are one or two roads that cut through the bush country. On the way, you pass by the ruins of palaces, mosques, and even long-forgotten cities. The green jungle almost hides the ruins. Sig hired himself a car, and he and Mari headed for the interior. A few miles west of Dunga, they turned off the road into a narrow footpath and had to leave the car there. Sig didn't know it, but this was strictly Jinn country. The natives worship demons.
The end of the line, huh?
We don't have too far to walk, darling.
Your hometown, huh?
I was born up here, yes.
Well, come on, let's walk.
Don't take that gun.
No? It looks pretty wild through here.
But there's no danger.
Well, maybe not, but I'd feel a lot easier with the gun.
All right, darling.
I don't get it.
It's all right. Take it.
Well, I mean, you had some reason.
It's nothing. It's my people. A gun is symbolic of Europeans. They prefer not to be reminded of certain things.
Okay, we'll leave the gun in the car. Now, which way do we go?
Hold my hand. Walk close beside me.
All right. No animals around here?
Not during the day. At nighttime, sometimes, there are leopards. They even come down here on the road.
Well, if one of them hasn't got insomnia and can't sleep during the day.
There is nothing to worry about, darling.
Mari, look.
Yes?
I may be crazy, but...
You think we're being watched?
Yeah.
We are?
Yeah?
Only by my people.
Oh, I see.
The road is always watched.
Okay, just as long as I know.
Darling.
Yeah?
There is something I should tell you.
Well, go ahead.
You may find my people's beliefs rather odd. They believe in jinns.
Demons?
Yes.
Okay.
You must not laugh, nor show contempt.
I'll be on my best behavior.
Come along, darling.
What the...
Half a dozen savages sprang out of the brush. Sig McKee didn't see their faces. He couldn't. The men wore masks, and the masks were the heads of leopards. A little while later, Sig was tied up to a tree. Suddenly, he was alone, except for the girl. Marie stood in front of him, staring at him.
Tell me something, baby. What do you do for laughs when you can't find a sucker like me?
You are angry only because you do not understand.
Look, sweetheart, what's the gimmick this time?
Listen to the drums.
Yeah, they remind me of the cartoons.
They're telling the jinn I have a wish to marry a foreigner.
Yeah?
You see, it is the custom among my people that when a girl wishes to marry a foreigner, she must offer him to the jinns as a sacrifice.
Sacrifice?
If the jinns refuse the sacrifice, then the girl may marry the man.
Look, what is all this hokum?
Oh, don't laugh at the jinns, please. Don't make them angry. You frighten me.
It was a real beautiful jungle night. Only my pal Sig McKee didn't appreciate it. He was tied up to a tree. He learned the men who had jumped him were priests. They belonged to the order of the leopard jinn. The leopard jinn was a demon who had the power to sanction or disapprove a marriage between a native girl and a foreigner. He took the form of a live leopard. If he sanctioned marriage, he wouldn't harm the foreigner. If he was against the marriage, he'd claw the foreigner to death. It was as simple as that, and there could be no mistake. No one stood around to watch. Everybody adjourned to the temple and prepared to stay there until just before dawn, at which time they would emerge to see if the foreigner was dead or alive. Mari stayed with Sig until almost the last moment.
There's no use trying to talk to you, is it?
Don't be afraid, darling.
Oh, darling, she calls me.
You are my darling.
Well, I won't be if that leopard takes a dislike to me.
I am going to the temple in a minute.
Yeah, I would.
I shall pray that the jinns like you.
It's the leopard that I'm worried about.
The leopard will be the jinn.
Oh, come on.
I will go now, darling.
No, wait.
I must go.
Look, just a minute.
The jinn may be angry if I stay with you any longer. He'll think I'm afraid I may lose you, and that will make him jealous.
Oh.
Oh, let me kiss you once.
You know, it would be very easy for you to cut me loose.
I love you. Remember that.
Listen.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, suppose nothing happens.
It will.
Suppose the leopard doesn't come this way.
But he will.
Well, suppose he doesn't. Do we try again tomorrow night for the jackpot, or do I go free?
The jinn knows you are here.
But if he doesn't come?
It could mean he is too busy.
Or not interested.
It could mean he sanctions our marriage.
I see.
And then you would be set free, darling.
Well, then I have an even chance.
Sig,
Mari.
he's talking to you.
Well, I don't understand him.
Darling, he is the head of our temple.
Mari,
This is important to me, please.
What did he say?
He wants to know what you want with me.
Well, tell him what I want with you. I want to marry you.
I have told him that.
What did he say?
He wants to know how old you are.
I'm 37 years old.
I think he likes you.
I'm so glad he likes me. Well, that's nice. I like him too. But let me out of here, Marie. What is this? What?
He wants to know, do you practice a religion?
Do I practice? Oh, tell him I'm a sun worshiper. What difference does it make to him what my...
Sid, he asked you a question. He asked you if you practiced a religion.
Yes, tell him I'm very religious.
Wants to know where you come from.
Where do I come from? America.
What is your business?
Tell him, you know what my business is. I'm here to buy some spice. What?
Can you take care of me?
Yes, I can take care of you. If you just untie me from this tree, I'll take care of both of you. Who is this clown all done up in this leopard skin?
Darling, I told
Marie,
you.
Look at me standing here like a crazy idiot. What am I going to be, a snack for some leopard?
Sig had no chance at all of the leopard not showing up. Mari knew that. The tree to which Sig was tied was directly in the path that pointed towards the water hole. A half dozen leopards might pass that way during the night. One showed up about 9 o'clock that night, a big male cat. It appeared out of nowhere, silently. It halted about 20 feet away from Sig and stood there in the moonlight, staring at the man tied to the tree. It was a while before Sig even knew the animal was there.
Holy smoke.
It was a funny thing. Sig McKee froze to his bones, but the perspiration poured down his face. He felt it burning into his eyes. If he had wanted to shout for help, he couldn't have. His tongue wouldn't move. This was it. He'd once been told you can scare a big cat by staring straight at it. He tried this. Only it didn't work. The leopard crouched a little and advanced a few steps towards Sig. The long tail switched a few times.
Go on, beat it. Go on, beat it.
Sig didn't even hear himself shout. The leopard didn't move. It just stared at the man. After a few moments, it backed away, puzzled. There was something he didn't understand. This man who just stood there, who had been waiting there. Suddenly, the animal vanished. It suspected a trap. It was taking no chances.
Darling.
What?
You're alive.
Huh? Yeah, it must be.
The sun is rising.
And I'm freezing.
I'll cut you loose, my darling.
Yeah, you do that.
Everyone has left the temple. They've gone to the village to get things ready.
Ready?
Before we are married your way, we can be married my way, darling.
We can.
There. You're free.
Yeah, you bet I am.
Move about a little. You must be numb.
Did you say numb or dumb?
Are you happy? I am. I'm so happy. The Jinn sanctions our marriage. Oh, we shall be so happy.
You must be out of your mind.
What is it, my love?
Me marry you?
Of course.
Look, I have been mugged, made a jerk of.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, she says.
But, Sig...
I have been tied to a tree all night, offered as a human sacrifice to a leopard.
But the Jinn did not harm you.
Jinn, my eye. I'll take a double martini.
We can be married now.
Yeah, well, what role do I play at my wedding? Do I get to be the wedding cake that you carve up to serve to your relatives?
Oh, Sig, darling.
Sig, darling, my eye.
Oh, come.
What do you think, I'm crazy or something?
Crazy?
I would be to marry a dame like you.
Why do you talk like this?
Why do I... Oh, listen, sweetheart, if I ever run into you again, I'll blow my brains out just to be on the safe side. Now, goodbye, honey. I'll see you around if I'm real lucky.
Darling, come back.
Baby, you hop a slow freight, huh?
Darling, come back. Come back.
Okay, so I'm back, and I've told you all about it.
Quite a gal you picked up.
Well, she never got dropped so fast in her life.
You really ditched her.
You know, though, she's a beautiful doll.
Can you picture yourself married to her?
Yeah. But I'm glad I'm not.
Now, you're sure about that?
Sure about it.
Well, you may never forget her.
Maybe not.
You must admit, though, she's different.
Yeah.
Finish your drink. You need it.
I think I've had enough.
No, you better finish it, Sig.
Why?
Have a look in the doorway.
Oh, no.
You're as nervous as a bridegroom on his wedding day.
Don't say that.
Hello, darling.
Oh, baby.
Well, looked like Sig was hooked again. Marie stood in the doorway looking as gorgeous as ever, and her love for Sig was shining in her eyes as plain as day. So what could the poor guy do? There was no doubt in my mind from the minute she showed up. I'm not one to say it's a mistake to try to reform people. On the other hand, some people seem capable of being reformed. Marie, in spite of her odd associations, had acquired a background of education. Her ideas were a little different from some of Sig's, but they had one common plane of understanding. They were in love. And the sweetheart of Sig McKee became Mrs. McKee. When I left Zanzibar, they were away in Africa on their honeymoon. What happened there? I don't know. But I left word for Sig to tell me all about it when he came back. Maybe he will. Come back, I mean. I'm still waiting for a card from him. Well, if I get one, I'll let you know another week. And speaking of the difference in backgrounds, reminds me of an adventure I had in India. There's a small town in that country called Bangpukan. Enough sense of civic pride has established an ashram there. An ashram is a home for orphan girls of good repute. If they're lucky, the ashram finds them husbands. For a price. Not all ashrams are what they're cracked up to be, however. The story of Ramset Rangaya and his great love for little Shana Scree may have its comical side, but it's not meant to be funny. It's a real adventure I like to call Ramset Rangaya.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. Now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. In In the sleepy little village of Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, the huge bulk of a fat man looms outside the door of Jonathan Small's antique shop. A smile of satisfaction crosses the man's face as he opens the door and enters.
How do you do, sir? Good day, sir. Good day, Mr. Small. Your shop is just as I remembered it. Exactly as it was some 6 years ago. Do you care for a chocolate, Mr. Small?
A chocolate? Why, no, thank you, sir.
Very well, as you wish. I have returned here, Mr. Small, to claim some property of mine.
Property of yours?
Exactly. You were paid well to keep it for me. A pair of silver candlesticks.
Silver candlesticks? But the only... Schneider.
Yes, my dear sir, Schneider. Now known as William Grant.
But it's not possible. You can't be.
Yes, time and science have altered my appearance considerably, yes. Well, the candlesticks, please.
But it's been 6 years. I never dreamed after all that time. I've just sold them.
Sold them?
Just this morning for $500.
$500? Oh, you stupid idiot. They're worth millions. To whom did you sell them? Quickly, man, to whom did you sell them?
I have the sales slip right here on my desk. I'll give you the information. Now, Mr. Schneider or Grant, just stand where you are.
Why are you pointing that gun at me, you fool?
I didn't know who you were 6 years ago, but I do now. And I know who to call about you, too. I have his number right here in my address book. Yes, here. I'll call him.
Have that gun?
No, I won't. You can't.
Reinhold. So, let's see that sales slip. No name, no address. If you were still alive, the address book. So this is who he was going to call. The man... Why not? It would be ironic justice to make the call for him. Yes. And have the man I intend to kill find the candlesticks for me. Hello? I wish to place a long-distance call. To New York, please. Person to person. The name of the man I'm calling is Mr. Ken Thurston. You see, Mr. Thurston, I am a collector of early American silver.
Oh?
Yes. And when I learned that Jonathan Small had a pair of silver candlesticks made by Paul Revere for George Washington, I went to Valley Forge to buy them.
You call me from Small's antique shop, Mr. Grant?
Exactly, sir. Mm-hmm. As I told you, I found him dying from a bullet wound. However, he managed to tell me two things. One, that a man named Schneider has returned and is after the candlesticks.
Schneider, or Ken?
Yeah, Chief, yeah. Go on, Grant.
Yes. Well, secondly, that I should call you. And that he died. And there you have my story, sir.
You could have told me that over the phone, Grant. Why come all the way to New York?
Because I wish to help you find this Schneider, Mr. Thurston. I don't know who he is. I'm not interested. But I must have those candlesticks for my collection. It's an obsession with me, sir. I shall not rest until I have them.
I see. Well, I'm not sure this is any concern of the bureaus, Mr. Grant, but if we learn anything, we'll let you know.
Thank you, sir. Would either of you care for a chocolate?
No.
No.
Very well, gentlemen. I shall bid you good day.
What do you think, Chief?
Oh, nothing but a crackpot. Wealthy collector.
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Schneider.
Well, you think it's the same Schneider we were after?
I did trace him to Valley Forge, only he got out just ahead of me and skipped the country. I still remember the file description. Short, 130 pounds, blonde, blue eyes, very nearsighted.
Oh, say, that's not bad. That was over 6 years ago. A long time.
Yeah, not too long to wait for a few $1 million.
Well, what are you driving at?
Look, we suspected Schneider of being a Nazi agent, arranging hiding places here for loot stolen from occupied countries.
So what?
So this. A lot of that stuff's never been recovered. They'd make a pretty good reason for Schneider to sneak back here now.
Oh, sure, Ken. But what would George Washington's candlesticks have to do with it?
Suppose I'll let you know, Chief. From Valley Forge.
How do you do, sir?
Well.
I am sorry, but we have nothing for sale at the moment. The owner of the shop has just died.
Yes, I have heard. You a member of the family?
No, I'm Eva Mastos, Mr. Small's assistant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm preparing to close up the place now, so if you pardon me, Mr.
My name's Ken Thurston.
Oh.
Just one question, Miss Mastos. I'm interested in silver candlesticks. I understood Mr. Small had a pair that were made by Paul Revere.
They were sold yesterday. I'm so sorry.
Oh, too bad. Do you have any idea who bought them?
No, Mr. Small made the sale himself. However, perhaps there's a record in the office. If you care to wait, I'll check and see.
Sure, Miss Mastos, I'll wait. Oh, what's that? Well, Pagon Zellschmidt. Get out from under that counter. What the blazes... Here, let me take that thing out of your mouth.
Police, fire, help, the girl.
What happened, Pagon?
The girl, she did it. Count me subconscious.
Eva Mastos, wait a minute. Oh, she must have skipped out the back door. Let's have the story while I cut these ropes.
Story. She came in here asking for candlesticks. Was it my fault we didn't have any? But she conked me and ties me up here behind the counter.
There you are. So Eva Mastos wasn't Mr. Small's assistant.
Mr. Thurston, the late demented Mr. Small had only one assistant. Me.
You?
Sure. I was here in the Valley Forge trying to get in on a sucker. I mean, on a tourist trade. You understand?
What kind of gold bricks were you selling this time?
Mr. Thurston, they were hatchets. The original hatchets G. Washington used to cut down the cherry tree. Yeah. I had 2 dozen on consignment from a hardware store in Philly. Only they didn't sell so good, so I took this job with Mr. Small.
So that's how you got my name and phone number. Pagon, were you here when he sold those silver candlesticks yesterday?
Oh, sure. A Dr. Eckhart bought him.
Eckhart?
Yeah. He's a little skinny guy with glasses and an accent. What a sucker. 500 Mizumas for things to hold candles when you can buy electric bulbs for practically nothing.
You happen to know this Eckhart's address?
Why, it's, Hey, why are you so interested in this silver gimmick? Huh? Must be pretty valuable stuff, eh, Mr. Thurston?
They're worth a lot more than $500 to a customer I know.
They are? A lot more?
That's right.
Imagine that. Well, so long, Mr. Thurston. Drop around again sometimes when you're in the market for a hat.
Wait a minute, Pagon. Wouldn't do you any good to buy those candlesticks back. You don't know the name of my customer.
Why shouldn't we be stuffy about this, Mr. Thurston? Let's make a deal.
Okay. What's Eckhart's address?
Room 304 at the hotel. Who's the customer?
The United States government. So long, Pagon.
Yeah?
Hello, Dr. Eckhart. Mind if I come in?
Well, since something important, I'm quite busy packing at the moment.
Yes, the clerk told me you were checking out, but I think you've got time to discuss those silver candlesticks there on the dresser. Do you mind if I look at them?
As you wish.
That is far enough, Mr. Thurston.
Well, little Eva. You had better luck looking for candlesticks here than you had in the antique shop?
Much better. And as you notice, I have found a gun also. But you have found nothing but trouble. Is that not so, Doctor?
Ja, Eva, meine Schöne. You are quite right. Eva, who is this man?
A very dangerous one. The man called X.
A man called...
Yeah, Doctor. And I am one who believes in removing all danger.
So you're coming to at last, my dear Thurston.
Grant, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you to regain consciousness, my dear sir. Would you care for a chocolate?
I'd much rather have you put that gun down.
Not just yet, Thurston. I have no wish to emulate the departed Dr. Eckhart.
Doctor... Well, he does look dead. But where's the girl?
Yes, Dr. Eckhart has reached the end of his trail. Just as you and I have.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's simple, Thurston. I have found my silver candlesticks, and you have come face to face with Schneider.
to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston is in Valley Forge, searching for an ex-Nazi agent named Schneider and some millions of dollars of loot stolen from occupied countries and hidden here in the United States. Now in the hotel room, Ken faces a gun held by the fat man Grant, who claims to be a wealthy collector of early American silver.
Yes, Thurston. I've found my candlesticks, and you have come face to face with Schneider.
You're wrong on at least one of those counts, Grant. Take a closer look at those things on the dresser.
Closer look? Very well, sir. I shall.
Well?
Pewter. These candlesticks are pewter, shabby imitations, not the ones I was after at all.
Yeah, a little local color, courtesy of the hotel. When I first came in, I was fooled by them, too. So, what about that Schneider crack and the gun?
My apologies, Thurston. I came in after hearing the shots and took it for granted that the dead man, who called himself Eckhart, was Schneider.
Go on.
The gun was to defend myself, of course.
Oh, of course, of course. By the way, does this pocket hypodermic set belong to you? I found it beside Eckhart's body.
Why, yes, it's mine. Must have dropped out of my pocket while I was examining him. My thanks for returning it.
It contains insulin ampules, Grant. You a diabetic?
Unfortunately, I am, sir. I carry the insulin with me at all times. Well, Mr. Thurston, I'll leave you now. I came down here thinking I could help, but I can see I'm well over my depth. I'll stick to my collecting from now on.
That's a good idea, Grant, and don't worry. When I get the candlesticks, you'll hear from me.
Thank you, sir. And again, my apologies for trying to play detective. Good day, sir. I beg your pardon, Mr. Zellschmidt.
Huh? You know me?
All Valley Forge knows you, sir. Your ability at judging antiques is famous.
It is? Sure, yeah. And speaking of antiques, would you possibly be interested in a hatchet? Good for chopping down cherry trees.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm more interested in candlesticks.
Those things again. Say, what's on this candlesticks anyhow? That everybody...
Zellschmidt, I am willing to pay a substantial commission to the man who informs me the moment Thurston gets a lead on them.
You are? Well, I don't sell myself for peanuts, you understand?
Here's my card, sir. And here, a small retainer.
Oh, no, sir. You'll have to make it at least $10. Hey, a C note. $100.
Precisely. May I depend on your, cooperation, Zellschmidt?
Believe me, Mr. Grant, my dearest friend, not only will I cooperate, I'll even help you find them.
So Eva Mastos lives on Walnut Street in Philadelphia, Chief.
That's right, Ken. The files show she was a nurse in the Nuremberg hospital. She got here by marrying a GI.
And what about Eckhart?
Your call didn't give me much time, Ken. There's one Eckhart with the same initials and description in Austria. Famous plastic surgeon. That's all I have.
That could be plenty.
I still don't see what all this has to do with Schneider and those candlesticks.
Chief, I'm still positive they're the key to the hidden Nazi loot. You just do what I said, and we'll wind this thing up tonight.
Hey, your train for Philadelphia is ready to pull out.
Now, thanks for the lift, Pagan. Meet me there later at the address I gave you. But be careful. I don't want that address getting into the wrong hands. You understand?
Oh, sure, Mr. Thurston. You can always depend on a Zelch.
That's what I'm banking on. See you later, Pagan.
So long, Mr. Thurston. Now, I wonder what he meant by that. Oh, well, bird in the bush, I always say.
Oh, Zellschmidt.
Hello, Mr. Grant. What are you doing down here?
I thought you might have some information as to Thurston's destination, so I followed you. Well?
Well, Mr. Grant, I could say no, but it's George Washington's birthday, so how could I tell a lie? I'd be happy to give you the information.
Good man.
For a slight consideration.
Just a minute, Eva.
May I ask why you have followed me to my apartment, Mr. Thurston?
Sure, I'd like to talk over a little theory with you.
So?
Yeah, it's about a man named Schneider who had a scheme to come back to this country to cash in on a few $1 million worth of loot he had stashed away here. It involved plastic surgery and fake papers. But it was worth the gamble.
Go on, Mr. Thurston.
He went to a Dr. Eckhart for the plastic job. Eckhart had a nurse assisting him by the name of Eva Mastos.
Very interesting. Go on, please.
Somehow Eckhart and Eva learned what Schneider was after. The silver candlesticks that held the key to the treasure.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. And I have them right here in this bag. But you must believe me. I don't want them for myself. It is for the people of my country, for food and clothing and medicine. I must keep them.
That's up to the courts to decide. You made a bad mistake when you tried to take things into your own hands, Eva.
But what else could I? Oh, I don't know. I'm so mixed up. It all looked so simple at first, but now.
Yeah. Well?
All right. Ken, all right. Let us go inside and examine them. Perhaps we will be able to find what is in them or on them that they...
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Dark in here. Ken, I will turn on the light.
Don't bother, Eva. I'll turn them on for you.
You?
Hello, Grant. That gun's becoming a permanent fixture.
It was nice of you to deliver the candlesticks to me this way, Thurston. I presume you've already guessed their little secret.
Could be microfilm hidden in their bases. Schneider left them in the antique shop 6 years ago because I was after him. They were too hot to carry along.
That is quite correct, my dear sir. That film contains a list of hiding places of $10 million worth of easily saleable jewels, paintings, rare objects of art. Now, Eva, my dear, please be kind enough to give me the candlesticks. Eva?
Better do as he says.
But Ken, this man, do you realize who he is?
Sure. He's Schneider.
You disappoint me, Thurston. I thought I had altered my entire appearance.
The plastic surgery was good. Yes, Schneider, but the chocolates gave you away.
The chocolates?
A diabetic wouldn't be always munching on candy unless there was a reason. You were trying to pile on weight. You were using the insulin to help you.
You're a clever man, Thurston. Unfortunately, however, not clever enough. The candlesticks, Eva.
All right. Here.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I shall bid you farewell, Thurston. And you, Eva. You see, the race is not always to the swift, but to the wisest.
Ken, he's going to shoot.
Quite right, my dear. Goodbye, my friends.
Ken!
Get in, Chief.
All right, let's have that gun, Schneider. Yes, this way. Get him, Wilson.
Thanks, Wilson. You all right, Ken?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. You timed it nicely.
Well, you figured it. We were around waiting when Schneider came in.
But I do not understand, Ken. How did you know he was coming here?
Oh, that was easy. I just told Pagon not to give him this address.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. I guess the chief and me cleaned up this mess for you, all right?
Ken, you know I killed Dr. Eckhart.
Yeah, I know.
Will I have to?
Sorry, Eva. Maybe it was justified, maybe not. That's something else the courts will have to decide.
Yes.
Well, Ken, I guess that winds it.
Yeah. You know, Chief, none of this would have happened if Schneider had followed the advice of the man those candlesticks were made for. George Washington knew that silver and gold weren't the only coin. And he wrote it in his copybook when he was a boy. He said, "Labor to keep alive in your breast that little spark of celestial fire, conscience. That's something for all of us to remember. All of us."
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. May I remind you again that America needs scrap metal in order to produce steel. Steel to make things you want and have been waiting for. Steel to keep prosperity and employment at a high level. So this week, collect scrap metal around your home and turn it into your community scrap drive or to your local scrap dealer. Next week, with the dubious help of Pagon Zellschmidt, Mr. X tackles an international counterfeiter to whom murder is only a sideline. Pagon, of course, will be played as usual by Leon Belasco. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So, till next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The thin line between madness and sanity has never been clearly explained. Not by doctors, poets, philosophers, or psychiatrists. Why is this man a fool, the other a philosopher? Can we determine the difference with a phrase or clause? Or perhaps one of the erudite Marx brothers put his finger on it best when he said, there ain't no sanity clause.
Dr. Perkins, I'm engaged to be married to a veteran of the Vietnam War. But he's never able to get it behind him. It always haunts him.
Does he work in the city?
Oh, he's tried a number of different jobs, but he can't settle down to any one of them. Richard is like two people. Kind and loving, and then so erratic and uncontrollable. I don't know if I should marry him. Sometimes he frightens me.
Our mystery drama, Dangerous Memory, adapted from a tale by Jacques Futrell, especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr., stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Did Mrs. Rhonda Baumert of Sterling say when Gus Marcus asked her the name of that hour's Ford Superfan driver?
Yes, it's Dr. James Huckabee.
She was listening to KOA and knew the answer.
I don't believe you guys called. Oh, wow, thanks. This is going to make my husband his face.
Mr. and Mrs. Baumert will fly to San Francisco to see the November 18th Broncos 49ers game as KOA's guests because she sent a postcard with her name, her address, and phone number to KOA Superfan, Box 5012, Denver 80217. Where's your card?
Our curtain rises on Greenwich Village, once the home of such notables as Walt Whitman, Eugene O'Neill, and Edgar Allan Poe. 200 years before that, Washington Square was a potter's field. So, it is said, the remains of paupers and criminals buried there to this day infect those who make the village their home. So it is said.
I've noticed it only happens to me when the temperature reaches 90. I wonder if it's the same for all ex-Marines who saw service in Vietnam. When I'm by myself in my hotel room, everything comes back. From boot camp to Army hospital. Sergeant Zaslow screaming at us, if you don't kill those gooks, they'll be in California and Cleveland and Buffalo. They're no good, he's saying. They're not people.
Don't ask questions. Obey. Kill, see? Okay. Here we are today, your last day at staging battalion before shipping out. Now pay attention. I brought along my little pet rabbit, and I'm going to show you what you can expect out there in the jungle. Kill or be killed. Cute, Andy? Peter Rabbit. This is my rabbit lesson. I hold him up by the ears, see? Now watch this!
What the Sarge does to that rabbit, you never forget. Never. Or another dream. The time I stayed behind in the village. They were real nice to me, called me number 1 GI. Weeks went by. The war was far away. I couldn't hurt these people. I was one of them, helped them on their farms. Until Zaslow came down to get me in a big helicopter.
Hey, GI.
Who, me?
Yeah, you in that big Vietnamese hat. What you?
Well, I'm just living here in this village.
Oh, are you now? You think that hat's gonna change the slant of your eyes?
I'm not hiding.
You're not fighting either, soldier.
Well, I couldn't take it. I'm living here peacefully with these people.
Oh, ain't that nice? Richard Carey, is that your name?
Yeah, 3rd Corps PFC.
Well, did you know, Richard Carey, 3rd Corps, that I come all this way in that chopper to find you?
Well, I'm doing more good here for the hearts and minds of the people. Now, why don't you just let me stay here until my time is up, okay?
Let you stay here, huh? Make an exception in the case of Private Richard, 3rd Corps. Is that what you want? Did I read you right?
Well, I'm happy here. I work with these people.
I think you're crazy. Well, the 3rd wants you back. Somebody's got to be responsible for you. So back to Saigon we go, and we go now. Wave to your little friends, Richard. I'll show you how we thank them for taking such real good care of you. We'll fly real low so you can watch all their faces and they can see you.
No. The nightmares never stop. 15 years now, and they still come. And then there's Wendy, a really bright girl I want to marry. She works in a Wall Street investment house. We go to a Chinese restaurant in the village. It's another one of those days, Wendy. I feel real lousy.
Richard, it's the heat. Sometimes it gets to me, too. Besides, you don't know how to take care of yourself, darling. But that'll all change when we're married. You'll see. I wish the waiter would hurry.
It's not the heat, Wendy, and you know it.
Are you talking about that old war thing again?
Yes, I am.
But that's 15 years ago.
No, not for me, it isn't.
Shh. People are turning around. Oh, here comes the waiter. Let's order.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Wendy. I'm not hungry. You order, and I'll just sit here with this bottle of wine.
Richard, you have to eat. What am I going to do with you?
Why don't you just leave me alone?
Richard, you've never talked like that to me before. What is it?
I told you. I'm going. You... Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't go now. I've got to stay here.
You're white as a sheet. You look like you'd seen a ghost.
I have. It's him. Zaslow, the Sarge.
Who?
He's here, Wendy, in this restaurant. I just saw him walk in the door. It's really him.
Where is he? Can you point him out to me?
No, I don't want to look around. He's a big man, crew cut, fierce face, ugly, a scar down his left cheek.
Oh, I don't see anyone like that. But perhaps he went out again.
No, he's here. He's here somewhere. I can feel it. I thought that part of my life was thousands of miles away. To think, in the flesh, the Sarge, here. It's not a dream, it's real. If there's anyone in this world I don't ever want to meet up with again, it's Zaslow, the Sarge.
Dr. Perkins, I need your help badly. I have a very sick friend.
Well, I don't know what I can do, Miss Hawkins. I'm a psychiatrist, not a general practitioner. Tell me about your friend. And I shall call you Wendy. I always use first names. It breaks down barriers.
I'm engaged to a man called Richard Carey.
Called?
No, that's his real name. He's a veteran of the Vietnam War, only he's never been able to put it behind him.
Well, that's a frequent malady for thousands and thousands of young men today. Does he live with his family?
No, his mother and father are dead. Their yacht exploded, and they went down with it.
Does Richard work in the city?
Oh, he's tried to do a number of things, but he can't seem to settle down to any of them.
And how does he support himself? Or doesn't he have to?
No, he doesn't. And that's one of the problems, I think. He has quite a lot of money, in fact. I've been investing some of it for him through my job.
So he isn't under any pressure to apply himself and make a living and set aside the past?
No, he does nothing. Lives in a hotel. Dr. Perkins, I love Richard very much, but I must have him straightened out before we marry. He's like two different people, kind and loving, and then erratic and uncontrollable. He frightens me sometimes.
Could you persuade him to see me?
Become a patient of yours?
That's what I had in mind.
I'll try. I'll go to his hotel right now and talk to him about it.
Wendy, he can only be helped if he wants it. And if he does, it could be a beginning.
Somehow I managed to get back to my hotel. I keep hearing a ringing in my ears. And then the big chopper motor. So hot and unbearable. Sweltering August. I lie on top of my bed and close my eyes. The shock of actually seeing the Sarge hasn't worn off.
We'll be back in Saigon in half an hour, Richard. You must be crazy. You can't hide out for the whole war in a gook village.
I'd rather be with them than my platoon.
You like them gooks better than your own buddies.
They're people. They showed more feeling to me than anyone. You guys have all gone crazy.
Oh, we've gone crazy. What do you know about that? Hey, wait a minute. I see a little activity down there. See them hats walking around the fields?
They're farmers.
Well, maybe we should pay our respects.
Why, are you going to strafe them? You don't even know if they're friend or enemy.
Richard? Richard, are you in there? Richard, let me in. Oh, I know you're there. Richard, do you hear me? Are you all right? Richard, wake up! Richard!
I don't want to talk to Wendy. I don't want to see her. I don't want to see anyone. The sun is going down. And wearing a black veil comes running towards me. Hey, you, stop. What's the matter? What happened back there?
Let go of me. Let go of my arm.
What do you think you're doing?
Let go of me, you fool.
Why are you running away? Did you have anything to do with that shot?
Go see for yourself.
Hey, you reach.
What?
Don't move. Just stay right where you are. What's your name?
Richard Carey. I'm a guest in the hotel.
What room?
Who are you? Why should I tell you?
My name is Gannon, in charge of security for the hotel. You the one who called the office just now to report a gun being fired on this floor? Someone murdered?
No, I don't think so.
I thought not. You can put your arms down now.
But I could have. I just don't remember.
You don't remember? Well, the bell captain said a man rang the desk. Someone reported a woman fired 2 shots and ran down the stairs. You didn't report that.
Well, I guess I must have. I remember, though, she had on a black veil, a black dress. She had red hair.
Oh, she won't get far. 19 flights of stairs and the police at the front and back doors with instructions to detain everyone leaving or entering.
Now, Mr. Gannon, I feel an awful pain in my head, and the heat is killing me. Do you mind if I go back in my room and lie down?
Mr. Carey, you'll have to put up with it. You're coming along with me. Now, which room did you hear the shots come from?
The end of the hall.
Oh, let's go.
No, I can't. Honest, I can't. I don't feel well. Now, please let me go back to my room and lie down.
You're acting very suspiciously. I suggest you cooperate with me. If a gun was fired in a room on this floor and you know any more about it than you're telling me, you'd be well advised to tell me all the truth.
Well, I am. I am telling you. I don't know anything. For heaven's sake, can't you see I'm not well?
Straighten up. We're going to walk down this hall together. Now. Here's a room with the door standing open. Anybody in there? Hello, this is hotel security. I guess not. Go ahead, Richard. You first. In you go. Uh-oh. What's this right by the door? A revolver. What? Don't touch it. Now, what do we have over here? A man laying on his face on the floor.
Is he dead?
He's dead, all right. Let's roll him over.
Oh, my Lord. No.
You know him, Mr. Carey?
That's the Sarge. Sergeant Zaslow.
When a man is called upon and encouraged to do dehumanizing acts, especially in war, the weight of his actions can, finally, disfigure his mind. Add to that the sudden and unexpected appearance of Richard's sergeant, who now lies dead in a hotel room, and you have the elements of mystery sufficient, I'd say, to begin Act 2. A young man is compelled to become a killing machine and made to believe he defends his country by slaying non-persons. But in that very act, he too becomes a non-person. Isn't society asking too much of him, that he remains sane in an insane world?
So you know the deceased, do you, Richard?
I knew him. He was a sergeant in my outfit 15 years ago. I haven't seen him since.
You haven't, hmm?
No, wait a minute, yes. Yes, just today in a Chinese restaurant.
Oh, you keep changing your story so much I can hardly keep up with you. I better call down. John Gannon, I'm in room 1919. You get one of the policemen from the front door to come up here. Tell him there's been a murder and to call his precinct. Oh, you saw your old sergeant in a restaurant, but you didn't know he was booked into this hotel, huh?
No, I didn't know he was a guest here, was he?
Martin Zaslow has been here a week. You and he are the only ones on this floor. They didn't find any woman answering your description. No one dressed in black with red hair.
But I saw her. I held on to her. I stopped her. You don't believe me?
I was just told that there have been several complaints about you acting rather strangely in the hotel. So I won't hold you to every word you say, Richard.
What do you mean, strangely? Who said?
The manager.
Why,
Don't get upset. It's nothing. You told me yourself you had a bad headache, the heat was bothering you. Maybe you can't remember everything you did.
Well, I already told you I had no idea the Sarge was staying in this hotel.
You've never been in this room?
No.
You weren't in here about the time the shots were fired.
I tell you, no. All I know is I heard the shots. I came out of my room, and there was this woman with red hair running down the hall. I stopped her. I said, "What's the matter?" And she said, "Go see for yourself." Now, what are you trying to pin on me?
You were not in this room. You never fired a shot at the deceased.
No.
Now, Richard, don't you know there wasn't any woman at all? It's all in your mind,
you're crazy.
No. I'm not the one. Now think, Richard. What motive did you have to murder your old sergeant?
Now, what is this? Why me?
Your hand, Richard. Your right hand.
What?
The back of it is covered with blood.
Oh. Well, that must have happened when I helped you roll over the body.
Oh, no, Richard, not then. I noticed it the first time I talked to you in the hall.
Richard? Richard?
Wow. Oh, hi, Wendy.
Yes, it's me. You've had quite a sleep.
Where am I?
In a hospital. You keeled over and they couldn't get you to come around. So they brought you here.
How did you find out where I was?
I tried to see you yesterday afternoon. I knocked on your door. You wouldn't answer.
I've been in the hospital since yesterday.
I think so. When I called your hotel today, they told me where you were.
Wendy, I've got to get out of here. It's like Vietnam all over. It's crazy. Nothing makes sense.
I see Mr. Carey's awake.
Oh, yes, what is it?
You want me to level with you, Mr. Carey?
Yes.
We identified the gun as one you brought back with you from Vietnam.
Oh, no. That's not true. I wouldn't touch those things. I had enough of killing.
Maybe so. In a few minutes, there'll be an officer in here. You'll be placed under arrest and formally charged with the murder of Martin Zaslow.
Guess I'm in luck. They've decided not to take me out of the hospital. The doc said leave him here another 24 hours. That gives me time. I'm sure not going to lie here and let them railroad me into life imprisonment. When everyone's asleep, I'm getting out. And I'm going to find that woman with the red hair.
Who is it?
Wendy, it's me, Richard. Let me in.
Richard.
Turn off the lights. Close the door. And lock it. Good. Now go over to the window and take a look into the street. And don't move the curtain too fast. Very slowly.
Well, sure. Sure, Richard.
Well? See anybody hanging around?
No. The street's deserted.
Okay, come on back. Sit down. Oh, I am exhausted.
Well, how did you get out of the hospital?
I tied a couple of sheets together and waited till midnight, and I got out the window. Do you know something funny, Wendy? From the outside, that didn't look like a hospital at all. It was a suburban street way up in Fieldstone. I had just enough change for the subway.
You don't think they'll look for you here?
No. Who knows about you and me? Nobody. Now, how could they connect us? Now, Wendy, you've got to help me. I didn't kill the Sarge.
I know you didn't, Richard.
Oh, I'm so tired. I have been running all my life. Can I spend the night on your sofa?
Of course. You sleep, and we'll talk about it in the morning.
Wendy?
Yes?
Which way is the bathroom?
Just through there. First door on your left. I'm sorry I don't have an extra toothbrush.
Is there a window in that bathroom?
No.
Okay, then I want to turn on the light so I can see. I've got to.
Of course.
I've got this blood stain on the back of my right hand, you see, and I've been trying to get rid of it. It won't come off. Now, if I scrub hard, maybe I can wash it away.
Dr. Perkins, Richard's been accused of shooting a man.
I'm terribly sorry.
He's in my apartment now, asleep. I left him a note saying I'd be back after work tonight.
Well, I'd go to the police right away. Your friend Richard may not be in full control of himself. You're not safe with him.
Oh, I can't give him up to the police, Dr. Perkins. I believe he's innocent.
Well, that's not for you to decide.
He's depending on me. I'm all he's got. Oh, would you see him, Dr. Perkins, at my place?
I don't think I should. I can't help him now.
I think you could. Last night, before he went to sleep, Richard said to me he had this blood stain on his hand that he couldn't wash off. I saw him for a moment standing in the light of the bathroom. There wasn't any blood stain on his hand that I could see. How do you explain that?
I can't. It could be blood. It could be guilt.
I have to go, Dr. Perkins. I'm sorry you won't help me.
Wait. All right. Give me your address, Wendy. I'll be there after my last appointment, say 7:30 tonight.
I hate being cooped up and feeling helpless. Had to wait all day till now. It's after 6. The maids have just left one shift. The hall is empty. I'm standing in front of room 1919, easing open the door. I just have this funny feeling that the clues I need are in there. And suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind. Oh! I black out.
Hey, what's with you, Carey? What are you doing here at Tansanut Airport?
We got your message, Sergeant. You were bringing in 20 prisoners to Saigon, so they gave me this paddy wagon. Told me to get going out here and pick them up. That's all I know.
I don't know. You ain't gonna find no 20 VCs on this chopper. All we got is 2.
What you got is 2 prisoners? These 2 out of 20?
The rest of them got a little rambunctious.
Well, how could 18 guys...
Carey, too many questions. You got 2 VCs, blindfolded, hands behind their back. All right, take them away.
Well, what do I tell them in Saigon?
Tell them they tried to escape.
You want me to believe that?
I don't care what you believe. Now get these 2 out of here.
It's all so real. Who had murdered the prisoners? And suddenly I feel that pain where somebody cracked me on the skull. Where am I? You're throwing water in my face.
Wake up, Richard.
What?
Can't have you running around loose in this hotel opening the doors to other people's rooms. You got to be taken care of.
Where's the sergeant?
Who?
What happened to me? I came to pick up the prisoners. They're waiting for me back in Saigon.
Now, look, Richard, I'll level with you. When you escaped from the hospital, I realized you mightn't be responsible for your actions.
Wait. You're John Gannon, the hotel detective.
So, regrettably, I'm going to have to put the cuffs on you and straitjacket you into the hospital. It's for your own good, Richard.
No. Get away from me.
Now, Richard, take it easy. Put down that pitcher of water.
I don't know where Richard is, Dr. Perkins, and it's getting later and later. I'm so worried.
Well, don't give it a thought. I'll wait with you a little longer.
I'm so afraid he doesn't know what he's doing. I was sure that if he saw you and you could talk to him, it could help him.
Wendy, you've done all you can. If Richard doesn't come back, you've got to tell the police that he hid here last night. You should have done it before.
I guess so. But when you love someone, you don't always do the wisest thing.
Wendy, let me in.
It's him, Richard.
That hotel detective Gannon, he found me inside. Who is this?
Oh, this is Dr. Perkins, Richard, a psychiatrist. I've asked him to come up and talk with you. Richard, will you give him a chance?
To do what?
Just to talk, that's all.
Oh, what can I say? You're here, I've got to stay here, so I've got to listen.
Well, there's only one problem. It's 8 o'clock. This is a very small apartment, and I need to talk to Richard alone. Wendy, is there a friend of yours near here you could visit for about an hour?
Well, I guess there's Gloria.
Gloria Taggart? Splendid. Think you could drop over there just for an hour? Richard, Wendy told me all about what's been happening to you. Seeing your sergeant in a restaurant, the woman with the black veil and the red hair, the shooting, that hotel detective, your escape from the hospital. And I have to tell you that there's something about all this that just doesn't add up. You are the one who knows or sees what nobody else sees.
You mean I'm lying?
No. I think someone is taking advantage of you, of your memories, of your fears. Someone very smart.
Are you saying there's some kind of a plot against me?
Well, hallucinations rarely come in such detail. It's all too pat, too clever.
But I do have these awful nightmares, which are very real to me. In the hotel, I dream about Vietnam, even flying in a chopper. Hey, last night, I slept on the couch you're sitting on, and there it was all over again. The hall of the hotel, the woman with red hair, my stopping her, the way she felt, the smell of her hair, it was all so real.
What kind of a smell?
Like
Like lily of the valley.
I smell that, too. Right now, here.
You do?
Wait a minute. Let me get up. There's something stuffed in the back of these cushions. Well, what do you make of this, Richard? A red wig.
The plot, it would appear, is not only thick, but blood-curdling. Richard Carey has money and terrible memories. Is he being preyed upon by the unscrupulous who keep picking his wounds open, not letting the mind heal? Or is he indeed revenging himself upon a man who bullied him through the hell of war? When I return, we shall certainly be well on the way to learn more, and I will be back shortly.
Maxwell House is coffee you can count on. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is...
Good morning.
Maxwell House is...
Good company.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House, coffee you can count on. Always smells good, always tastes good, always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is...
Good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
A message from the CBS television network.
Harry Truman said it best, the buck stops here. The American presidency has been called the world's toughest job, and covering it's a non-stop challenge. That's why the president doesn't make a move without Robert Pierpoint, Leslie Stahl, and Lee Thornton. CBS News White House team, Washington, or anywhere around the world.
Cronkite and Company, only on the CBS Evening News.
Hello.
If you're looking for a future with a growing company, the job that you've been waiting for is now reality. If up is where you're headed or where you'd like to be, then you are the one Sunstrand wants to see. Yes, you are the one Sunstrand wants to see.
If you're a precision grinder or lathe machinist just marking time in your present job, move up to Sunstrand and get some mighty rewarding benefits in the process. Merit increases, at least 13 paid holidays, plus all kinds of insurance. Sound good? Then call Sunstrand now for an interview.
You are the one Sunstrand wants to see.
Remember, at Sunstrand, the sky's the limit. An equal opportunity employer.
It is night in a small Greenwich Village apartment. A psychiatrist confronts an ex-Marine holding in his hand a red wig. Both are struck with the enormity of their conclusions. The psychiatrist looks at his watch.
9:15. Richard, do you trust me?
I do.
I think you're not safe here.
Well, there's got to be an explanation. Wendy could not be the woman in the veil with the red hair. She couldn't.
Look at the color of this wig. Look at the hairstyle. Are they similar to what you saw?
Not similar, identical. But what could she have been doing there? She came to see me. Did she kill a Sarge? But why?
I'm not accusing the girl you're engaged to marry of taking part in some extraordinary scheme, Richard. But I can't help thinking she knows more about this than she's owned up to.
No, it's too much for me to believe. Wendy, no, that's not possible. Now, Dr. Perkins, I've known you for less than an hour. I've known Wendy for 6 months. We're engaged to be married. She handles all my money. I love her. It can't be.
Don't stay here tonight, Richard. Don't. I'll tell you why I've been leery about all this since Wendy first came to see me. You believe there's been a murder.
Believe? I saw blood, a body with 2 bullet holes in its head.
You were accused, arrested, and found yourself in a hospital from which you escaped. All that, and yet not one word of this has appeared in the newspapers.
Well, is that so peculiar?
I'd say very unusual.
You mean it's a put-up job, a phony arrest? Why?
Somebody is out to get you, Richard. You're not safe here. I'll put you up for the night in my office. That's one thing a psychiatrist has got, a comfortable couch. No one will think to look for you there.
You're saying that hotel detective isn't really a detective, that I wasn't really arrested?
I'm saying that nothing is what it appears to be. Richard, I wish I could make you see it as clearly as I do. That I could convince you to see things as they are.
Dr. Perkins, I think I do. Would you look at the back of my right hand? Now, what do you see?
Nothing.
It's true. It's true. Nothing. For days, there's been blood on that hand.
I'm not surprised. Your mind could have put it there.
Dr. Perkins, forgive me for calling you this late at home. He's gone. Disappeared again.
Well, I can only tell you this, Wendy. Your friend Richard Carey is perfectly safe.
He's safe? He's with you?
Not with me, no, but I know where he is.
When can I see him?
Come to my office tomorrow. Will you do that?
What time?
9 o'clock. Good night, Wendy. Wendy, one question. Why did you come to see me about Richard in the first place?
I thought I told you. Because I was afraid for him. What he might do to himself.
Your coming to see me is the only piece of this entire puzzle that doesn't fit. In fact, I don't belong in your scenario at all. No more questions, Wendy, just one warning. If, as I suspect certain people are, into an elaborate plot against another person, and I get wind of it, so will the police. I'll see to that.
I don't understand.
For your sake, Wendy, I hope you're telling the truth, that you don't understand. If you really don't, it means you have no part in it. I've told Richard to call you at your office at 11.
Wendy, over here.
Richard, I've been so worried. You didn't spend the night here on this park bench.
No, I didn't.
What happened to you last night? Where were you? Where did you go?
I'm all right. Now, can we leave it at that? Now, Wendy, I've been thinking about this. You know, I'm still not able to escape from all the things that haunt me, so I don't know if getting married right now is realistic for either of us.
I don't care about that now. I just want you to be taken care of without that murder hanging over you. What did Dr. Perkins say?
Oh, a lot of things. But he doesn't know you like I do, and he doesn't know how much I love you.
I love you too, darling. But what are we going to do about you? You're hiding from the police right now.
Am I?
I don't understand you.
Let me tell you what I don't understand, Wendy. That red wig hidden under a cushion on your sofa.
Oh, that's where it is. What of it?
Wendy, are you the woman in the hall with the veil and the red wig?
What woman?
In the hotel.
Richard, have you forgotten? We bought that wig together. Don't you remember how we laughed about it? How I tried it on, and you said it'd be like you marrying two women?
No, I don't remember.
Oh, Richard, you're not well. You really aren't.
All right, Richard, the game's up. You're coming with me.
Now, don't kid yourself, Gannon. Now, Wendy, let go of me.
No, Richard. Richard, go with John. For your own good.
It's okay, I've got him. Up against the car. And now move.
If you're twisting my arm, you're hurting me.
Just take it easy, pal, till I get the handcuffs on you.
Get away from me. Wendy, get out of the way.
No, John, don't. John, did you have to hit him so hard?
He's quiet, unconscious. Now give me a hand to get him into the back seat. Hurry up. We don't want a patrol car coming along asking what's going on. You coming with me, Wendy?
No.
I had one heck of a time to find the right road going through the park. You told me the bench, but forgot to tell me the entrance. See you.
You're the detective, aren't you?
John Gannon. We've met.
Where are you taking me?
Somewhere for your own safety.
I don't believe you're a detective at all. I'm being kidnapped.
Martin, turn left at the next intersection.
Who's that goon you've got up there driving?
I wish you'd just relax so nobody'd get hurt. This isn't a game for money, Richard. It's for your health.
Oh, sure.
You got a long history of emotional disturbance. Why add to it? Relax.
John, do I keep going straight now or make a right turn at the T?
It's the sergeant.
What's that?
Sergeant Zaslow. He's driving this car. That's him up in front.
Oh, sure. And you and me are driving right up the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
I'm in a room with a bed and no window now. I've got to keep hold of myself. Keep saying I'm rational, insane. It was the Sarge driving the car, that he's not dead. But when he turned around, there was a bullet hole in his forehead with blood coming out.
We're in deep trouble, Martin. It's not working.
You've had Richard Carey in there 2 days now, Gannon. What do you mean you can't break him?
We've drugged his food, run the tape sounds of the helicopter day and night. He screams, he relives the war, but he won't crack.
Is that essential?
What do you mean?
John, your wife's got power of attorney over his money. Does he have to be kept alive, committed?
Murder is not in my line.
Let me remind you, there's a lot of money riding on this deal, Gannon. I didn't come in here with you guys to give up now. 50-50 split. I play the murder victim, and you and your wife do the hand-holding and bookkeeping. You gave me your word you knew how to drive Carey over the edge.
It should have worked.
You and that little hustler you're married to mean nothing to me. Nothing. I'll give you 2 guys 1 week, 7 days, to come up with my half. I done my share of the work. You told me this Richard Carey is worth $1 million. All right. 1 week from today, I want to know that there's $500,000 somewhere in some bank in my name.
And if it isn't, Sergeant Zaslow...
I learned so many ways of knocking off people in Vietnam. Maybe one of them will just come back to me.
What are we going to do, John?
There's too much at stake not to keep Carey here and keep working him over. I got a couple more taped effects, bombs, napalm, burning. I'll start those.
I can't go through with it.
Well, what are you talking about?
When we went into this, there was to be no violence. All play acting. Make Richard Carey fall in love with me, get power of attorney over his money, then drive him just enough so he'd be admitted to the VA psychiatric hospital.
Well, it's taking longer, that's all. You don't think Zaslow scares me. He wouldn't do anything to us. Not so long as there's a chance. Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. You have control over the money.
You don't understand it all, John. I can't go on with this. It's got to stop. We're playing with murder.
I've heard enough. Now just get out. Drive back to town and go now before I do something I'll be sorry for. You take care of the financial end, I'll take care of the rest. That was the deal. And it still is. Richard Carey is staying right in this house in that room until they carry him out screaming in a straitjacket.
Dr. Perkins, now you know the whole story.
I'm glad you came to me, Wendy.
I'd do anything to undo all the harm I've done.
Well, you've made a beginning.
I think I always wanted to, from the first time I came to see you.
You were awfully good at it. You had me convinced you wanted to help Richard.
Oh, is that the police? Here?
Yes. You and I are going to the front door, and you're going to give yourself up.
How do they know already? So fast?
Since this morning. When you left here, they followed you. They found the house. They picked up everyone in it.
And Richard?
Richard, too. They're releasing him in my care.
Is he down in that police car right now?
Yes. They called and told me he wanted to stay with me. He's in that car.
Dr. Perkins, could you put me in another room and then go get him? I won't run away. Then when he's safe, I'll go down and be arrested.
I think I understand, Wendy.
Would you tell Richard something for me?
Of course I will.
That sometime in the future, if he could ever trust me again, I'd like to be his friend.
Our tale of greed, lust for money, and disregard for life took place in Greenwich Village, which, strangely enough, was the original site of public executions. Washington Square, where 150 years ago Lafayette saw 20 highwaymen hanged. Must the past always bring out the worst in the present? More on this when I return shortly. If there is anything to be said or learned from today's drama on Mystery Theater, it is that forbearance and understanding is due our fellow man. Always. Not only the abused who return from war, but everyone who struggles with his private enemy. Take what's yours, not his, and love and help thy neighbor. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Catherine Byers, Court Benson, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Volkswagen uncorks the Champagne Edition 2.
There's something special, something we adore, with seats like velvet and plush carpets on the floor. The trim is stunning, the color's unique. It's really outrageous. VW.
It's summer, a late afternoon. At a wharf on Cape Cod, a young man in a small cabin cruiser is about to cast off for an island several miles offshore.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, but are you going to the island tonight? I missed the steamer.
Well, that'll teach you not to be late. Besides, you don't take passengers. This is a government boat.
Oh, I'd be very indebted to you. My cousin's expecting me. I promise I won't be any trouble.
Can't you see I'm full up with supplies?
Well, I'm not very large.
Well, all right, come on.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, just put your bags over there.
Thank you. I've never been to the island before. How long a trip is it?
Oh, about 2 hours.
I love the sea. I come by it naturally, I guess. All my ancestors were whalers from Portland.
Maine or Oregon?
To a Yankee, there's only one Portland. Maine.
Welcome to New England, Yankee.
Thank you.
What have you been doing? Sure have been awful quiet.
I've been making a sketch of you.
Me? Where? Huh. Hey, that's good. You going to the island to paint?
Yes.
The island's a regular hangout for artists. They're always wanting to paint the lighthouse. Eben won't let them near the place.
Eben?
Eben Folger, he's the lighthouse keeper on Dragonhead. I'm, what you might call his temporary assistant.
Oh.
Well, there's the island. Have you ashore in 10 minutes. I hope your cousin's still there. Am I glad to see you? Oh, you certainly gave me a scare, Kate. Steamer came in and not a sign of you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie. I missed it by 1 minute.
Well, car's down here. Oh, incidentally, who was that who brought you across?
His name's Bill.
Oh?
Pat arrived yet?
Yes.
Freddie, where's Dragonhead?
Dragonhead? Well, it's a lighthouse about a mile offshore. Why'd you ask that?
The Dragonhead launch brought me over. Do you know the keeper? His name's Folger.
No, dear, I'm sure I don't. Now tell me what you'd like to do tomorrow, Kate. You can
Does he come to the mainland every day?
He? Who are you talking about?
The lighthouse keeper.
Well, of course he does. Oh, I don't know. How do I know what he does? Now, come on, Katie. Come on.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Folger?
Doggone it, ain't you got no ears? No visitors, I said. This here's government property. No visitors.
If you'd let me explain, Mr. Folger.
You get back in your sailboat and get out of here.
But there's something in this package that may interest you.
Huh? Now, wait a minute. You're the one that stopped me in town yesterday, ain't you?
Yes, in Granby's antique shop.
Yeah, you're the one who wanted to paint my picture. And I told you if you was to pay me $50,000, I wouldn't be found dead sitting for no tomfool portrait.
I know you did. And when you left, I bought this. It's a ship model, Mr. Folger. Miss Granby told me you're an expert on ship models.
Tell her for me to mind her own business.
Oh, it's a great imposition, I know. But you see, I know so little about ship models, and I don't like the idea that I may have been rooked. Won't you look at it, Mr. Folger?
Maybe.
Hey, Evan, do you want me to... Well, hello.
Why, hello.
Say, you the one he brung over in the launch from the mainland?
Yes. Now, about that model.
Oh, you're pretty smart for a woman. You knowed I wanted this ship model, didn't you?
I want to strike a bargain with you.
Watch out, Evan. She's a Yankee.
You found out I tried to buy this here model. That old lady Granby. $150, she said. By Godfrey, that's highway robbery.
You can have it for nothing if you'll pose for me.
No.
Only an hour a day for 2 weeks.
No.
You set the time yourself.
He who hesitates is lost, Evan.
You're getting too big for your britches, son. All right. You be here each day at 4, but no Sundays.
Sundays, too.
Oh, Sundays then, doggone it.
He's a tough customer.
You're pretty slippery yourself.
I know. Well, I guess I better go. You must be busy.
Yes, I have a little work to do here.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Bill.
Goodbye, Kate. What's happened to Eben?
He's gone into the lighthouse.
And you let him?
He says he can't pose if there's a fog, and he can't control the acts of God. Oh, I haven't any complaints. We've had such wonderful weather all week.
Well, let me see the painting. Oh, my, that looks fine, Katie.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, that fog's rolling in fast. You're not going to try to sail back in it, are you?
Well,
You better stay here for a while.
Oh, I'd like that, but... Well, Mr. Folger's never been very hospitable.
Oh, that's nonsense. He's got a heart as big as a house. Come on.
I've never been at the top of a lighthouse before.
Does the fog frighten you?
A little. There's something so terribly lonely about it. I don't mind being alone, but I don't like to feel lonely.
There's a difference, isn't there? You know, I don't mind being alone either. Fact is, I deliberately took this job to get away from people.
I can understand that.
But you know, you wouldn't be afraid of that fog if you went right out into it. Come on, let's go down. I'll show you what I mean. I'll take you to a favorite cove of mine.
It's like the end of the world.
It could end like this.
I don't think I'd be frightened, even if it were.
Or lonely either.
No.
You know, I knew you'd get over it out here.
I wonder what people would do if the world should end like this. Then they'd have time to say all the things they'd always wanted to say. Then they'd have the courage to say...
For instance?
Honest things.
Such as?
Such as telling you that I didn't particularly want to paint Eben's portrait.
Then why have you gone to all this trouble?
Because I wanted to see you again. Lonely people want friends, but they have to search very hard for them. It's difficult for them to find...
Other lonely people.
Yes.
The fog's lifting.
It wasn't the end of the world after all.
You're the first person I ever brought here. And you know, the one time that I wish I could paint is when I'm here. Katie, do you suppose that you could catch all this?
Oh, no. No, I'm not nearly a good enough painter. Oh, Bill, you were made for all this.
Was I? You know, I went to a class reunion this spring. Some of the fellas, they were ribbing me about being stuck way off down here. One of them even offered me a job. Guess he felt kind of sorry for me. Oh, if he only knew how I felt for him.
You found your place in the world. I envy you.
You know, you're the first person that's understood that.
Don't ever give it up.
I don't ever want to. I'm through at Dragonhead for a while, Katie.
You're going away?
Yes, I have to go up to Boston tomorrow to see the superintendent.
Oh. Well, it's been lots of fun these past few days. I know I've had a wonderful time. I'll miss you, Bill.
Oh, Katie.
Oh, Bill.
Come on, I'll take you over to the island in the speedboat.
Thanks for bringing me across, Bill. I can go the rest of the way myself.
No, but I'd like to walk you home.
Oh, no, it's late, and I have a lot of things to do.
What's the matter? What's the matter? You ashamed of me?
Oh, no.
Huh?
No, it isn't that at all.
You wouldn't be holding out on me now. You haven't got a husband or anything like that, huh?
Oh, of course
Huh?
not. What an idea. Well, good night, Bill.
I'll sail your boat back in the morning.
Thanks.
We could have lunch, maybe, huh?
If you'd like.
I'll pick you up at the wharf at 12 o'clock. And, oh, Katie, when I go away, it won't be for long.
I'm glad, Bill. Good night.
Good night, Katie.
Hello, sis. Pat. I thought I'd wait up for you, Katie. We haven't had a talk for a long time. I've been busy, Pat. Tell me the truth, Katie. That lighthouse keeper isn't old, is he? Yes, he is. He has a beard down to his ankles. Having fun these days, Pat? Bored stiff, frankly. Why don't you go to Hyannis? Your gang's all there. Not trying to get rid of me, are you, Katie? Don't be silly. You know, darling, you're not a very good liar. Now, who is he? Who's what? Pat, you have a one-track mind. All right, don't tell me. What'd you do tonight? I know something's happened to you. You were singing like mad in the shower this morning. And for an elderly lighthouse keeper with a beard down to his ankles, you spend an awfully long time in front of the mirror. I saw the hunky-dory offshore. Does that mean Tom Fraser's in town? Oh, Tom's getting to be a bit of a nuisance. He's a good catch, Pat. Want him? Oh, no. I know my limitations, Pat. I'm dead on going to bed. He must be wonderful. Bet you $10 I get it out of you. $10 you don't. Such a divine night. No kind of night to be stuck in a house all by yourself. You should have gone out. It's been warm enough to go without a coat. Painting in the dark, dear. Oh, I wish now I'd double that bet. Darling, just so you'll feel better, I will be seeing Tom for the next few days. Lunch on the yacht tomorrow, and heaven knows what from then on. Good night. Night, Pat.
Hey, Katie, where you going? Hey, Katie.
Well, good morning.
Hey, what's the matter? Didn't you see me? Huh?
I couldn't have looked very closely, could I?
For a second there, I thought you'd forgotten all about our luncheon date.
Date? Oh, no. No, I didn't forget.
You were walking right past me.
Oh, how could you think I'd forget? I'll be right back. I want to speak to that sailor at the end of the wharf.
Oh, sure. Sure, go ahead.
Morning, Phil.
Morning, Miss Pat.
Phil, will you please tell Mr. Fraser I can't possibly come out for lunch today?
Yes, Miss Pat, I'll tell him.
Thank you. Tell him I'm dreadfully sorry.
You really dolled yourself up today.
I always doll myself up when I have a luncheon engagement. I have a wonderful idea. Let's go to the cottage for lunch.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You know how you've been about keeping me away from there.
It's a woman's privilege to change her mind.
Well, that's just fine.
Good. More coffee?
No, thanks, Katie. I'm just right.
It was a divine night last night, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Unusual to have it warm enough to go without a coat.
That's right. Oh, Katie, you got me going around in circles. I don't know if I can quite explain it. But look, you're a swell person. I always knew that. But, well, it just seems that there was something lacking. Now, maybe I can explain it this way. It's like you were a cake.
A cake?
Uh-huh. Yeah, a cake without any frosting, and I guess most guys, they kind of like the frosting, you know what I mean?
And today you think I'm well frosted.
I'll say. No, I was never more fooled in my life. Katie, I guess you know that I think you're something special.
I'm afraid I think you're something special, too.
Well, what I really want to say is...
Well, what was it you wanted to... Oh, hello, Katie. You're not seeing things, Bill. It's true.
Well, I'll be...
Hello, Bill. I see you did keep our date for lunch.
Well, I thought I did.
Look at him, Katie. Bill, if you could only see your face.
That's very clever. Which one of you think these things up?
I'm always the one. Katie, I swear I was going to confess, but you came home just a second too soon.
Oh, it's lucky for you she did. You were just about to be kissed by a perfect stranger.
As you can see, it's very easy to confuse us.
Yes. Katie, your sister here is a very dangerous woman. Well, I better be on my way. I have to catch the 4:00 boat. Will you walk to the gate with me, Katie?
Going away?
Yes, I'm going to Boston overnight on business. Oh, thanks for the lunch.
Patricia.
Patricia.
Bill, Pat's apt to do crazy things.
Oh, that's all right, Katie. Oh, the Lippincotts are giving an old-fashioned barn dance tomorrow night, and I'll be back in time. Would you like to go with me?
I'd love to.
All right, I'll pick you up at 8:00.
I'll be ready.
So long, Katie.
So long, Bill. Have a good trip. I'd like to buy a paper, Bill, but I don't seem to have any change.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Which one is it?
You know.
Yes, I know. How'd you get here, Pat?
Flew over. Lots of people have to go to Boston, you know.
Yeah, I guess they do.
I haven't done a square dance, Bill, since I was a kid. Hope you don't mind if I step all over your feet.
Oh, we'll step on each other's feet, Katie. If you are Katie.
I swear by my honor it's Kate.
I just wanted to make sure. Well, here we go.
Bill, there's Pat.
Huh? Well, so it is.
I wonder how she knew about this.
Maybe the Lippincotts invited her.
But she doesn't know the Lippincotts.
Well, maybe I mentioned it to her in Boston.
Boston?
Yes, didn't you know that Pat went to Boston yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Well, good evening, Kate, dear.
Hello, Freddie. Freddie, this is Bill Emerson, my cousin, Mr. Lindley.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Emerson?
Pat come with you, Freddie?
Yes, she did. She asked me to bring her. This sudden passion for the bucolic life. Hardly her type of thing, is it?
Well, Bill, aren't you going to ask me to dance?
Well, sure, Pat, sure. I'll be right back, Katie.
Well, that was quick work. Katie, let's you and I have a nice cool drink of Applejack, shall we?
No, thanks, Freddie.
Katie, tell me something. Just where does Pat fit into this jigsaw puzzle?
It's a long story, Freddie, and I don't feel like telling it. Excuse me, I think I'll go out and have a cigarette.
Katie?
Freddie, don't bother about me.
Hey, would you like to take a drive, Katie, huh? It's a fine night. Can I get you some coffee, then? You can drink it out here. Oh, for heaven's sake, say something. Katie, if that Bill Emerson means so much to you, fight for him.
I can't.
Why must you always let that sister of yours get ahead of you?
Freddie, take me home. Why, Katie, I thought you'd be asleep. We missed you. Bill looked everywhere for you. Pat, you know I've never been very good at mincing words. What does Bill mean to you? I might as well admit it, Katie. I'm mad about him. And he feels the same way. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. It isn't anybody's fault. Bill's so fond of you, Katie. Over and over he said what a swell person you are and what fun you'd had together. Oh, skip it. Pat, do you know Bill? Do you understand the kind of things he likes? The kind of life he likes? You've never known anybody like him before. When Bill's kind fall in love, they mean it. I know the kind of person Bill is, Katie, and I am mad about him. You must believe me. I believe you. And I wish you all the happiness in the world. You said yourself a minute ago that it wasn't anyone's fault. Go to bed, Pat. Go on before I make a fool of myself. Please.
It was just one of those things. Kate's twin sister, Pat, and Bill Emerson. They're meeting, they're falling in love, and now, in the sisters' spacious home in New York, their marriage. Cousin Freddie has just observed that Kate has slipped away from the wedding guests and gone upstairs to her studio.
I thought you were probably in here.
I wanted to get away for a few minutes, Freddie. You should go back to the guests.
Kate, you've got to forget. Forget Pat, Bill, everything. There's nothing you can do about it.
I know. I know there's nothing I can do about it.
Have you made any plans?
I'm going to work, to paint.
Now you're talking. That's my girl.
Hello? Long distance. I was talking...
Hello, Kate. Are you still there?
Yes, we were cut off, Freddie.
But you were saying something about an exhibition.
Yes, the Gruen Gallery on Madison Avenue. My oils and watercolors. Are you proud of me?
Kate, that's just wonderful. When?
2 weeks from tomorrow. Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
There's one nice feature about art exhibits.
What?
The buffet table. When the paintings bore you, try the hors d'oeuvres.
I intend to fill up before I'm thrown out.
Who's going to throw you out?
Don't be funny. Look at me, I'm a bum.
By any chance, are you also an artist?
Enough of one to have an opinion of this exhibition.
Oh, then you're a critic as well.
You don't have to be a critic to recognize an amateur.
Well, most of the people here don't seem to share your opinion.
These people? What do you expect them to say?
Well, I think I may as well tell you. I painted this collection.
I was wondering when you'd confess.
How'd you get in?
I walked in. I was hungry.
What do you do?
I paint. But I never had an exhibition, if that's what you're driving at.
If you had the opportunity, what would you do?
You making me an offer?
I think I'd like to see some of your work. Find out whether you're a phony or not.
Well, let's get out of here. I'll show you.
Now?
Now or never.
I'll get my coat and meet you outside.
Miss Bosworth, don't you like my room? Don't you like my paintings? Your kind never does.
If you'd stop being class-conscious for a minute, I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
I owe you an apology. You most certainly are not a phony.
What shall I do now? Bow from the waist?
What's your name?
Karnak. Now that you've done me the great honor of praising my canvases, I suppose I'll have to start praising yours.
Tell me what's wrong with my painting.
Everything. Chiefly because you're what you are. Stiff, ingrown, afraid. I bet you're not even a woman. I know your kind, a checkbook in one hand and a paintbrush in the other, while someone like me can't even afford a decent pad of drawing paper or a tube of paint.
What did you mean? I'm not even a woman.
Yeah, that always gets him. You can criticize a woman's work, but when you suggest she's not a ball of fire, oh boy.
What are you talking about?
Come here, I'll show you.
I think I'd better be going.
Okay, go. But you're not a hopeless case, you know.
How encouraging. Good night, Mr. Connor. All right, Connor. What happened this time? Why did Deirdre quit? She's the best model we've
Because
had.
I happen to speak my mind about you and about the way you paint.
Connor, I think it's time we settled a few things. You're most welcome to use this studio, you know that. But not if you continually upset everything and everybody in my home. First the servants, now Deirdre.
Okay, go on with your smug little life if you want to, but you can count me out.
Oh, stop being such a pig-headed bore. I'm perfectly willing to allow you to humiliate me as regards my work. I want it that way, but not as a person. Nor will I allow you to humiliate anybody else as long as you're in this house.
Oh, go soak your head. Come on, let's get to work. Go and get your things.
Hello, yes? Oh, Bill. Well, how are you? Oh, I'm fine. Pat with you? Oh, I see. Why, yes, of course I can. Oh, don't be silly. You're not interfering with anything. No, I can be there in no time, Bill. Yes, I will. Goodbye, Bill.
You can be where in no time?
McCall's department store.
I thought we were going to work.
Tomorrow, Connor. Tomorrow. Bill, it seems forever since I've seen you.
It has been a long time, hasn't it?
How's Pat?
Oh, she's fine.
Why'd you want to meet me here?
Well, I had so little time, and I want to get a birthday present for Pat. I thought you might be able to help me.
Oh, I see. Well, what about lingerie or a negligee?
Oh, sure, that's fine.
They're over this way, Bill. What are you doing in New York?
Making arrangements to take a trip to Chile.
Oh, for a Yankee, that's a far cry, New England to Chile.
That's right.
A new job?
Uh-huh.
Pat going with you?
Yes, yes, she is. You remember my telling you about a job my college friend offered me?
Yes. Yes, I remember very well.
Well, I finally took it. It's even more money than I thought.
I can't think of you away from the island somehow.
Well, I had to do something to make more dough. I can't let Pat go on spending her own money.
Oh. Here's a negligee, Bill. It looks like Pat.
May I help you, madam?
Hold it up to you, will you, Katie?
Oh, it's a wonderful style for you, madam.
Well, am I a prize dope?
What's the matter?
Well, if it's Pat's birthday tomorrow, it's yours, too.
Of course.
Well, I'd like to get you something, Katie.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Bill. No, thank you.
Oh, but there must be something here you'd like.
No. Thank you very much.
Are you taking the negligee, sir?
Yes. Wrap it as a gift, eh?
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm surprising Pat. She doesn't expect me till Thursday, but I want to be there for her birthday.
Oh, Bill, how stupid of me. I completely forgot I have an engagement. I must run along.
Wouldn't you have time for a drink before I catch the train?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I really haven't.
Well, it's been wonderful seeing you again, Katie.
Wonderful to see you.
And thanks a lot for helping me out.
Oh, it was fun. Goodbye, Bill. Give my love to Pat. Carla, haven't you gone home yet?
Where have you been? Kind of late.
Oh, I went to a newsreel and I walked around the lake and the park.
Who's this guy, Bill? Where is he?
Gone.
You look awful. Can I fix your drink?
No, thanks, Connor.
You know, I've been doing a lot of thinking. All this art stuff's been a substitute for something, hasn't it?
You'll be glad to know, Karnak, I've come to a decision. I'm a third-rate artist. I always will be. So you won't have to bother with me anymore.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I haven't decided.
Always running away. No wonder you lost him.
We won't discuss it, Karnak.
You'll never land a guy all closed up inside like this.
But I wasn't always like this. People change.
Remember what I said when I first met you?
I most certainly do.
You kind of went for me then, only you got cold feet.
Karnak, your conceit really amazes me at times.
Man needs woman. Woman needs man. That's basic. Everything else starts from that. Art, music, the whole works. Only women like you want to make something important out of it. You want a guy to stifle himself for you, the grand passion, all of that baloney.
Yes, we do.
Now, don't go female on me. Get wise to yourself.
Oh, leave me alone.
Sure you're not running away from me now?
Really?
That's better. What's the matter? Don't you like being kissed?
I'm sorry, Karnak. I guess it is the grand passion or nothing. Karnak, I think I'll go to the island in the morning and try and figure things out. Hello?
This is Western Union. We have a telegram for Frederick Lindley.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Lindley isn't here. May I take the message, please?
It's from New York City. Arriving this evening. Don't bother to meet me. Love. It's signed Kate.
Oh, thank you very much. Dad, what are you doing on the island? I thought you and Bill were on your way to Chile. I wasn't able to go. He went alone. Where's Freddie? He got my wire, didn't he? Freddie had to go to Providence for a few days. Oh, I didn't know. You look tired, Katie. Anything wrong? Nothing in particular. Pat, why couldn't you go to Chile? Oh, I had a perfectly dreadful cold, something like the flu. What a shame. Bill was so excited about your going. Bill's so naive about a lot of things. But that's Bill. Naivete is a bit trying to live with all the time. Katie, you haven't said a word about my dungarees. I'm getting to be a big outdoors girl now, learning to sail, all that sort of nonsense. That I want to see. I'll prove it to you tomorrow. We can sail out towards Dragon Head, your old stamping ground. Take off your hat, Katie, and stay a while. I'm coming about, Katie. Well, what do you think of your new skipper? She's all right. Pat, whatever possessed you to come down here? Oh, I wanted to see the gang again. Pat, it looks as if we were going into some heavy weather. That's wonderful. Hey, look out, Katie, I'm going to jibe. Pat, it looks really nasty. We better turn back. Not on your life. I've always wanted to sail in a storm. Katie, you were right. We should have gone back. It's too late now. All we can do is hope to get in lee of the lighthouse. Watch it, Pat. Oh, I should have insisted we go back. You manage the rudder, Pat. I'll handle the sail. Hang on, Pat. Katie! We're heading straight for the reef! I know. Pull it back, leeward, and hang on. No, Pat, no, don't stand up. Get down. Get down to the bottom of the boat.
Hello. Hello, police headquarters. This is Evan Folger, Dragonhead Lighthouse. Better get over here as soon as you can. There's been a drowning. A girl named Kate Bosworth. I pulled her sister out. The other is a goner. Yeah, and bring a doctor with you.
I think the doctor's still inside with Mrs. Emerson. She'll be coming out of that sedative soon. I'll need all the facts for the police record, so suppose you
I told you all the facts. I looked out, and there was the boat heading for the rocks. Sail was all torn to shreds.
Could you see which one of them was handling the boat?
How could I tell in a sea like that? I couldn't tell them apart anyways.
When you got out to them, were you able to see the body of the other one, or was it under the boat?
I never did see the body. Coast Guard ain't found it yet either. They never will.
Mrs. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson. It's all right, Mrs. Emerson. I'm Dr. Knowles from the village. Mrs. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson?
Mrs. Emerson. Mrs. Emerson. Why does he call me Mrs. Emerson? Bill. Bill. Bill.
She's opened her eyes. She's coming around.
Oh.
There, Mrs. Emerson. Everything's all right. We just want you to keep very warm and quiet.
I tried to pull her back. I tried.
We know, Mrs. Emerson. Evans saw you. He knows you did everything you could.
No.
I'm the police chief, Mrs. Emerson. Now, your sister came up to visit you yesterday, didn't she?
I don't...
She's confused. Don't you bother her with that stuff now. Mrs. Emerson, ever since it happened, you've been lying here crying for Bill over and over again. You keep saying, I tried to save her. Well, Bill ain't going to blame you, Mrs. Emerson. If the good Lord had wanted to take you instead of her, why, he'd have done it. So you get well and strong now, Mrs. Emerson, and be a good wife to Bill. She'd have wanted it that way.
Eben, Mr. Lindley's come.
Yeah. It's your cousin, Mrs. Emerson. He's come to see you.
Thank you. I won't talk to you very long, dear. I don't want to tire you. Can you understand me, Pat?
Freddie,
Bill is coming home. He just answered my wire. He arrives in New York by plane Friday.
By plane on Friday. Oh, Bill. Bill.
3 days ago, Patricia Emerson was drowned off Dragonhead Lighthouse, and her body never recovered. But as far as the world is concerned, the girl lost in the storm was Kate. Motivated by her love for Bill, overcome by the temptation to be his wife, Kate has assumed her dead sister's identity. At her home in New York, she and Freddie have just returned from the airport. With them is Bill Emerson.
You really shouldn't have bothered going to the airport, Pat.
Oh, of course I'd meet you, Bill. Don't be silly. You know, you've hardly said a word.
Well, there's not much to say. I'm terribly sorry about Kate.
I hope you don't mind if we stay here a few days so I could, straighten out some of her things.
Oh, I prefer to stay. I've got some work to do here in New York.
I think we could all do with a drink. Freddie?
No, not for me, Pat. I have an appointment.
Oh, but you simply can't leave us.
I'll drop around tomorrow.
You're being frightfully unsocial, Freddie.
Goodbye, Bill. Call me if there's anything I can do. Thanks a lot for your help, Freddie. This really hit him, didn't it?
I know just how it feels. It's very strange for me without Kate. Would you like a scotch?
You know I drink bourbon, Pat.
Oh, yes, of course.
Kate is gone, but, somehow I just can't believe it.
I didn't know she meant so much to you.
We were very good friends. That doesn't mean that I was in love with her.
She knew that.
How do you know?
Oh, well, she told me just before the wedding. Bill, I'm so glad you're back.
There's nothing any different between us, Pat. I came back only because of Kate's death. As soon as you... Why the astonishment? Now, don't try to pretend that you've forgotten.
Oh, no. No, of course I haven't forgotten. I only thought that perhaps...
I know you've been through a lot. That's why I didn't go directly to a hotel. It's unfortunate that the accident happened at this time, but I think that just as soon as you get Kate's affairs wound up, you'd better go to Reno and get it over.
Reno?
Pat, it was your idea as much as mine.
Oh, yes, of course. It's just... Bill, would you mind very much if I went to Boston tonight? I could come back later and straighten out Kate's things.
If you'd prefer.
And Bill?
Yes?
Could we let this divorce business ride for a while? I can't seem to think about it right now.
What's there left to think about?
I want another chance.
Do you think you deserve one?
Oh, maybe not, but I want it.
Well, that's the first honest thing you've said in months.
Let me try.
All right, Pat. You'll probably change your mind when you get to Boston, but in the meantime, we'll let it go at that.
Thank you, Bill. How long will you stay in New York?
Oh, I don't know. 2-3 days.
Be sure and wire me when you're coming. I'd like to have everything ready for you.
Yes. Yes, I'll wire you.
What?
Your ticket, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Boston. I'm going to Boston. To Pat's home. How will I know? Little things, what rooms there are. What Pat used to do. And the servants. I don't even know their names. I must be out of my mind. And for what? Bill's going to leave me. What did Pat do to me? What did she do? Hello?
Is that you, Mrs. Emerson?
Yes, who is this, please?
Why, Lucy, ma'am.
Lucy, oh, I'm sorry, Lucy, I didn't recognize your voice. I'm in Boston, Lucy. I just got in and I'm at the station.
Yes, ma'am. Are you coming straight home?
Yes, I'll take a cab. I thought I'd call you first.
Mr. Talbot phoned.
Well, thank you, Lucy. I'll be home in a few minutes.
I certainly didn't expect you back so soon, Mrs. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson will be home by the end of the week.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I thought he'd be in Chile for 3 months.
Lucy, I think I'll go right to my room. I have a headache. Oh. You'd better take my bag up. What are you waiting for, Lucy?
I thought you said you were going up.
Well, I am. I just want to see what this mail is.
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't bother about unpacking tonight, Lucy. Just put the bag on the bed. Well, I guess the mail can wait.
Mr. and Mrs. Devereaux called.
Oh?
They're leaving tomorrow.
Well, I'll call them later.
You're looking things over, aren't you, Mrs. Emerson? I'm sure glad I kept everything dusted.
The house looks very nice, Lucy.
Those roses on your dressing table. I thought you might like them there. Mr. Talbot sent them.
Thank you, Lucy.
He's been calling every day. I didn't think you'd mind if I told him you were coming home.
That'll be all, Lucy.
Don't you want me to call him?
What?
Mr. Talbot. He said he'd be there all evening.
Well, I'll attend to it later.
But he's moved. He said to tell you he finally found an apartment. The Empire House. Apartment 326.
Thank you.
What about Alma? I better let Alma know you're home.
Well, couldn't that wait, too?
Well, it can if you want, Mrs. Emerson. But if you knew my cooking as well as I do, you'd tell Alma to be here first thing tomorrow morning.
Of course, tell her to be here.
Yes, ma'am. Good night, Mrs. Emerson.
Good night, Lucy. Oh, Bill. Bill. Who is this Talbot? Is that what Pat did to me?
Who's the telegram from, ma'am? Mr. Talbot? I just figured since you won't talk to him on the phone, maybe he wired.
Lucy, Mr. Emerson will be home this afternoon. Here's your coffee, Bill. Oh, help yourself to cream and sugar.
Thank you.
And here, your tobacco. Isn't Alma the world's best cook? We're lucky to have her.
Look, Pat, I know all this is as difficult for you as it is for me.
Oh, but it isn't, Bill. I love being here with you. You do believe that, don't you?
I want to. You know that? What about Talbot? Have you seen him?
No.
Surely you must realize that that's the most important thing to get straight between us.
I don't want to see him.
Don't you think you owe it to him to tell him that it's all over? Oh, perhaps it isn't over.
Oh, yes, it is, Bill. I swear it. He's telephoned and sent me flowers, but I haven't acknowledged them. I thought that was the very best way to handle it.
Pat, until you get this Talbot thing straightened out once and for all, there isn't anything more we can say to each other.
Oh, Bill. Empire House. Apartment 326.
Pat.
Hello, Jim.
Well, come in, darling, come in. Martini?
No, thank you. I don't believe I feel like one. Jim, I know I should have called you.
Yes, Lucy told me Bill was back. I must say I was surprised, considering everything.
He came back today.
And just where does that put me?
I have something to tell you, Jim. I find out I'm still in love with Bill. I'm sorry.
That's perfect. You mess up my life when you say you're sorry. I happen to have arranged to divorce my wife for your sake. I suppose it never occurred to you that someone could say a thing and mean it. There's something behind all this, Pat. What is it?
No, there isn't. You must believe that. I'm in love with Bill. I always will be.
But you can't mean this after all we've meant to each other. So it was just an interlude with you.
Yes, that's what it was.
You dirty little double-crosser. You're doing to me what you did with all the others, aren't you?
The others?
You didn't think I knew about them, but things get around, Pat. You're not a very discreet person.
Oh, I wish...
Get out. Get out!
Why the suitcase?
I'm leaving, Bill.
May I ask why?
You were right. It wouldn't have worked out. I should have known it wouldn't.
You've seen Talbot. And you're still in love with him, is that it?
Oh, no, it isn't.
Well, if you're not still in love with him, then why are you leaving?
Bill, you can't want me to stay, can you? Not after... You said the only thing to be straightened out between us was the Talbot business. But what about the others? Much worse. Surely you knew about them. If you didn't, you were a fool. Don't you know you've been the laughingstock of this whole town?
I don't understand. I don't understand. The room all right, my dear? As soon as I got you...
Freddie, I hope I won't be a nuisance.
Don't talk like that, ever. Now, sit down. While you were unpacking, I made some tea. You look as if you needed it.
Freddie, I don't know what to say. I had so many things to tell you. You see, I've left Bill. Oh, that isn't what I wanted to say at all. Freddie, if I were to tell you...
Wait a minute. I think I know what you want to tell me, Kate.
How long have you known?
Well, I suspected just after the accident, but I tried to put such thoughts out of my mind. And then when you called and said you were coming here to the island, of course I knew. It's absolutely unbelievable that you would do such a thing.
But it seemed my only chance for happiness.
But you were never a liar, Kate. How could you think you could live a lie?
I didn't think. I just let it happen. Oh, it was so simple at first. It wasn't going to hurt anybody. But after I'd found out how Pat had treated Bill, I couldn't go through with it. She'd hurt him so terribly that he'll never forget. And no matter what I try to do, it will always be there.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I want to do what will hurt Bill the least.
To a man like Bill, the truth is the only way.
Freddie, would you forgive me if I went out for a while?
Certainly.
You see, Freddie, Bill never loved me. Bill.
I've never brought anyone here before, Katie.
Oh, tell me what to do. Tell me.
The one time that I wish I could paint is when I'm here. Oh, Katie, do you suppose that you could catch this?
What should I do? What should I do? Katie.
Oh, I knew I'd find you here, Katie.
Bill, and you know.
Yes, I know.
I can't even ask you to forgive me.
I don't want you to ask me anything. I don't want you to tell me anything.
Oh, Bill. you.
I'm the one who needs forgiveness, Katie. Oh, yes, I fell in love with Pat, but it was never right. Not the way we were always right for each other. I've known that for so long.
Oh, but all that's happened.
We'll forget it, Katie. We'll forget everything that happened as though we never left the island. Can you do that?
Yes.
Oh, Katie, I love you so. I love you so much.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, transcribed by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing. We say one and only because there just isn't any other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is different, and it tastes different. Miracle Whip tastes so good it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created. More Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it. Make your salads better tasting with the one and only Miracle Whip. Have you ever been suddenly notified that you were about to be visited by some distant relative whose very existence you had all but forgotten? Well, that's what has happened to the great Gildersleeve. He's now listening to the repercussions from the little family.
Now, Marjorie, your room is vacant, you know.
But, Unky, I didn't even know such a person as Cousin Emily existed.
Well, I wasn't so sure myself until I checked the family album. Her picture's there, all right. Not a bad-looking girl.
You call that a girl?
Yes, Leroy. What's confusing you is that midi blouse she's wearing. Cousin Emily must be in her middle 30s now. A little younger than I am.
Who isn't?
Leroy.
Is her husband coming with her, Unky?
I don't think so. She just said she'd be stopping over for a couple of days.
Gosh, I wonder how a relative can smell a vacant room 2,000 miles away. I bet she has a nose like a bloodhound.
Now, Leroy.
We don't sooner get Marge and Bronco moved out so I can use their room.
Leroy Forrester.
Well...
That'll do, Leroy.
But gosh, Unc, we were just beginning to have fun together. Just you and me, with nobody in the house telling us what to do. Why does a relative have to show up?
Leroy.
Darn roving relative.
We haven't had any of the family visitors since Aunt Hattie was here 2 years ago.
I'll never forget that visit. She couldn't wait to tell me how to raise the twins.
Yeah, and she had me washing my ears every 30 minutes. Darn near took all the starch out of them.
Now, she'll only be here 2 days.
Well, she better not come over to our house and start telling me how to take care of the twins. Just because I'm young, some older mothers try to tell me how to do everything.
Cousin Emily isn't even a mother. I don't think.
Well, that's just it. We don't know anything about her. We're taking her sight unseen.
Children, you've got the wrong attitude toward Cousin Emily. You aren't being fair. You're unwilling to throw out the welcome mat.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's throw out the welcome mat with a rope tied to it, and when she stands on it, yank it back.
Young man, that'll do. Cousin Emily's coming, and we're going to like it, whether we like it or not. Well, Bertie, are you getting the spare room spick and span?
Yes, sir.
Oh, just making the bed, I see.
Yes, sir.
Bertie, easy on that pillow.
I'm just pounding them nice and soft.
Are you upset about something, Bertie?
Not me. I'm not upset. Bertie's got nothing to be upset about. She's just making the bed.
Brother, she flips that mattress like it was a hotcake. Bertie, I have a feeling something's bothering you.
Not me. Nothing's bothering me. Bertie's got nothing to worry about. She's just making a bed.
But you've turned the mattress over twice.
Yes, sir. Just trying to get it right. Some relatives are mighty particular about how a bed is made.
Oh, so that's it. Bertie, I was just telling the children this morning. It's been 2 years since we've had a relative in the house.
Yes, sir. Bertie remembers Aunt Hattie.
Yes. Fine woman.
Mighty fine.
No, don't let the thought of Cousin Emily's visit bother you.
No, sir, that don't bother Bertie. No reason for Bertie to be bothered.
That's the spirit, Bertie. Well, I'm off to meet the train.
No reason for Bertie to be bothered. I ain't expecting no relative. Bertie's fixing for somebody else's relative.
Yeah, I know.
And Bertie don't mind fixing if she can fix it right. But that ain't easy.
Well, I don't imagine Cousin Emily will prove a problem.
No, sir. All she has to do is tell me how to run the kitchen and run the house, and Bertie will do it. But it won't be easy.
Well, I'll have to go now, Bertie. But don't forget, I'm still running the house.
Okay. But it won't be easy.
Oh, my goodness. Bertie's just like Marjorie and Leroy. I don't know why people resent a relative who shows up unexpectedly. Oh, you down here, Leroy?
Hi.
What are you doing sprawled on the parlor floor?
Trying to get my model airplane motor to work.
Look at this floor. Oil cans, tools, bolts, nuts scattered everywhere. Leroy, when I come back with Cousin Emily, I want this stuff picked up. And I want to find you sitting straight in a chair.
Oh, fine. Here we go changing everything just 'cause she's coming to town. Things around here won't be the same anymore.
Leroy, why do you feel Cousin Emily won't fit in? All of us Gildersleeves fit in. There's not a square peg among us. Leroy, tidy up the parlor.
Okay, but remember, Unc, you promised to take me to Kraft Park tonight if I got the motor running.
I did?
Sure, so I can fly the plane under the lights.
Well, Leroy, now that Cousin Emily's coming, that may not be possible.
I knew it.
This'll be her first night here. I can't go off and leave her.
I could.
Young man.
Well, you and Cousin Emily will be running off doing something every minute, and I'll be left all to myself. Just a lonesome little kid.
Leroy, let's not be jealous before she even comes to the house.
Who's jealous?
Well, wouldn't you like to go to the train with me and meet Cousin Emily?
I can wait.
Yeah, whatever you say. We'll be back soon, my boy.
Okay.
Pretty ratty-looking welcome mat at that. I better check it. No, Leroy hasn't tied a rope to it.
Gildy!
Oh, hello, Judge.
I was just on my way in.
Well, I was just on my way out.
Gildy, have you forgotten? This is our night to play pinochle.
Sorry, Judge, but I have to go to the train to meet Cousin Emily.
Cousin Emily? I didn't know you had a Cousin Emily.
I'd almost forgotten myself until she reminded me with a letter.
Well, what am I supposed to do tonight? Twiddle my thumbs?
Now, Judge, I know I've left you at loose ends, but say, why don't you drop back tonight and meet Emily?
Me?
You can do me a favor at the same time.
Oh?
Leroy wants me to take him to the park tonight to fly his model airplane. While we slip away for an hour, you can entertain Emily.
Gildy, don't try to pawn your relatives off on me.
It isn't that, Judge. With Emily coming, Leroy's nose is a little out of joint. You know how the boy is. Wants to be with me every minute.
Well, I'll do it for Leroy. What's this Cousin Emily like?
I've never seen her. But here's a picture that I'm taking along to identify her at the train.
Let me see that. Well.
Judge, don't laugh at my relatives. That picture was taken years ago.
What's she wearing, a life preserver?
That's a midi blouse, and you know it. Unless they came in after your time, you old goat.
Well, she does look lively and interesting. Why is she coming to visit you?
Well, she said she just closed in summer stock.
Oh?
As a little girl, she was always interested in dramatics.
So was I. As a little boy, of course. I put on a wig and played Little Eva in Uncle Tom's Cabin. You want to hear me recite?
No, thanks, Little Eva. Save your recitation for Cousin Emily. By George, it's great to watch the trains. I hope the family likes Emily. I've sort of gone out on a limb for her. Say, I wonder if that's Emily. She said she'd be wearing a little white hat.
Hello, cousin. I'm over here. Throckmorton.
Oop, Emily! There you are.
Throckmorton, it's you. It's you. Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Why, George, good to see you after all these years.
I'd never recognize you from your photograph. You're so big.
Well, put on a little weight, I guess. By the way, where's Fred?
Fred? Fred who?
Your husband. That's his name, isn't it?
Oh, Fred. I'd almost forgotten about him. Throckmorton, you should have seen the wedding presents. Sterling silver, beautiful china, a vacuum cleaner.
Well, fine. How is Fred?
Oh, Fred and I never got married.
You didn't?
Well, you know how it is, Throckmorton. When a woman passes 30, everybody in the family thinks she should be married. So I had some wedding announcements printed and sent them out.
But what about all the wedding presents?
Oh, I use them every day.
Oh. Well, take my arm, Emily, and I'll see about your baggage.
All right. So nice to have a man to see about things. You have no idea how hard it is for a girl alone, Throckmorton. Especially for an attractive girl.
Oh, yes.
Why, on the train coming down from Milwaukee, there were these two fellows sitting across from me, both real cute. Well, we hadn't been on the train more than 5 minutes before George, the blonde one, leaned over and said, "Hi, baby."
Traveling salesman, probably. How'd you know his name was George?
I asked him naturally. If there's one thing I won't do, it's talk to strange men.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, you're looking real well, Emily.
Thank you. I always do. Oh, there goes George. Isn't he adorable? Well, don't stand there. Wave to George. Goodbye, Georgie.
Well, let's push on to the baggage counter, Emily.
Lead the way, cousin. Say, there's a dreamboat.
Huh?
Wasn't he cute? Oh, the men in this town. You know something, cousin? I'm going to like it here.
What a buzzin' cousin. Well, here we are, Emily.
You have such a charming home, Throckmorton. How's Marjorie?
Well, Marjorie's married, you know.
Oh, yes. We must compare wedding presents.
Yes. Well, let's go in. I'll get the bags later.
Tell me about Leroy.
Oh, Leroy's a big boy now. We're great pals. Do a lot of things together. Just a couple of kids, you know.
Isn't that wonderful?
Step inside, Emily. Leroy's very anxious to meet you. Leroy!
Hi.
Oh, didn't see you on the floor. Leroy, this is Cousin Emily.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi.
And what a big boy. You're almost as long as the rug.
Leroy, get up and say hello to your Cousin Emily.
Sorry. Guess I forgot myself. I was trying to get my airplane motor working.
Oh, are you a model airplane fan?
Yeah.
Leroy, I thought you were going to have this debris picked up.
Oh, gosh.
What's wrong with the motor, Leroy?
Just won't run.
I'll bet Emily can make it run. If there's anything Emily can do, it's make things go. Wait until I kick off my high heels and get down on the floor.
Emily.
Oh, that feels good. I just love to go barefooted.
Yeah?
Now, Leroy, you get down here and we'll see what the trouble is.
Sure.
Emily, do you have to get down on the floor?
Oh, Throckmorton, don't be an old fuddy-duddy.
Fuddy-duddy?
Hand me the little wrench, Leroy.
Sure.
Now, let me see. This shouldn't be harder to fix than a motorcycle. There.
Gosh, do you know anything about a motorcycle?
A little. One summer I rode in a hippodrome.
Oh, my goodness. Leroy's been working on that all day, Emily. I'm afraid you're wasting your time.
Contact.
Whoop. She fixed it.
Gosh, Cousin Emily, you're a real grease monkey.
Flatterer. Say, where can we test this thing?
Well, Leroy and I were going to the park to fly it.
If I hold the wire up short, we can test it right here in the room.
Here in the parlor?
Stand back, Throckmorton.
Hey, look at her go!
Whee! Stop!
Oh! Darn near scalped me.
It stopped.
Thank goodness.
I didn't have much gas in it. Come on, Cousin Emily, let's take it to the park.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Emily, you just got in the house. You can't run off just like that.
Oh, I can't I? I nearly forgot my shoes.
I'll let let you fly first, Cousin Emily. So long, hon.
But Leroy...
Throckmorton, don't forget to take my bags out of the car.
I was worried about Leroy liking her. Well, there they go. And I'm left holding the bag.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. Here's a good trick to remember next time you unmold a gelatin salad. Before you turn it onto your serving plate, moisten the surface of that unmolded salad and also moisten the center of the serving plate. Then, if the salad unmolds a little off-center, you can carefully slide it into position without damaging its shape. That'll help give you a lovely-to-look-at salad. Of course, you want that salad to taste good, too, so be sure you use a delicious salad dressing. Use Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip has a lively, teasing, peppy flavor, one that millions of folks call just exactly right. And it's a flavor no other salad dressing has, because Miracle Whip is made from a secret craft recipe that combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine, rich mayonnaise. Miracle Whip has a perfect texture, too. It's smooth as satin because this dressing is blended thoroughly with special craft beaters. So many people like Miracle Whip so much, it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created, actually outselling the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it for those shimmering gelatin molds, for colorful vegetable salads, for luscious fruit combinations, and for meat and seafood salads, too. You'll discover there's nothing like smooth, wonderful-tasting Miracle Whip. Well, the great Gildersleeve spent all day trying to reconcile his little family to the arrival of his cousin Emily. She got off the train an hour ago, swept into the house on a wave of personality, won Leroy over, then breezed off to fly his model airplane, leaving the great Gildersleeve all alone. Well, practically all alone. Judge Hooker is sitting across the room, glaring at him.
Gildy, I think your giddy cousin was very rude to leave the house, especially when she knew I was coming to entertain her.
Entertain her? Judge, you never get a word in. She takes over completely. She knew everybody on the train.
You don't mean it.
Well, before we left the depot, some curly-headed fellow went by and Emily yelled, "Goodbye, Georgie!"
No.
And she even told me to yell goodbye to George.
My, what an unconventional woman.
You won't like her, Horace. You may as well go home.
No, I'm going to wait and meet her, if for no other reason than to let her know, gently but firmly, that I am put out.
Shh, they're just coming in.
It's about time.
Gosh, I'm glad you came to see us, Cousin Emily. We've had a lot of fun.
Well, if we're going roller skating tomorrow, you'd better get to bed.
Okay.
Co-pilot to pilot, good night.
Pilot to co-pilot, good night.
Hey, Leroy's going right to bed. I usually have to tell him 3 or 4 times.
He didn't even say good night to you, Gildy.
Leroy! Good night.
I didn't know you were around now. Good night.
Yes.
I didn't see you in here, Throckmorton.
Well, Judge Hooker and I have been waiting quite a while.
Don't tell me this is the judge.
Yes, Emily, this is Judge Hooker. The judge, my cousin, Emily Forrester.
How do you do?
Hello, Judge. Throckmorton, I thought you said the judge was an older man.
Well...
But I suppose some people think you're older because you're prematurely gray.
Well, now that you mention it...
Prematurely gray. He's had snow on the roof for 30 years.
Of course, I know you're a judge. You're so distinguished looking. Throckmorton, wouldn't he look cute on the Supreme Court bench?
Yeah, cute.
Thank you.
Are those legal papers you have in your hand? I'll bet your mind is packed so full of habeas corpuses it almost drives you crazy.
Well, a judge does have the trying task of making many important decisions. But these papers happen to be my old Chautauqua program.
Chautauqua? Judge, don't tell me you were in the theater, too. What a well-rounded man.
What a gracious woman to say so.
Yes.
Since you're from the theater, Miss Forrester, I thought you might like to see my old playbills and perhaps hear me recite.
Oh, my goodness. Judge, don't you think you should be going now? I mean, it's getting late, and Emily had a long train trip.
Throckmorton, don't be silly. I never run down. Come on, Judgy. Let's spread your playbills down here on the floor.
Let's.
I can't wait to see them.
Gilda, you have the most captivating cousin.
What a changeable old chameleon. Well, Emily's only been here since last night. She already has the judge and Leroy doing nip-ups. Everybody falls for her bubbly enthusiasm. I don't know where she gets it. We Gildersleeves don't have that kind of personality. Oh, well, I'll eat a big lunch, take a good nap, and forget about Emily. Wonder what's on the menu at Petey's. Hello, Petey.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Well, I might have a bite of lunch, Petey.
Very well. I'm surprised you didn't go home to lunch today, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why go home?
Well, you have a relative visiting you. It might be the sociable thing to do.
Oh, she's out shopping with Marjorie today.
Yes, I know. Marjorie and Emily were in this morning.
Emily? You mean Miss Forrester, Petey?
Well, when she came in, she was Miss Forrester, but by the time she left, she was Emily.
Oh, my goodness.
Quite a fetching lady. She has a way of making a man feel at home without caring to be there.
Petey, I'm surprised at you.
I was surprised at myself.
Why, you've been taken in just like the judge and Leroy.
How's that?
Well, she's my cousin, and I hate to say this, but she soft soaps everybody. She isn't one bit like me.
No, she isn't.
I guess I'm the only one who detects a note of insincerity there.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't stay in my store and say that about my friend Emily.
Your friend? You've only known her since this morning.
Well, to know Emily is to like her. On the other hand, I've known you for over 20 years.
Believe me, if she said nice things about you, she was only flattering you.
She was not flattering me.
What did she say?
She said I looked very handsome in my pharmaceutical jacket.
Oh, my goodness.
And she displayed a keen interest in the way I built a banana split.
Oh?
She watched me scoop the ice cream out of the can. She watched me peel the bananas. She said I had the hands of an artist.
Yeah, I'll bet you loaded that banana split with so much goo you lost money on it.
No, I did not. I didn't even charge you for it.
Oh, brother. Peavy, you're more gullible than I thought. And for your information, you're not handsome.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
I've never seen anything like her, Marjorie. She even has Peavy buying sodas for her.
She's right upstairs.
Oh, yes. Well, you were with her all day. Now, honestly, what do you think about her?
Oh, I think she's wonderful.
But Marjorie.
Emily's one of the nicest persons I've ever known.
Oh, you're just like all the others.
Evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Bertie. Marjorie and I were just discussing Miss Emily.
Yes, sir.
You and I feel the same way about visiting relatives.
Yes, sir. We do?
Uncie's trying to find somebody who doesn't like her.
Well, it isn't that I don't like her. Let's just say I'll be glad when she leaves tonight.
All Bertie can say is Bertie hates to see that sweet thing go.
What?
So do I.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you should have seen Miss Emily in the kitchen today.
Bertie, you mean you let her in your kitchen?
Can she ever bake a cake? I'll answer that. She can bake a cake.
Oh, it's gorgeous, Uncle. It's devil's food.
Yeah, I might have known.
Yes, sir. That was some cake. That's the first devil's food cake ever cooked by an angel.
What a saleswoman that Emily is.
Uncle, why don't you go upstairs and ask Emily to stay a while?
What?
Oh, we think she's quite an addition to the family.
Marjorie asked me to do anything within reason.
Oh, please, Uncle.
No, I can't do it.
You haven't been very nice to her, you know.
Well, she hasn't been very nice to me.
You haven't given her a chance.
Well,
Oh, go ahead, Uncle. Tell her we want her to stay.
All right, Marjorie. I'll go up and talk to her.
Oh, good for you, Uncle. Now be nice to her.
Sure. See you later, my dear. Well, I guess I will have to invite Emily to stay. Still, She'd do with Aunt Hattie's. She'll just have to refuse my invitation. Why make it difficult for her to say no? I'll just be nice to her and not ask her. Sure. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
You really pitched on a girls' softball team?
There's the team's picture to prove it.
Oh, she's filling Leroy up to the ears again. Now he's calling her Emmy.
Tell me the picture, Leroy. I have to pack it.
Hey, how about me showing it to Unc?
I don't think he wants to see it. Throckmorton isn't the least bit interested in what I've done.
No, sir.
Sure he is.
He has more important things to think about. He's a prominent man. Perhaps the best known of all the Gildersleeves.
Say, I am at that.
And I'm just a Rolling Stone who'd better roll on to Aunt Hattie.
Gosh, I hate to see you go. You know something?
What?
You like Unc a lot better than Aunt Hattie.
I do already, Leroy. When you've met as many people as I have, it doesn't take you long to separate the wheat from the chaff.
By George, that girl knows her oats.
You should be very proud of your uncle.
What a discerning woman.
But I guess I'll never get to know him well enough to tell him that. There, I'm all packed.
Emily!
Oh, Throckmorton.
Emily, you can't leave. You haven't got to know me well enough.
But I thought that you wanted
You unpack. There must be a lot of things you want to tell me.
What a character.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. A tempting, fancy salad main dish deserves something special in the way of a bread or cracker accompaniment. So try hot cheese-filled rolls, corn sticks, or oven-toasted crackers. That good-looking salad deserves something special in the way of dressing, too. So use Miracle Whip salad dressing. Miracle Whip is so delicious it makes any salad, elegant or plain, taste better than ever. Try it. See what the lively, teasing flavor of Miracle Whip can do for your salad favorites. See why millions prefer Miracle Whip.
Oh. Yes, sir. Emily's a wonderful girl. Cousin to be proud of. Hand me the evening paper, Leroy.
Here you are, Unc.
There. The paper, magazines, lamp adjusted just right. Why, George, this is solid comfort. Everything a man needs. Where's Emily?
She's up in her room.
Lovely girl. Certainly has charm. But she hasn't twisted me around her finger the way she has Bertie and Marjorie.
Oh, no.
That's the reason she likes me. Because I'm firm.
Oh, sure.
Hello, cousin.
Well, Emily, I thought you were up in your room.
Oh, I was going to read up there, but I couldn't find the paper. Anyway, I'd rather be down here with you. It's more interesting.
You want the paper?
Oh, no. You're reading it. I'll find a magazine.
No, here, take the paper. I can read it tomorrow. Take the magazines, too.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Besides, I don't have a lamp up in my room. You relax, cousin. You've had a hard day.
Oh, no. Leroy, grab the magazines and the paper. I'll carry the lamp. Put them up in Cousin Emily's room.
What a firm stand. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, Charlotte Lawrence, and Dick LeGrand. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
What's your favorite kind of sandwich? Cheese, ham, chicken? Whichever it is, it'll taste better than ever with Miracle Sandwich Spread. Try it. See what wonderful tang, what a delicious lift Miracle Sandwich Spread gives your sandwich. Miracle Sandwich Spread is made by Kraft from America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip, and spicy relishes. For a really thrifty sandwich, use Miracle Sandwich Spread alone between slices of bread. Get a jar tomorrow. Miracle Sandwich Spread.
Tonight, hear the Best of Groucho on NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, partially transcribed, by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing. We say one and only because there just isn't any other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is different, and it tastes different. Miracle Whip tastes so good it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created. More Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it. Make your salads better tasting with the one and only Miracle Whip. Well, the great Gildersleeve's cousin Emily has been visiting him for a week now, and she's captivated everybody. Perhaps her most ardent supporter is Leroy, which means that Leroy doesn't spend so much time with the great Gildersleeve. But does this disturb his doting uncle? You bet.
I'm not particularly upset about it, Bertie.
No, sir.
I'm glad Leroy likes Emily. But I don't see why he has to follow her around like a puppy dog.
No, sir.
Of course, I can see Leroy enjoys doing things with her.
Yes, sir.
But I'm afraid the boy will monopolize her time. Make a nuisance of himself. And she won't enjoy her visit.
Yes, sir.
Leroy should spend more time with me. Yeah, I mean, let her spend more time with somebody else. She's made a lot of friends.
Yes, sir.
My friends seem to like her better than they do me.
Yes, sir.
In fact, Gertie, I can't think of anybody who doesn't like her.
No, sir.
There has to be something wrong with anybody who doesn't like her.
Yes, sir.
Bertie, what's wrong with me? She didn't tell me. Or did she? Oh, well. I don't know why I'm fretting about nothing. Cousin Emily's new in the house, and when the novelty wears off, Leroy and I'll be the same old pals. Just as close as ever. Not that we've ever drifted apart.
Hi, Unc.
Well, good morning, Leroy. Nice to see you, my boy.
It is?
You're all spruced up, too. Hair parted in the middle. Looks nice.
It's Cousin Emily's idea.
Well, I guess I liked it better parted on the side.
You'll get to like it. What's for breakfast?
Leroy, before breakfast, would you mind running out and getting the morning paper?
Gosh, Unc, before I eat? I need food. Haven't eaten since way last night. I'm too weak to make it to the yard.
All right, my boy. Just thought you'd like to do something for your old uncle.
Sure, right after breakfast. Hey, here comes Emmy.
Leroy, let's not call her Emmy. It's Cousin Emily.
Good morning, Throckmorton.
Well, good morning, Emily.
Hi, Emmy. I mean, Cousin Emily.
It's Emmy to you. We're pals, aren't we?
Sure, Emmy.
Yes, yes.
Leroy, after breakfast, would you run down to the corner and mail this letter for me?
Heck, I'll do it now.
Thank you.
Leroy, I thought you were too weak to walk.
Well, this is airmail. I'll fly.
Oh, my goodness.
It's so sweet of Leroy to run down before breakfast. I really should have written Georgie days ago.
Georgie?
Well, you know, that cute curly-headed boy I met on the train.
Oh, him. Well, Emily, let's sit down at the table.
And I haven't written Roger. And poor Bobo. I can see him pacing up and down in front of his tent, waiting for a letter.
Does Bobo live in a tent?
Throckmorton, he's the cutest major in the whole United States Army.
Oh, well, good. Let's start the grapefruit.
It looks wonderful. Bertie serves the best food. Good thing I don't have to watch my waistline. But I'm so energetic and peppy, you know. I guess that's why I get so many compliments on my gorgeous figure.
Yes.
I'll answer it, Bertie. I'll bet anything it's Harry.
Harry. She was out with him just last night. You wouldn't be calling at this hour of the morning.
Hello? Oh, hello, Harry.
It is Harry. How does she do it?
Harry, you naughty boy. You shouldn't call before breakfast. Of course I haven't had breakfast. I need my beauty sleep. Oh, Harry, you say the nicest things.
Oh, brother, she's living in another world.
Go for a drive this afternoon? You're a real doll to ask me, but I can't possibly go.
She can go as far as I'm concerned.
I promised to take my little cousin Leroy swimming this afternoon. Now hang up like a good boy. I have to have breakfast. Goodbye, Harry. Call again.
He'll call again.
Hey, haven't you started eating?
I've been on the phone, Leroy.
Well, at least you remember to bring me the paper.
Here's some morning paper, Emmy.
Oop. He's forgotten me.
Thanks, Leroy, but Throckmorton, wouldn't you like to read the paper?
No, thank you. I'll just sit here and read the handwriting on the wall. Bertie, did Leroy go out after he had his breakfast?
No, sir, he's upstairs cleaning his room.
Cleaning his room?
Miss Emily got him in the habit of doing that every morning.
Oh, busybody.
What's that, Miss Gilfrey?
It's nothing, Bertie. I'll see Leroy upstairs.
Yes, sir.
I think I'll take Leroy down to the office with me this morning. Get him away for a while. He's always asking to go there. It'll be nice for Emily, too. Give her a chance to write to Roger and Major Bobo and talk to Harry on the telephone.
Yeah?
Leroy, it's me. I.
Oh, come on in, huh?
Well, cleaning your room, I see.
Yeah.
How'd you like to go down to the office with me this morning?
Well, gosh, what about Emmy?
Well, I know she's taking you swimming this afternoon, but I thought you'd like to fool around the office with me this morning.
Well, gee, Unc, Emmy's going to show me how to tap dance this morning.
Tap dance?
Yeah, she put taps on my shoes and everything. Look. I picked that up just watching her.
Yes, well, I just thought you'd like to go to the office with me.
Some other time, Unc.
Sure, some other time. Leroy?
Yeah?
I don't have to go to the office. Maybe we could do something else. Just you and me.
Well, gee, Unc,
Well, I happen to know Emily would like to write some letters. While she does that, you and I could go see that new movie at the Strand.
Oh, Emmy and I saw it yesterday.
Oh.
Well, I think you'd like it, Unc.
Well, I don't want to go alone.
Hey, I know something we can all do.
You do? Great. What is it?
You can come along and change the records while Emmy and I tap dance.
No, thanks. I have to go to the office. That Emily has Leroy dancing a jig. Like a puppet on a string. I'm sure she doesn't realize she's pulling him away from me. I have a notion to have a talk with her. No, I'll win him back in some underhanded way. Yeah, I mean undercover. Hello, Petey.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Well, I'm on my way to the office, Petey, and thought I'd pick up a magazine.
Caught up with your work at the office, or just planning to read till the work catches up with you?
Petey, I just want to occupy my mind.
I take it there's a vacancy there.
All right, Petey. I'm trying to forget my problems. Yeah, I'll take this news magazine.
Yeah, well?
Petey, Have you ever watched somebody you were fond of drift away from you?
Yes, I recall the summer we were vacationing at Niagara Falls and Mrs. Peavy drifted away.
Oh?
She got in a canoe without a paddle. I tell you, I was worried when I yelled for help and nobody took me seriously.
They didn't?
No. You see, Mrs. Peavy was a little heavy in those days, and they just thought it was somebody going over the falls in a barrel.
Oh, my goodness. Peavy, I don't believe it.
Neither do I. I was just trying to help you forget your problem.
Yeah, it'll take more than a tall story. Frankly, Peavy, Cousin Emily doesn't realize it, but she's drawing Leroy away from me.
You don't say.
She's always doing things with him. I never see him anymore.
Well, if I was Leroy, I'd rather be with her, too.
No, you wouldn't, Peavy. For instance, today, she's teaching him to tap dance.
My.
That's no activity for a two-fisted boy like Leroy.
Yeah, I wonder if she'd care to give me some dancing lessons.
Peavy!
I wouldn't care to tap dance, but I've always wanted to learn the conga. Ta-ta-ta-ta, boom, boom. Ta-ta-ta-ta, boom, boom.
Peavy, stop it.
You know, I could always do the tatas, but I never got the hang of the confounded boom, boom.
Now, Peavy, be serious a minute. Why do you suppose Leroy suddenly prefers Cousin Emily to me?
Well, she's a live one. What interesting things have you offered to do with the boy?
Why, only this morning I invited him to go with me to the office and sweep out.
But he preferred to tap dance.
Yeah. Darn cousin.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's just a suggestion, but you might try doing things with Leroy that she can't do.
Oh?
Let's see now. What can you do that your Cousin Emily can't do?
Well...
chances are you can smoke more cigars than she can.
All right, Peavy.
And if you want to compete in something strenuous, you might persuade her to Indian wrestle. You have a considerable advantage in weight.
Peavy, I wouldn't take an unfair advantage of my own cousin.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Guess I look a little silly to the neighbors throwing this baseball against the side of the house. Yeah. By George, the thing to do is get Leroy interested in a he-man sport. When Leroy sees me out here, he'll forget all about tap dancing and come a-running. Let me see if I can curve this ball. Look at that. Gildersleeve, you still have your old stuff. In college, I was the best substitute pitcher the Scrubs ever had.
Hey, Emmy, come out and see what I'm doing.
Hello, Leroy. Hope I can trap Emily into playing ball.
Hello, Throckmorton, playing baseball.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a new bat and glove.
Just happened to pick them up on the way home. A good game for men.
I'll say.
Well, Leroy, care to play a little game? You and me?
Oh, sure, but what about Emmy?
Oh, I don't think Emily knows much about baseball. She can sit on the porch and watch.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to sit on the sidelines. I want to play.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, boy, who's going to bat first?
Me.
Could I try pitching?
You bet. But let's get way out in the street. I'm quite a slugger.
Okay. I'll catch an umpire.
Fine, Leroy.
This far enough, Unc?
No, let's go a little farther. I hit a long ball, and I don't want to break one of my windows.
Gosh, nobody can break a window from here.
No, guess not. Now, Emily, this manhole cover will be home plate. The idea is to throw the ball across the plate.
I know.
Play ball!
All right, pitch it across, Emily.
Here it comes.
Strike one.
Well, I'm used to a man pitching. Throw this one a little harder.
I'll try.
Strike two.
Leroy, I didn't swing. Besides, that one was outside.
How do you know? You didn't even see it.
Ready, Throckmorton?
Real ready. I'll knock the cover off it this time.
This one may curve.
Yes.
Look out!
Strike three, you're out. Real out.
Well, good pitchers are seldom good hitters, and I was a pitcher.
Hey, Emmy, why don't you bat? Unc wants to pitch.
All right.
Yeah, here's the bat. Give me that ball.
Come on, Trump. She bats left-handed.
Good. You'll have to bat both left and right to hit this one.
I'm ready. Pitch it over. Bravo!
Yeah, I'm not playing. I'm dead serious. Here it comes, Russ. Zeke.
Look at it go. Hey, it's heading for the window.
Oh, Throckmorton, I broke your window.
Window, heck. She broke my heart.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. There are lots and lots of ways to make a salad special. You can garnish it with fancy radish roses, use slices of fluted cucumbers, or add carrot curls or bits of fresh herbs. You can serve that salad in a handsome salad bowl or on your most elegant platter. But if the salad dressing you use isn't just right, you're bound to be disappointed with the results. So use care in your choice of salad dressing. If you want a dressing with a lively, teasing flavor, a flavor that's not too mild, just sharp enough, a flavor that's really delicious, use Miracle Whip salad dressing. Miracle Whip has a flavor you won't find in any other salad dressing anywhere because it's made from a secret Kraft recipe, a recipe that was created by Kraft to give you the best qualities of good old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine, rich mayonnaise. You'll discover Miracle Whip has a marvelous texture, too, creamy, thick, and smooth as satin, because this dressing is blended thoroughly with special Kraft beaters. With such wonderful texture and flavor, it's easy to see why Miracle Whip has become America's favorite salad dressing and actually outsells the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. For better-tasting salads with or without fancy touches, make Miracle Whip your salad dressing. Just be sure you see the name Miracle Whip on the jar you buy. Remember, there's only one Miracle Whip, and it's made by Kraft. Ever since his cousin Emily came to visit, the great Gildersleeve has felt that Leroy's admiration for him was being transferred to cousin Emily. He tried to counter this by getting Leroy interested in He-Man activities, and his hopes ran high when he promoted a baseball game. Then the mighty Gildersleeve struck out.
She not only struck me out, Bertie, but when I lobbed one over to her, she really double-crossed me.
Yes, sir. I heard the ball go through the window. That was a home if I ever saw one, right into your home.
By George, I've been notion to make her pay for the window.
Yes, sir.
Leroy, of course, thought it was very funny.
She sure made a hit with Leroy.
There must be something I can do that she can't do. Emily's the smallest Amazon I ever saw.
Hi, Unc. Hi, Bertie.
Well, Leroy.
Hello, Leroy.
Where's Emmy?
Oh, who knows?
She went for a spin with that Mr. Harry in his chartreuse convertible.
You know, it's kind of lonesome here when she isn't around.
Well, Leroy, your old uncle's here.
Yeah.
We don't need Emily around every minute, Leroy. Before she came, you and I did things together. We can do things together again.
Well.
If there's something you want to do, you just name it. Anything at all. I'm ready. Anxious.
It's for you, Miss Gildersleeve.
Coming, Bertie. You think it over while I answer the phone, my boy.
Okay, Unc.
Leroy, you up to something?
What do you mean?
You got that little smile on your face like the cat that ate the canary. You up to something?
Bertie, if you could do practically anything you wanted to do, what would you do?
Well, that depends.
I think I'll start by getting Unc to take me horseback riding today.
Leroy, you know your uncle's afraid of horses. He don't want to go riding.
Since Emmy came, he wants to do anything I want to do.
Now, Leroy, don't you go playing both ends against the middle.
Gosh, Bertie, how often does a guy get a chance like this?
Leroy Forrester, you listen to me.
Well, that was Judge Hooker. He wanted me to drive over to Center City with him.
Yeah?
But I told him you and I had plans. Now, let's see. What are the plans?
Unc, how about taking me horseback riding this afternoon?
Have to make some horseback riding? On a horse?
He ain't talking about no merry-go-round.
It's Something you and I could do, Unc. Real He-Man stuff.
Well, there are other He-Man things we could do. We could take a hike around the reservoir.
Gosh, anybody can take a hike. Even girls. Even Emmy. Why don't we do something Emmy can't do?
Well, that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, we just might go horseback riding.
Well, Emmy won't feel left out if we do, will she?
Nah, she's from the city. She couldn't ride a horse without a steering wheel.
Of course, if she does feel left out, I can do something with her later.
Leroy.
And then I'll do something with you again.
Well, let's settle for the horseback ride for now. Come on, Leroy.
Okay.
If we hurry, Emily needn't know where we are.
Oh, hey, here's Emmy.
Uh-oh.
Goodbye, Harry.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Leroy Throckmorton.
Hi.
Where are you boys off to?
Well...
Unc's taking me horseback riding.
Horseback riding? I'd forgotten that people ride horses.
That's a horse on her.
But I'm game. I'll go along with you.
That's a horse on me.
Oh, boy, these are keen horses.
Yeah. Well, guess we better get into the saddle.
Unc, you're the biggest. You ought to ride the big one.
No, Leroy, I was never one to take the biggest piece of cake. Perhaps Emily would like to ride the high one.
Oh, no, I want this little bay. Oh, easy, girl. Don't step on me.
Yeah, look at Emily skedaddle on the way. She's nervous. She's pushed her luck too far. Well, so have I, but she'll never know it.
Oh, come on, let's get going.
Well, I'll help you into the saddle, Leroy.
Oh, I don't need any help. You worry about getting on yourself. Oh, boy.
Well, you did it. Now, before I get on, I'll give Emily a boost.
Never mind, Throckmorton.
Look at that. She hopped in the saddle like Hopalong Cassidy.
Come on, Unc, let's take off.
Yeah, don't rush me, Leroy. Steady, Cyclone. Steady, steady. I wonder why they call him Cyclone.
Put your foot in the stirrup, Throckmorton.
Yeah, I know how.
Unc, if you can't pull yourself up, why don't you climb the fence and then jump on it?
Leroy, I can get on a horse. 2 stories high. A man could get dizzy up here. Oh, boy. Now, confound it.
Come on, Leroy. We'll canter ahead while Throckmorton's getting used to the horse.
Okay. Yeah, boy.
Now, if you watch, I'll show you how to pull.
Look at that Emily. She rides like an Apache. Yeah, come on, Cyclone. We're going to catch it. Sick it. Hey, not that way. They went the other way. Stop, Cyclone. Whoop, tree. You watch out for that limb. Where's the brake? Cyclone! Cyclone! Oh! What a sneaky thing to do. He's heading for the barn. Well, Emily can't beat me. I'm going back and take a riding lesson if it kills me. You know it might. Now, see here, Mr. Gibson. If you're any kind of instructor, you should have me riding by now.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm afraid you'll never be able to sit a horse.
Well, how can I sit on him when he keeps bouncing up and down?
Well, let's try going around the corral once again. Get on the horse, Gildersleeve.
Well...
Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
You lift yourself up. You don't try to pull the saddle down.
How do you lift yourself up?
Sorry, Cyclone. I know just how you feel.
Yes. Gibson, are you being sarcastic? I didn't pay you $10 to insult me.
Oh, yes, $10. What do I do for money?
Hiya!
Oh, Leroy.
Hello, Throckmorton. What a wonderful ride.
Yeah! Whoa, boy! Unc, are you taking a riding lesson?
Me? No, I was just discussing the finer points of horsemanship with Mr. Gibson here.
My, isn't he gorgeous?
You mean the horse?
Well, the horse is, too.
All right, Gildersleeve, let's begin again.
Well,
This time, why don't we put the saddle on a bale of hay and start from there?
Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, you're so wonderful with horses. I wonder if you'd teach me to ride.
Well, I'd be delighted.
Good. How about right now?
Emily.
But, Miss Emily, I watched you ride, and frankly, I've never seen a more beautiful horsewoman.
Well, thank you. But just because I'm pretty doesn't mean I know a thing about horses.
Oh, brother.
Come on, Mr. Gibson. Show me how to get on a horse.
Emmy, you don't need Mr. Gibson.
Well, I feel a little silly trying to tell you anything about it,
Oh,
but...
come on and lift me into the saddle.
Lift you in.
Well, here goes.
Oh, Mr. Gibson, you're so strong. Gosh. Get your horse and show me the best trail for a beginner.
Delighted. Excuse me a minute, Gildersleeve. I'll just take your horse. Come along, Cyclone.
Emmy, I thought we were going swimming this afternoon.
Tomorrow, Leroy.
Shall we go, Miss Emily?
Yes, but I'm so afraid of horses. You'd better hold my hand.
How do you like that? Taking a riding lesson on my $10.
Unc,
Yes, my boy?
how about going home and playing baseball, just the two of us?
Good idea. Just you and me. Right, George, that's the best $10 I ever spent.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. Wonderful partner for salads and cold cuts. That's deviled eggs. And for some of the most delicious deviled eggs you ever tasted, make them with Miracle Whip salad dressing. Miracle Whip has a lively, teasing flavor, a peppy flavor that's just right for those eggs. It's a different flavor, too, one you won't find in any other salad dressing. Get a jar of delicious Miracle Whip tomorrow. For extra good deviled eggs and for some of the best-tasting salads you've ever put a fork to, there's nothing like Miracle Whip.
Getting pretty dark, Unc. Can you see the ball?
Sure, pitch it over. I'll knock this one clear into the next county.
Well, just a second. I gotta dust off the ball.
Yeah, I don't know why I worried about Emily winning Leroy away from me. He's forgotten about her already.
You ready, Unc?
Say, who's that coming up the street? Nice. Pretty far away. Oh, brother. Wonder who that is.
You ready, Unc?
Maybe if I hit the ball down that way, I can go down after it. Get a better look at her.
Unc!
All right, Leroy. The boy's probably tired of playing baseball anyway. If she's new in the neighborhood, the least I can do is introduce myself to her. Be sociable.
Hey, Unc, get up to the plate.
Yeah, quite a dish. Plate. Go ahead, my boy. Pitch it over.
Here it comes.
I'll hit it right down there toward her.
Hey, key one. High fly.
You let it go, Leroy. Too high for you. I'll get it. Right, George is coming down right where she is. What a break.
Come on, lady. Heads up.
Stand back, miss. I'll get it.
Hey, she caught it.
Oops.
You're out, Throckmorton.
Emily. Oh, my goodness. Good night, folks. See you next week.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Lillian Randolph, Charlotte Lawrence, George Neese, and Dick LeGrand. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Having a picnic? Make those picnic sandwiches taste extra good with Miracle Sandwich Spread. Miracle Sandwich Spread is made by Kraft from America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip, and spicy relishes. See what a wonderfully different flavor, what tang, Miracle Sandwich Spread adds to your meat or cheese sandwiches. Or use it alone between slices of bread for a sandwich that's really thrifty and quick and easy to fix. Stop at your grocer's first thing tomorrow and take home a jar of delicious Miracle Sandwich Spread.
Tonight, hear the best of Groucho on NBC.